Chapter 1, Fighting for Your Life. Being chased and chopped 3 streets, dragging a long line of blood trails, late at night, Yi Dongdong woefully back to the solitary apartment, for leaning back sitting on the edge of the bed, blurred in front of the eyes seems to have hallucinations, feel that their lives will not be long. At this time, a bland electronic synthesized voices in the mind suddenly rang. Ding! Activating the supreme shock system, monitoring that the host's remaining yang life is less than 1 minute, gifting 1 hour of yang life. Heaven will not stop me. Ding! It is monitored that the life-suffering ghost has 1 minute left to arrive at the scene. Please have the host quickly prepare a response. Tippa: when the life-seeking ghost launches its life-seeking skill, it will cause the life expectancy of the attacked person with a scarce yang lifespan to be instantly zeroed out. Holy! Yi Dongdong, who was still out of breath but not in, suddenly had a jolt. 1 minute? Sobbing for his life? System? Now Yi Dongdong really do not dare to think about anything. Life is important. A thought. The general content of the system has jumped out in front of me. Host, Yi Dongdong. Life expectancy, 1 hour and 1 minute. Health status, near death. This system is the strongest shock system. The host can gain longevity by making ghosts generate violent mental fluctuations. Scare ghosts. Ghosts always scare people. How can I scare a ghost? And when have I ever seen a ghost? So there's a prop small. Yi Dongdong like crazy began to rummage. He was startled again. Yang life balance, 1 hour. Buddhist golden light sold for 55 minutes of yang life. Taoist exorcism floating dust sold for 1.5 hours of yang life expectancy. White zephyr pendant sold for 2 hours of yang life. Eye of yin and yang sold for 55 minutes of yang life. Brain magic voice, 1 hour of yang life. All of these actually cost yang life to obtain. I only have 1 hour of life left. I can buy a mink. I'll kill myself if I don't get it right away. Ding! We've detected that the ghost of sorrowful life will arrive at the scene in 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. But I want to live. I want to live. Yi Dongdong's mouth frantic voice urged his brain also in the rapid rotation. A slap closed the door. Face to the door sitting up cross-legged. 1 second. The sorrowful ghost arrives. Good luck to the host. Knock. Knocked on the door. A black finger claw but already not as polite as his host, has been the first to explore in, twisted open the door lock. Outside the dim light from the doorway it first shot into, Yi Dongdong swallowed hard. Victory or defeat is here. As long as I scare it, I can survive. I have the system in place, not worried about nothing. The most helpful and cheapest thing in here right now should be it. Redeem the yin and yang eyes. Yi Dongdong eyes closed and opened. The field of vision seems to have suddenly slipped through a thin film of water. Completely changed appearance. Yang life remaining, 5 minutes. Yi Dongdong forced his spirit, and could only turn his grief into strength. Half of the arm hanging with rotting flesh pushed open the door of the room. A sinister laugh sounded. Half of the pitch-black head slowly followed the blood on the ground and looked towards Yi Dongdong. 2 pairs of eyes were short. 1 pair had no pupils and were emotionless, and 1 pair had wings like silk. The righteousness was overwhelming. Although it is the first time to see a ghost, but Yi Dongdong forced by the survival instinct is not panicked. Chi movement dantian. Will be a chest a clanging clear air cohesion in a point, joy on the brow. Full of spring breeze leisurely said, Yo, come, crap, this attitude is not right. This person can see me? The life-claiming ghost thought in his heart, pushed the door, stood still, just about to open his mouth. The words were disliked by this pompous and arrogant person sitting in a pompous and arrogant manner. Came to claim my life, right? Since you know and can still see me, move yourself. A cold and hoarse voice slowly floated out, still letting me move on my own. An immodest ghost at first glance. In fact, I have not yet finished my young life. If you claim your life now, I'll give a bad review, Yi Dongdong said without blushing or panting. The life-claiming ghost was originally lazy to care about him, but I don't know why. This person's behavior is really a bit odd. Is it not which one of the great and powerful loose immortals who don't practice? And his own heart, there is always some uneasiness. This person is not. Life should not die? Just now this person's head curls up the yang qi. Does not mean that the life of yang is not over? This yang qi, it seems that only half an hour of life, right? Only when a person is about to die can a ghost demand his life. Is it possible that this person can control the amount of his lifespan? Ding! The life-claiming ghost is greatly puzzled, rewarding 1 hour of yang life, only to see Yi Dongdong's yang qi on top of his head was staring at the life-supporting ghost when it violently ran again, and it was raised by a large amount. This time, the life-saving ghost was shocked. Seeing is believing. Ding! Breaking the 3 views of the life-supporting ghost's life, rewarding half an hour of yang life. In an instant, with the system's beep, the solemn ghost's eyes widened once again, and he couldn't help but lower his head to look at Yi Dongdong, seeming to understand something else. How did you do that? The solemn ghost was confused. Do you know who I am? Yi Dongdong let out a kind smile, seemingly soulful for a moment, and asked tentatively, "Do you know the 9 heavenly demons swinging ancestor?" "Don't know. This you don't even know? Then you how low this grade must be." Yi Dongdong was surprised. "The Journey to the West have not read it? Big brother, you make this, how can I continue? Then the 10 halls of hell, you always know it? No. What kind of powerhouse is this? Are you so calm when you call those princes by their titles? Dare I ask what kind of god is the Lord?" Li Thandan, pinching the chin, worried. "I cannot say that I have a heavenly system, specifically to scare you, even hope for eternal life, right? This you know is actually not a good thing for you." A low snort came out. The solemn ghost ended the tangle. He didn't care who this was anymore. It was his first day on the job. He couldn't return empty-handed. "Then you still have to come with me," said it. Walked towards Yi Dongdong. Hands do not know when appeared a blackened chain. Straight to be towards Yi Dongdong, neck set. "Go can!" Yi Dongdong suddenly shouted, reaching out to interrupt the lifting of the life-supporting ghost. "But are you sure that what you want to claim is really my life?" Ding! Life-suppressing ghost sprouting self-doubt and suspicion. Life expectancy plus half an hour. Warning! Redeem Buddhist golden light. It's really a case of giving up the child to catch the wolf. Save life is important. In front of this life-saving ghost, although has been bluffed through the guts, but the fear is afraid of it, reacts. The thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. People are able to second their own existence. At this time Yi Dongdong think he must be down to blood money to pull out some hard goods out of it. Young life remaining 1 hour. Yi Dongdong, bitter face. Anyway, the child is shedding finished. It depends on whether he can lasso the wolf or not. May I ask which part of the host needs to be added to? System voice at this time slowly rang. Startled Yi Dongdong, a cold sweat. This time you still ask. Of course. Where to sell good plus which head. Behind the head, give me to add full of buring golden Buddha light. Ding. The demanding ghost suspects that the ghost is alive and is scared silly, rewarding the host with 2 hours of young life. Host's life expectancy, 3 hours. At this time the poor life-supporting ghost was lying on the ground, like a duckweed floating in the waves, holding onto the wall and shaking. The pupil-less eyes were filled with brilliant golden light, slowly glaring, lit, be hugged by a thigh. Once upon a time, the life-saving ghost that had just transformed into a stern ghost walked on the spacious avenue of hell, and saw from afar a glance at the shadowy sky above the Buddhist mighty and the kings of hell flying side by side. The Buddha's light above their heads as brilliant and eye-catching as the great sun. The solemn ghost was silent. The sorrowful ghost is frightened out of a deep sense of powerlessness. Plus half an hour to his young life. Still want my life? If you want it, come over and take it. Don't dare to hurry up and get out. The divine power will be practiced soon. By then it's not good to injure you by mistake. Don't bother me anymore. Yi Dongdong waved his hand and directly gave an expulsion order. Wait. Solitary ghost at this time, however, hurriedly voiced out, but then looked like he wanted to speak again. You're not still thinking of claiming my life, are you? Yi Dongdong's face was puzzled, weighing his Buddhist golden light as not being a fake, right? This is revealing? The life-claiming ghost choked. You misunderstood. I'm willing to go through fire for you. Leave me alive. I'm not actually specialized in, said with tears in his voice. On the silence of the midnight then staged a bitter drama. Of course, is the ghost crying version. If the life-saving ghost's body also had that one scare system, he was afraid that he could hear quite a lot of mood swing beeps from Yi Dongdong. Yi Dongdong is as precious as gold. Time is life. But fortunately the story of this life-supporting ghost is also simple. 382 sentences to explain the understanding. It turns out that this life-suppressing ghost is not a skillful veteran. Just the first day of the temporary guest temporary workers. People suddenly do not want to do today. Forced to pull him over to clock in and out of work. Usually low mana is always bullied by the big ghosts. The upper head of the humiliation. Now see Yi Dongdong so capable of heaven and earth are not afraid of. Really 3 lifetimes lucky and so on. Anyway, a train of ghost words summarized in one sentence. He thinks Yi Dongdong's backer is really hard. This is to rub the backing. There is no future in mixing with me. Yi Dongdong shook his head and refused. You can't get out of the devil with me. My superiors, it's not something you can touch. Yi Dongdong is also considered a bitter persuasion. But it does not matter. If it goes on like this, half a day of young life will be saved enough. It's useless to hug the thigh. Don't look at me like that. Yi Dongdong despised kicked away half of the rotting meat that fell on his leg. This kid was covered in black smoke and his mouth was full of black blood. Actually climbed over and hugged his thigh. And also on the mouth begging plus hand action ceaselessly. Knocking with a pair of black hands pounding Yi Dongdong's wounds around. Not a moment those wounds actually began to scab. The original paroxysm of pain is also slowly disappeared. Yi Dongdong really doubt that this kid in life is not dry mechanic. Howell also massage. Well you win. Yi Dongdong helpless. His life for the first time to see a ghost so rogue. Which is not thick enough thighs casually find a seemingly thicker on the embrace of the reason. Then think about what you can do for me. The one just now doesn't count. I can also serve tea and water. I can fry and cook. I can also help my lord teach mortals a lesson. The sorrowful ghost counted on his fingers. The more he thought about it, the more desperate he became. What could this great immortal need him for? He wasn't even a gift. After my family's decline, I have been walking between the yin and yang to earn some quick money. I know a lot of dark things. At least I can tell you anecdotes to amuse the immortal. Amusing is not necessary. Yi Dongdong joyfully counted the added young life. Looking at the current kneeling on the ground of the life-suppressing ghost, the mind suddenly produced a bold idea. Then let's leave you a ghost life for now. But if you have second thoughts, this golden light divine art of mine will not leave evil spirits behind. Ding! Detected a ghostly sigh of disappointment plus despair in the heart of the life-suppressing ghost, adding 1 hour to his young life. I understand. Soul life ghost heart called a joy. Did not expect so easily to hold on to such a thigh. Behind the forces may involve the 10 temples of Yama, the 9 heavens swept the devil ancestor and many other great powers. Then the future days. Is not it to eat and drink no longer need to look at the face of the 3 worlds and bullying? Your Excellency wants me to do something? The small must be to adults as the head of the horse look forward to, where under the order, there is no not from. Yi Dongdong couldn't help but be happy. The good things in this world really let him get into it. Wouldn't it be great if he, who carries the most powerful shocking system, would play some ghosts as his followers, and play some tear-jerking and exhilarating movies all day long, and reap the benefits? Have you ever seen a movie? Have you read any novels? Solitary ghost originally had little color on his face, except black or black. Now there was a slight feeling of color loss. He did not quite understand the path of the newly recognized big brother in front of him. What? Spiritual feast understand? Enrich the spiritual world. Yi Dongdong's face was full of indignation, and his golden light flourished, a picture that he was about to stand up and put the life-supporting ghost on the spot. Your Honor, just do as you command. I will do as I am told. The solemn ghost lowered his head. Silence was the rental room tonight. The solemn ghost vaguely felt that he was caught in a shocking conspiracy. By the way, do you have a name? Yi Dongdong had already turned around and started to prepare. All kinds of miscellaneous things were thrown by him in a mess. I used to. As soon as I guess you can't think of it, then I'll call you Kettle. I have a name. I'm, boom. The sound of a book thick enough to make the solemn ghost crazy was slapped in front of the solemn ghost's face. This book has a famous name. The name is Water Margin. In the future, you will give me cat this house to read books. First build a good cultural foundation before you are qualified to follow me. But I don't know how to read. The sorrowful ghost was also worried. Was this to make him retrain and rebuild? Then watch the TV show. Yi Dongdong waved his hand and brought his cell phone. Opened a video software to find out the movie and television version. The magnificent title song has filled the whole room. Our school, although it is hidden from the world, but the requirements for cultural merit are quite deep now. Patting the kettle's shoulder, Yi Dongdong said with great meaning, I'm seeing that you understand and have a future, so I'm pointing you to this bright path. You can take it seriously and understand it deeply. Aha! The solitary ghost was touched, about to burst into tears. This is a path that follows the thigh. Just build a good cultural foundation. Truly qualified to join this hidden superpower, this backing will be secure. The 9 heavenly demon slayers and the 10 hells. It's exciting to think about it. The system ding dong dong, a burst of sound. Yi Dongdong but do not have the heart to check. The 4 masterpieces viewing group. Think about it, exciting. A proper Yang Life Bank. Feel free to watch the drama. Do not care about anything else. The emotions of the characters inside should be carefully speculated. Yi Dongdong straightened his collar, rather like pointing over the mountains and rivers with bravado. Kettle immersed himself in it, holding his cell phone and unable to extricate himself. Big Dipper. The court in ancient times. Is all this real? This lieutenant is so over the top. Ding ding ding. With the system prompt, Yi Dongdong finally felt slightly relieved. That could all be Yang Life. Chapter 3, delivered to the door. At this time has long past midnight. A new day began. Yi Dongdong, instead of no sleepiness, looking at the screen, has been deep into the kettle, cannot be extricated. The idea of lingering in the mind. Everything happened in about an hour ago. Appendage lights. 3 figures a low 2 high. After chasing 2 streets far from the hobbling Yi Dongdong hard on the building, closed the door. Still chasing? 6th son's ribs are broken. Bleeding so much. Dead. Later to collect the corpse to take pictures on the line. Yi Dongdong clenched his fists. In a moment there should be 2 people coming over to check it out while taking photos to hand over to his employer. Yi Dongdong has been followed by these 3 people for many days. Finally it's time to strike at night. Originally should be at the mercy of the end. Now there is a change. Yi Dongdong came to the window, where you can see all the people and vehicles entering. If the 2 people who want to take pictures to investigate the residence of Yi Dongdong will inevitably have to go through there. The door of the neighborhood is quiet. It does not look like someone is going to come. Moved a chair over to light a cigarette. The room is filled with the sound of Liangshan hooting and hollering. Yi Dongdong narrowed his eyes staring out the window. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Yi Dongdong rubbed his face. 2 red dots in the distance from far and near jumping, flashed through the neighborhood surveillance. Under the street lamps can vaguely see as 2 men dressed in black. The hands of the katana flickered against the light. Because of the existence of the yin and yang eyes, the faint blood-colored murderous aura filled as if the head of the red light. The night looked very clear. Yi Dongdong see clearly, some translucent remnants of the souls wandering around. These 2 hands are estimated to have many other human life. Kettle. Yi Dongdong a hand to watch the drama to see the righteousness of the kettle shot awake. To the face full of confused kettle righteously said, see the 2 people outside, right? Aha! Kettle straightened up. 1 for me and 1 for you. No problem? Kettle scratched the back of his head, looked at the 2 people below, and then looked at Yi Dongdong in front of himself. Obviously Yi Dongdong's killing intent is heavier. Both good heavy killing. This is not good. We'll be found by the hell. Yi Dongdong rolled his eyes. You still think you are that temporary worker to claim a ghost? Who are you hanging out with now to figure it out? Throw in the towel. The kettle suddenly woke up. A pair of ghostly eyes brightened into cross stars, and pulled out a black chain with a clattering sound and leapt up. Brother wants me to kill. It's a sign of surrender. Not really. Yi Dongdong looked at the 2 slowly walk towards here. It seems that the address has been clarified. It does not take long to get here. It was they who wanted to kill me first. Brother, leave it all to me. Kettle wrathfully got up. The cell phone fell on the floor. Yi Dongdong dry cough, strongly pressed the eager to build up the kettle. 1 person and 1 ghost then in the room that seems to have stood still. Yi Dongdong gave the kettle a few simple sentences. How to live in this kind of place. Li Xian pinched his nose and walked past a pile of garbage. Opened the door of the unit and let his big brother walk in first. Killing this kind of person to give $1.5 million is also too generous. Point. This is not an ordinary person either. 6th son's ribs are broken 3 times. When the time comes, that side will have to add money to make it work. Li Ran walked into the hallway with his backhand dangling and pinching a cigarette, stomped his foot and provoked the sound-controlled light. Take the picture and go back. 6th son is still lying in the hospital. Tomorrow take 6th son. Brother lead you to the other side of the sea for a quickie. Li Xian responded, carrying a knife slowly towards the first floor corridor to touch. Only 1 door is unlocked. The pale light in the room shines out a slit, far away to see a leg placed horizontally in the room. Dead. Said back. Li Xian don't put on the knife. Turned around and started to pull out a cell phone from his pants pocket. Jeans are really tight. Next time you do something, you must not wear jeans. But the next time he did something, he really didn't know when it would be. With this $500,000 it would be enough for him to dash around for a year or 2. Lao San, don't move. Li Ran suddenly let out a low grunt, holding a knife in one hand against Li Xian, with a look like he was on the verge of an enemy. Behind you. Ha! Li Xian violently drew his knife and turned around. Towards his back was a fierce swing. The blade cutting through the air brought up a whistling wind sound. Behind him was empty. The bloody leg was still placed across the room. The corridor was still no different from just now. He gave a dry laugh. Second brother stop it. Expecting to hear Li Ran, who rarely jokes, laugh out loud. Li Xian turned around, but saw Li Ran's horrified face. On your back. Li Ran pointed at him, the knife held in his hand shaking a little. There's a ghost for every wrong, and we're just getting paid to do our job. Ghosts? Li Xian's face looked strange. He did feel the back of his neck cool. Was it a ghost? That kid became a ghost as soon as he came back? Looking for it? Don't move. I'll communicate with him, Li Ran slowly said, holding his hands up and his knife hanging down. But the courage he just had was instantly scared back by the sight in front of him. At the moment he looked at Li Xian's back. A pair of black hands were tugging on a chain. The black hood was hanging low, and the ebony chain was slowly tightening. I'm a little hard. Li Xian suddenly covered his neck and bent over, groping from side to side, as if trying to figure out where the cause of his breathlessness lay. Let's go immediately. Li Ran held up his hands. His heart is also anxious. His own brother at the moment by that ghost wrapped around his neck, although he does not know why he can see. But the situation is really critical. A knife cut over. Can you cut off the ghost? Let's have a good discussion. Let go of my brother first. What do you want? Ha? Kettle's hand strength loosened for a moment. Just did not mention this part. Oops, no matter. Hurry to kill the closing. Also let brother see the sprinkler's ability. Right. Just now did not forget to pause it? Li Xian covered his neck with one hand and propped up the ground with one hand and slowly knelt down, painfully squeezing out a few words from his throat. Save me. Li ran scared. He now cannot see the figure lying on Li Xian's back. Nothing could be seen but Li Xian kneeling on the ground in pain. An invisible chain was slowly tightening. Li Xian made gurgling noises from his mouth and rolled up his eyes. The voice-activated light also had a time. At this time the light in the corridor suddenly disappeared. The whole space was plunged into darkness. Ah! A mournful to the extreme scream came from Li Xian's direction, as well as the sound of violent struggling. Just an instant later, there was no movement. Li Ran chickened out and violently retreated half a step. Just half a step, and all of his mental defenses collapsed. He wanted to run. He wanted to escape from here. One step and 2 steps turned into a backward sprint, his feet kicking and stumbling. Ahem! A cough rang out, and the corridor returned to light once more as a figure stood in front of him, firmly blocking his direction of escape. Without having to look closely, he could tell at a glance that this was the same person they had set out to cut down tonight. What's going on here? Li Ran was bewildered, glancing at Li Xian behind him, already motionless, full of bruises, just a light and dark time. No life in an instant? Li Ran slowly arched his body, once again gripped the knife. Chapter 4, The Wrongdoer's Head and the Debtor's Head. Yin Yang Ai's rental fee, $200,000. Yi Dongdong carrying a baseball bat stood firmly at the end of the corridor, slowly said, "Name the person behind you, and a discount." Li Ran didn't say anything, he just carried the knife and coldly looked at Yi Dongdong. His feet slowly moved and approached a doorway. This was the only recessed place. He still had hope. Don't think about resisting. This light will go out in 20 seconds or so as long as you don't speak. Humph. After a while, Li Ran grunted fiercely. Yi Dongdong was happy. There's really something about you. After another moment, Li Ran hummed again. I go your. Yi Dongdong shouted, his feet under the fierce step. 2 steps scurried to Li Ran's side. A stick to hit up. The sound of the knife and stick colliding rang out. Li Ran blocked it. However, Yi Dongdong's offense is far from stopping, and again 2 sticks in a row hit down hard, or towards Li Ran's hands raised on the surface of the knife smashed hard. This time, Li Ran's hand strength is small, left hand ate pain. Shaking up, the last stick, hard knocked off Li Ran's hand katana. Li Ran hastily wanted to go to bend down to pick up, but Yi Dongdong fast, another stick horizontal whip, hit fly. Li Ran just reached down the hand. Ah! Li Ran covered his hand and cried out in pain. The sound of the arm bone breaking just now rang out clearly. This right hand is ruined. Look, it's broken. Yi Dongdong kicked away the knife that fell on the ground. A stick swung in Li Ran's face. Head hit the wall with a muffled sound, and then received 2 feet. Yi Dongdong has thrown the stick, grabbed a handful of Li Ran's hair, leaned down and pulled the face that has been bloodied in front of him. Say it, who is it? Wei Xiao. Li Ran's nose was dripping blood. His mouth was already cracked and bloody, and his eyes were close to madness as he looked at Yi Dongdong. The Wei Xiao of the Western District. Why did he want to kill me? How would I know? Li Ran suddenly came to his senses. More blood was squeezed out of his face, but he still roared fiercely towards Yi Dongdong. We're just killers. Why are you doing this to us? Who the hell are you? He is not my business, but I just borrowed you to use the Yin and Yang eyes. That was the time when the old man took his life in exchange. You have to pay. Yi Dongdong said unforgivingly. What are you talking about, you crazy? There's a total of 3 of you, right? Yi Dongdong broke his fingers. The smile on his face couldn't be said to be much kinder. Just 3 fingers. He bent down 2. Then I'll just have to go to that one and see if he knows better. You, what are you doing? Rocco's already hurt. Li Ran fought to get up, but was held down by Yi Dongdong, struggling just a little for a moment. Yi Dongdong turned back to the direction of the empty corridor, put his hand on his neck and scratched twice, then turned his head and gave Li Ran another meaningful look. The pupils in Li Ran's eyes shrunk violently, and the sound of the corridor light's automatic shutoff seemed to be magnified 10,000 times, exploding in his mind. Kada! The corridor returned to darkness. Ah! Li Ran miserably began to scream. This scream was long and gut-wrenching until finally, Yi Dongdong's discrepant voice rang out, smiley face. What does it mean? Wiping the neck means to finish him off. Right, learn more in the future. In the darkness, the screams came to an abrupt end. Yi Dongdong closed the door and walked out faithfully along the path that the two had just used to avoid the surveillance. And one of the largest hospitals in the city was turning on the night lights. Asterisk, 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 you guys. If anyone dares to touch me again, I'll kill you. Hysterical yelling was echoing from the single room, which sounded less like a human being and more like a wounded animal. This patient is not cooperating with the treatment at all. The ribs piercing through the lobes of the lungs is already serious. A small nurse covered her face with tears. She who was observing the patient's signs just now was slapped hard by the waking patient. The slightest bit of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Such a man who continued the treatment. She couldn't figure out what he was trying to do. Let's wait for him to calm down first. The man wearing glasses that looked like the attending doctor patted her shoulder comfortingly and arranged for someone to help the nurse to treatment. If he doesn't cooperate with the treatment, then we're not obligated to save him anymore. Not for any amount of money, he said and left with a heavy snort. The hissing lessened and the ward returned to calm. Lee Sin trembled with his newly enraged body huddled in the corner of the wall. Everything in the ward was smashed by him, but he still couldn't get out of that deep uneasiness and fear. It seemed like he had lost something and its importance. There was something in his life that was permanently missing. Just now. Why don't you come over? Obviously just take a voucher. This time should come. The door to the hospital room was slammed open, and a man flew in, closing the door behind him. Lee Sin looked at this man who came from the darkness of the night. This man seemed to have brought the darkness of the night. The temperature in the room were dropping, oppressing the atmosphere of the whole room. Gasping for breath began to become difficult. He had a deep uneasiness in his heart, and when this man came, even more so. It's you? My name is Yi Dongdong. Yi Dongdong smiled, walked to Lee Sin's front, squatted down, oozing blood gauze because did not have time to complete the bandage at the moment has become a bloody scarf. Lee Sin, every gasp is accompanied by the sound of pain in the lungs like pulling a bellows. It's really you. Lee Sin trembled and shrank towards the corner. One hand shivered and lifted up, pointing less firmly at Yi Dongdong. Where is my elder brother? Where is my second brother? What did you do to them? There is a head of injustice and a debt. You can't look for me. We're just paid to do a job. We have nothing to do with this, Lee Sin said in horror. Hey, Yi Dongdong sighed. The words were all the same. It seemed that these three brothers had not suffered much psychological torture as killers. This sentence was afraid that every time they had a nightmare, they would have to review it again. Yes. You tell me who and where he is. Where are my two brothers? Lee Sin roared. They also agreed by you to tell me the debt has the Lord in the end, which is the Lord, is now waiting for you down there. Yi Dongdong smilingly pressed Lee Sin's not bandaged completely chest, this time Lee Sin breathing more laborious. No, what did you do to them? Lee Sin panted heavily. His hands were trying in vain to go and flail and paw away the hand on his chest, but he couldn't do it. Both hands seemed to be as heavy as lead. Lifting them up seemed to be an extravagance. You tell me. I'll go and call a doctor for you. How about it? Yi Dongdong smiled and put his other hand on the emergency button. Once this button was pressed, the paramedics would come flying, no matter when. Chapter 5, New Assignments. Lee Sin panting heavily, dead staring at the person in front of him, seems to want to firmly remember his appearance, then weakly nodded. His eyes drifted to the other side of the cell phone lying on the ground, and begged as if to look at the Yi Dongdong. The corners of the mouth seeped out of the blood froth. This blood from the windpipe. How to cough cannot be coughed clean. Yi Dongdong did not bother Lee Sin, walked straight to the phone, picked up Lee Sin's finger to unlock it, and then lightly changed the unlock code, put it into his pocket. But no matter whether it's true or false, I already know that it's Wei Xiao from the west side of the city who ordered it. Thanks anyway. Yi Dongdong laughed, and saw Lee Sin's hand that was trying to reach upward. The emergency button stood firmly on the high wall, seemed to be mocking Lee Sin as well. Yi Dongdong grabbed Lee Sin's hand, upward hard pull. There is something tearing sound came out, pressed the finger on the button. Yi Dongdong did not look back. Low head flashed out, only left behind Lee Sin who could no longer draw a breath into his lungs, futilely opening his mouth. Head nurse, there's an emergency in ward 407. No emergency. The head nurse frowned, looked back at the small nurse next to her who was applying cold compresses and bandages, and her eyes drooped. Not big cubicle, gray tones or kettle. A ghost leaning against the wall holding a cell phone watching a drama. The posture is quite heroic. In the future, if the sprinkler is soaring, the sprinkler is necessary to behead the chicken head with the brother to worship. It was already 9 in the morning. Yi Dongdong ended his spring and autumn dream, swaying from the bed to sit up, looked at the empty one person and a ghost of the hut, felt that last night's everything is like a dream, that but also real, opened the cupboard door, was startled kettle a shiver. Remember to connect the neighbor's wireless network, and so on his home wireless gateway. Do not use the flow to see, teach you to rub the wireless network method are remembered, right? Remember, brother, look, kettle dodged out of the way of a piece of white wall behind him, on which were carved two big words in a crooked manner, loyalty and righteousness. Your sister. Yi Dongdong hastened to find sandpaper, but rubbed off a layer of wallpaper only to realize that it was the ghost claws carved directly into the wall base. Too deep. If the landlord finds out, I'll chop you up. Brother Hugh blame me. Sprinkler now has. Yi Dongdong casually closed the closet, shutting back the kettle's Junghu Avenue, leaving only the whimpering ghostly screams in the closet. Not allowed to scream. Okay brother, ghosts are afraid of sunlight. A few rays of sunlight can make his soul fly away, so Yi Dongdong directly put the window with layer after layer of wrapping paper. The whole room only an incandescent lamp is glowing. The cause of death of the two men outside the door is unknown. The police have followed the neighbors to yell as a paranormal event. From the morning has been investigated until noon to settle. Collect the body to finish. Yi Dongdong wrapped 2 donuts with a cup of soybean milk on a cab a smoke toward the West City. The car Yi Dongdong rubbing the lack of sleep in the eyes, with their own cell phones to the internet constantly checking the relevant information. Cell phone has a lot of evidence of their three brothers out of crime and the contact information of the mastermind and the approximate address. Yi Dongdong deleted all the information about his single, and the phone on the way to the police station door. Yi Dongdong's heart silently recited a name: Wei Xiaotian. Wei's group is the city's top pillar industry leader. Almost a business tops the entire city of the small half of the sky. As the son of this business, Wei Xiaotian is almost no one knows. But he is such a person. Why would he take such a big risk to hire a murderer to kill? But now Yi Dongdong is not so hot-headed to run over to find his theory. Why do you want to find someone to kill me? Can only say, Yi Dongdong's dependence now is still too little. Can really from the essence. On the enhancement of combat power, when to belong to the system of those who are often several hours to exchange the power of God. What the green thunder art shadow steps and so on. In accordance with the current speed of Yi Dongdong's young life to obtain. If casually exchange and did not quickly obtain substantial young life harvest, then simply cannot wait for the arrival of the day of darkness will be young life cut off and die. Fortunately, after Yi Dongdong finished escaping with his life under the life-supporting ghosts, the system began to release the mission, which was undoubtedly great news for Yi Dongdong. The main task, to scare away a water ghost in the moat, rewarded 8 hours of young life. The rewards given by the task released by the system was simply so rich that it made Yi Dongdong hairy. But Yi Dongdong noticed that under this column, there was a newly generated task. Trigger task, from 10 o'clock tonight. There are old lecherous ghosts infesting Guandi Temple Park in Xicheng District. The host needs to reach the standard of obtaining more than 2 hours of yang life, rewarding 5 hours of yang life. This mission is great. It looks like a task that was only triggered when he came to the West City District, and the rewards are just as generous. Although the requirements are slightly more, it's not a bad way to get some extra yang life by the handful. Here it is, $10. The driver reached out for money. Yi Dongdong paid the money off the car. His head lifted the old high. Finally saw the full picture of the Wei Group building. More than 20-story building at the top of the 4 big words seemed to be higher than God Weimin industry. Yi Dongdong, a look of idle personnel immediately attracted attention. Immediately was a receptionist brought to the front desk. Hello, this gentleman, please ask what is the matter. Yi Dongdong is bumpkin into the city as if to appreciate this glorious hallet. The hall front desk deeply bowed, went forward and asked, oh hello. I saw online that your company is recruiting night shift security guards, so I wanted to come over and try. Oh, I'm sorry sir, our recruitment is full, and that job ad was posted by the company a year ago. How do you? The receptionist still asked politely. Ha, that's fine, haha. Yi Dongdong dry laugh. Negligence and carelessness. A year ago the recruitment advertisement can actually still hang on the recruitment website firmly located at the top. It is really worthy of way. Sir, if you have the intention to seek employment, we actually have another job here that may be suitable for you. It's also a night shift. Oh, what kind of job? I'm a person who does nothing else but stay up late, and I'm very energetic at night. Night shift building patrol guard. If you are interested I can take you to the HR department for an interview. Good. Yi Dongdong was overjoyed. Being able to move freely in the building at night, this is much better than a night shift security guard. It might be possible to sneak into Wei Xiaotian's office and find out some traces of his other crimes. People are sure that he dares not move easily, even if the ghost kettle will also cause a big stir in the city. But if in addition to murder for hire, this group of young people have committed other things, letting the law sanction him is not a bad choice. You follow me. The receptionist opened the door and led Yi Dongdong left and right into the staff passageway and pressed the 3rd floor. Our night shift building patrol guard captain had a car accident last week, so it's still too late to release the job application news. It's quite a coincidence that you're here. Chapter 6, A Smooth Ride. Well hey, good luck. By the way, I haven't asked you for your name yet. You might be a colleague in the future. Let's get acquainted first. My name is Yi Dongdong. Yi Dongdong stretched out a hand, a small warm hand almost just a short paws apart, then held his hand. My name is Xia Wen. Ha. Then in the future you can ask Sister One to take care of you more. Yi Dongdong said with a smile. Xia Mimi nodded her head and smiled lightly. The two quickly came to the 3rd floor. Yi Dongdong was led into an office waiting to be interviewed. From afar, he saw 3 suits in the pass room were talking. One of them had a face that he was quite familiar with, and he could not help but smile in his heart, saying that this world can be really small. Interviewing for the building patrol guard? Yeah. Think in the competition compared to what advantage? Or have any specialties? No. Then tell me why you want to come to our Weimin. Because the interviewer is you. Then you. The interviewer lifted his head from the file, pushed his glasses, saw Yi Dongdong, could not help but widen his eyes. Dong brother? I do not know whether your friends around there is a friend like this. bragging and farting all kinds of proficiency and pitfalls and trick with you to steal cigarettes and smoke to buy alcohol to drink. A few years later and then look. Yo! So powerful. Sunny pulled Yi Dongdong out of the house, pulling the arm of the hand slightly trembling, walked around a corner and suddenly towards the chest of Yi Dongdong hard to a punch. Yi Dongdong also did not show weakness, returned a punch. This is the meeting ceremony of many years of brothers. Too fierce, right son brother? All dry to hear? Yi Dongdong looked up and down at the suited and booted Sunny, his eyes stopping at the many luxuries. All this configuration? Luck. Is the company treatment is good? Sunny and Yi Dongdong shook hands, pulled him in a drinking fountain and sat down, snapped his fingers. Someone came over to pour drinks for the two of them. Yi Dongdong drank a mouthful, his eyes far away. I'm so close. Look, ran to you to apply for a job. Oh yeah, you're here to apply for a job. You wait, I'll go and tell them. All below the manager can be arranged. What do you want to do? Sunny eyes hot, looking at Yi Dongdong. Not a moment to see Yi Dongdong, no words. From the pocket took out a box of cigarettes to Yi Dongdong point. Another. Yi Dongdong dare not hope the price and grade. Now are busy with what? What? After the last time you disappeared on Earth like? Nothing. Of course when you have money, you have to dash around for a while first. Between the two swallowed clouds and fog, Yi Dongdong noticed that the left front corner of the sign that says no smoking I do not know when the front stood a fat man. Meat waves raging to cover the small sign. Feel Yi Dongdong's gaze? The young man coyly smiled. You are now mixed, really ran people envy. I came to apply for the night shift patrol building guard. This position is very suitable for me. Night shift patrol guard? Sunny frowned. Yes, it's not easy to find a security guard with more than 5,000 a month. Is this it? Sunny stood up, the corner of his mouth twitching a little. I'm the general manager of the Western District. That means it's all under your control? I want to be the vice general manager. This, I'm afraid it won't work. Then it's better to give a captain. The two brothers shoulder to shoulder out of the company, all the way to see the people are called Sun Manager. Yi Dongdong also followed the scenery. The time is still very early. The two people before and after the foot into the hot pot restaurant, in the back of the driver to follow the dumbfounded. Sun Manager has not eaten Chinese food for 2 or 3 years, not to mention early in the morning, on the run to the cheap hot pot restaurant to eat hot pot. 5 minutes later, the driver's mouth felt a little dry as he saw from afar that the table of the two people seated by the window had been set up with a table full of cold beer. That new guy and their Sun Manager are feet on the table, clinking bottles, leaning up to the sky laughing maniacally, blowing. Yi Dongdong tomorrow officially. Going to work? The job is to go to work at 10 o'clock at night, walk around every corner of the empty group building every hour, and leave work at 7 o'clock in the morning. Specifically from Sunny, which learned the situation is not too much. Wei Xiaotian in the top floor of the building has a whole layer of private space, and occasionally will bring a variety of women over to play. The seat is a phantom. After the meal, Yi Dongdong smoothly signed the contract and received the work clothes. The rest of a series of formalities are skipped. It can be said that Sunny is the company's senior in the side of the station. All things have become simple and fast. A day shift security guard was called to take Yi Dongdong detailed in the building to stroll around, explaining the attention, and pointed out the blind spot of the monitoring of the various floors and other matters needing additional attention. A noon in this labyrinthine building in a hurry. Sunny has long returned to his post. I do not know to busy what. The two slipped for a long time to reach the top. The elevator door opened. A piece of the general indoor now impossible to see. The elevator door opened. A bright now general indoor impossible to see the scene into the eyes. Yi Dongdong thought he had come to the desert on the border of the motherland, but the cool air conditioning indoors put him at ease. This top floor design style is extremely unique. Crimson desert set in the real fine sand in the real simulation of the exterior lighting reflects the light. A large lizard the size of a person's arm hurriedly climbed through the panoramic skylight. A few palm trees somehow planted, reflecting the curtain wall in front of a rather large round waterbed. All kinds of fitness play equipment on the other side of the new shiny. Wei Xiao likes the desert. This office is said to have cost $1 million, and that lizard will sell for over $1 million. Passing security guard surnamed Yen is a big 3 thick man, walking calmly looks also a practitioner. These fitness facilities trees and whatnot. We can't afford to lose money, so not only should we focus on checking here and here, but also try not to leave traces. Yen spoke a mouthful of northeastern language, greatly grinned and sat on an equipment that looked like a workout for abs and played with it. Wei Xiao he will only come once in 10 days and half a month. So this night shift of yours is good lead 2 chicks at night. This big bed is so good, won't it be discovered? Yi Dongdong slightly worried to see Yen sweating on someone else's, and simply cannot afford to mess with Wei Xiao's fitness equipment _ It's fine. Yesterday, only came, today is not possible. Come, you find him time, just play. This day to clean up once again. Yan and changed the equipment. Went to do pull-ups. Caught. Will be fired. Right? At this time a strange voice sounded. Yi Dongdong looked over vigilantly. The voice was behind a clump of bushes. It was a woman's voice. Who? Yan snapped his hand like a juggling trick, drew a throwing stick out, jumped to the side of Yi Dongdong and the bush remote. You can call me Mrs. Wei, the woman said smilingly. Something flew over, smashed in the feet of Yi Dongdong. Yi Dongdong picked up. Is a cell phone. There are your Wei Xiao's photo phone and chat records with me. Feel free to look. You come out first. Brother Yan stretched his throwing stick, and the intercom on his shoulder had been turned on, his eyes signaling Yi Dongdong to move in the direction of the measurement. Who knows if you're plotting while Wei Xiao is away? There's one in the cell phone that he recorded, specially prepared for you loyal dogs. Listen to it. The last one. The woman's voice rang out indignantly. You come out first. It's stealing something, isn't it? Mother asterisk 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 and ain't got no clothes on. How do I get out? The woman was furious, yelling, and the two men froze for a moment. Chapter 7, Rich People Who Can Play. Yi Dongdong stopped to continue forward, because he saw a woman's legs exposed behind the bushes. A moment is also startled. This woman may not be deceived. Is it really not wearing clothes? I am Wei Xiao Tian. Is my punishment Lily not wear clothes? She can always stay here and wait for me to come. Do not mind your own business. Voice of a boy's voice leisurely put out. Is Yan will be convinced to open, the voice of the woman said. Yan was shocked. Immediately walked quickly to pull Yi Dongdong toward the bushes, deeply bowed. Yan brother hands numbly wiped just sat on the gym equipment above the traces, while saying, really sorry. We are also work. Please lady, do not be angry. We this out. We do not know anything. Get out. Get out. The woman's impatient voice echoed in the room that was empty again. At this time Yi Dongdong and security guard Yan had sat in the downward elevator. Yan sweating profusely. This rich people is to play ah. Yi Dongdong could not help but sigh. Speaking of, that woman's voice is a bit familiar, as if she has heard it somewhere. Especially that hysterical cursing voice, is about to match up with a figure in her memory. Lily? It can't be that Lily, right? Yi Dongdong shook his head without thinking much. It is not it. This thing I have encountered before. This way young like to play flowers, but also like to not let the girl wear clothes. Last year there is a girl bare buttocks run pluck. Shy very. Yen brother wiped the sweat. The heart is still 6 gods. Hope that the woman will not be too much care about this matter. Yen worried about leading Yi Dongdong downstairs. With the receptionist accounted for the top floor, there are people. Care of the cleaners. They took Yi Dongdong to the security room. During the period of time and take Yi Dongdong really as the future captain of the night shift patrol police, set a lot of the situation in the line. Yi Dongdong listened carefully, but focus on writing down a lot of things, most of which is the monitoring of the blind spot and some of the life of the way less secret. Although I do not know whether it is true or not, but Yi Dongdong never believe in empty caveats. Dongdong Yi never believed in the empty cave. For example, there have been 3 farmers look like people to make trouble, said Wei Les killed his family girl, and for example, a few big brother look like people several times from the top floor down to move wrapped like a person's large parcels and so on. Yen said very evil, said Wei Les may have raised a small ghost. Yi Dongdong quietly listened, and then the two went to the monitoring room. Yen introduced comprehensive and detailed, but also took Yi Dongdong to demonstrate several times to do the method of recording. Finally Yi Dongdong out of Wei's group when it is already thinning out. The group building from time to time there are groups of people out of the group. Yi Dongdong strolling this day, only to feel exhausted, standing at the roadside stand to buy a snack, while browsing the system while pinching the waist to the setting sun slowly enjoyed up. Is this building not quite right? Ding! Trigger a new task, scare the rat ghosts in Wei Min Group's underground garage. Gain a yang life of 2 hours or more. Reward yang life of 2 hours. Problems in the underground garage? Yi Dongdong suspiciously glanced towards the underground garage which was far away from here. Because of the existence of yin and yang eyes, it was very clear to see a faint gray mist diffused outside the exit, which should be the breath emitted by the rat ghost. But how to scare the rat ghost? Yi Dongdong was at a loss, so he simply flipped out the system and rummaged around. Shen Diabolical Poem 3 hours of yang lifespan. Green Thunder Technique, initial version 2 hours of yang lifespan. Universal Image Field, yang lifespan 5 hours. This time, Yi Dongdong put his target on the means of attack and feats of magic aptitude. A burst of flipping down. Yi Dongdong took a glance at the Green Thunder Technique, clicked on the introduction, and was startled. Gathering a trace of green-colored thunder at the fingertips to strike the enemy. Green thunder to intensity. Extremely powerful. Isn't this the palm thunder that those Taoist priests play with? This is good. Let's have one. This kind of divine ability that could be used to disguise itself as a Taoist priest in such professions that were a threat to ghosts was the most suitable for Yi Dongdong. Tip of the solitary ghost has generated a small amount of boredom. A peculiar system prompt rang out in Yi Dongdong's mind. Yi Dongdong was shocked. He had thought of waiting here until the night to do the mission to earn Yang life. Is there not a problem in his own family? Tip, a Sokoban ghost generates hostile feelings. Tip, sorrowful ghost has generated a killing emotion. System prompts one after another. Yi Dongdong hastily shouted a cab on the side of the road, deliberately gave the driver more money, rolling and crawling to their own home, far away from the corridor to see the heads of people, as if something happened. So it seems that the kettle is not exposed. Otherwise the deterrent power of a ghost is not a bunch of neighbors can withstand. This master looks professional at first glance. Well, I heard that it is a proper Taoist priest with the right roots. Those two people died like that, called a miserable the old scary. The property is really thoughtful Yi Dongdong squeezed into the crowd, listening to people talk to each other. The heart has been a number. The crowd's center. That is, at that time the two brothers died under the kettle place. There is a white-bearded Taoist priest is burning incense to write. Yellow talismanic paper on the dragon flew to write a lot of sheets in the side. The Taoist priest mouth read the words. What should come will always come. What should go cannot be retained. Yi Dongdong, corner of the eye twitching. This mud is a Taoist priest? This is a magician. Hey. Yi Dongdong walked up and patted the shoulder of the Taoist priest. The Taoist priest was surprised to turn around. The two people looked at each other, shocked a big jump. Your sister. Yi Dongdong was shocked. His feet retreated violently, staggered and crashed into the neighbors behind him, causing the Amazons to exclaim. Cough, cough. The Taoist priest coughed dryly. His eyes glared fiercely at Yi Dongdong. His duster shook, flinging Yi Dongdong a face full of white hairs, squinting his eyes and saying lightly, "What's the matter with this gentleman? Dharma deeds are done immediately. Any comments? Please talk in a while." Yi Dongdong reacted early, straightened up, stood with his hands behind his back, and looked at the Taoist priest doing the so-called magic with a strange color. This Taoist priest is not ugly, but very white, has a big beer belly, eyes are not big, always blinking. After being stared at by Yi Dongdong, forehead has begun to seep out teardrops. Yi Dongdong smiled and did not say, "This is not the disguise, Sunny." Well, Yi Dongdong first back to the home, fingers then 6, placed in the ear. Sunny saw in the complex dance god also interspersed with a pompous nod of the head in response, and then continued to dance in a bunch of Big Mom's ring. Yi Dongdong backhandedly closed the door to the room, cut off the outside of the majority of the sound, without turning on the lights. The house was dark and scary. A ghost sat in front of the TV, miserably twisted his head, eerily blinking his bubbling red eyes. "Brother is back. Come back." Yi Dongdong did not have the good sense to open the light. The kettle violently covered his eyes. Seems to have not adapted to the light, but then returned to the TV series. A pair of powerful ghost eyes with a TV series is simply a lion fighting a rabbit should also be all out. Chapter 8, Where are the colorful ghosts? Follow me in a moment. Go find some ghosts to play with. Have fun. Brother said yes, but there's a stinky Taoist priest outside. Sprinklers don't like it. Knock knock. Dong dong. Open the door. I know you're in this house. Outside the door at this time appropriately resounded second-rate Sun Yi's knocking sound. Yi Dongdong held his forehead. Too late to explain. First let the kettle hide, then open the door. Saw a Taoist robe immortal style. Sun Yi stood outside the door. Hey, your neighborhood is really stingy. I came from the Western District. Oil money are not reported. Sun Yi leaning against the door does not come in. Hand movements Sydney loves. I choked. A Taoist robe will not be off in a moment of what is left. Part-time job? Yes. Have a child. This money will have to save more. I didn't realize you were working part-time. Well, if you think about it, can it still be considered a life experience? Ha 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 ha. Yi Dongdong did not ask more questions. The two have long been unspoken. Sunny is a typical struggle, and now have a child. As long as the time is enough, he will always have to arrange the time full. A year to earn a few million is never satisfied. I'll send you. Yi Dongdong face flooded with smiles. What smile? Have not seen the money slave? A moment to drink to go? Sunny sighed as he hugged his Taoist clothes. It's better to be single for so many years. You've saved a lot of money, right? What's wrong? Don't you invite me to sit down? Did not laugh at you. Yi Dongdong shook his head. The system beeps tinkled into a symphony, and secretly laughed in his heart. You're greedy for money. I'm greedy for life. Please. I happen to have a few cans of beer in my fridge. Come tell me about this part-time job of yours. Redeeming the green thunder technique. Sunny froze and Yi Dongdong drank until 8 o'clock in the evening. Yi Dongdong looked at the time, rushed twice in a row before he managed to let the company driver pull Sunny away. Returned to the apartment, took advantage of the wine pleasure. His hands lit up a thunderflower. Kettle, come see my newly comprehended divine ability. Yi Dongdong, not suspected of being a big deal from the closet, pulled out the kettle holding an idle cell phone still watching a TV series. The hands of the thunder arcs of teeth and claws, reflecting the face of the kettle pail. Was Yi Dongdong lifted in the hand? The whole ghost has changed another hue. Ding. The solitary ghost generates fear plus 1 hour of yan life. Ding. The life-suppressing ghost generates the emotion of horror plus 2 hours of yan life. Ding. The sorrowful ghost generates the emotion of extreme aggression and fear, adding 2 hours of yan life. Yi Dongdong was satisfied and pulled open the curtains. The starlight outside abruptly drilled into the house, and the kettle finally regained that look of being full of darkness. Brother, what is the origin of that Taoist priest? How dare he drink with brother? Said that the drunkard is not drunk, but no one said well drunk people he in the end is really drunk or pretending to be drunk. Yi Dongdong is clear about this, taking advantage of the drink, play like a rogue from the kettle and ruthlessly brushed a wave of yangshuo. The aggrieved kettle looked at him. Yi Dongdong burped and grinned. That Taoist priest is my best brother. You can't be hostile. Remember. I remember. The kettle nodded. At the same time Yi Dongdong's system also received a beep and rewarded young life. It seems that the kettle's obedience mood has always been there. Yi Dongdong assured a lot. Yi Dongdong smiled and explained, he comes from a simple, dragon tiger mountain contemporary air. Nothing real talent, hourly acquaintance. Ding. Solitary ghost produces fear emotion. Add 1 hour of yan life. Yi Dongdong smilingly patted the kettle's head. The kettle's empty mouth teeth collide with the sound of koda koda. Let's go. Take you to the park. Said casually cleaned up the wine table residual garbage, carrying the kettle and went out the door. The green thunder technique could be upgraded, and the upgrade required, naturally, was Yi Dongdong's yang life which was never the most cherished. Finally, the skill bar was not empty, but a column of small words was added, skill, green thunder art. Skill, green thunder technique, 0 out of 10 green thunder poem. 1 hour of yang life could add 1 skill point. If one wanted to upgrade green thunder technique into green thunder poem then one would need a full 10 hours of yang life. This was another killing. Yi Dongdong was helpless and turned his head to look out the window. The lights outside were brilliant, and along the way he also caught a glimpse of several wandering little ghosts standing dumbfounded. When the driver's grumbling voice came into his ears, this air conditioning hit for a long time is not bad. How come it is still cold on? Yi Dongdong turned his head to look at the kettle sitting innocently next to him, did not bother with the driver, just muttered, and waited until the arrival of the destination. A car. Yi Dongdong was dumbfounded. His first time to come to this park next to the Squandi temple, did not expect the night here is actually so lively. Street lamps irradiated, silhouettes, a large stereo maniacally playing grassland songs, a group of grandparents in rows and columns dancing limbs, as if in what cult rituals, the whole small square smoke rumbling. Where did this place come from? Yi Dongdong muttered, do not care about the grandparents of the square dance, began to pick no one place to drill. Now only 8 o'clock. Go to Wei Group's underground parking lot first to do that rat ghost's task is actually the best choice. But Yi Dongdong have no car. To the current identity of one of his uninstalled guards sneaked into the underground parking lot, that he did what illegal behavior of the suspicion of the estimates are big up. Now the time has not come to 9 o'clock in the evening. Yi Dongdong bored around the park walking on the long road. There are a few fit and healthy grandfathers speeding overtaking, a few children playful laughter, a peaceful atmosphere. Yi Dongdong really cannot guess that such a place will also have ghosts. Drinking tea? Handsome? Tea is ready. Come and taste it? A piece of warbling came in front. Yi Dongdong raised his eyebrows. His nose first smelled a piece of heavy powder flavor. Yi Dongdong's heart for this mission suddenly had a few guesses. Just see not far from the railing is having 5 or 6 heavily made up women are standing side by side, dressed in exposed, different ages, but none of them is not a pair of eyes thieving in the passing of all kinds of people on the fly probing, full of tea dating, hands and feet attracted by the passing of the women's cross-eyed. The men seem to suddenly like the ground or street lamps a righteous walk through, but there are also a few reluctant back, a few unwillingly glanced back. An obviously dull-eyed man was negotiating a price with a curly-haired woman, as if it wasn't going as well as he would have liked, and the two of them were gesticulating and the man was flailing. There are a few flowing young people standing in the distance, frequently seems to want to move over to explore the situation. Think it is the protection of these illegal practitioners. Yi Dongdong slowly walked up, looked for a while, sticking to these beautiful women, also stood next to the railing, the water bottle cupped face crouching at the feet. The man glanced at him, and then looked at his feet, turned and walked away. Who are you? A woman with a full head of blonde waves shrilled as if she'd stepped on a cockroach. Chapter 9, Awareness of Attack. Not allowed later? Yi Dongdong smiled and said, another stink-off silk. The women gave him a blank look, no longer look at him, because they all know, like this kind of silk, it is impossible to have the money to patronize them. Who knows what is the purpose of standing here? Maybe at some point to take out a cell phone to take a selfie, to send a dynamic to say that they have found a girlfriend. Yi Dongdong interest in observing the passing team after team of people. There are racing, there are walking, all wide-eyed at him. Yi Dongdong, although he also knows that he is like a duck, but he also has his own small plan. even if the system is as God knows everything, but also cannot control them to rely on their own means in advance to force the old lecher out, right? This old lecher also has a way. Actually thought of the ghost of others to eat chicken, really have his, but with Yi Dong Dong and Kettle to hear a squat, the man with dull eyes stood in the distance. Remote want to see here for a while. Suddenly, he seemed to have a cold shiver, and then like a new person, stayed for a while, and walked in another direction. Not long after, another dull-eyed man slowly walked over, stood in front of the wavy woman. Yi Dong Dong smiled and looked at him. I don't have any money, can you sleep with me? Ha, you're sick, right? One after another man came, and one after another to the end of the road a shiver each busy to go. Tonight the wave woman's business seems to be extremely red hot. From Yi Dong Dong came a full 5 or 6 men came to consult, but the woman has been impatient, holding her bladder, white eyes rolled all over the sky. Ding! The colorful ghost has developed a scornful emotion towards the host. The young lifespan is added 1 hour. Ding! The colorful ghost generates a disgusting emotion towards the host. The young lifespan is added 1 hour. Ding! Mission accomplished. Reward yang lifespan plus 5 hours. Ding! The colorful ghost generates hostile emotions towards the host, adding 2 hours of yang life. Yi Dong Dong was counting the surge in yang life with unending joy when a few figures blocked in front of him. Kid, what do you mean by standing here? The yellow hair opened his mouth and pushed towards Yi Dong Dong's shoulder with one hand. Yi Dong Dong subconsciously blocked. The hand removed the force pushed to the side. The heart is very unhappy. Immediately opened his mouth. I stand here is really quite interesting. How? Want me to go? Hey! Yellow hair froze. Around a few guys is also a burst of surprise. Yellow hair face down. Reach out to grab Yi Dong Dong's collar. You come with us? Let's talk about it. Yi Dong Dong collar was grabbed. Looked at his own chest. Only with tacky fake silver ring hand. The heart cannot help but laugh. I help you guys, you still come to find me trouble? As soon as he grabbed the hand, the green thunder technique surrounded the index finger, and in an instant the green-colored thunder arc jumped stealthily, and the yellow hair's hand seemed to have been hit by a baseball bat, and popped up violently. Don't let's stand. We can really go. Yi Dong Dong said without regret. I'm super. Yellow hair covered his hand and cursed, not caring about the impact, a punch towards Yi Dong Dong's face. However, the spirit of almost full Yi Dong Dong is not easy. A hand will catch this only to hit a slow and tactless punch. Hand sparks in the night burst a dazzling light. Ah! Yellow hair body electrocuted like a convulsion jumped up and down several times, curled and then soft, collapsed in front of Yi Dong Dong. Fainted. Monster! A green hair shrieked, close to turn around and jumped into the bushes, ran straight towards the woods. The remaining few people were not so unimpressive, but they all took a step back and looked at Yi Dong Dong in horror. They were not the only ones who were appalled at the same time. The system's beeps followed suit. Ding! Lustful ghost feels appalled. Add 1 hour of young life. Yi Dong Dong was shocked, hastily looked towards the floor. Between a bearded uncle is now standing not far away from a woman's side. 2 hands embellished, head stretched out long, eyes empty looking at himself. See Yi Dong Dong look at himself. The man violently turned back to run. 2 hands in the back swinging really cumbersome. Yi Dong Dong is also a shocked pushed away a few hairy guys chased up. You do not run I haven't brushed enough. Ran through a corner. Yi Dong Dong immediately about to catch up. The man, however, stumbled violently, confused and did not know why he was running, but still slowed down, bewildered, thinking up why he was running. Yi Dong Dong but has long had the eyes of yin and yang. A glance to see that the gray figure has jumped out of the man's body. A jerk into the forest. Yi Dong Dong is also a stride over into the forest. The man froze, and the herd mentality made him subconsciously want to run after this person. So he also followed and tried to jump into the forest. Unfortunately, he did not know that he had just been possessed by a ghost. His hands and feet are not so nimble. A foot across the unfortunate mention of the guardrail, 2 hands waving in vain, directly planted a dog's ass. Yi Dong Dong chased all the way into a small ring-shaped field. The place stinks. Garbage piled up all over the field. But it is the place where the sanitation workers pile up the plaza garbage. The colorful ghost stood still and stared back fiercely at Yi Dong Dong, and the hatred was immediately apparent. Ding! The colorful ghost has attacked the host's thoughts. Young life plus 2 hours. Yi Dong Dong looked at the colorful ghost with a smile. It is really worthy of being a colorful ghost, although it is gray at night and can't see exactly what it looks like, but the high bulge between the legs is still very obvious. Your brain is still quite alive. Don't take money and still want to drink tea? You were invited by them? The road to sea. Yi Dong Dong's godly words, sure enough, reaped another share of the colorful ghost's disgust for him. Then you go to hell. The colorful ghost's voice was stern. A cold aura exploded on his hand, and his body shape also rushed forward violently. Wait! Yi Dong Dong violently raised his hand. The arc of electricity on his hand was big. Sheng stopped its rushing momentum. Stopping the colorful ghosts, Wei Yi Dongdong shouted, "What are you doing? You have nothing to say." "I still have something to say." Ding. Monitoring that the colorful ghost is in a state of rage. Add 1 hour of yang life. Ding. The colorful ghost's mood is at the fish out of water stage. Awarding 2 hours of yang life. Temper stinks like this. No money yet. Always thinking of sleeping with others. And you have to pretend to be civilized. You think you're Lu Shanghui. How do you brush your life? Chapter 10, Getting a Car First. Let me introduce you. This one is from the hell. Called Kettle. See you before you die. Right? Yi Dongdong had no choice. A hand pushed the kettle out. The kettle is quite cooperative towards the colorful ghost revealed sharp teeth. Hollow smile. The system was finally ringing under Yi Dongdong's blearily waiting. And the colorful ghost finally had many emotions of fear once again. This time the temper can be better? Yi Dongdong laughed. Really do not see the coffin. Must have a knife on the neck to speak properly. Well. Color ghost honestly lowered his head. Looking at the kettle, that terrible aura. The atmosphere did not dare to breathe a little. After all, before all death most of the life is taken away by the life-saving ghosts. Changed into a ghost is no exception. At best, escaped a little bit of the soul out. Barely when the ghost is just. The colorful ghost in front of me is obviously this kind. Yi Dongdong, satisfied with the young life, steadily rose for several hours. In front of him suddenly changed. The attitude of the colorful ghost in front of him also long ago did not have just rushed over when the dominance and courage. Why don't you think of fighting me to the death? Yi Dongdong's hand flashed with electric arcs and slapped the colorful ghost's face. Ding! The colorful ghost dares to be angry but dares not say anything. Rewarded 1 hour of young life. You still dare not say anything? Ding! The colored ghost was shocked and guessed that the host could guess what was in his mind. Doesn't it feel like I know what's on his mind? I don't know anything. Do you know who I am? No. The color ghost atmosphere do not dare to breathe. Lowered his head. His mind a slurry. What is the situation? This is a great power. How do you know everything? This person cannot be messed with. Do not know is right. On behalf of the law to sanction you, illegal trade, sentenced you to go to reincarnation. Yi Dongdong slapped his palm down hard. What about the promised talk? This is finished? The colorful ghost despairingly looked at the hand that flashed with green-colored thunder light instantly approaching. His heart had long been filled with despair. Pa! The color ghost was hit by the scorched face. Frozen. I did not die? I did not dissipate? Yi Dongdong was also stunned. The damage of this divine ability was actually so low. This green thunder technique is very effective in bullying the living. But I can't imagine that it is actually so weak when used to do the right thing. One strike won't work. Let's do it a few more times. Slap. Bang. Ah, not far away. A few colored hair lads lying in the bushes, revealing a few pairs of eyes. Surprised, only to see just now that freak this time is rushing to the open space, punching and kicking, but also screaming in the mouth. A few people looked at each other. Half a voice did not dare to more than one. A burst of panic after a shadow was gone. The evening wind did not know when to stop. Su Kuan's back of the neck dense out of a layer of fine beads of sweat. Breathing a little sharply, he forced himself to calm down. Staring at everything happening in front of him, can only be indifferent. Let's go, Brother Cohen. Beside him, there were a few minions, gusts and calls, yanking him out of his delirium. A cold shiver running through his entire body. The electric light in the man's hand seemed to press all the way to his head, as if cold water was splashed down, giving him goosebumps. There is actually such a powerful weirdo in this world. Su Cohen waved his hand, leading a few juniors with the wind at their feet to run back to the road. Where there is some wind, pale yellow street lamps, up and down bobbing, dim and uncertain. Must know where this person got that kind of trick. If only I could have that kind of ability to control thunder and lightning. If I could also have. Su Cohen took his little brother and ran back to watch the field again with a heavy heart. But in the gloom of the small square, there was a pair of bright eyes staring at them as they slowly walked away. If they have other movements, Yi Dongdong does not mind tomorrow morning in the park woods appear a few corpses without trauma. Yi Dongdong, this person has always held a grudge. Life cannot want, but you delayed me to brush the life of Yan? Hello? Demon spirit? Guandi Temple Park west of the garden railings. Here there are a lot of loiterers and chickens. Yi Dongdong, no. These people will know the news in advance before the police come to escape. But it does not matter. It was originally a ping-pong passers-by. A lesson. It is enough. Departure next stop it. First have to get a car. Yi Dongdong said with great vigor. Yi Dongdong cupped his chin and sat on the side of the road. The traffic rushed past. Countless headlights swept in Yi Dongdong's face. Yi Dongdong lowered his head. This task is absolutely not to give up. There is no way. This point of young life is still far from enough. Yi Dongdong cannot put all the hope of obtaining the remaining yang life on the kettle. A ghost. Renting the bicycle is successful. Yi Dongdong put away the phone from the bicycle shed, launched a bicycle. Looking at the Ways Group building not far away, ass twist, sat on the treasure car. feet wind. This car has a great sense of BMW Audi. Panoramic sunroofs enjoy extraordinary. Sorry sir, this is the underground garage of our company. It is used for parking and resting. At the intersection of the underground parking lot, Yi Dongdong still let people stop. The big brother of the security guard carrying a baton at once inserted in the rim of Yi Dongdong's car. This time this kid wants to run can't run away. Brother, I am a company employee, tomorrow on duty, Yi Dongdong said smilingly. Is the new night shift patrol captain? This is just today issued to me the work license. The security guard took the license plate up and down to look, and flashlight under the Yi Dongdong a good while to compare. You call Yi Dongdong? Memorize the ID number. Yi Dongdong helplessly memorized. He used more than 20 years of identity card number. Simply do not be too familiar. Holding the hand of the bicycle target is also more and more determined. On the contrary, the security big brother there, the momentum is getting weaker and weaker. This is the future captain? Although it is not a big leader, but the official big level pressure people East brother right? The big brother of the security guard drew out the baton in the rim of the car, reached out to shake over. The other hand lightly from the pocket clip out a box of cigarettes. Backhanded a pouring got it in the hand, held flat against the over. This is not a big water washed the Dragon King temple from the family to beat their own family it? My surname is Liu. Call me Big Liu will do. Yi Dongdong up and down a large number of times this night shift security guard Liu. More or less some strange. This person so will come to things. How in the dry security it is new here, right? Ha ha, brother Dong is right. Just came more than a month. Now the evening underscore on the management of the company's front door and garage this street. Okay, then I'll put the car down first. Come up and chat in a while. Yi Dongdong picked his head a little, holding a cigarette and pushed the two-wheeled seat hurriedly toward the direction of the garage. Hey, brother Dong, De Lu hurriedly shouted, you this, what is this going to do Parking This is not written underground garage parking lot it? Yi Dongdong's smoky eyes are a little sour, squinting at De Lu, being illuminated by the flashlight. In De Lu's eyes instead looks arrogant. What? Can't you stop the car? You this car? De Lu left and right to think of several rounds of wording. Frozen did not find slightly elegant words to describe the language of this honorable and luxurious two-wheeled vehicle. You this bar. The company did not stipulate, but this garage inside the boss. Riding away. It will take a long time, and no lights. Dark. Chapter 11, Acquisition of Skills. How no Yi Dongdong raised his eyebrows. His left hand pressed open a small searchlight on the handlebar, straight to the door of the garage. The black hole looks eerie. Big Lu you do not know. We are not looking for an acquaintance to come in, and also a parking space. Do not want for nothing but it's already this time of the day. Big Lu hesitated for half a day. Finally decided to say it. Brother Dong you just came. Don't know. There have been 2 murders down here this month. It's really bad luck. You don't know, but it's evil. Duh. Lu was still talking, then suddenly froze for a moment, stopped his mouth, flashlight shone over, only to see a leisurely pedaling bicycle slowly rush down the garage slope of the back, shirt hunting behind him. Ha! There are still a lot of rats. Yi Dongdong rode his car in the spiral passage of the garage and swept past, between to the starry red eyes scurrying past, and from time to time a squeak darted past. Waze Group's underground garage is divided into 3 layers. Each layer can top the size of a small square, and because of the company's overtime culture, a large group of employees than the dry, do not work overtime to the early morning will feel the face. Now the parking lot is quiet. No one. Yi Dongdong riding a car in the first 2 floors slipped round and round. A car parked in the parking space of all kinds of cars as if a creeping beast, ready to go look. Riding through the circular driveway again, Yi Dongdong came to the 3rd floor. The wheel of the car has not yet entered the mouth of the passageway. A familiar system tone has sounded. Ding. Rat Demon's mood fluctuates. In a state of vigilance. Adds 0. 5 hours to young life. It seemed that this rat demon was not bad in strength and could sense Yi Dongdong's arrival from so far away. The parking lot on the 3rd underground level should be the place where the security guard De Lu said that a murder had occurred. The yellow seal thrown on the roadside. The damp and corrupt breath drilled into the nostrils. A cold breath came. Yi Dongdong lit a cigarette, leisurely stopped the bike in a position against the exit. The old gods locked it. Kettle there is a ghost in here. Guess. What kind of ghost? Guess not. Kettle said naively. You see this place is damp and cold. The black rats are swarming. And it stinks. Guess? Well, that should be a rat spirit? Guessed half right. Is indeed a black rat into the essence. Only is a dead super suffocating. After death and super nasty. And now sells the look and super ugly rat ghost. Ding. The rat ghost feels unhappy. Add 1 hour of young life. Yi Dongdong sighed loudly. This 1.5 hours of young life came to be said to be simple. Said to be difficult is really quite difficult. Yi Dongdong admitted that he really is not in the challenge of what not to pretend to be a ghost to finish the task. He is also just half a day of wandering around outside. After all, did not dare to go in and Yi Dongdong still want to be cautious and careful. For some reason, this rat goes to him. There is a strong sense of crisis, and then think of some ways, as long as the deep iron mortar in pestle grinding into a needle. In front of people's homes more than a few turns, a boredom can still achieve the purpose of rewarding half an hour of yang life it. Ding! Tip a departure mission rat ghost can burst out of Wanxiang field skill points +1. Yi Dongdong loathed his mouth. Is this considered a system forcing a mission, and giving away skill points? If more reward yang life, Yi Dongdong is never willing to take to squander. In his opinion, more earned yang life to save up, that have extra yang life chaotic exchange skills. In case of loss, this is to play with life. But the system has unconsciously grasped the nature of Yi Dongdong this miser. In the mall price as high as 5 hours of life, actually can be upgraded. Yi Dongdong is never tolerate this temptation. System. If I haven't exchanged the 10,000 elephants domain yet, isn't it? Monitoring that the host has not yet redeemed the Wanxiang domain. The bonus skill enhancement function and skill enhancement points will be automatically modified to the skill acquisition of the Wanxiang domain. Yi Dongdong immediately got entangled. What is a Wanxiang domain? Why is it sold so expensive? Did he or she want a Wanxiang domain? Or exchange one out and ask for the skill upgrade points that the system originally rewarded? This question is like a geek's choice. If you can choose, is now get a super high level inflatable wife? Or get a live wife after 10 years? Since you're here, don't be in a hurry to leave. Low and muffled voice echoed up in the underground garage. The lighting of the roof of the shed were followed by flickering up. A gust of gloomy wind blew. The end of the passage was suddenly like a flood rushing down the street. Actually do not know how many hundreds of black rats in groups blocked the 3-meter wide lane. And the number of them also had a trend of continuing to increase. Black fur tangled together. Rat feet rat tail cross horizontal cloth. As if seaweed fluttering. Let a person look at a burst of goosebumps. In just an instant, the entire passageway was flooded by a mountain of black rats. Shoe mountain? Mountain of rats? Yi Dongdong shook his head, turned his head and saw the empty garage on the 3rd underground level. What should come will always come. Speculation is not a good man. First of all, I have to thank you for helping me make the choice. I am grateful to you. This is good news, Yi Dongdong said aloud. Secondly, I'm still curious about the rat ghost, but this is bad news. I'm quite afraid of rats. Ding! The rat ghost feels proud and adds 0.5 hours to his young life. Ding! The rat ghost is angry. 1 hour added to his young life. Ding! Rat ghost feels disgusted. 1 hour added to young life. One last piece of bad news. Although you're lost, you've disgusted me. It's still time to teach you the rules of being a ghost, Yi Dongdong said viciously. The screen of the system in front of him was also fiercely flashing violently. The number representing the skill level behind the green thunder technique was at the moment increasing rapidly, while his yang life balance was falling rapidly like the water level of an open reservoir. Acquired skill a green thunder poem. Not enough, I want more. Acquired skill a green thunder big hand seal. Yi Dongdong long out of breath, looking at the empty garage. The hands of the thunder as if a ferocious beast, accumulated too much energy eager to burst. Kettle did not know when has long been away from Yi Dongdong a long way. He guessed that this big brother will begin to play ghost again. This point from his life-saving ghost perspective in Yi Dongdong head jumping up and down the life of the yang can be seen. It seems that the brother every time you want a power, their own life of the yang is uncontrolled chaotic jumping. Fortunately, at that time, I was smart. Kettle nibbling on my fingers, silently standing behind Yi Dongdong, followed by him slowly floating into this empty and cold garage on the 3rd underground floor. Are you a Taoist priest or a monk? The voice came out from behind a dilapidated old Santana car, sounding like a middle-aged man's voice, though it was more shrill and sounded a bit more feminine. Chapter 12, Ghosts Hit the Wall. Taoist monk or not, the company's new night shift patrol captain, Yi Dongdong grinning greatly inspired the Green Thunder Great Hand Seal. The shooting of electricity from time to time collapsed a few sparks. Green-colored thunder flowed in his 2 hands. I heard that all the southern regions are daring to eat rats. I don't know if the ones that have been dead for too long can still be eaten. You stand still. Ding! The rat ghost generates anger. Add 1 hour to your yang life. This is my territory. The rat ghost shouted angrily. You're not a monk or a Taoist priest. Don't you know that a bunch of my children and grandchildren fell in love with the taste of human flesh a long time ago? Lay down obediently so you can suffer less. Yi Dongdong also angry. Your sister. I have sold my life for you. You do not fight with me personally. Believe it or not, I buy 500 cats to destroy your whole family. Oh, anyway, you can't get out of here tonight. You just wait to go with the little ghosts around you as companions. Brother, watch me exterminate this guy. Kettle lowly drank, uncharacteristically rushed out behind Yi Dongdong, straight towards the scrapped car floating, like a cheetah pouncing on its prey, gliding, a pair of sharp claws like out-of-body sharp knives. tearing through the air. Poof! The kettle's figure was stopped alive. The kettle was hit hard and stumbled because of something blocking it. Standing in front of that invisible wall, Yi Dongdong with yin and yang eyes carefully look again. Finally is to see the appearance of the place, originally empty in mid-air. I do not know when there is a thin layer of free black silk barrier. This is the ghost hit the wall? This is the power of the field. Watch it. Will play Thunder Boy obediently become my children and grandchildren's food? The rat ghost laughed harshly. I do not know what signal was sent. The entrance to the tunnel out. Those who have been rat pressure rat blocking the black rat group at this time suddenly stirred up. Like a drain of water, like a crazy towards Yi Dongdong surged. Indiscriminate gopher? Yi Dongdong grinned. Just upgraded Qing Thunder Great Handprint just to experiment with the power. Since the master does not dare to play with himself to play what field, then he first extinguished its second largest dependence. Don't cry if you're all annihilated. Yi Dongdong waved his palm. Waving a green palm print in the air soared towards the rat pack. The thunder in the palm print condensed without firing before the most terrifying energy burst. Green Thunder Handprint as the Green Thunder technique has been upgraded twice after the skill aptitude. Thunder to the Sun is a balance of both melee and long-distance attack mode is extremely suitable for fighting with ghosts. Palm seal into the black pressure of a swarm of rats effect immediately. And the system's skills power also once again another Yi Dongdong produced a strong suspicion of a fight living things will always be unbeatable destroying the sky and the earth. Fight ghosts afraid of the gap will be exposed obviously. The systems simply do not work well. Are you a ghost scaring system or a human scaring system? The ground produced a print full of dirty charred blood and flesh and fur of the wrong palm prints. 1 by 1 a meter square, but also flashing arc sparks. The momentum but gave enough face to Yi Dongdong. Squeak! The rats braked their footsteps, circled far away and surrounded Yi Dongdong. Although they lost about 1/5 of their companions in the first wave of the attack, but so it seems that they do not look like a species that will easily give up. Not to mention that there is still a magical old ancestor in that car at the moment. Yi Dongdong did not take it lightly. There is no chapter path. Just to try to surround him the rat group a frantic slap. Rat ghosts, if you do not feel pain, then I will kill all these living, and then whip you this old undead corpse. If any country's army is manually possessing such a Green Thunder Great Handprint, then the unification of the world is feared to be just around the corner. After only a few breaths of effort, Yi Dongdong's palm prints were densely stacked with a band of fire burning with thunder flames, and there was not a single black rat within a 5-meter radius who dared to violate the border. You! That voice sounded a bit mournful, but the anger couldn't be concealed, and the dilapidated junk car seemed to tremble with it. What gives you the right? You see? You don't recognize it after the fact. Just told you that I won't kill your children and grandchildren if we go one-on-one. Yi Dongdong smiled and touched his hands that were somewhat slightly hot. Over the electric current, skin slightly numb and extra delicate up. Yi Dongdong lowered his head only to realize that it was half of the arm's sweaty hairs that were electrified by the Green Thunder Great Handprints went nowhere. Still talking tough at the end of death. Give it to me. Give it to me. The rat ghost hissed, but for some reason, it was slow to move itself. Common people say shrinking head turtle. I've never seen a shrinking head rat before. Being a ghost and still being such a wimp? Ding! The rat ghost is furious. Add 1 hour of young life. How angry are you? You're still in the car, aren't you? Come out if you can. Yi Dongdong kicked in the layer of translucent film. Soft feeling underfoot is not very solid, but is not broken. This rat ghost hit the wall. The so-called field, in the view of Yi Dongdong, more is a kind of protection for themselves. Kick after kick on it. That feeling of going deeper and deeper is getting stronger and stronger. Yi Dongdong feels that, with a few more kicks, he will be able to break it. Stop, stop, stop your feet. Ding! The rat ghost feels snickering, and adds 0.5 hours to its young life. Does it still want me to go in? Can't wait until I can't kick through and get in? Yi Dongdong's heart was puzzled for a while, stopping his feet, rolling Green Thunder in his hands, instead guarding the outside of this field, vigilantly looking at the group of black rats that had been charging into the circle on the periphery of the front and back of the dead. However, the entire underground parking lot could raise too many black rats, one after another. There were hundreds and thousands of black rats crawling out from the passageway, the waterway, rushing towards Yi Dongdong's layer upon layer of reinforced thunder and fire circle. Even if they were electrocuted to death, they also rushed towards Yi Dongdong without any hesitation. See, after eating human flesh once, you can't stop from then on. The rat ghost's voice was hoarse, finally ended its godly dragon state. That worn-out old Santana sedan roof. A wisp of black and gray half-man tall shadow scurried up, a thick black long tail long hanging behind it. The funny thing is that it's more like a whip in general. The rat ghost. The model of the body has been blurred, not really clear. Only the head and tail left to be recognized better. A pair of scarlet red eyes deadly staring at Yi Dongdong. This is the law of survival here. My children don't have anything to eat, they can only eat garbage. Eat bedbugs. What's wrong with eating people? The weak are strong and the strong eat. That's still what you humans always say. Black rats have leaped into the ring of fire in a big way, but there is no rush towards Yi Dongdong, body legs on the ground, just surrounded by the feet around, scurrying quickly. Yi Dongdong, disgusted, kicked several feet, but the black rats are long and big. Not at all ordinary kick can be killed. Black rats more and more. That disgusting long tail has begun to sweep to the feet. Yi Dongdong back 2 steps, looked at the rat ghosts coiled in the car. The heart of the evil to the bile side of the birth of a fist will be towards that almost broken field storm past. Chapter 13, Additional Rewards. Ears ringing, rumbling, war drums roar. Eardrums shaking, a goosebumps rippling friction sound came. Yi Dongdong slowly turned back, saw behind his guarding outside the field grinding their teeth of the rat group. They are no longer advancing, just quietly looking at Yi Dongdong, waiting for this meal, to let them tonight a battle in the unprecedented loss after barely get some compensation. Now you're in, but you can't get out either. Ha 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 ha. The rat ghost laughed hideously. His red eyes brought up 2 red light residues, and turned a few times on the roof of the car as if he was impatient. This field of mine, the living can come in, and only the dead can go out. Come on, be my feet and we'll dominate this city. The rat ghost jumped up from the car with a sharp laugh and turned into a gray line straight towards Yi Dongdong's head. Yi Dongdong hastily waved his hand to block, but nothing, still cannot block, can only look at the gray line rushed straight to the forehead eyebrow. Contact such as being punched hard. Yi Dongdong a backward several steps back. Gray line disappeared into thin air. The field is still there. Yi Dongdong touched the transparent film next to some inexplicable. The rat ghost, where to go? Drill in after nothing to do? The rat ghost wants to launch an attack on the system and the host has been blocked by the system. Whether to destroy? There is such a good thing? Yi Dongdong was shocked, touched his brow, where everything is as usual. Just now he was also thinking of some extreme methods or go to the mall to find skills that can be used. It turned out that there was a system that could still automatically reject foreign species. If just one sentence from Yi Dongdong could eliminate this rat ghost that would still take over the body by playing the field, then the rat ghost's intestines were afraid to regret it. Eliminate immediately. Yi Dongdong looked at the periphery, surrounded a circle. That group of black rats at this time actually subsided. Also do not know this situation, they commonly or for the first time to see their own family rat ghost big brother drilled into the human body. The black rat group surrounded the black rat that still exists outside the field. Each other cannot see the exchange to, just quietly take slightly reddish eyeballs shining brightly staring at Yi Dongdong. Yi Dongdong do not know what they are. Psychological. Gulped. Know clearly that they are surrounded. If these black rats once committed, he was afraid that he was really unavoidable to have a man-rat war. Kettle. These dirty black rats. Can you handle them? Yi Dongdong slowly asked. The answer he received was the helpless voice of the water kettle. Brother doesn't know. Unleashing the solemnization can only be used on a single individual. It's not as painful as a physical fight. Then don't act rashly first. Yi Dongdong stabilized his mind, noticing that there was still nothing strange about his body. A breakthrough idea arose. System. After this rat ghost is destroyed, there will still be a young life reward, right? The rat ghost has done a lot of harm to people, and after it is eliminated, the system guesses that it will reward 5 to 8 hours of yang life reward. So it's in my head now? What is it doing? Why isn't it moving? The rat ghost essence spirit is temporarily controlled by the system, and will be automatically expelled from the host's body after 1 hour. Yi Dongdong was overjoyed. This system still had a heroic side to save the host. Host, don't misunderstand. This system is to not take the initiative to break the balance of yin and yang after the rat ghost has taken the host's body to control it. The host is advised not to have cheating thoughts because of this. Which has what cheating idea? Yi Dongdong was happy. If the system was a person still around, he really wanted to hug it properly. I still have to take care of your business. Come on. Redeem the Wanxiang domain. Redeeming the domain of 10,000 elephants. 5 hours of yang life. Need to spend a large amount of yang life. Is it confirmed? Confirmed. On the one hand, Yi Dongdong arranged for the kettle to start launching a life-saving go at the rats one by one across the domain barrier. On the other hand, Yi Dongdong started his research on the domain of 10,000 images. Skill, universal image field. Construct different domains in the designated area. All new domains can be captured and learned. Yi Dongdong's blood almost sprayed up. It is obvious that he was again by the system's small pit hand. Even if the rat ghost died, Yi Dongdong couldn't rush out of this field from inside, which was why that rat ghost hadn't come out of the field to fight Yi Dongdong head-on. This field is a variant of the ghost wall. Come in is also very difficult. Out is even more difficult. After capturing this black field barrier, Yi Dongdong estimated about 2 or 3 big men at the same time. The power of the attack may also be able to briefly blast out an opening to skill a Wanxiang field. Ghost hit the wall, 1/10. System. The host wants to die, because the mall sells them too expensive. The host can selectively upgrade the skills he needs. The young life is his own. The system never interferes. Yi Dongdong rolled her eyes. I still need you to remind me? I'm just saying, since last night, I've been dreaming of immortality. Will I die easily? Now the system is ignoring me. In the future, I will throw money at the system. Yi Dongdong finger sliding towards the direction of the underground garage exit straight to create a narrow field out. Inside can go out, while the outside is very difficult to come in. For the sake of today's solution, the ghost hit the wall will have to be used so. It's ready. System give me to destroy this rat ghost. Yi Dongdong looked at the watch. It was more than 2 in the morning. This black rat is also more. The time spent is also a little too long. Now Yi Dongdong are slightly sleepy. Eliminated. The system's icy voice sounded. Yi Dongdong closed his eyes and felt for a while, only to feel that his mind cleared up quite a bit. As for before, it is completely unknown when the feeling of drowsiness and lethargy arose. It seems to be that the rat ghost into the brain caused by it. But next, the system's beep still came as expected. This time the harvest was so rich that even Yi Dongdong smacked his lips. Reward for mission completion. Reward for 2 hours of Yan life. Destroy the harmful rat ghosts. Rewarding 6 hours of Yan life. Destroying more than 1,000 black rats. Rewarding 1 hour of Yan life. Comprehend a new category of skill. Rewarding 3 hours of Yang life. Soothsayer ghost, true, is in a heavy mood. Rewarding Yang life for 2 hours. Extra reward, +1 to the field of all elephants. The original rat ghost somehow got out of the trash field that could only go in but not out had already disappeared because of its death. And in the dilapidated Santana sedan, Yi Dongdong also found a rotting giganticized rat corpse lying in the trunk, more than a meter long. Yi Dongdong relied on the new field belonging to himself to isolate the outside because of the complete disappearance of the rat ghost and suddenly became crazy rat group. From the car seat pulled off a cushion, carefully wrapped the rat corpse. Such a big rat, Yi Dongdong is still the first time to see. If you take it back to donate the museum collection or get some preservatives to take it yourself to buy some money are also good choices. But what is the system tone that appears like a bumper sticker? Do ghosts also distinguish between real and fake? Kettle, when you say temp, do you mean acting as a proxy soothsayer ghost for other ghosts? Brother is really skillful. I am also forced to make a living. Don't just focus on the skin. The main man is here. Chapter 14, The Genuine Ghost of Solace. Which owner? You wear the overalls of the owner. 3 o'clock in the morning. The city has not yet woken up. In addition to the lonely street lamps rows and rows of chatting loneliness, as well as Yi Dongdong and Kettle a person and a ghost toward the buildings in a lighted breakfast stall went. Come 2 donuts and a bowl of soybean milk. Yi Dongdong sat down on the stall. Just shouted the boss. Their opposite sides sat down a dark-colored boy. 2 hands propped up legs straight staring at the kettle standing beside him. What? You want a bowl too? Yi Dongdong drew out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, holding the cigarette in his hand to cover his mouth and said to the one opposite himself, I just seen what Shang Xian can do. The man picked up a section of chopsticks and slowly began to fiddle with the burrs on them. If that's all you have, I'm afraid you can't do anything to separate yourself from the hell. Yi Dongdong smiled and pointed at himself. You're not here to claim my life, are you? All of you life-claiming ghosts can see people's lifespan, right? How would I dare to ask for your life? At least it's not me who came to do it. Then what are you doing here? To retrieve the life-suppressing clothes. This ghost took my money and also privately stayed on Earth for so long. I have to, and arrested back to the beheading. The genuine life-saving ghost said slowly and methodically, glanced at the kettle standing aside. The heart cannot help but sneer. A small ghost. Mention a night shift on the expansion. Think they have found a good backer, is it? Ding. The life-saving ghost, true, is in a state of contempt. +1 hour of Yan life. Yi Dongdong looked at the owner of the store. The slightly fat figure is busy around. Should also have no time to care about him here. And looked at the kettle. The boy now bowed his head. But his mind. Yi Dongdong is aware of a clear. Ding. Solitary ghost kettle produces killing thoughts. +1 hour of Yang life. Ding. The ghost kettle is in a state of intense emotional fluctuation and is in a state of irritability. Add 1 hour to your life. Ding. The ghost kettle is looking for an opportunity and is about to explode. Add 1 hour to your life. When a person was in a state of irritability, all kinds of emotions would flop around. And likewise for ghosts. As you can see, he doesn't need to work for any power now. He follows me and has his own will, right? Tell him your name. And you gave this ghost a name? This kind of ghost is all over hell. My name is Kettle. The kettle that had been silent all this time finally lowered its head and vocalized. My name is Water Kettle. The water of the flood. The kettle of the 9 heavenly god kettle. Put. The genuine soothsayer didn't hold back his laughter and pointed at the kettle. Then laughed. Ha 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 ha. This fool really has a name. You're not a simple demon path. Ah ha ha ha. Do you know what corner he is in hell? Animal-like existence. I just grabbed a random one to cover the shift. And you still left it as a treasure? This sentence choked the kettle silent again. turned his head to look at Yi Dongdong again. Obviously, this kind of dependence emotion without years and months to dilute is no longer. He was waiting for a recognition. A recognition from Yi Dongdong. I don't care what he used to be like. With me, there is still essence to eat, and also become stronger. Isn't it also quite good? Ghosts are the existence of unknown things made up of energy bodies and ideas, devouring essence spirits to become stronger. This is what Kettle told Yi Dongdong after he finished off the old colorful ghost. Ghosts are also divided into levels. Little ghosts like Kettle can never touch the essence spirit, so there's no need to talk about upgrading. After the rat ghost was eliminated tonight, Yi Dongdong had left the kettle to feast in the space filled with the remnants of the rat ghost and the many black rats to come. You're giving it essence spirits. The genuine Sokoban ghost was horrified. No wonder he felt that looking at this little ghost in front of him didn't always look right. How could this person be so extravagant? A moment even you also eat Yi Dongdong let out a bad smile and touched the kettle's head. There is no other ability. It is to eat fast. Don't you think so? Kettle. Ding. Monitored the solitary ghost, true, is greatly shocked and appalled. Rewarded with 2 hours of young life. You're crazy. The genuine soothsayer pointed at the kettle and said in a stern voice, this kind of brat is insatiable and will surely backfire when he grows up in the future. Shut the up. The kettle that had been silent finally exploded. Yi Dongdong smiled in relief. This is right. Otherwise what am I sitting here for? Watching the fun? You think you're above it all, don't you? Is a mere Sokoban big enough? Why can't you give us the inferior ghost essence? You guys know best. You guys don't dare to let us grow at all. Who do you think is behind you? The ox-headed warrior? The 10 temples of hell? Have you seen the 10 temples of hell? Have you heard of the 9 heavenly devil swingers? There are some ghosts you can't afford to mess with. Pa 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 pa. Yi Dongdong applauded. Said too well. Although the words have not changed much, but that a cavity of indignation is finally said. Water margin is finally not in vain. Ding. Soul ghost, true, feels unbelievable. Add 1 hour of yang life. Ding. Soothsayer ghost, true, feels absurd. Add 1 hour of yang life. Ding. The demanding ghost, true, is furious. Add 1 hour of yang life. Keeping little ghosts is against the law. Especially this kind of bad ghost. Positive. The card Sokushin ghost was furious. Fortunately the shopkeeper couldn't see him, or else such a tall young man was here hollering. The shopkeeper was afraid that he would have already called the police, and you arrest and picket and pester law enforcement ghost officers, now also conniving slaves to do unsubmissive things well. He, what can the small hell do to me? Moreover, he is not my slave. He is now not inferior to any ghost. On the contrary, with me, no ghost can be nobler than him. You have a big mouth. The genuine solemn ghost looked carefully at the young man in front of him, spirited and unaware of the sky and the earth. Hurry up and make it return the cloak to me. You will be held accountable for one less offense. Will Yi Dongdong give in? Of course not. He is now happy to collect the life of Yang. How can he bear to let this argument end so quickly? On the kettle, their own ability to go get. At this time, the donut soy milk came up. Yi Dongdong slapdash general with donuts dipped in soy milk to eat. Enjoy watching these two ghosts saber-rattling atmosphere. What's the use of asking me for it? I can't even beat him now. If you get it back, it's yours. Genuine life-saving ghost pointed at Yi Dongdong's nose. Hard to say, although the ghost is not breathing, but still have to replace the breath of heaven and earth. At this time it is even more suffocated up and down. Beat him to death. Just don't play tricks. Yi Dongdong frowned, stopped his mouth, put down the donut, and looked seriously at the genuine life-suppressing ghost and then looked back at the kettle. Genuine life-supporting ghost looks like the kind of will cast spells of the kind of haunting weak look, when Zuzu is very thin. Kettle and him compared to obviously to be stout too much. Kettle's claws are thick and sharp, teeth are also hideous and terrible. Two ghosts if you fight, should be inevitable. Kettle pressure on the right to fight it? How to see should be Kettle win right. However, Yi Dongdong did not dare to bet. Based on the two ghosts' previous conversations and emotions, they may be two kinds of ghosts. That is to say, the fighting power was, in essence, most likely different. It seemed that the enhancement of the kettle needed to be put on the agenda quickly in the future as well. It's impossible not to play tricks. You kill him and I'll kill you. Yi Dongdong bent his waist with his bladder in his arms and said extremely seriously. Ding. Monitoring the sorrowful ghost, true, generates resentment. Adding 1 hour of yan life. Ding. Monitoring the sorrowful ghost, true, generates a scornful mentality. Adding 3 hours of yang lifespan. Truly unbelievable yet objectively true things still happened. Yi Dongdong was over here counting his young lifespan. The genuine solemn ghost stood up. His sight shifted away from the coveralls on the kettle, and the system's beeps dinged. See, kettle. This is the superior ghost, bullying the soft and fearful Yi Dongdong playfully, swallowed the fritters with a big mouthful, looked at even the ghostly shadows or trembling of the rightful Sokoban ghost and said, go go go, don't dare to fight on the side of the roll. This year, in addition to the backstage, the most important is still the strength of their own strength. Not capable of standing on the side of the line, less pretentious at that, lest in the end the character who once could be strangled by a single finger, can also change to make you afraid. Kettle slowly raised his head. Yi Dongdong also do not know when this child lowered his head again. Maybe he thinks it is more handsome to raise his head to talk? The kettle slowly said, benevolence, righteousness and morality, is the way of the world. A big mouthful of wine and a big bowl of meat. A quick life, is called life. Get lost, don't bother me in the future. Next time don't blame me for not showing mercy. Ding! The demanding ghost, true, has violent mood swings and is furious, adding 1 hour to his life. Ding! The demanding ghost, true, is very angry. Add 1 hour to your life. Ding! Soothsayer ghost, true, is helpless. Add 0.5 hours of young life. Just a little while. Has finished eating the donut soybean milk. Yi Dongdong wiped his mouth, put down the $5. Walked to the side of the genuine life-saving ghost whispered, a moment will be dawn. If you don't go back, can't go back oh. Humph. We'll see. The genuine solemn ghost snorted coldly, looked at the swordsman's kettle, and then looked at the arrogant Yi Dongdong. Stood up, and Yi Dongdong came face to face. Slightly gray face distorted the five senses, obviously has been full of anger. Your end will be miserable. And you, inferior ghost controller, you will go to the 18 layers of hell. That's not for you to worry about. If I don't go to hell, who will? Don't you think so, Kettle? If you have the ability to come and get it yourself. If you don't have the ability, just give me a good lie down in hell. Kettle never meticulously smile, this time actually also in the dead face. A smile flooded on it, only it was sinister, making people look at it for a while and shudder. Yi Dongdong secretly nodded, promising, alright, let's go. It is time to go back to continue to supplement the cultural heritage. After all, the future is also to sit on the Yen Luo seat of the ghost, is it? I'm not afraid of blowing a big cowhide and scattering my soul. Genuine life-saving ghost gasping for breath, looking at these two arrogant one person and one ghost, but cannot help. Just now this person and one ghost has been in the field of that rat ghost does not come out. He also has nothing to do, and now there is not enough time. The yang energy has gradually become more and more, and arrogance has become this way, firmly grasping his mentality of not wanting his soul to fly away. Ding! The solitary ghost, true, has his anger pent up inside, adding 1 hour to his young life. Ding! The demanding ghost, true, is in a state of stoicism, adding 1 hour of young life. Ding! The demanding ghost, true, wants to firmly remember the lodging master and has a great anger atmosphere waiting to be vented, adding 2 hours of young life. After saying that, glaring fiercely at the kettle, the body then seems to be stuck in the mire, slowly began to sink. During the time has been staring straight at Yi Dongdong, as if to firmly remember his face. What are you looking at, dead puffer? Pickled mongrel splash talent. Yi Dongdong and the kettle arrogantly one person and one ghost each added a sentence. And sure enough, after the genuine life-saving ghost descended to the ground in unison, Yi Dongdong's system again prompted a sound. Ding! The life-suppressing ghost, real, is furious and swears to take revenge, adding 2 hours of yang life. Chapter 15, The 5 Scums of War. After a night of busy and running around, Yi Dongdong woke up in bed. Already afternoon. The brain drowsy. Do not know where they are. Now what century? Looking at their own hut, is still so narrow. Instant noodles box piled up in the corner. Mineral water box is also crowded under the table. A small TV playing the Water Margin TV series is playing the disc in a low voice. There is not a ray of light into the dark hut. A ghost sitting in front of the TV watched with great interest. Yi Dongdong was not busy getting up. Anyway, the way group night shift patrolman's job was to be on duty at 8 o'clock at night, and there was no hurry. Yi Dongdong simply looked through the system, searching for what he had been thinking about all night in his dream. He needed to get stronger. The kettle also needed to get stronger. There were two ways to become stronger, internal and external. His ways of becoming stronger had always focused on the external, such as the skill Green Thunder Great Handprint, for example, the domain power Wanxiang domain, but his body is still an ordinary person's body. Even if he is hit by a car, he will die. Even if there is a random life-sapping ghost who comes to claim his life, he will also fall in the ditch. Even using the Green Thunder hand seal will burn his hair. And the kettle's way of becoming stronger was obviously intrinsic, relying on devouring the essence to enhance itself. The enhancement gained in this way was irreversible and negligible, but in addition to a life-supporting ghost's work clothes outside of nothing else, even kill rats are also just a bunch of shark claws and mouth to raw bite. It can be said that the strength of the two difficult brothers continue to improve. Yi Dongdong swept through the dense system data several times, and finally found the one that looked like it was improving itself. Chi and blood 5 out of 10, talent 7 out of 10, strength 6 out of 10. Chi and blood should refer to the foundation, and talent. Yi Dongdong do not quite understand what can do, Strength is very simple. Simply increase strength. This is all can be used young life to add. Yi Dongdong tentative point a little blood. Fortunately, is 10 minutes young life can be added once. The price is finally pro people once. So he simply tapped the blood sheet a full. Ding. Young life expectancy reduced by 50 minutes. Then Yi Dongdong realized that there was no incredible change except that his spiritual head felt fuller. As if there was some other indescribable enhancement as well. Yi Dongdong gritted his teeth and went to point power again. Ding. Young lifespan reduced by 40 minutes. A fist hit the iron plate of the iron frame bed. On it, a deep fist mark was firmly imprinted. Yi Dongdong looked at the unharmed fist with satisfaction. This time adding some value. Then Yi Dongdong was elastic again to find some irrelevant such as speed, reaction and other entries to add some young show up. All did not find any substantial progress. Kettle surprised the sight of the head, looking at his brother as if the evil, lying on the bed, fingers in the air, a moment of ecstasy, a moment of frustration. Look at the kettle is also a burst of heartbreak, but do not dare to ask. Had to continue to watch the show, from time to time to observe the point. If the convulsions or foaming at the mouth, the big thunder and light this is to go off the rails. Right, at that time, I will save my brother again. Now maybe brother is practicing some new divine skill. System. I want to enhance my own strength. Yi Dongdong finally thought of a shortcut. He couldn't stand to continue to keep searching through the vast sea of entries. What agility, health, height, room time and whatnot, which had any substantial effect. It felt like a tease. Please add some combat power. The system said emotionlessly, popping up an entry with a merciless row of small letters. Combat power of 5, scum. The host's combat power can directly affect more aspects of the host's physical characteristics and other data. The system's host's combat power is just a general term for a kind of embodiment of all the host's data. Yi Dongdong tried to point a point. Combat power instantly became 6 although the back label is still, dregs. But Yi Dongdong was surprised to find that all his other values followed and added up. Among them was the strength and agility etc. That he had wasted nearly 2 hours alive adding points. Yi Dongdong was also helpless, adding so many pointless additions. The result was not as real as an hour added to combat power. At once there was a different feeling. All refreshed I have wood. What is the upper limit of combat power? Yi Dongdong tentatively asked. Because of the existence of this system, the host's combat power has no upper limit. Yi Dongdong swallowed hard. So it seems, as long as the lifespan of Yang is enough, then one day he will also be able to get out of the fate of the battle scum and stand on some peak. For example, combat power. Pressing down the idea that he wanted to add all the full combat power, Yi Dongdong washed up and put on his clothes, hurriedly arranged the episodes for the kettle to watch, and the person slightly tidied up and went out the door. When daytime came, he was no longer the immortal who controlled thunder and lightning and led the life-suppressing ghosts all over the streets. He put on his shirt and the Way Group's work tag. He now had a legitimate identity, Way Group's night shift patrol captain. From his small home to Way's group to spend time on the road will need more than 20 minutes. Patience again good people will also be the bus noisy environment to get annoyed. Yi Dongdong uneasily fiddled with the bow tie. 2 eyes of the essence of the light swept through each piece of street. The city during the day is another interesting. Employees go to work as usual. Way's group's day again in order. Yen came over to find the building to wander in. Yi Dongdong very secretive. Told him, Wei Young last night in the top floor. And prompted Yi Dongdong monitoring room is to see a national body woman in and out of the elevator near there. You say this rich people, more money, less fun. We feel boring things. They feel interesting. Yen pouted. The look of contempt on his face was obvious. Yi Dongdong nodded. That girl is still the one we met last time? Last time it was which we do not even know it. Just see is a long hair. Yen and Yi Dongdong nagged for a while to continue to go on guard. Yi Dongdong a person slipped around waiting for the shift. In the monitoring room, Yi Dongdong carefully studied the whole building structure. If you want to clearly know Wei Xiaotian's whereabouts and certain secrets, or to late underscore on the action is good. And according to this Wei Xiaotian's whereabouts, he may not be in the top floor office. Yi Dongdong feels that this job application is no longer necessary, but also added a lot of danger to themselves. Xiaotian if you are still this bad next time, I will ignore you. Passing by the corner, a girl who was embraced by the youth grunted and pampered, but physically still tightly pressed against the youth, full of babbling, making people listen to the blush. This girl addressed this youth as Xiao Tian, so the identity of this youth was calling out. Wei Xiao, Yi Dongdong shouted and prepared to bow. This is when Sun especially cared for. When you see Wei Xiao in the company, you must bow and curtsy. But Yi Dongdong and Wei Xiaotian's first meeting was still leveled. The two faced each other. Yi Dongdong stared at the girl in his arms, froze for a moment, and finally lost her voice. Chao Lily? Chao Lily is Yi Dongdong's second girlfriend in high school. As a schoolmate, even after many years Yi Dongdong still misses that kind of couple relationship of being taken care of and concerned from time to time. but because of a misunderstanding, the two ended up unhappy and turned against each other. Yi Dongdong? The girl was also clearly startled. Looking at Yi Dongdong, who was dressed in a security suit, was also stunned. Her footsteps stopped, tripping the youth instead and almost falling. Ah, Wei Xiao, I'm sorry. A cold aura flashed in Wei Xiao Tian's eyes, but he didn't snap. He just looked at Chao Lily and shook his head, saying, you guys know each other? Ah, how do you hear? His name is Yi Dongdong, my high school with. Chao Lily's eyes to dodge the meaning of obvious. Sat on Wei Xiaotian's arm of the hand also seems to be no longer firm. Gripped a few points. You are Yi Dongdong, ah? Wei Xiaotian looked at Yi Dongdong in his security uniform. His heart just let out a snort and looked up and down. Lily mentioned you 2 days ago, talking about a little thing from your student days. I heard that you had a lot to do with Lily's brother's death. Yi Dongdong's brows were tightly locked, her lips lightly compassionate. Looking at the man and woman in front of her, her heart had a plan. Chao Mengyang? I didn't know much at the time. Xiao Tian, let's go first. Over there? There's still something over there. At this time, Chao Lily suddenly said with a dry mouth. She didn't want to stay here for one more second. Looking at the Yi Dongdong in front of her, she hated to skin and draw out the veins, but she couldn't do it. This kind of person, he won't recognize anything you say. Yi Dongdong sighed. So it was still because of that back then. It's been so many years. The police have said that it has nothing to do with us. Are you still thinking about it? What is the truth? Please find out. You. Chao Lily almond eyes wide open. Looking at Yi Dongdong, I seemed to be on the verge of bursting into flames. Just produced a retreat this time was directly suppressed. Sensibility finally overwhelmed the rationality. My brother, he was going to look for you guys that day. After that he disappeared. You guys also disappeared. And said it wasn't you guys. Yi Dongdong stood a step forward, straight up against Chao Lily's outstretched finger, and said without blushing or gasping, we went to celebrate that day. How many times do I have to tell you? We have an alibi. Also, dude, one less death. The corners of Wei Xiaotian's mouth slowly rose up at the corners of his mouth. He didn't say anything. He just quietly watched the confrontation between Yi Dongdong and Chao Lily. Alibi. Spend some money and get it done, right? Chao Lily sneered. And her aura was not weak. In fact, since then, she had been fantasizing about the coming of the day when she confronted Yi Dongdong face to face. She had too much evidence to testify against Yi Dongdong. Then what happened to the farewell letter my brother left behind? It clearly states that he went to find you guys for a duel. That children fight to right things, the police also said, does not have legal effect. Then his body is covered with scars from your beatings. What do you say? I've said that he begged us to let him go after we beat him. And then he had an accident. So who's to blame? He wasn't an accident. Chao Lily with a hint of crying. She finally did understand. She couldn't possibly succeed in a fight with Yi Dongdong. He had been famous for this mouth for a long time. So Chao Lily turned her head back to look for Wei Xiaotian's help. Those icy cold eyes. She really hoped that this was the time they would cast the softest light. The police are the most authoritative. We shouldn't speculate wildly. Lily, the past is the past. An alibi can be fixed with a little money, right? Chao Lily sneered. And her aura was not weak. In fact, since then, she had been fantasizing about the coming of the day when she confronted Yi Dongdong face to face. She had too much evidence to testify against Yi Dongdong. Chapter 16, Determination. Then what happened to the farewell letter left by my brother, which clearly states that he is going to look for a duel with you? That child fight to right things, the police also said, does not have legal effect. Then he was covered with bruises from your beatings. What did you say? I told you. He begged us to let him go after we beat him. And then he had an accident. So who's to blame? He wasn't an accident. Chao Lily with a hint of crying. She finally did understand. She couldn't possibly succeed in a fight with Yi Dongdong. He had been famous for this mouth for a long time. So Chao Lily turned her head back to look for Wei Xiaotian's help. Those icy cold eyes. She really hoped that this was the time they would cast the softest light. The police are the most authoritative. We shouldn't speculate wildly. Lily, the past is the past. But, Chao Lily was anxious. Didn't this man promise that Yi Dongdong would surely die before? Why did he appear here again? And still alive. But aren't you? Enough! Wei Xiaotian roared in a low voice. Chao Lily, a shiver, stopped her mouth, paralyzed, leaned against the wall. Long hair covered her eyes, staring straight at the ground, not knowing what she was thinking. Mr. Yi, is it? This matter is Lily nonsense. I give an indemnity. If there is any offense, please forgive me. That doesn't matter. Yi Dongdong shook his head and looked meaningfully at Wei Xiaotian. This man's face always carries a faint smile. This is a formidable enemy. It's all stale. Haha, women ah. Ha. Yi Dongdong also laughed, nodded, missed the two, and continued to move forward. Xiaotian, what are you messing with? He's still alive. He's still in your company. Chao Lily watched Yi Dongdong's back turn out of the corner and suddenly looked up and shouted hoarsely. Why didn't you help me? Weak wit. Bitch. Man. Wei Xiaotian's hands moved quickly, grabbing Chow Lily's long hair and viciously yanking it to his eyes. Chow Lily covered her hair with loud sobs, but still faced Wei Xiaotian as bravely as she could. This is the company. Company. Am I allowed to let my employees go and kill people? How can you not? He's the one who killed my brother. I want you to kill him. Kill him now. Lily Chow cried at the top of her voice. The soundproofing of the building had to be said to be really good. It was only through a curtain wall. The studio across the street was still working quietly. No one was paying attention to this place. Crazy woman. Wei Xiaotian threw away the hair in his hand and also flung Chow Lily on the ground. Chow Lily was helplessly on the ground, her eyes staring blankly at a point, snot and tears streaming down her face. I promised you, I will definitely do it. Wei Xiaotian squatted down. One hand slowly touched Chow Lily's face, looking at the already cried makeup and disheveled hair, gently looking at her. What are you in a hurry for? I'm not in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry. Chow Lily stuttered, her body involuntarily rubbing back. Wei Xiaotian's emotions were always erratic. This might have something to do with those drugs, but Chow Lily understood that this kind of was his own character. On one side, he was the heir of the Orthodox Wei group. On the other side, he was the darkest devil walking around the entire city in the daytime. Good. That's good behavior. Wei Xiaotian stood up, slowly walked past her with his back hand, walked around and kicked her in the leg. Chow Lily shivered. Be good so I can love you. Understand? Chow Lily looked at Wei Xiaotian in a daze, understanding what he meant, and ignoring the messy hair covering her face. She just nodded her head. She knew that if she didn't stabilize Wei Xiao, then tomorrow Wei Xiao would have a brand new girlfriend as usual, and would be even more obedient to her than she was. Chow Lily's eyes were dull as she slowly followed behind Wei Xiao. Everything was so humiliating and despairing, but she could endure it, at least for now. She must kill Yi Dongdong. This is the person who led the way to kill his brother Chow Mengyang back then. Afterward, he got away with it for so many years. Today, he came back to destroy the relationship between her and her fiancé, Wei Xiaotian, the crown prince of Wei group. This time, you will be killed. Yi Dongdong's heart was depressed with a haze. He thought of the possibility of someone seeking revenge, but he didn't think that it was actually the sister who was the rightful owner of that stale campus wonder case. He thought that it might be someone beside Wei Xiaotian who wanted to kill him, because Wei Xiaotian had no reason to have anything to do with himself. But then again he didn't expect Chow Lily to be able to come out so beautiful and enchanting at the moment, and also climbed up to this high branch of Wei Xiaotian's, and let him has been unable to forget. But Wei Xiaotian that seems to come without thinking about the eyes. The eyes are not like people, but like a moment ready to kill the beast. He will not have mercy. His eyes only weak for food. Yi Dongdong walked in the building with a heavy heart. He didn't know where those two had gone now. He didn't have much worry about his work. If he wasn't wrong, the next wave of assassins had already begun preparations. It might be another sleepless night on any given night. Yi Dongdong clenched his fists, but he had ultimately gotten too much stronger. No matter what Wei Xiaotian was actually going to do, he himself had to forget all the manifestations related to him just now. The nature of this person could not possibly be exposed to himself for a single minute. About Chow Lily's younger brother Chow Mengyang, his impression. In fact, Yi Dongdong already cannot remember too clearly. Only remember is a very smart child. Then the height is not high. If to the present, should also be able to and Yi Dongdong about the same height it. Chow Mengyang's death was an accident. Strictly speaking, because of certain trivialities, Chow Mengyang and Yi Dongdong under a boy contradiction. Chow Mengyang everywhere looking for revenge and even involved Yi Dongdong, a group of brothers. The buddies' retaliation methods are also original. There are put the car tire gas, stealing books and pens, all-day monitoring and so on to play a small report, etc. Finally, one day Yi Dongdong also endured a little bit. Finally one day Yi Dongdong cannot stand it. So the two and Chow Mengyang have contradictions and the two little brothers in the road after school blocked Chow Mengyang. Naturally, is inevitable a beating? However, no one expected. After the Chow Dongyang not only did not stop, but instead is to continue to be stubborn with his seemingly insignificant tricks to vent his hatred. Also blame Yi Dongdong and others were too young and unintelligent at that time. It really became a meet and beat a degree. But later, Yi Dongdong all admitted that he convinced Yang, because no matter how many times he hit him, he can once again find your car to give you gas, no matter how careful, but also always will not know where to come from all kinds of throwbacks backstabbing. As a result, later Chow Dongyang suddenly disappeared. Yi Dongdong and others still because of this matter to celebrate. Half a month later in the top floor of the teaching building water tank to find the body, has been soaked beyond recognition. Yi Dongdong and other three people naturally became the police focus on the object of investigation. But the school's surveillance has never been related to the class teacher can also prove that the day is Chow Dongyan walked up to the rooftop alone, and Yi Dongdong a few. Since the beginning of the classroom has been lying down to sleep sweet. and even the next class are also just run to the toilet to smoke. Life 3 o'clock in a line without any new ideas. Afterwards, Yi Dongdong and others in addition to a few smoking and sleeping in class and other disciplinary action, was acquitted. Chao Dongyang's sister Chao Lily has been pestered, spent a lot of money to find trouble, and even their own tracking, trying to find clues, experience that kind of thing Yi Dongdong, and because of the graduation is approaching, and then do not want to get into trouble all the things just so can hide, avoid, not to be settled. Chao Lily, this year wide-eyed smart girl, now turned into this. Chapter 17, Shift into the Night. Yi Dongdong did not go to think more, still wandering around waiting for the shift. Wei Xiaotian is definitely an understanding person. He will not be in the office hours on his hands, let alone in their own company. The police he may not be afraid of, but that kind of trouble and influence on the company is not good after all. Now this job has become like a chicken ribs. Wei Xiaotian's IQ is obviously disproportionate to Chao Lily, and the real culprit behind the scenes is obviously Chao Lily. This woman put "the murderer is me" written on the face. In other words, we just need to find an opportunity to kill her, and everything will be fine. However, when it comes to those old things, Yi Dongdong also think that there are too many doubts. No wonder Chao Lily still buried in the heart of so many years, since she climbed the Wei Xiaoti on this high branch. Who do not know this woeful and extremely self-willed woman did what? Yi Dongdong thought of this, hastily go to the chat software to find the two old classmates. Their avatars are black, not online. As a former good brother, a few months ago, but also had gathered together to drink, Yi Dongdong and then found the phone number of the two. A dial over. The result of the matter with the Yi Dongdong guest seems to coincide. A number shows the shutdown. A show is down. For the two brothers, Yi Dongdong directly gave up the idea of continuing to look for. It seems that Chao Lily in his hand before, has long been looking for a good killer, will ever also have a suspicion of two people to deal with the clean, may also not ask what valuable information, or simply murder, and Yi Dongdong in the accounts of the three killers, on but never saw their two brothers' information. Then it seems that the search for killers and a series of other things, are from Wei Xiaotian's handwriting. These two people's names have now been written on Yi Dongdong's must-kill list, but naturally, it is necessary to do it covertly. The current era, killing is still a crime. Their two brothers are now unknown. It seems that tomorrow it is necessary to go from house to house to look for it. Yi Dongdong is in the mind of the sky. A few cups of water, has been thinning, to the day and night guard shift when, Yen took the key and flashlight over, and led two tall men. These two are the former night shift patrol, Han Qianxian, Lu Binghua. This is the new patrol captain Yi Dongdong. You know, tonight together first on the first night shift, each other are to take care of a little, learn from each other to help each other. Well, right, the two big brother good after calling me Xiaoye on good. Little brother first arrived. Some places do not quite know, but also please point out more. Yi Dongdong extremely polite stretched out his hand, and two people shook hands respectively. These two also seem to be honest people. Naive smile. Little Yi is too modest, is a night shift patrolman. A few turns at night and finished. So many years, the company can never be out of order. Lu Binghua smiled and handed over a form to Yi Dongdong's hand. This is the nightly duty list. We can't read. You fill it out. It's all under your control in the future. Aha. Yi Dongdong hit the eye to see. Full of normal. All places of the inspection results are all normal. It seems not the company night is really normal, where the two big brothers really only write the word normal. Yi Dongdong put the form across the waist, picked up the flashlight, signed on the sign-in sheet, watched Yen and others leave. The setting sun slowly descending the mountain. He felt more and more that he liked this boundless and quiet dark night. No sunlight. There are so many things to do. Sure enough, Lu Binghua was right. The night shift patrol is really an idle occupation. Yi Dongdong was just two old workers led around the building, to check the place to check once. These two carry the bunk roll back to the security room to sleep. According to them, in addition to this night shift, during the day, both of them are also working two jobs. It is very tired. Yi Dongdong said that he can keep secrets and know the rules. Decent to find a place to lie down. Fiddling with the phone. Outside from time to time some employees off work. The building is slowly becoming cold. Ding. Trigger mission. Recover the mountain and sea map on the top floor of Wei's group. Reward 5 hours of Yang life. Tip. There are strange life forms guarding it. The location of the mountain and sea map needs to be searched by the host himself. Yi Dongdong was happy. He said it. This building is definitely problematic. Regardless of what Yen said, those strange things. Is that this people away from the cool cold atmosphere is also like a murderous building? What is the mountain and sea map? Yi Dongdong do not know, but obviously heavy into this way. The company can still prosper. In addition to Wei's group's foundation is very majestic, the ability to really strong. It should be a must-have treasures in this right. All heard the Taoist monk said the so-called town of evil to have treasures. Then this mountain and sea map should be. If not, Then take away too good. Yi Dongdong lightly from the chair down, organized the clothes, carrying a flashlight slowly out of the security room. There is not much light in the building at night, only the long light is on. The ghostly green security channel indicator lights a section of the light. Yi Dongdong flashlight light column up and down bobbing, a wisp of green smoke floating behind. Yi Dongdong walking relaxed and cozy. He has yin and yang eyes. Now every day and a ghost sleep in a house. On the ghost and so on. Basically already have immunity. He is now quite agreeable to what once a writer called what 2 pots of persimmon said. People scare people and ghosts. People are more scared than ghosts. At that time, he didn't know what he meant and thought it was nonsense. But now that he was walking alone in this long and dark corridor, he discarded that faint sense of nervousness. And what was left was the most primitive vigilance. Now from which corner popped out a ghost? He may also want to scare it well, but if popped out a person, then Yi Dongdong will have to cost a good deal of hand and foot. Tonight's task is not likely to be delayed a lot. Walking on the road, Yi Dongdong hand holding a cell phone to check the mountain and sea map. Can check only the classic of the mountains and seas and some places of interest, but also out of the long distance hand and too fast. Flipping and flipping, surprisingly flipped to a treasure post. I heard that 2 years ago when the ancient Yendu out of the map was bought by an old man. I dare to conclude that the old man will not live long. That may or may not be the Shanghai Sheiji that suppresses people and wealth. When used well, it's simply a divine weapon. What are you guys talking about? Is it feng shui? I don't understand. I bought 2 gold loaches. Where can I put them at home to change the feng shui? The kind that delays. These 2 conversations, because of a keyword mountain and sea map appeared and was searched by Yi Dongdong. To say the least, it is also a coincidence. Yi Dongdong hastily went to the auction site to start searching for the chances of a sale. This type of site for fame usually put a large amount of auction items to show off, like the mountain and sea drawing. Even Wei Xiaotian is willing to collect things. It should not be cheap. Chapter 18, The Hideous Night. Found it. Yi Dongdong heart of joy. That is a picture scroll mutilated half a corner. The things painted above by Yi Dongdong to what angle to see. Zoom in to see. Just cannot understand. There are all kinds of messy lines. There are all kinds of unseen beasts and flowers. There are mountains and rivers. Upside down in the sky. There are rivers running through the air. The entire scroll showed a dark red painting style. Yi Dongdong shook his head. Really could not appreciate it. So went to see the auction price, 140 million. Yi Dongdong swallowed his mouth. Stood still. Just a painting can be raised to such a high price? Is the distortion of human nature or moral corruption? And see the following honorary winner, Mr. Wei. This time the darkness is clear. It is really Wei Xiaotian's father. Weimin Group's big boss Wei Zhongtian. Now the whole building is qualified to walk around casually. Only 3 people, Yi Dongdong and the other 2 own patrolmen. But they have fallen asleep. To steal $100 million worth of paintings. Yi Dongdong in addition to a little timid nervousness, but also more or less a little excited. Yi Dongdong did not take the elevator to the top floor, although it is more than 20 floors high, but Yi Dongdong is still with a fluke. Can hide the monitoring? Well, at least or to hide a little. As for this task, that's all the more reason to complete it. 10 hours of reward is enough to be able to drive Yi Dongdong crazy, a total of 24 hours a day. Not to mention that the guards of the thing on the body cannot brush what yang life. 10 hours of yang life for Yi Dongdong is undoubtedly a luxury, like a roasted golden and oily suckling pig placed in front of a person who is about to starve to death. Yi Dongdong, now also about to grasp the system, released the general law of the task, basically regardless of time and place. As long as the sky is dark, the sun sets, there will be the main task or trigger task automatically appear. Yi Dongdong guessed that tonight there is no main task. The main reason is also lies in the system. Perhaps the system thinks that stealing the painting is more important some? Yi Dongdong cannot think so much. Even if it is not useful a painting, he took to the black market to sell, but also to solve their own economic tension of the urgent need, leaving a ghost to guard. This way group may be the atmosphere, or perhaps too proud. Yi Dongdong just never produced any idea that he is the only one. The system is by no means empty. These skills, these aptitudes, should be the valuable experience and wealth left behind by previous generations. Since once upon a time there, then now naturally there will be, then he is stronger than the able person will not be a lot of people, but after all, also hidden in the unknown. If Yi Dongdong is Wei Zhongtian, will not be a painting worth $100 million to hide in the company, but another way of thinking, the more dangerous place the safer. Maybe this painting is really a little something else to use, may also say it. Just thinking, Yi Dongdong through the security channel is finally panting to reach the top floor, pushed open the iron door. Yi Dongdong saw a dark whole floor composed of Wei Xiaotian's office. Is still that dark red desert style, but in this night, look a little hideous. The room is very empty, looks like all the layout has not changed. Even though Wei Xiaotian last night had spent the night with Chow Lily here, But after the cleaning staff of the company, everything is still the same as yesterday. Yi Dongdong did not walk a few steps stopped, so dark to find really is not a thing. If the mountain and sea map is here, then it must not be an ordinary painting, at least with the creature that guards it in a similar state. Yi Dongdong changed to yin-yang eyes, scanned the surrounding area, and once again began to rank this room. Footprints. Yi Dongdong saw at the first glance footprints that should not have appeared, imprinted on the ceiling, on the palm trees, next to the sand dunes, densely packed footprints to see Yi Dongdong scalp them. If not, the system prompted only one. He was afraid to have long produced the idea of turning back quickly. Footprints light with a pale green light, straight to the southwest corner of the office. Yi Dongdong turned off the flashlight. All rely on the yin and yang eyes outside. The hazy moonlight reveals a little, tracking the traces of the monster. With his hand lifted up several interlaced leaves, Yi Dongdong saw the Yen brother had not had time to see the last time he brought him to the scene of an altar. Several futons placed around. Circular steps rose in sections. To the very center, there is a cylinder inserted in the center. The scroll made of jade in the moonlight reflected the cold light. Yi Dongdong also did not expect it would be so easy to find. This scroll is clearly written in 4 big words, mountain and sea map. Yi Dongdong suspiciously looked at the scroll. A big feeling is not this map. Stood still, did not move, so turned his head over to look at the ghost. Please say something. You look so ugly. There has to be a declaration to scare the people. Yi Dongdong waved his hand and waved it in front of this monster's eyes. The monster still didn't move. How ugly is this monster? Yi Dongdong couldn't say. The upper body like a human being, the lower body but grew into the appearance of a large centipede, covered in patterns without any artistic sense to speak of. Black and red skin wrinkled. No eyes on the human head, to 2 different sizes of circles instead. Since Yi Dongdong came to the front of the scroll, this monster stood in the middle of him and the scroll, opened his miserable mouth, speechless smile, staring at Yi Dongdong. Not even an emotion. Yi Dongdong tried to shake it left and right, and found that this monster's upper body also followed him up and down and left and right in synchronized movement. If the kettle is placed here tonight, then it may also really play with this monster all night. But Yi Dongdong didn't have this time off. Then how would one go get that painting? This seat doesn't want to make a killing. You are not practicing. Quickly get out of the way. Yi Dongdong drank lowly. However, the monster in front of him still did not move. Open godless eyes just quietly looking at him. Yi Dongdong was helpless. Is it really necessary to fight here? Hands of thunder and fire flip. Yi Dongdong still. Do thieves look around twice? Wei Xiao office is not going to put monitoring. At least he thinks so. You also see me this big hand print. A palm down. You can be flattened. The monster looked at him and didn't move. Yi Dongdong blew out his breath indignantly. Since he can't brush any young life from you, don't blame my brother for being unmerciful. And it can't talk, and it doesn't communicate with people. How can this make Yi Dongdong like it? Only a ghost that is good at communicating with people and can produce various emotions is a good ghost. Originally thought that you are half human half ghost, can still be a little different. The results of the ghost is still an elm brain. Saying that, he was about to strike, taking the monster's head straight. Ding! There will be no reward for destroying the mountain and sea map. Ding! There will be no reward for destroying the mountain and sea map. The system voice sounded over and over again in Yi Dongdong's mind. Yi Dongdong looked at the thunder swimming in his hand. He really hadn't seriously evaluated the power of this green thunder great handprint of his. It was a problem if it mistakenly injured the scroll behind it. Chapter 19, Perfect Reproduction. Don't worry, it won't spread to the scroll. Yi Dongdong once again built up momentum towards this ugly batch of monsters to be ruthlessly shot. However, the system's beep sounded again. Ding! Destroy the mountain and sea map, no reward. Okay, listen to you. Yi Dongdong despaired. All said he had a light hand. Will not affect the mountain and sea map. But Yi Dongdong thought, is it possible that if you hurt this monster, the mountain and sea map will also follow some damage? Or, this monster is the mountain and sea map? That behind, is the real system said half man half ghost monster? Yi Dongdong for a moment could not understand. He waved his hand towards the monster. The monster also waved his hand towards him. Yi Dongdong nodded. He also nodded. After confirming that the monster will still only learn his movements, Yi Dongdong raised his arm, inducing the monster to raise his hand in front of him, took out his cell phone and began to compare the pattern, and the pictures on the internet compared up. Holding a cell phone, in the dim light, Yi Dongdong inch by inch against the monster's body skin comparison. Shocking is that the monster body pattern, really in that forum sun out of the picture looks really like very like. There were places that were propped up. Some places were pressed smaller again. On the top of this monster's head, 2 circles, in the painting, represents the sun star and Taiyin star. Yi Dongdong did not pay attention to this monster also followed to get the long pale hand in front of him, gently touched against the eyes of this monster. The monster's fingers also in his face, on the gently scratched. Yi Dongdong blink. this monster also followed the blink. However, it is clear that the eyes of this monster, and not this painting on the sun star and Tyene star. Rather, it was underneath this painting touching the paper and blinking its eyes. Yi Dongdong was surprised and took a step back. He didn't know why this painting could be so evil that it could actually force this monster to follow its movements. And even more so, he didn't understand how this painting was able to capture this monster. Retreating to a certain extent, Yi Dongdong opened the yin and yang eyes, up and down carefully observed the monster. And sure enough, there was a new discovery. It seems that it is not only wrapped by the mountain and sea map, but also, when Yi Dongdong did not move or was painted to force the action, the monster is also inside the action smile struggling. Yi Dongdong's self-cognizant character will not be so bad. On the contrary, tonight this monster will be off the seal. But with the monster's figure and qualities, if Yi Dongdong took the painting from him, then it is off the trap. The first thing will not be to fight with Yi Dongdong to a death, right? After all, Yi Dongdong had sort of saved him. And Yi Dongdong, if you want to compete with him, it will not be difficult. But has the entity of the ghost, it is very likely that there will be somewhat Yi Dongdong unexpected changes. Only the living alone, such a big man, Yi Dongdong are not necessarily beat. Not to mention the foot long. I do not know how many pause sensitivity to reach the anticlimactic half-human, half-ghost monster. But ghosts are impermanent. Who knows what they think in the brain all day long. This painting, Yi Dongdong is sure to take away. Yi Dongdong approached the monster. The monster also walked into Yi Dongdong. A person and a ghost close. Yi Dongdong began to carefully observe the monster's structure and the articulation of the mountain and sea map. Soon, with the help of the rear view function of the cell phone camera, Yi Dongdong in the monster's rear erectile neck really found a gap. Below that gap, there is a piece of human skin and its similarity to the reddish skin. It looked like someone who had a skin disease after participating in the treatment of the newly grown lesions of new skin. Red and tender, and aging burnt very seriously. Yi Dongdong felt towards that gap with his back hand, and in the rear view mirror of his cell phone, he finally felt around that gap. However, a cold fingernails at this time also against the Yi Dongdong rear erectile neck. From the spine just 2 or 3 centimeters. Yi Dongdong is shocked. Looking at the phone screen on the position of their hands, is not synchronized with this monster? Really is what they look at. What this monster do? Also do not know that the gap in the pull open. The monster will be how to behave. Yi Dongdong had to take a step to see a step, and now has been contacted to be able to take to the mountain and see map of the method. Yi Dongdong naturally will not give up. Yi Dongdong proceeded to probe forward, slowly touching the location of that gap. Similarly, that ghostly creature's nails scratched Yi Dongdong's spine. Yi Dongdong stopped his fingers and did not continue to move towards the gap. His entire body was in a bizarre state of stasis. Yi Dongdong broke out in a sweat. The movement stopped. The person also did not dare to breathe out. Earlier he had long ago found that this ghost is possessed of its own consciousness, and can also be under the control of the mountain and sea map has its own a little bit of small action. And the process of taking the map is not as Yi Dongdong thought, just that the ghost followed his own movements on the body sliding side of the matter. The moment he himself touched the notch, he had already felt the impending pain of that fingernail slicing, and there was still a bit of distance between that notch and the creature's body, which meant that if one wanted to pinch the corner of the mountain and sea map with 2 fingers to tear it from the creature's body, then the creature's nails, too, would sink deep into one's own skin, right underneath the spine. That monster, although it was wrapped inside the mountain and sea diagram, had its own will, letting it get so close to where its lifeblood was. Yi Dongdong couldn't do it. In case it draws cold and pulls hard, Yi Dongdong is not going to spinal fracture the whole person, directly reimbursement it, and the use of this package with the monster's mountain and sea map of the imitation function to take the map, Yi Dongdong also in his mind instantly vetoed. Obviously, the setting of this level is like this. Although no matter what action the person being imitated does, the monster will follow. But if you want to take the map, it's just a big no-no, or else they'll skin each other. When you take down the map of the mountain and the sea, you will be skinned alive by the monster, and also risk being attacked by that monster's cold feet. And another situation, is Yi Dongdong own skin, so will not be attacked by the monster, separated by a certain distance, as long as a layer of skin, then use on the monster's synchronization effect. Take the skin for the map. First of all, not to mention that Yi Dongdong can go under the hands of the hands. This ghost's synchronized action of the setting is insidious to the extreme. That monster and the body of the mountain and sea map is considered as one, and the clothes on Yi Dongdong is not counted as one. It only recognizes no clothing wrapped Yi Dongdong. Even if Yi Dongdong wear a tights to, can not fool it, to peel off their own skin? Yi Dongdong was silent for a while, watching this monster that synchronized with his own movements, began to circle. The pace between forward and backward was also adjusted by him in a different way. Not long after, Yi Dongdong and this ghost creature circled around to the other 2 sides, and now one person and one ghost were facing each other in the southeast. with that scroll in the middle. Chapter 20, The Kettle Arrives. Yi Dongdong vigilantly looked at the monster wrapped in the map of the mountain and the sea. The brain is also in the rapid thinking countermeasures. That scroll should also be related to the map of the mountain and the sea. Get the scroll. Should also be some effect on the fetch the map is right. Otherwise it will not be placed there. A sprint. Yi Dongdong grabbed towards the scroll fiercely. Ding. There will be no reward for destroying the mountain and sea map. Another system tone. Yi Dongdong stopped his movements, looked up and saw that the monster's movements were still the same as his own, not the slightest omission or delay, and was also preparing to grab towards the scroll. Then by virtue of Yi Dongdong once point over the combat strength increased a lot of power. If so a grab over. This scroll will absolutely be this person and a ghost alive tear. Hard not to? Yi Dongdong heart produced a strange idea. This scroll is also part of the mountain and sea map. The diagram on this monster's body was also a part of the mountain and sea diagram. Or rather, a part that could leave the mountain and sea diagram. Yi Dongdong stopped, slowly backed up, walked to the door already could not see the monster. He pushed open the door of the fire escape and walked out. If he wanted to perfectly obtain the mountain and sea map, Yi Dongdong must have a perfect set of equipment. For example, a set of electronic equipment capable of remotely obtaining that scroll. A mechanical arm. But Yi Dongdong guessed, according to this mountain and sea map of anti-theft means, by then, that monster is likely to rise up and hurt people. Mountain and sea map is quietly placed there. The periphery has outsiders cannot step on the strict guards and the whole building's perfect monitoring. Into the Wei Young office. And there are complex terrain in this ghost guard. It seems that Wei Zhongtian is not a fool. For the value of $100 million of the protection of the strange painting has done perfect. Neither overprotection and cause people in the company's suspicion. Will not just hide, leading to malicious people too easy to get their hands on. But here set a soft nail, quietly hanging up the knife. Yi Dongdong rode out of the building, by hand in the form filled with a row of normal. In fact, this is also the 2 night shift patrolmen are doing every day. Wei group although there is a culture of overtime. But most of that group of IT dogs who regard overtime as an honor have their own cars. So the building entrance is cold and quiet at this time. The shadow of a cab also did not see. Yi Dongdong holding his bladder and ran 2 streets to finally find a beat a drowsy cab driver and with him the same half-dead car. Good luck is back to their own residence. Kettle. Yi Dongdong directly shouted downstairs. Sure enough, the kettle this never need to sleep ghost spirit full of a jolt. Yi Dongdong this end of the system beeps also followed. Ding. The solitary ghost feels elated. Adding 0.5 hours of young life. The window open. Kettle that pitch black face popped out of the window. In fact, this scene is still very scary. Midnight neighborhoods without half a shadow. A ghost opened the window and did not speak. Staring straight at you. Look Harry look. Come down and follow me. Work. Cab waiting. Yi Dongdong has long been accustomed to that look of the kettle. Directly beckoned. And saw the kettle jump directly out with a leap. The kettle floated behind Yi Dongdong with an amazing speed. The color of leaping was already overflowing. Is brother telling me to go kill someone? Kettle's low, hoarse voice came from behind. Let's do something more exciting tonight. Yi Dongdong pulled out his cell phone and put it to his ear to talk to someone on the phone as if he was on the phone, and got into the cab as the driver followed the same route back. What was that for? What about so many words? You'll know when we get to the place, and then we'll make sure you're happy too. Is it to scare the ghosts again? Kettle a pair of eyes shiny. He knows that his brother has a bad taste. He likes to scare ghosts, obviously can wave his hand to extinguish, but like a cat catching a mouse. Nam like to play for a while longer. He does not know the reason, and he does not dare to. The concept should be progressive. The idea should be advanced, while later to the place to say it. Yi Dongdong is a little impatient. The kettle is obviously watching a night of drama. Bored, every day full of thoughts about killing. Giving him a look. Yi Dongdong pretended to hang up the phone and turned his head to look out the window. Destination arrived. The driver uncle drowsily took the money. Yi Dongdong got out of the car. The car slowly drove away. Yi Dongdong watched him drive away, leading the kettle into the building. Brother, there are evil spirits in this building. The kettle shrugged his nose and looked around in a decent manner, but it doesn't seem to be here. But Sprinkles can smell the evil on it from a long distance away. Yi Dongdong appreciatively glanced at the kettle. First went to the duty room. Saw the 2 big brothers are still sleeping like dead pigs. Immediately assured a lot, but left a heart. Unlocked the door. This time is still climbing the stairs. But Yi Dongdong took the elevator directly to the top floor of the next floor. Or take the fire escape to go up. The footsteps and its light. If this time the hands and feet are light enough, will be able to not alarm the monster? The fact is of course impossible. Do not know how the organs are set up. Since Yi Dongdong stepped on the top floor of this office, Yi Dongdong vaguely have a feeling that he has been found again. Walking to the altar, he again saw the monster and himself face to face. However, Yi Dongdong's calculations fell short again, this time one by one at his side. The slightly smaller monster stood to the side. A replica kettle covered in paintings stood together with the monster. It seems to be a replica of anything. Yi Dongdong stood still, and was at a bit of a loss. Did he really have to go and get a mechanical arm to remotely manipulate it? Brother, this guy isn't a sojourner. Kettle's astonished voice rang out, as Kettle fiddled with his body up and down, pulling up a piece of carrion from time to time, and twisting his head down a moment later, while the monster across from him followed suit. What Sprinkles does, this fellow follows. Sprinkles kills you. The Kettle was furious, and the atmosphere of the entire room shifted violently as the two life-saving ghosts roared and pounced together, their life-saving skills running amok. Hey! Stop, stop, stop. Yi Dongdong hastily called a halt. A black kettle and a kettle full of patterns together looked up at him. Yi Dongdong had a deep sense of powerlessness. Fortunately, there is a difference, or else this is copied in full. How can one tell which is just a kettle? Quiet down. I'll think of something. The kettle really did listen to him. After hearing it, it just slowly stood still and looked viciously at the opposite monster. Yi Dongdong noticed that the monster's body was obviously empty, just formed by a painting. Yi Dongdong walked over and tried to touch the small monster. That larger half-human, half-centipede monster, however, followed suit and walked over to the kettle, raising its sharp claws. Still can't move. Ha! Yi Dongdong was helpless. This kind of perfect imitation and copying, was there no way to restrain it? There is, absolutely there is. Just like some of the things in the system mall, Yi Dongdong can have, but this mountain and sea map, he is absolutely not able to replicate it. Yi Dongdong had an idea, opened the mall, and began to slowly browse through it. System, I want to capture skills. Recommended skills. Star picking hand 5 hours of young life. Object control ability 2 hours of young life. Chenkuan de Nuai 8 hours of young life. Yi Dongdong smacked his lips. It's a bit too expensive. It's better to pick up the cheap ones. Redeeming object control ability. Redemption complete. Genetic modification will take about 3 minutes. Pain please endure. What? It doesn't say that there is still a need to change the genes off? Yi Dongdong was startled, and quickly wanted to ask the system for an explanation. It will not change himself into a big octopus monster, right? However, the system is the system. No feelings. Jiankuan de Nuai is a Gongfu skill. Does not need to transform the gene. Whether to exchange. No need. Little master, I don't want it. Poor coin. What did you say? Yi Dongdong eyes staring, lying to the ground. The depth of the heart at this time came a burst of simply tearing pain. There is something growing at a rapid pace. My chow. It hurts so much. Chapter 21, You're welcome. The ability to control objects is a special ability awakened in humans, so it requires a change in genes to obtain. The host's genes are upgraded, rewarding 5 hours of yang life. This is more or less the same. From the severe pain slowly struggled out of Yi Dongdong powerless lying on the ground. The sandy soil seeped with sweat. Yi Dongdong full body sweat has been able to take a bath. Do not care what. As long as it is to give yang life. Anything to do Now Yi Dongdong has a special feeling. As long as he wants, he can control everything he can see. Real control, without the need for physical contact. Just this kind of psychic ability. It seems that there is also a limit. The current ability, he can only barely control very small and light things. But just a scroll, it's still possible, right? Yi Dongdong stretched out his hands, using the hands in his mind to control the scroll that was inserted on the weird altar, slowly pulling it upwards. The monster that had been imitating his movements also followed him, both hands slowly lifting upwards. The scroll shuddered and shook violently upwards, on a violent shake, flying up in the air, abruptly towards Yi Dongdong fly. Yi Dongdong and the monster at the same time, a wave of the hand. Yi Dongdong grabbed the flying scroll, but just when Yi Dongdong thought that everything tonight will finally end, unanticipated changes still happened. The monster let out a hiss that seemed to have been suppressed for a long time. The outer skin, the pattern on its outer skin was slowly fading away, and the real face belonging to it was slowly being revealed. Thank you for freeing me, child. No need to thank you. Yi Dongdong grasped the scroll and slowly backed away. It seemed that when the scroll changed ownership, that weird copying ability would immediately disappear. The little monster that behaved like the kettle had long disappeared at this point, and only the previous monster was gradually revealing his most original appearance. The upper body was a pale middle-aged man, and the lower body was a large purple centipede. The connection was modeled with colors, making people look sick for a while. This half-human, half-insect monster had a svelte face. Yi Dongdong always felt as if he had seen this face somewhere, and after a little thought, he overlapped it with one of the faces on the advertisement. Wei Zhongtian? Yi Dongdong asked. Oh, looks like I'm quite famous. The monster replied, stepping closer. Why did you come to steal the mountain and sea map? To do a quest. Yi Dongdong stared at Wei Zhongtian's approaching figure in death. This uncle was obviously the group's boss. How did he play himself like this? Wei Zhongtian spat in disgust, looking at Yi Dongdong and the kettle with contempt, his eyes scornful like an extremely dirty things. From the organization? Cough shucks. Never heard of such a weak one in the organization. It's even the first time I've seen a combination of human and ghost. We don't have much of an organization. This is something I really need, but I don't have any money. Yi Dongdong said truthfully. Fight first, then talk. Wei Zhongtian at this time, but his eyes were wide open. Dozens of feet lashed out and his entire body pounced. Obviously there was a distance of more than 5 meters between the two of them, but still this inhuman body of his leapt to Yi Dongdong's face. Yi Dongdong hurriedly launched the Green Thunder Great Hand Seal, along with the use of the object control ability, and slapped fiercely towards Wei Zhongtian. Boom! With an explosion, half of the office was enveloped in a smoke of thunder and fire. The smoke dispersed. Yi Dongdong spat out blood in the yellow sand all over the place and scratched out a long distance, leaving a long trail behind him. Chest a burst of nausea. Seems to have blood to surge up again. Yi Dongdong ruthlessly repressed this impulse, slowly climbed up, retreating to the back. Unbearable. Wei Zhongtian laughed as he took a step forward. Don't hurt my brother. Kettle roared and roared as he rushed towards Wei Zhongtian. The morphing ghost image and sorrowful life were unleashed together. Wei Zhongtian was taken aback and with a wave of his hand he collided with Kettle's flying figure. In this instant, the kettle only had time to swing its claws, leaving a scratch on Wei Zhongtian's pale chest. The kettle flew out like a kite with broken strings, and was slapped down to the side. Yi Dongdong looked at all this in surprise. He never thought that Wei Zhongtian could be so strong that he had never heard of it or seen it. Half man, half ghost, and his power was so strong. His own Green Thunder handprint had only left a small bird palm print on his body. Even the control ability that had just arrived, acting on Wei Zhongtian's inhumanly mutated body, did not know if it made him take half a step back. The momentum of the punch just now was really too fierce. Yi Dongdong seemed to be hit by a truck. He only had time to control his body to slightly slow down the force of the backward bounce, so as not to be really killed by a move in a second. Sometimes the power of mortals is really weak. I am also suffering. Wei Zhongtian did not continue to walk towards Yi Dongdong, but instead stood still and looked at the dozens of long legs on his lower body, swinging so fast that for a moment his figure was actually a bit blurred. So I chose to dedicate my body to the Hall of Eternal Life, and offer my soul as well. In addition to obtaining eternal life, I also obtained the final liberation. You see, ugliness is the appearance, but beauty is the heart. On the path of pursuing truth, goodness and beauty, we always have to give up something, such as worldliness and honor. This is like the ancient time of immortal cultivation. Want to be the strongest? There is never any shortcut. There is nothing in this world of people with great fortune, only the most ruthless people. Yi Dongdong wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and slowly sat up. He knew that now, as long as Wei Zhongtian only needed a small few sprints, or to use his foot to stomp hard towards his head, on a foot, he could be reimbursed. All the young life accumulated would be wasted at this moment. It's ruthless enough, and I've never thought that the boss of Wei Group actually looks like this. But then again, how did you get trapped in this painting? No, child, not trapped, but evolved, transcended. Wei Zhongtian smiled with what he thought was a kind face. I entered the painting willingly on my own. The meaning of life has long since faded in my mind. It's not as refreshing as a fight. When I saw it at the auction for the first time, I knew that I had to get it. A divine object that could be reproduced indefinitely. Only this divine item can alleviate my increasingly uncontrollable desire to devour. Only this divine artifact can bring my business to a higher pinnacle and protect my family better. You have yin and yang eyes, right? You should have seen my son Wei Xiaotian as well, right? Have you ever seen his true form? Yi Dongdong shook his head. Can't tell. He is not a mere human as you think. My family's bloodline, growing up to my age, should be like this. Wei Zhongtian gently stroked the long insect legs of his lower body. The admiration in his eyes seemed like he was looking at his most beloved thing. The oldest and most powerful form of our Wei clan can only be realized by constantly devouring itself. Devouring oneself. What a pitiful path to becoming stronger. But all of this was changed by this divine object. Don't you think that it wasn't me who found it, but it found me? Also called Great Restorative Pill, a potent formula that combines the power of heaven and earth. Since the ancient villain died of too many words, Yi Dongdong thought deeply about this, and even if his own attack on Wei Zhongtian as if scratching an itch, Yi Dongdong still thought deeply about this sentence, because in his vision, Wei Zhongtian began to self-inflicted injuries. That's it, eat yourself. Wei Zhongtian used his sharp insect limb to gently cut on his arm, and his left hand was like a block that had once been assembled. It fell down easily, and was caught by his right hand, and he ate it bloody in front of Yi Dongdong. Wei Zhongtian's teeth were sharp and his chewing was powerful. The raw human meat tore easily in his mouth, constantly making unpleasant sounds as he swallowed. Yi Dongdong couldn't help but let out a dry retch. She didn't adapt to the current situation for a moment. Big Boss was eating his own hand. Eating hands? Yi Dongdong didn't dare to think that Wei Zhongtian suddenly had great mercy to eat his whole body, and finally let him go to apologize to him. On the contrary, Yi Dongdong learned from Wei Zhongtian's words and his ego just now that this Big Boss was now getting stronger. Wei clan members have a long lifespan. We will eat some specific organs at a specific age to gain a longer life and power. Wei Zhongtian chewed, a satisfied expression on his face as blood stayed from the corner of his mouth. He licked and wiped it clean slowly and methodically. And I used the mountain and sea map to copy my tongue, and some other organs as well as the souls of my company's employees, and everything. All of Wei Min Group's income is double. Didn't expect that, did you? Ha 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 ha. How long have you been locked up inside? Yi Dongdong was helpless. This villain's words were quite a lot. 10 years. Wei Zhongtian sighed. His insect limbs slowly flattened and sat on the ground, stopping the kettle over there that wanted to rush _ again with his eyes. Is it because you think I'm chattering? Yi Dongdong grunted, his eyes looking away. In fact, the system in his mind had been flipping through them all at a rapid pace, saying too much. Young people don't like to listen. But you saved me. It's too simple to kill you just like that. Yi Dongdong was greatly puzzled. I saved you. Right. I saved you out. You just thank me like this? Of course I want you to experience the most extreme pain and beauty of death on this earth. Wei Zhongtian laughed, and went to cut his other hand, tying it up with an insect limb and slowly raising it in front of himself. By the way, isn't it curious why I'm not in a hurry to kill you? I'm refining the great return to heaven pill. Wei Zhongtian ate at an obviously happy pace, saying this, clicking his tongue and actually already eating his own insect limbs. 10 years of replication has enhanced this body of mine to an unprecedented level. And all I have to do now is to wait until my true body arrives and eat all the essences I've gained from this last devouring. I'm already on my way here. On my way. And I hope you're well and alive. Now you're a member of Wei's group, aren't you? Wei Xiaotian smiled as he began to eat his various organs. Every drop of blood he didn't waste, devouring it. Intestines ripped out and stuffed into his mouth one by one. That mouth seemed like a machine in the middle of processing. Wei Zhongtian, value your talent. Come and add to my Wei. Although your current thunder technique and your little friend are weak, I believe that with my Wei's help, you'll get stronger and stronger, won't you? It's also a blessing for you to get my Wei Zhongtian's appreciation. In a moment you'll be able to see a few other capable people who have submitted to my Wei clan group. They are now living into what they want the most. And of course, you'll be able to learn from their mouths what's going to happen to those who are hated by my Wei clan right now. Wei Zhongtian at this time ate only one esophagus left attached to his stomach, and then he began to devour his stomach, which was several times bigger than his head. I really don't know where all that eating has gone. Yi Dongdong also finally stood up at this time. The movement of his hands was as if he was compiling a flower basket, which made Wei Zhongtian, who was gnawing on his own flesh, look blank. And Wei Zhongtian laughed. It's useless. I'll be there soon. I'm already downstairs in the company now. In a while everyone is there. You'd better hurry up and pledge your allegiance. Otherwise those few grumpy ones, I can't manage them. Then you don't have to worry about it. Yi Dongdong looked at the heads on the ground and the bloodstains all over the ground, beckoned towards the kettle and held the mountain and sea map tightly in his hand. The kettle obediently came to Yi Dongdong's side. See you again in the future. I hope you can also ink a little more. At that time I will still quietly listen to your speech. What do you mean? Wei Zhongtian frowned. What this young man was showing now. There was a kind of confidence that frightened him. That alien energy of yours can't push me. My flesh density has been replicated and superimposed to the maximum. That Tao of yours can't hurt me. And this body of mine is as strong as gold and iron. I didn't say to kill you. Yi Dongdong slowly backed up. The object control ability was activated. The glass curtain wall behind him, the nails and a series of fixed props on it were all slowly unloaded, and a large piece of glass curtain wall slowly floated up. Just now only grasped the time to properly awaken the supernatural ability. Yi Dongdong stood on the glass curtain wall and looked at Wei Zhongtian, who had already eaten himself into a head behind him. The mockery in his eyes could no longer be held back. I also don't know if you love talent or old rottenness, but not killing me is really the biggest mistake. I'll come back again. It's your Wei's extermination. Wei Zhongtian surprisingly finally ended his chatter this time, but turned that head up towards ____, staring at the ceiling tightly. Yi Dongdong was startled, hastily looked downwards, only to see that the originally still empty and dark Wei Group building square had long been filled with a black pressurized piece of luxury cars at this time. Below, tilting his head and looking at himself, there was only an old man with a white beard and hair. Young man, you come down. Let's talk slowly. Wei Zhongtian did not know where the strength came from below, or the night was quiet and shouted loudly. The old man's voice had reached Yi Dongdong here. Me, go, you, what, of. Yi Dongdong also covered his mouth and shouted, After that, he utilized his object control supernatural ability to the extreme, and the glass curtain wall under his feet seemed like a knife in the air, slicing through a shadow that was flooded with the strong light of the ground to fly away extremely fast. TSK, this young man bold and careful. Find him afterward. I'm very much in his favor. Surrounded by the crowd, Wei Zhongtian, who had obviously aged too much compared to just a moment ago, shook his head and said as he began to slowly walk into the building, the mountain and sea diagram was still snatched away, which made him a bit fuming. Xiaotian na, this is the protector I prepared for you. How to fight for it? It's up to you. Son understands. Wei Xiaotian, who was following behind, just started as if he hadn't woken up yet. At this time, he bowed fiercely, as if he wanted Yi Dongdong, who was flying far away, to hear him shout out as well. Then go fetch the great return to heaven pill. The rise of my Wei clan has just begun. Wei Zhongtian laughed, a man of 60 or 70 years old, running with the poise and speed of a 20-year-old. The map of the mountains and the sea. Ding! Successfully obtained the mountain and sea diagram. Rewarded with 10 hours of Yan life. Yi Dongdong grasped the mountain and sea map in his hand, and sat outside the door of a pharmacy, his hands trembling as he poured hydrogen peroxide for disinfection onto the wound. Heart happy, all the efforts tonight, although there is a kind of mischievous feeling, but also by him crashed a big secret, also got the mountain and sea map, but also escaped alive. After all, no one could have guessed that he was the one with the system. When he added the crazy points of the object control ability to the control range of 100 meters, the control of the glass curtain wall, flying up became an achievable operation. But when flying away, Yi Dongdong has long been prepared to control their own clothes in the sky. Downstairs a crowd of several hands are holding a pitch-black gun barrel, so that a home power to the dynasty like super giant group has a few gun bodyguards or very normal. But they did not shoot, but also let the Yi Dongdong lucky escape again. He did not know Wei Zhongtian, this old man, in the end would faint, actually so anxious to eat their own, eat to the end, the most perfect strong body are gone. That would stop Yi Dongdong run, but Yi Dongdong has long given up the intention to kill Wei Zhongtian. Wei Zhongtian's self-confidence is not unnecessary. The body density of this monster is now truly called a monster, controlling the ability to push not move. Green thunder handprint, also electric not burn, all because now Yi Dongdong hands of this volume of the mountain and sea map. Yi Dongdong clicked on the system. Carefully read the introduction of the mountain and sea map in the props column. Props, mountain and sea diagram. Perfect copy. There are only 4 words in the introduction. Perfect copy. What is perfect? Yi Dongdong is not clear. But at that time that Wei Zhongtian's clone was able to under the control of this painting to make no difference with their own behavior. Even the kettle, such a ghost, can be copied. This painting, definitely not simple. Yi Dongdong's first flight in his life was reimbursed, although he had tried very hard to land smoothly, but still did not avoid the high-speed flight roll down to the sidewalk. On the woeful roll, a bruise he is also almost did not catch his breath. Why did brother steal this thing? It's so evil that it's just sitting there, thinking it's just waiting for someone else to steal it. Kettle asked as he plopped down on the steps in disbelief. Because Yi Dongdong returned a sentence without good humor, even if the pain bared his teeth. Looking at the scroll in his hand or heart of joy, this painting Yi Dongdong left to see right to see not out of the mystery. Just feel the brush strokes' delicate depiction of vivid. In addition to the scenery strange some, all the elements appear to be natural and beautiful. With the host's current spiritual power cannot open the mountain and sea map. Whether to force open? No. Yi Dongdong poured some shivering peroxide on his hands. The wounds on his body still hurt and made him bare his teeth. But the scroll pinched on his hands never relaxed once. This night, Yi Dongdong experienced a lot of firsts in his life, including the first time to steal, the first time to fly, and the first time to touch something worth $100 million. And of course about tomorrow night, Yi Dongdong should be sitting on a long-distance fleeing coach. All things should blame this pitiful system. Yi Dongdong thought helplessly, since it is a prop, can you put it away? The host can choose to bind the props. The system defaults to put away the bound props, and can be called out at any time when needed. Then bind. Yi Dongdong did not want to take a billion running all over the street. Now the day is almost dawn. The road gradually have pedestrians. Some people cast the same eyes on him. Yi Dongdong scoffed, you just flew? The small master but spent a lot of effort to land down. Only fell into this appearance has been very good. Kettle at the side of the careful support him. Yi Dongdong limping or first return to their own residence. Everything, first wait for the dawn and then make plans. This night, Yi Dongdong's spirit has been highly tense, and now he just want to cover the large quilt, comfortably sleep. This day Yi Dongdong did a lot of dreams. He fled his hometown after being picked up alive from the bed. He fled to other cities, was kicked open the door of the hotel room. There is also the mysterious organization captured and forced to dig the brain to find the system. Yi Dongdong woke up violently from his sleep, and a black barrel of a gun was pressed against his forehead, making him give up his intention to sit up. With a sweep of Yi Dongdong's eyes, the situation in the room had been roughly understood through and through. This group of people, a water of straight black suits, black sunglasses, a total of 4 people. The narrow hut of their own stand of water. This man holding a gun against his head with a head full of pigtails, and in the corner of the room, there is an unknown material of the rope chained to the neck of the kettle by another short and fat man who was not tall to restrain. Awake? Pigtailed man with a pistol gently knocked on Yi Dongdong's head, swept a glance at the kettle in the corner which was closing its eyes without saying anything and said, "Wake up and let's go out and have a bite to eat. It's going to be dark again soon. And talk about last night's events, by the way. After doing so much last night, surely you're hungry. Close the curtains." Yi Dongdong held up his hands, did not dare to use his supernatural powers, just pointing to the curtains pulled wide open, very uncomfortable, squinting his eyes. The blinding sunset outside is strong. Also do not know which hand owes to pull open. No wonder when we came in just now this brat was quite capable of fighting, but now he's wilting instead. So it's just a bad ghost that's afraid of sunlight. The dreadlocked man waved his hand to signal one person to go over and pull the curtains. Speaking of which, don't you have special abilities? Why don't you dare to use it? Try to see if my gun is faster or your supernatural ability is faster? Who are you guys? Let's eat and talk. Let's go. Is there any specialties around here? The pigtailed man pulled down his sunglasses, revealing a pair of glittering eyes, and Yi Dongdong spoke as if he were an old friend who hadn't seen him for years. First time over here. I heard that this side of the pie is a specialty. I want to order takeout. Yi Dongdong stared at the group of people and said. A few people looked at each other. The dreadlocked man pushed his glasses and nodded. The gun in his hand was put down, pushed the kettle's TV a little bit away and sat on the counter. Half an hour later, the door opened, revealing the dumbfounded face of the delivery man. Was this a Rice Krispies movie? What the hell is wrong with this one? Did you order 20 large all-meat pies and a roast chicken? Yes, yes, yes. The pigtailed man rubbed his hands and took it, joyfully tucked his foot on the door, and under the watchful eyes of the other 3 men in suits started to unwrap the takeout, which seemed to be really full of saliva in the folding. We are Wei's people, but we don't have the surname Wei, otherwise we can't be sent to do this job, can we? Roar! The pie was filled with a large, thin crust, and one bite was full of oil, and the pigtailed man happily angled his head and sucked the oil juice from the sides of his mouth. No one in the room seemed to think what he said was funny though, and he didn't think it was funny himself, so the pies were handed out and a few people just ate them. Chapter 24, $200,000 is too little. Are you sure you guys aren't mental? Suddenly broke into my house, to eat with me? Yi Dongdong is also drunk. This is a group of what people are, obviously very powerful look, obviously full of momentum modeling all lost in the leader of the food body. Especially a hand holding a kettle, a hand and eating pie chicken legs of that short fat man, eating also bar mouth. You are to perform official duties? A few days have not eaten meat I'm sorry, the work meal is too bad, plus busy all day, hungry. The pigtailed man casually wiped his hands with Yi Dongdong's bedsheet under Yi Dongdong's raised eyebrows and stood up. We are also regarded as colleagues. I am the head of security of the whole class, today to listen to your opinion. If you are willing to upgrade it, this meal on me. By the way, how much is it? But if you're stubborn, then this meal is not only on you, but it's also your send-off meal. I never deserve to die. Yi Dongdong thought in his heart. To these few simply like to funny people issued a ridicule. Small master me before and after a few days down. Which night before night is not in the deathline struggle. This just got a rise. Now the remaining 27 hours of life. Are these days the kettle hard contribution as well as their own desperation to do the system issued by the boredom of the task to save? How could be handed over? Not surprisingly, tonight, the hell absolutely have to come to some ruthless roll. He just dragged to the sunset. Now instead of the need and this group of people hard, at that time, is his most needed change of scene. Recently is really very short of money. But look at your appearance. As if there is not much money, right? Follow ways, there is money to get it? Yi Dongdong also want to open up. They really lack of money. Anyway, to wait until the evening underscore on the hair. First promise to wait for the night and then attack is not too late. There is pigtailed man eyes glared stood up, casually pulled out a money clip from his pocket. A smudge of a row of credit cards out. See, Wei's got the money. That. Yi final winter pointed to the pigtailed man eating the pie. At this time the pigtailed man is eating soundly, full of mouth chewing sound. There is a great sense of defiance for the food, which has to be hungry for how many days? We don't give work meals. Anan so it's up to you to eat. Then how much do you guys get a month? Yi Dongdong is also helpless. These people are not stingy crazy? Pigtailed man put up 2 fingers in front of Yi Dongdong, mouth busy eating. 20 pies he himself ate 5, now eating the 6th. 20,000? Yi Dongdong asked tentatively. No. The dreadlocked man shook his head frantically. 2,000? Yi Dongdong corner of the eye twitched. If so little money, then such a large group of strange people have to come to hack him, so few pies can be a bit unreasonable. 200,000. The pigtailed man put down 2 fingers, looked at the few pies still left with intent, and once again wiped his hands on the bedsheet in Yi Dongdong's murderous eyes. Like us with dead wages, signed a contract to sell our lives to do. A total of so little money. Who would like to spend more? 200,000. Very little? Yi Dongdong also froze. I'm afraid this is already the most expensive price in the bodyguard's value. Even if Wei Group was rich and powerful, a salary of $200,000 could not be taken out without blushing. Not to mention the fact that keeping these strange people may not be of much use. Like chicken ribs, tasteless to eat and discarded. It's really not much for you. But for Wei, it's really very little. In fact, for our expenses, it's too little. Then you guys still do it? Don't you think it's condescending? Yi Dongdong looked at these few people. They should all have their own strengths to be right. Just based on the short fat man's means of controlling all the kettles, Yi Dongdong knew that if he was 1 on 4, it would be very difficult to win. Moreover, the ability of these few people he still did not know. Rashly resisting and unsure of the fight, he did not want to take the risk. But you won't be able to get such a high payout anywhere else. It'll be torturous. The pigtailed man said helplessly, hands spread out, without any appearance of wanting to do anything, smiled and said, so it's only right to suffer a little extra money. Go back and you won't say anything, right? Who said I want to go back with you guys? Yi Dongdong drew out a box from under the bed using her powers and lifted it. Fill up this box. The braided man's mouth stopped and he froze as he looked at Yi Dongdong. These? Yi Dongdong said with great certainty, that's all. This is also a little too little. Less? Yi Dongdong touched his head. This was his suitcase from college. Young man, this you don't know. Pigtailed man sat down next to Yi Dongdong, self-cooked and put his arm around Yi Dongdong's shoulder and spoke. Thousands of gold to buy a horsebone, you have heard of it. The future salary do not dwell on too much. The key is how much benefit is promised this first time. Shao da. Off. At this time that short and fat man suddenly interjected. This pigtailed man known as Shao da stopped for a moment. His face was obviously a little less good. Oh Wang, don't interrupt. I'm giving the newcomers more knowledge. In the future are not all going to serve together. He hasn't said he wants to serve. Pigtailed man is also a sudden beat. Just now the momentum immediately down. A few pigtails hanging in front of the forehead, sweeping over the eyes. Hey, are you going to do it? Do what? Promotion ah. Dreadlocked man shouted a music. Big with the feeling that the louder the voice speaks, the more justified it is. How low is your night shift captain? Come and be like us. How nice to be in the limelight. The Wei clan is actually not very weak, right? You guys, you're actually vassals only, right? Yi Dongdong frowned and looked at these 4 people playfully. The other 2 tall and thin people he couldn't see the mystery. But this dreadlock man and the short and fat man, he had pretty much seen it all. The short fat man should be the ability person who can cause a certain degree of restraint to ghosts, and this man with pigtails, the shooting skill should be excellent, or else he can't have a gun pinned all over his body. Just when he was feasting on the pie, Yi Dongdong early saw the shape of the pistol at the ankle that popped up because his pants were too tight. Family minister, it's right to say so. The short and fat man muttered, now you can choose, do or don't do. We won't make things difficult for you. Yi Dongdong looked at the pistol that was still momentarily pressed against his head. It seemed that as long as he said a word of no, the trigger was afraid that he would have to be triggered immediately. Right? These 4 vassals are also, obviously is such a thankless occupation, also want to deliberately hide more to modify it? I want to be an envoy. What's the meaning of donor? The pigtailed man froze, looked back at the few people behind him, and the few companions also followed and shook their heads. What does offering mean? The dreadlocked man asked Yi Dongdong in turn. Chapter 25, What is an alien power? See Wei Zhongtian. I'll talk to him in detail. Yi Dongdong in fact, in addition to stalling for time, also has his own set of small mind. First of all, the system cannot be missed. Secondly, the mountain and sea map cannot be handed over. Finally, he is also human, also greedy for money. Money is naturally to have a big have-la. When I came here, did I say that I could meet the family head? The dreadlocked man seemed like he didn't have a good memory. The way he wanted to confirm everything with his companion. There's no way the housemaster would come to your pigsty anyway. Shouted back off. Pig's nest is a good word to use. A calm and rigid voice rang out, accompanied by the kicking sound of leather shoes. A white-haired uncle dressed in casual attire walked in, a cigar dashingly dangling from his mouth. The posture of the superior revealed. Family master. Several people bowed low and retreated with their asses in front and their heads behind them in order. Wei Zhongtian hadn't shown the slightest urge to sit down in Yi Dongdong's pigsty, so it was evident that Yi Dongdong's pigsty was indeed not a place for people to stay. A few of them are my Wei's vassals, this is not false, but this is not something to be ashamed of. Nowadays young people, as long as the remuneration is enough. Not on the line? Yi Dongdong hard thought about actually did not think out when Wei's vassal what is not good, but he always felt that there is where not right. So a group of capable people, they should be what means to limit it. No matter what this means is, Yi Dongdong does not want to use it on himself. The reward I want, is not just money either. Yi Dongdong thought a lot, but the main thing, in fact, was the painting that was worth $100 million. And it seems that I also know a little bit of secrets that I shouldn't know. Why haven't I silenced them yet? Is it really just a matter of talent? No way. It's true that young people have the most lively minds. Wei Zhongtian smiled. He can come here has been quite Yi Dongdong face. Not everyone can see him in person. People with supernormal capabilities in the crowd is like a 4-leaf clover arising from a 3-leaf clover. It's just too few. After all, no one can be like you Wei. The whole family is one, right? Yi Dongdong wanted to say freaks, but after repeated thought, or forget it. People's mouths often say freaks. Freaksy people may also think that normal people are freaks to it. The specific definition should be Superman. Superman family. Wei Zhongtian not only did not have a bit of revolting mentality, but rather quite proud of it. Stretching his hand in front of Yi Dongdong, a hand that looked a bit old and even dry, began to change right in front of Yi Dongdong's eyes. The fingertips began to become sharp. The nails became seemingly more and more solid and sharp. Some purple began to spread out from under the skin, and the color of the veins faded. Superman's days are miserable because they are lonely. I have only found so many 4 loyal Superman vassals in half of the provinces, and I don't hesitate to offer a big price to serve them. Hearing this, the pigtailed man skimmed his lips and raised his chin slightly towards Yi Dongdong. Yi Dongdong pretended not to see it. This side of Wei Zhongtian's words were still flooding with multiple attributes. They've been doing jobs that don't even deserve their abilities before. Wei Zhongtian pointed at the short and fat man and said, Old Wang, born with yin and yang eyes, used to help people carry coffins. He's the one who saw the wonders of the mountain and sea map you stole. Shao Da. Controlling things. This kid is a courier. A time to move a refrigerator in the air was seen. Someone called the police. Or I fished him out. Zhao Qian Zhaosun 2 brothers. The ability is not to say much. Is the earliest with me to do? A flash also more than 10 years. The people who were introduced all nodded their heads and greeted Yi Dongdong. Pigtailed man Xiaoda could not hold back his laughter, offering a handful of silver sandhawks in his hand like a treasure and threw it into the air, controlling it to fly up in front of Yi Dongdong's eyes. Sometimes when 2 parties faced each other, a pistol that could fly could always catch people off guard. What's your special ability? I see you can fly in the air? Wei Zhongtian frowned, looking at Yi Dongdong's mouth full of oil flowers foolishly looking at the 4 people. How to look at it does not look like what kind of capable person. However, in Wei Zhongtian's opinion, every person who may have supernormal abilities is worth taking seriously. This is what his accumulated experience over the years has told him. Just like old Wang, who raised 3 years for nothing, finally is booming for himself with a supreme artifact such as the map of mountains and seas, which has changed his business and his family. My supernormal ability. Ye final thought, controlling things people already have. Yin and yang eyes he also already have. It is better to hide it first. My supernatural ability is that I can make things fly. Then you might not be able to be an offering. Wei Zhongtian said without regret. The group's genetics department is in need of some research material right now. If you don't take it seriously, well, I can do some Dao magic. Like this. Yi Dongdong put his hand up. The green-colored thunder light suddenly flashed brightly. In the middle of several people's great shock, inadvertently swept the time. Finally it will be dark? A little bit of light in the weakening. The incandescent lamp in the house is also powerless to begin to disseminate its efficacy. The cool air of the night slowly seeped into the house. A few people chatting hot, occupying the protagonist of the natural Wei Zhongtian. The older than half 100-old man has already forgotten the purpose of his visit. Yi Dongdong's home opened up as a superhuman symposium. Yi Dongdong quite patiently from time to time to interject a sentence. Will Wei Zhongtian's talkative ideas become even hotter? Hey, by the way, why are you stalling? Wei Zhongtian suddenly asked without a clue. Yi Dongdong's face followed by a compensatory smile froze, cursing the old goblin in his heart. He sighed and fell silent there. Are you waiting for reinforcements? Wei Zhongtian stroked his chin and looked at Yi Dongdong, puzzled. We've already investigated. You don't know many people in the city and you're also venturing out on your own. Who's going to come and help you? What's the point of procrastinating? You have procrastination? Oh, procrastinate when? What? Yi Dongdong dry smile. There is this is more than 20 minutes. You in the end is not come Wei? Yi Dongdong touched his face. His own people as a fool. Indeed not very good, but this solicitation is incomparably sincere. He can also see, if not the thought of really follow them to do, mountain and sea map also to return. Yi Dongdong faced with a number of benefits. It would be hard to agree. Sorry Mr. Wei, I feel that my ability is still not worthy of your lineup. Then there's no talk. Wei Zhongtian spread his two hands, but didn't give any orders to Xiao De. He just stood up and kept a bit of distance from Yi Dongdong. Think about it again. Being a vassal by my side is better than being broken down and studied in the genetics department. Well, then you let me consider it for a while longer? Yi Dongdong asked without any expectation. Chapter 26, The Bull's Head. Wei Zhongtian's face was dark. This kid is really shameless. Then let's go to the genetics department. Parse the memories and see if we can intercept fragments of Dao out. Wei Zhongtian said this to Xiao De, Lao Wang and the others. At this time, he also remained the same kind face. A hand pressed down on Yi Dongdong's figure that just wanted to stand up. Don't try to escape under me. Enjoy your last moments. Speak up. Where is the mountain and sea map hidden? I'll even. Click. The sound of the safety opening rang out, and Xiao De looked meaningfully at Yi Dongdong. Well, being a vassal is fine. I really especially like this picture. Can you give it to me? Can. Wei Zhongtian said rather definitely. Don't you guys need such a magical thing? Wei Group is such a big company. You said it yourself. Yi Dongdong was a bit incredulous. This old man was fooling himself again. The use of the mountain and sea map in my group is only to double the profit. Now that we have mastered a more sophisticated core technology, money and so on, is no longer important? Ha! Wei Zhongtian still raised his hand. The piece of hard skin took on the characteristics of insect armor. It looked tough as hell. The development of human exoskeleton technology has to start with genes. We Wei lead the world. It's already enough. You experimented on yourself? Strictly speaking, yes. Just a little subcutaneous tissue. It's not impossible to contribute. Mr. Wei's atmosphere. Yi Dongdong cupped his fist and bowed, taking a big deep breath, as if to announce something. I forgot to tell you. In fact, in addition to the Green Thunder Taoism, I will also control things, yin and yang eyes, and will even renew life, create the field. Yi Dongdong shook his fingers and slowly backed away, speaking all the while absently glancing at the door of the room with his eyes. Although it is indeed looking forward to cooperation, but still have to say, my reinforcements have arrived. In the corner, old Wang, who had been silently looking at the kettle, glared with his small eyes and suddenly shouted, Mr. Wei, be careful. Boom! The door of the room was overwhelmed and shattered into pieces of wood, flying inward and exploding. A 2-meter-tall figure topped the lighting shadow of the building and violently squeezed in. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. A foot stepped on the doorway of Xiao De's body. Xiao De, a mouthful of blood, spewed out to lie down. Because of the backlight, a few people can only see this big man's body is really robust. Inverted triangle of the swelling body outside the ragged clothes, shoulders high up, do not know what style of clothing. A pair of bull horns on the head directly scratched the doorframe. A pair of bull horns on his head directly scratched the doorframe, grinding out gusts of sparks on it. This big man entered the door, also don't know what kind of anger. A hand, and don't know where to yank out of the 3-stranded steel fork. Straight toward Yi Dongdong and others poked. Yi Dongdong, protect Mr. Wei. Old Wang shouted, lunged forward. Short fat body, I do not know where the strength to pounce on Wei Zhongtian. Next to Xiao De has been shot. Zhao Sun is somehow due. Hands a clap to hold up a semicircular shield of unknown material to cover a few people. Only blocked that huge fort for less than half a second. Zhao Sun's shield should be shattered with a piercing sound like glass breaking. Zhao Sun spat blood and flew across the room, smashed into the curtains and was buried in the right place. Ah, Xiao De and the power. Several pistols shot in unison, in all angles to greet the black-faced big man in all parts. But no use, also do not see the blood splatter. There are only bullets were bounced away from the hit in the surrounding crossflying. Wei Zhongtian unlucky to be scratched in the face. Xiao De, stop it. Wei Zhongtian shouted and called for Xiao De to stop. At this time old Wang flew on top and took out a handful of talisman paper from his pocket, chanting and waving it around. Yi Dongdong, the debt you owe. It has to be paid. The big man with the bull's horn walked in, and under the light, Yi Dongdong and the others finally got a good look at his face. This person's head was actually a cow's head, a pair of cow's eyes glaring blood red, all black hair revealing two thick flowing black gas robust arms, wearing a blue gothic style drag racing jacket on top and a pair of jeans underneath. If there was no such a cow's head, Yi Dongdong was afraid that he would think that he was a biker hipster. Of course, holding a hideous dung fork stained with shredded entrails would be another story. Hold on, my lord, we had nothing to do with this, nor will we take sides with this person. Light smoke rose from the talisman paper in old Wang's hand, and the Minotaur lowered his head, swept the talisman paper from his hand, and snorted, which sounded more like loud thunder to several people. Roll, you're so calculating. Before leaving, Wei Zhongtian looked at Yi Dongdang with a different meaning, and withdrew from the battlefield extremely quickly with the two remaining henchmen carrying the wounded on their backs. Now only Yi Dongdong, Kettle and the Minotaur were left in the messy room with one person, one ghost and an unknown thing. Kettle shrinking in the corner cannot stop shivering. Eyes do not dare to open a bit. The mood has fallen to a low point, resulting in Yi Dongdong side of the system beeps ding 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 ding. Yi Dongdong stood in the mess, playfully holding his right hand in his left hand and looking at the Minotaur in front of him. His heart already had a bottom. The Minotaur watched the trio leave with his own eyes. A pestle of steel fork began to set something from his jacket. A roll of paper of unknown material was slowly unfolded by him, and read in a low voice. Demon Taoist Yi Dongdong, guilty of committing the following crimes: harboring, plotting rebellion, keeping bad ghosts, and privately adjusting young life. The 5 crimes are punished together. Execute now. Pa 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 pa. Yi Dongdong applauded. The Minotaur ignored him. The steel fork snapped up, and Hoada forked down towards Yi Dongdong. Dang! The sound of the Minotaur's steel fork was blocked. The surrounding light was darkened. The Minotaur was closed by a layer of invisible barrier, and Yi Dongdong was also separated by a thin wall of fog. Sand sculpture bullhead. Commit the following offense. Sculptor's little skill, also worthy of performing. Oxhead let out a low grunt, and with a wave of his left hand, the barrier dissolved into nothing. Yi Dongdong took a step back. The Wanxiang domain was unleashed, stealing the Kettle domain. Moroi ghost image. A moment of golden light. Ghosts like solemn. A total of 8 ghost faces around the bull's head boom emerged. Some smiling, some angry. Yi Dongdong proudly stood in the middle of it. The golden light seems to be burning holy flames, brilliant extreme. 2 hands lit up the blaze of green thunder light flow. Yi Dongdong stood there, like a killing Buddha. Kettle wiped his eyes, almost cannot believe. The original brother also has such a means to sell so spectacular. Between the various emotional outbursts, it was also a constant feedback of young life to Yi Dongdong. As things stand, my identity can only be exposed. Yi Dongdong said without regret. Ding! Oxhead feels doubtful. Add 6 hours of young life. Ding! Solitary ghost Kettle feels shocked. Add 1 hour of young life. Ding! Sojourner ghost Kettle feels dawning realization. Add 1 hour of young life. Yi Dongdong lamented. Ah, this level really affects the young life harvest. Ah, how the Kettle's mood fluctuates now. That is, it can contribute an hour or 2 or so of young life, and the wild ghosts on the side of the road set the sky for an hour. This bullhead is different. Who is Oxhead? He's a famous and powerful person on earth and in hell. This comparison shows the difference. Chapter 27, Never be impulsive. The more powerful the ghost generates mood swings, the more yang life one receives feedback. Ah, ding! Oxhead's will is strong. Killing heart is determined. Add 4 hours of yang life. Who? The steel fork forked again, came swiftly and fiercely. Yi Dongdong didn't dare to take it lightly. On his hand, Qinglei Big Hand Seal plus Control Object supernatural ability was launched at the same time, and pushed the steel fork violently to the side with a continuous strike. You are also enough, Yi Dongdong burst out, bursting into a rage. Giving you sunshine and you're still bright. Do you know who I am? The Kettle's face showed a look that was surely true, its eyes clearing up. Hello. The bull's head didn't say anything, but just mortared the steel fork and stood still, waiting for Yi Dongdong to speak on. Ding! Oxhead's mood fluctuates, generating doubt and will to judge. Add 7 hours of yang life. Your family Yama also has to call me a brother-in-law when he sees me. He. Instead, Oxhead laughed, developing from a low laugh to a big laugh. Ha 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 ha. Yama's brother-in-law Easy Scatterer is common to me year after year. A person over 300 years old you also come to impersonate. Bullhead's eyes flashed red, and the white vapor exhaled from his nose mixed with the smell of bursting flames filled the entire room. Suffer death. One more sinful delusional word. Go to the 10th floor of hell. Go to hell and see if my brother-in-law doesn't slaughter you. Yi Dongdong at this time but came to the bottom, although it is not presumptuous to attack the bull's head, but from nowhere violently pulled out a snow-white pendant to my sister, even if not the palace, but if you dare to move me, try. Ah. Yi Dongdong is really afraid of the bullhead to a try. Just try. I'm really afraid that he was a northeastern silver child in life. What is this? Ding! Oxhead generates self-doubt. Add 8 hours of young life. Humph. Who knows if you're that so-called the main palace's lackey? Yi Dongdong despised looked at the bullhead. This big brother momentum finally backed down. Self-doubt emotion I have. Regardless of your dollar golden immortal or hell big ghosts, this word of healing how also give you arrangements on. I have no dealings with the queen. Bullhead snorted. Nose in the white eye. Once again the house rushed into a sauna-like feeling. Only as cool air, as if the fog is full of ice ballast. Extremely freezing. Yi Dongdong skimmed his mouth. Holding his bladder. A dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Hot look. High and mighty. Your nymphet's temper. We can't say it well. The Nyang Nyang's temper is extremely good. Oxhead returned indignantly. Yi Dongdong turned back violently. His gossip soul awakened. Ha! Still saying there is no correspondence. Oxhead's eyes instantly rounded. Ding! Ding! Ding, 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 ding. The system tone instantly burst. Yi Dongdong didn't know what it thought. Anyway, all this guilt, fear, shame, wrongdoing, rage, fluke and whatnot added up. That's having a leg up. Ahem. Yi Dongdong dry cough, covering his mouth froze half a day did not want to come out and then say something. All because he that sentence mouth too fast. The scene atmosphere and it's embarrassing. Small 2 days of Yang life directly saved out. Yi Dongdong heartless steel joy. My sister's name I cannot say. But this pendant, is my sister before leaving to send me? Said the future married to the hell I do not know whether I can take care of me. This pendant can make the hell ghosts do not have a bad heart. Oxhead looked at the pendant in Yi Dongdong's hand. A white divine puppy crawled on the white jade. On it, a soft light emanated, illuminating him a little heartily. This is the real thing of the Taoist sect, he thought in his heart as such. But your matter. Yi Dongdong cupped his chin. Seems to be extremely hesitant. Is it you exterminate my mouth? Or are you exterminating my mouth? Oh right. Don't think about extinguishing my mouth. He is called Kettle, although it is only a bad ghost as you say. But the speed is quite good. Used to pass a letter also all 0k. Killing both of you at the same time is like pulling out hair and snapping your fingers. Bullhead grunted. Once again gripped the steel fork, raised it flat, and once again aimed it at Yi Dongdong. You think you're a leapfrog? Use this thing. Yi Dongdong full of breeze with a slap brushed away the steel fork, while the person slowly walked to the side of the bull's head, looking up and down at the bull's line. How to look at this bull's head? There is nothing that can be looked at by the queen mother of the main palace, right? In order to Yi Dongdong many years of feelings expert experience and see. This big brother is most likely unrequited love. If really and others have a leg, how will be furious into this, and do not dare to explain it righteously? That's not still weak and aggrieved? Look at you, more or less an official, wearing such an unorthodox, is not she like this style? Ah, ha, little wolf dog? Hu cow had nostrils of white gas again huffed out, sprayed Yi Dongdong all over. Yi Dongdong disgusted fluttered a few times, around the cow head to see a few circles. Do you believe it or not? Not only you come to my house to threaten at my thing I have to tell my sister, but also you and that proper lady have a leg of. Bullhead still can't wait to hear the end. Suddenly burst out, nonsense, I merely sent a flower. Where is there a leg up? Yi Dongdong sighed quietly and slapped her hand on Oxhead's thigh. Ox brother I'm worried about your IQ The cell phone's video playback function was tapped on. The picture was dark, but the sound was as shocking as thunder, rumbling and repeating Bullhead's sentence. Nonsense, I merely sent a flower. Where's the leg up? Despicable. Ding. Bullhead feels extreme anger, adding 7 hours to his life. Vile. Ding. Bullhead is in a state of extreme rage. Add 6 hours of young life. Stop. Yi Dongdong hastily reached out to call a halt. This guy belongs to the bull. A moment of bullishness up, and then regardless of the fork to play up. He is absolutely unbearable. Then will not be exposed? Honestly, old man now look let the kettle go down to report you believe it or not. Said. A hand will be in the hands of the cell phone thrown to the kettle. The kettle hand quick to catch, tightly embraced in the arms. Green fruit cell phone, destroyed also have archive O. Bullhead froze, his 2-meter tall body turned sharply indoors. The whole room seemed to follow and swayed, looking at the small man Kettle like he was looking at something extremely scary. Kettle, my lord, you must not be impulsive. Oxhead understood that there were millions of paths on earth, but there was only one path down to hell. No matter how high one's cultivation level was, the speed of walking on this path was the same. If he couldn't stop himself, he would be the one to lose his reputation and be cooked and fried in hell. Thinking that this Thai ghost would run all over hell with such a small gadget with his unique sexy voice, Bullhead's heart was clenched with it. Ding! Oxhead feels extreme panic, adding 12 hours to his young life. Hey! Yi Dongdong shouted, and the Oxhead shivered and hurriedly turned back around again as the sky shook. Ding! Bullhead is highly frightened. Add 10 hours of yang life. Is it right to beg him? Yi Dongdong was also speechless. This stupid ox was dead in the head when he was in a hurry. Looking at whoever was holding the cell phone and begging him? He is my little brother. Listen to me. Understand? Chapter 28, 100,000 Underworld Soldiers. Clang. The sound of the steel fork falling to the ground is earth-shattering. The bull's head suddenly puts his palms together and pays homage to Yi Dongdong. A gust of strong wind is also blowing Yi Dongdong messy, almost tilting over. Lord have mercy. I have a powerless old mother on top and hundreds of family souls underneath. You wait first, are you taller again? Yi Dongdong helplessly looked at this stupid big man have topped the roof of his shed. Just now 2 meters, now must immediately 3 meters. For a moment I didn't control it. The avatar is somewhat ineffective. The bull's head touched his head, and with a press, he actually took another several dozen centimeters, and hardened and shrunk back to 2 meters. My lord, I also had a brain fart at that time. but I really didn't dare to have any ungrateful thoughts towards the Empress. Who's to say this? Yi Dongdong crossed his legs. Lusula's feeling was really good, and it was watching the ox head that reigned in the hell also messed up. The sense of accomplishment was simply overwhelming. I put you high hair. My sister may also follow on the throne. When the credit is not greatly have? My lord, you are joking. This, bullhead, that bull face forced out a smile, but Yi Dongdong how to see how like crying. You will be magnanimous. Spare me this time. We are also a big water washed the Dragon King temple. From the family to fight their own family well. Yo, you are to say, how on the family? Yi Dongdong eyes rolled over. White eyes serve. Oh, you see, this me and your little brother it, are from hell. Put your mother's bull asterisk. Yi Dongdong slapped the bedside table, openly stood up again. You are lawless. The following offenses. Yan Wang's wife, you are dry molestation. You say, if this matter let King of Hell know, how many lives do you have? Yi Dongdong rose up and angrily pointed out Oxhead's crime. Oxhead almost cried. He also did not expect today can encounter such a ruthless corner. All blame that the life-suppressing ghost. Nonsense report what demon road kidnapping hell bad ghost. But also said what is a bad ghost control. But also said that the strength of this person is general. Just a bit of Taoist law. He must go back and break that life-suppressing ghost into pieces. And stuff him directly into the 18 layers of hell to make him suffer before he can relieve his hatred. Actually, it's not without a solution. I'm quite a good talker. Yi Dongdong dug his nose, self-conscious that this is actually quite bad to talk. The belly is not to say, but take out the point of holding a grudge, is absolutely not put in the fall. Bullhead earn, knees a soft, almost give a knee, the heart is also cool, face is also wooden, soul is crispy. You, zoom in, I don't like to talk with my head tilted. Hey, good Lou, bullhead a sound should finish, really shrink again, all the way small to more than a meter high, and kettle general high. Kettle, Yi Dongdong shouted. The gleaming kettle then violently stood up, majestically then crossed over the ox head that was half a head shorter than himself, and came in front of Yi Dongdong. His paws did not shiver anymore, and his small body stood straight. Ding! Detected that the Sojourner Ghost Kettle generates a strong sense of pride. Add 2 hours of young life. Tell him, what does it take to show loyalty? Report brother. A letter of surrender. What did you do then? Killed a man. Oxhead's eyes lit up. Kill someone? This is a good idea. Your Honor asked me to kill someone? Just tell me who it was. I'll go and ask for it. I let you kill King of Hell, you can kill Yi Dongdong eyes are not raised. This stupid cow is to give him as a little brother he does not want. In addition to fighting a little more powerful is naive. Too naive. Not as good as the kettle. Loyalty and righteousness, 2 words hang in the heart. I'm looking for you to investigate a case. Lord, please say. The earth before and after 500 years of reincarnation records have been checked. I can go back and find out. The ox head lowered his head, more or less delighted in his heart, but still unable to avoid the thick worry. You help me to check a person. The appearance of 15 or 16 years old at the time of death. Called Xiao Mengyang. How did he die? The specific details must be understood. Okay, I'll go down and check. Bullhead finished, picked up the steel fork, turned his head and wanted to leave, but suddenly seemed to think of something, turned back violently, and looked at Yi Dongdong in a daze. Duh, man, that. Hey, you still really want to leave just like that? Yi Dongdong hugged his bladder and looked playfully at the bull's head, and now the 1 meter tall bull's head had to look up to him. Have I finished? Ding. Bullhead feels deep despair. Add 10 hours of young life. Ding. The bull's head feels extreme fear. Add 12 hours to your life. Come and sit down. Yi Dongdong kindly greeted Oxhead, pushing away the clutter on the bedside table with one hand, pointing at the bedside table and signaling him to come over and sit. Bullhead looked up to see Yi Dongdong pointed to the bedside table. Big feeling on not go. Silently walked over to squat. Cow eyes watery look at Yi Dongdong. 2 hands have a grate to put on the head. On the desire. Ask you something. No need to be so nervous. Yi Dongdong smiled and looked at the head of the cow. Although ugly, but ultimately in their own view is a new species, or cowboy wind. Now looking at it is also a little cute. Suppose like me, you said those charges. So much, you came if you haven't succeeded in catching back. Who will come next? Bullhead side of the head to think. Eyes empty, muttered, 100, 000 in soldiers. On the other side, he is thinking about whether to take more bad ghost control work next time, and then be robbed of the life-supporting shirt to go? The genuine life-supporting ghost shook his head, knowing that this idea of his own is ultimately unrealistic. His job may be lost this time. This inexplicable long vacation is a preview. He must hurry to seize the opportunity to find a new job. The ghosts in the hell are hungry and afraid of having the essence to eat can certainly strengthen the soul element, enhance the cultivation, and no essence to eat will not starve to death. but the taste of starvation is really very difficult. Miss, may I ask if there's any news about the copy promised by Oxhead Immortal now? Hearing the inquiry, a female ghost in the Manhwa bridge office slowly raised her head, seeing the obviously much more downtrodden proper Sokoban ghost, looking unmoving and comparing it with the photo under her desk. A professional smile appeared on her lips. Ah, you have come. Ox-headed Immortal has specially ordered to arrange a better errand for you. Ah, what errand? Happiness came from heaven. The genuine soothsayer couldn't hide his joy. It seemed that the ox-headed Immortal went up to get something. He said, the origin of that kid's Tao is unknown, and all the holy mountains have not found this person. Unauthorized modification of the lifespan is a big case. His own credit is definitely not small. You come with me. The female ghost smilingly led him to a passageway entrance. Chapter 29, from the organization. Sure hell? The genuine soothsayer frowned, and his footsteps stopped, not continuing to walk on. Isn't this a place to cleanse the wicked? That's right. Don't you know that if you want to be in a higher position you have to be tortured in hell a few more times first? How many times is that? The genuine Sokoto ghost was trembling a little. There are 18 layers of hell. How many layers can he endure with this level of soul cultivation? Fear is not halfway to the soul flying away, right? Ox said very poor. I appreciate me. That's right. The female ghost said with a smile. Immortal said, when the soul flew away when to arrange the best job for you. Seeing the bad situation, the genuine life-saving ghost panicked and wanted to run. But the hell is so big. Where to run? Several lean soldiers appeared brazenly and stopped him. The female ghost closed the smile. A spell sealed the cultivation of the genuine life-supporting ghost, and then afoot will he into the channel. The contact cannot be so good service. As long as there is no cultivation of ghosts, have to walk in the frying pan on the mountain of knives. Also don't know how such a miserable petty official can offend to the ox-headed Immortal. It's really rare. The female ghost muttered, and went to do another errand that the ox-headed Immortal explained down. Chao Mengyang. This name is a bit familiar. The sky of hell has always been so gloomy. Chao Mengyang buried his head to pull grass. The work in hand cannot stop, since he became a bad ghost in hell. Picking the most yellow grass in hell is the work he has never stopped in the past 5 years. A few ghosts in official uniforms flew in from the sky. Imposing. Look, it's the ghosts of the netherworld. Yes, the last time is to wash the toilet lack of a ghost. In the second group recruited a ghost into. People are now also promoted to the regular toilet worker herd. I don't know who's lucky this time. Bad ghost Chao Mengyang. Come up for questioning. Before the ox head left behind a wisp of his original essence soul, and at the request of Yi Dongdong signed a contract that I do not know what to do. After signing, the ox head felt that his cultivation, which had not been broken for many years, seemed to have improved, and that some new power was helping him. Immediately and happily said that he would definitely keep his word and keep his promise. A step 3 back to run back to hell. The storage of the cattle handle of the phone was also Yi Dongdong from the system mall to spend an hour of life to exchange for 6 young fire charm. A haunted house touch will burn up. The video is still out of the existence of the user's personal space. If the cattle want to make the means to make sure to let him look good. That contract also spent Yi Dongdong live 3 hours of life. Time limit soul contract. In a certain period of time will be connected to the soul of the two. A glory and a loss. If the cowhead dares to break the pot, Yi Dongdong can not only pinch a wisp of essence at any time to seriously injure the cowhead, but also put the knife on their necks, play a hand a life for a life. After the cowhead left, the whole block of flats were plunged into a period of uneasiness and trepidation. A few lads holding the quilt stood downstairs, clearly felt the tremor. How is it not a little bit of movement? As a result, tomorrow not only have to go to work, tonight also did not sleep well. Behind this clamor, there are always people who are not scared out of their wits, or simply did not experience the horror of the bull's head crashing into the door of the moment. A line of 2 people, and even knocked on the door for 5 minutes to wake up the door of the live knocking just slept Yi Dongdong. Yi Dongdong from the bed violently get up. The brain is still groggy but also rushed to put on the clothes quickly adjusted to cope with the state of everything. Hands and feet rolled to the door. Open the door. Outside the corridor light softly cast over. Mapping is not the cattle head that more than 2 meters tall stupid big and thick figure, but 2 women. Late night visit. Much disturbance. Moving voice spat out a light and elegant tone. The air seems to be filled with the fragrance of orchids. Yi Dongdong's eyes are still awake or squinting. Looked up and down the 2 women standing in the doorway once again. His mouth is dry and gulped. This is his girlfriend and he broke up after this house for the first time a woman stepped foot. Yi Dongdong is very enthusiastic to pour a cup of hot tea. Dense mist steam of the light is also a little soft. Yi Dongdong holding a cup of tea, wrapped in a quilt, looking at these 2 uninvited beauty of the maiden. Hello Mr. Yi, I am Tang Yi. I'm Tang Candy. We're from the Light Harvesting Pavilion, the Shifter Protection Association. It's that organization you guys always talk about. Yi Dongdong looked around at these two sisters. They were really different, and their looks were extremely similar. One was as quiet as a virgin, and one was really moving like running thunder. With the knowledge that she was watching TV with a ghost, the whole person had fallen into a state of insanity and kept asking questions. Her sister just smiled apologetically from the side. Tang Yi was the older sister. Tang Sugar was the younger sister. The two sisters were from the Light Harvesting Pavilion, a member of the organization that protected and restricted the supernaturals in this metropolis. After a few days of tossing Yi Dongdong before and after, the gods approached him. You said you have a lot of supernormal capabilities? Tang Yi frowned as she wrote line by line on her notes. Head that emits golden light? Can control objects? Can do Taoist magic? This isn't a charlatan, is it? I saw Wei Zhongtian's car when I came here just now. Did you drive him away? Tang Candy said excitedly. Yeah, is brother powerful? Yi Dongdong reached out and wanted to pinch the little girl's small face that could penetrate water. However, he miscalculated. Tang Candy alertly flashed back. Yi Dongdong's field of vision even appeared in the stump. Yi Dongdong was shocked. His hand hung in midair. Awesome. Ahem. Just now you said that the bullhead of hell came, and was scared away by you? Yes, more than 2 meters high. Rushed in and gave it a hard beating, picking up whoever he was beating. If it wasn't for my resourcefulness, these two sisters in the end is just to play soy sauce. Send them away. The kettle is not without melancholy sigh. Looking at the back of the two sisters, the whole ghost vicissitudes of a lot. Brother, why not leave them? And or war. In are good choices. It's obvious. People take us as mental illness. Yi Dongdong whistled and jumped violently towards the bed, and with a big quilt of dreams, he was ready to go back to sleep. Kettle at this time but came to the spirit of the head. Water margin also do not read. Ran over to lift Yi Dongdong's quilt. But, that organization I also know. Kaiguang Pavilion is very famous. What alien they will accept? Tonight over why did not put forward the intention of recruiting it? Told you. People treat us as fools. Cow head, horse face and so on. Too far away from them. You see, the more I tell the truth, the more they don't believe. But, brother, these two girls, I think I should. Kettle wrestled with this for half a day, but could not find the words to match his own sentence. You're not looking at either one, are you? Yi Dongdong turned around so violently that the covers lifted to the floor. Which one? The kettle drummed with a bang and shrunk into the closet. Yi Dongdong, happy, turned around, looking out the window but how can not sleep. Chapter 30, Gold Bars. This section of life, the emergence of too many changes. From being cut to pick up a life, to scare away the first ghosts and even collected as a little brother. Do not open the yin and yang eyes. Sometimes see the home broom and their own sweeping the floor. Began to pick up the task. The gas ghosts to tease the ghosts to scare the ghosts. Yi Dongdong has been in the state of continuous rotation. So far all the way up to the present. The harvest of the most generous since he gained the system of a large sum of life after he had insomnia. Wine and rice see. Yes or wine and rice it. Yi Dongdong rubbed the chest hanging white zephyr pendant. Yin and yang eyes to see is a touch of clear bright white shadow constantly flickering. His own body is shrouded in a layer of faint luster. Now at least do not have to worry about the kettle went off the fire. Draw a coal to give himself a sorcery technique. Yi Dongdong remembered the past small transparent general life. Remembered a lot of many, and finally fell asleep. The corners of the mouth out of saliva. Flowed a pillow. I want to get money. Although the system is not a serious system, but how we are also a host. Can't want life without life. Want money without money. Yi Dongdong violently rose from the bed, his eyes reddening as he issued his declaration of determination in his heart. Must find a way to get some money. Have the bread to have the power to drink ghosts. System. I've lost my job. You say how to do it. Ding. The host's personal state will not affect the work of this system. Yi Dongdong rubbed his head. Right. The system is the system. How he lives. What has he got to do with him? He is to release a few tasks. See his jokes on the good. Well, then we can only wait for news from the bull's head. The key is how to utilize such a great resource. After all, the ox head and horse face handle has been pinched firmly by himself. Just as a messy head coupled with a depressed spirit, Yi Dongdong tugged at his clothes and was planning to start his new day. He had just pushed the door open to find a special gift lying across his doorway. Gorgeous. Banknotes? Yi Dongdong gulped, and hurriedly fished out a bundle of them, closing the door with a thud. His breathing couldn't help but be heavy. The cow head came back again last night? Banknotes, a total of 3 bundles. Yi Dongdong life for the first time to come into contact with such a large amount of banknotes. Full of pounds and 2 feel in the hand is simply not a general heavy. The weight of these banknotes also pressed on Yi Dongdong's heart. The bottom of the banknotes printed 4 small words. Print. Yi Dongdong left and right up and down against the font, only to confirm that he grew up proficient in his native language one day of the bank. This bullhead came back last night. Yi Dongdong heart a burst of ice cold, but also thanks to the ox head is not horse face. Iron bean brain, but where there is a thought was planted, it can never be pulled out. Said he had a leg with the wife of King Yama. He was really afraid of. I don't know how to destroy a corpse and a ghost, so that this little thing will be known to heaven and earth, and the ox head will know it. Last night before the ox head left did solemnly promise, must let him everything go well. 3 coin banknotes in the hand is not generally hot. Yi Dongdong do not know whether the hell tube regardless of human dreams, but he did think so last night. The result of the bull's head of the banknotes so sent over. But this face, this next send a few billion, are the style of hell? Yi Dongdong scrutinized these face value are more than the normal circulation of the currency of the large banknotes, carefully studied up. The paper used by the currency of each country are more different, such as soft sister coins. The paper used is more tough and durable. Touch feel are also super good. These large bills from hell, how to touch, how are like real money is it possible? All the money burnt in the past in the Yangwang world is really circulatable in the hell, and it can be turned into real money. Yi Dongdong pondered, and gradually in his heart, he had a new understanding and knowledge about Oxhead's dirty bribery. Boss, do you have gold bars here? Yi Dongdong carried an exaggeratedly large bag. Sunglasses and mask covered his face tightly. The image of long sleeves and long pants plus a duck-tongue cap appeared in any store would cause the boss's absolute vigilance. But Yi Dongdong was walking into a funeral goods store. Only a madman would rob a funeral goods store. Gold bars? There is The boss was very enthusiastic, leading Yi Dongdong and turned into the inner room. As soon as he entered the room, the golden reflection rushed towards Yi Dongdong's sunglasses, but it was stopped outside. Yi Dongdong squinted behind the sunglasses, and his hands trembled a little. More. How much? The boss looked at him strangely, but still answered, $8 a bag. If you go to the grave, 2 bags are enough. Now the control is strict. Do not allow to burn more. Can you buy more? How much? After the completion of the matter, Yi Dongdong and the boss to look at the eyes of the same as a monster stride out. This bastard, but also said to buy more. To the end is not just buy 2 bags? The boss disdainfully spat. Lazy Yi Dongdong stepped hurriedly back to the house, carrying 2 bags of yellow paper folded into gold bars of Yi Dongdong joyful. Doubly feel life winner is their own feeling. Kettle. Yi Dongdong a pull up the old god watching the water margin kettle. A piece of light gold bars then placed in front of him. This know it, right? Gold bar. The kettle was also startled. His eyes rounded and his fingers trembled as he tried to touch it, but then he felt something was wrong. It was fake. Brother is teasing me again. This is a magic item before the young world burns to the netherworld, right? I don't know what you call it. Anyway, this thing, if you burn it down for you and you bring it up again, doesn't that make it real? Kettle nodded. Nodding, yes, that's true, but it shouldn't be able to be brought up. Netherworld things simply can't come up to the young world. Kettle skimmed his mouth, looking at Yi Dongdong with a look of wealth. He instantly guessed a few points. Brother is thinking of making yin and yang wealth, right? The little thing is quite smart. Yi Dongdong complimented and patted the kettle's head, looking at the pair of yellow paper gold bars piled up on the ground. He seemed to have already seen what it would look like when these gold bars turned into the real thing. Who was Ox Head? Isn't it as good as a game for him to bring something up here? Kettle's eyes went wide after hearing this, looking at Yi Dongdong, amazed that he could come up with such a strange idea. But the gold bars burned down actually can't be circulated at all. It's fodder for the gold-swallowing beasts in the underworld. Is not stupid. Yi Dongdong didn't want to care about this 2 stupid ghosts. He didn't have any business sense at all. I'll burn it to Ox Head and then let him bring it up. Yi Dongdong finally shunned luck for once this time. It was easy. He was on the 1000 degrees map, found the Ox Head immortal temple on it, packing the 2 bags of gold bars into a bag. Yi Dongdong took out a ballpoint pen and drew out one from the 3 bundles of large banknotes, and with his hand that hadn't touched a pencil for several years he began to write with considerable care. Letter to Ox-Headed Immortal. Make sure it's Ox-Headed Immortal's own handwriting. I burned these things with regret. Send them back to me tonight. Idle man Yi Dongdong. After writing 5 or 6 in a row, Yi Dongdong shook off his hand, stuffed a few of these large bills into each bag, and went out the door with the black bag. Master Tenyoto de Xian Temple. Yi Dongdong gave the money and named the destination. Chapter 31, Organization of the Compound. Yo, little brother, cowhead you burned so much Another driver uncle who can't keep his mouth shut, looked at the black bag Yi Dongdong carried in his hand and immediately understood Yi Dongdong's intention. Not only asked, hey, said the spirit, casually burn some. Spirit? Then you have to go to worship All Souls God. Why do you worship a cow's head? Who is the god of all souls? Yi Dongdong couldn't figure it out. Who is this? Why haven't I heard of him before? Hey, this you do not know it. Driver master a look at the open box, immediately began the local religious flavor to explain. This is the beginning of these months. The West City Chanha Road, a new temple of the All Souls, ask what should be what, are said to be very spiritual. I say you kids all day long hold that cell phone, 2 ears do not hear outside the window Driver master is still there non-stop talking about admonishing young people of social high. Yi Dong Dong is a little confused. How is the West City again? Will this be Way's ghost again? Today will not go first. First this bag of paper less. Xin de Chang. Next time you want to use the car, give us a call anon. Driver master really one-stop service. In Yi Dong Dong get off the car are stuffed with a business card. Also did not forget to tell Yi Dong Dong 2 more sentences. Yi Dong Dong tilted his head to look at the temple plaque. Public restroom. Wrong. A little to the left. And public restrooms connected. Is the temple of the ox head immortal? Imitation of ancient architectural style. Flying eaves only built 2 corners. The other 2 corners built to the public toilet over there. The doorway has a miniature minotaur was placed in the door face. Bull-headed man. Hand grasping a guangdong sword on the body of the gold armor and gold robes fell off the color early. Yi Dong Dong shook his head. Not at all like. He has seen the real cow head. In addition to the style of dress, now people do not know how to think. That cow head is also a half man how no neck. Into the temple of the bullhead immortal. A height of about 2 meters of ceramic statue covered with dust. Holding a steel knife hideous and incomparable is looking ahead. Red eyes show the bullhead immortal is in the head of the gas. On, that a big knife may when cut down. Offerings on the table is empty. Below the 2 futon looks like a long time no one to kneel. The fire pit fell full of ash. The surrounding walls are simple brush a layer of red paint. Sold the old life want to set off enough bull-headed immortals atmosphere. Selling is full, but the builder planning is really smart. Yi Dong Dong specializes in a circle. Saw the other side of another picture. Horseface holding 2 steel whip proudly stood. Is also a picture of murderous look. And the bull's head back to stand. The offering table and kneeling position were all the same. Unattended for a long time. Yi Dong Dong sighed. Divided a few gold bricks first lighted on fire. Gave Mami on a few pieces. Led the fire and came to the side of the bull's head. Dozens of gold bricks wrapped in the written word of the medieval coin just so in the roaring flames burned up. Yi Dong Dong huffed and puffed. Searching for whether it is also necessary to say a few words to be good? Yi Dong Dong? Yi Dong Dong? A surprised voice rang out. Gusts of women's high-heeled shoes came from behind itself. Yi Dong Dong turned back and saw a piece of whiteness first. Haven't seen anyone who begs God to burn paper is sitting. Looking at Yi Dong Dong sitting on the futon, the owner of the voice laughed, or covered his mouth and laughed. Silver bell-like voice heard let Yi Dong Dong a burst of cozy. Tang Yi. Well, hello again. Tang Yi is wearing a fairly serious suit uniform. Black and white style office style will be her natural beauty reflected beyond words. Straight and slender long legs as a white skirt how can not wrap the fire. Yi Dong Dong hastily turned his head. He was afraid of so many years not close to women's colors of their own again left nosebleed too. Lost people. What are you doing here? Buying food? What about you? Tang Yi picked up a plastic bag in her hand. There seemed to be some street food inside. Mostly small vegetable skewers. It seemed that this was her lunch. I've come to pay my respects to the ox-headed immortal Ha. Yi Dong Dong smiled awkwardly. She was only in her early 20s when she started to worship God. It was always a shame to say it. Tang Yi covered her mouth and laughed. Her flowery branches trembling and giggling. Why haven't you gone to worship the All Souls God? The new All Souls God in Xiqing district recently is said to be very spiritual. All Souls God? Yi Dong Dong froze. The news spread so fast? Is there such a God? On the way here, I already heard about it. Of course God. If you are willing to go with me to the branch to drink a cup of tea, I will tell you in detail. Ha, woman. He's good. I happen to have nothing to do. Yi Dong Dong readily agreed. You have a branch here. I didn't really know. Yes downtown is always afraid of disturbing the people or accidents. Here on the contrary, quieter. Even if there is any movement, it can be said that it is the ox head and horse face manifestation is not it? Yi Dong Dong smiled. The hands of the gold bricks burned, slowly stood up, in front of Tang Yi with the dazzling daylight outside, so that he was like entering an unreal dream. Dreamy not like real. This woman seems to have a kind of fairy gas. That kind of time quiet beauty meaning to make Yi Dong Dong's heart also followed the calm down. Why don't you go? Tang Yi saw Yi Dong Dong standing in place. Some strange asked. Nothing, let's go. I also want to see what the organization is like. Yi Dong Dong smiled awkwardly. His sight hurriedly moved towards him, awkwardly looking around. Tang Yi finally felt his dissimilarity, but didn't care. Coyly covered her mouth and gave a laugh. Went first, Yi Dong Dong followed. The two of them walked through the ox-headed immortal temple, into a somewhat aged alley. Is this the kind of place you guys work in? Yi Dong Dong looked at the corner of the garbage pile. Above some flies in the fly. The wall of grass are born old high unattended. Next to not many people. The high wall has been leading to the end of the alley. Right. Funds are tight. Tang Yi smiled to herself. The two have walked to a small card face in front of the gate. 2 stone lions squatting majestically. The doorway was cleaned up and this alley clean out of place. Finally a little bit of the appearance of the office. Here is the organization compound. Generally we also called the compound. A moment to coming you do a registration. Ye final winter but step, stood in front of the door. That is not a small compound. Inside looks quiet and serene. In the orchid grass and green trees under the background of a small 2-story building hidden in the period. This kind of place can really make people feel at ease. Only, when did Yi Dongdong promise Tang Yi to enter their organization? Ah, don't worry, even if you don't enter the organization, this place also provides a series of services such as free alien ability tests. We are a public institution. Tang Yi saw Yi Dongdong's worries, very kindly came over and pulled up Yi Dongdong's hand. Into her hand a dry heat. There was also a little low static electricity violently ran through. Ah, Tang Yi immediately retracted her hand back. Visible to the naked eye, a ray of green-colored lightning crossed and disappeared again. Yi Dongdong hurriedly drew back her hand and chose to go in to take a look, explaining awkwardly as she went. Sorry, my skin has been a bit dry lately. Chapter 32, Aesthetic Issues. Ah, alright. Tang Yi slightly palpitatingly looked at Yi Dongdong's hand, did not continue to say anything, just quietly walked aside. Phew, Big Miss Tang pulled in another compatriot? It won't still be the same as the last one. A big appetite king alien, right? At this moment, an ear-piercing soprano voice cut through the tranquility and rushed to the ears of the two. Yi Dongdong frowned, for this person who disturbed the tranquil atmosphere of this compound. His heart had already had a few dislikes, and this person's contemptuous attitude towards Tang Yi and his level of respect for himself was really not too pleasing to the eye. A woman in a big red cheongsam meandered from behind the crooked-necked willow tree, dragging a pair of white leather slippers of unknown texture under her slender legs. The hairpin on her head was trimmed exquisitely and gaudy, and her face was thickly made up to the point of being somewhat abnormal, especially with heavy eyeshadow, and a big smoky makeup that made it possible for people to memorize the kind of person who looked at her with a single glance. Sister by jokes, this is not what I pulled. This is a friend of mine, come to the organization to see. Tang Yi politely backed to the sentence, looked at Yi Dongdong a glance, obviously do not want to dwell too much. Yi Dongdong understand what she means. Heel turn will be followed by Tang Yi move step and go. Hey, wait, the white sister is obviously not ordinary people. The body is very agile. A step on the two stopped, a fragrant wind blowing. Yi Dong some discomfort shrugged his nose. This is still insensate, too thick with the gas and effect of it. What people are you to bring in? Is he an alien? What's the use of the one you brought last time, apart from being able to eat? Enough, Tang Yi let out a low gulp, interrupting Sister Bai's taunts, and said word for word, the organization will naturally verify what I'm bringing in. It's not your turn to be in charge of it. What kind of thing do you think you are? Can you please stop telling me what to do? Yo Sister Bai beamed and twisted her waist, toward Yi Dongdong learning the shape of Tang Yi's mouth, but Yi Dongdong's color was as usual. Sister Bai felt uninterested, two big blank stares thrown to the two. Yi Dongdong frowned, this woman was a bit off-putting. If he wasn't unfamiliar with the place, he would have wanted to slap her to death. You, Tang Yi's silver teeth clenched, stomped her foot, but there was nothing she could do about it. Looking at Sister Bai's overbearing elder look, Tang Yi if her head would smoke, she would have been able to set off a salute a long time ago. We don't see eye to eye with crazy women. Yi Dongdong nodded and followed Tang Yi, leaving only that Sister Bai like a victorious rooster, majestically proud. Pissed off, Tang Yi beamed, walking with a faster pace. Which one is that? It's still really peculiar. Yi Dongdong watched Tang Yi get angry, and had the intention of comforting her, but had no choice but to inquire tentatively since she wasn't familiar with her. The organization's second son, Miss Bai's cousin, Bai Fenglian, with nothing to do all day long. She will find trouble for Miss Bai. Miss Bai? Yi Dongdong instantly came to be interested. This should be a big person. Has this Bai Fenglian become a second-generation ancestor because of Miss Bai's existence? This reasoning should be fine. Yes, the law enforcement minister in the organization. It's because of her that Bai Fenglian is so arrogant and domineering. I said what's wrong with her? I'll say what's wrong. You come to hit me? Tang Yi suddenly clutched her shoulders and shouted towards the sky for a while. Hearing Yi Dongdong froze. Ah, you this is? Yi Dongdong was confused. This is, what's going on? He now developed a state where his yin-yang eyes were open 24/7, but he didn't see any ghosts. Why did this Tang Yi stomp her feet towards the empty space and taunt her? Tang Yi, with a low cry. A man wearing a white sports suit jogged slowly from the corner of the building, breathing evenly, running very, very slowly. My brother, Tang Shizha, head of the communications department. Tang Yi waved her hand, signaling him to hurry up, but it didn't seem to have much effect. The man still maintained his speed, jogging closer towards the side. This is Yi Dongdong, the protagonist of Wei's theft case 2 days ago. separated by a distance that could be more than 20 meters. Tang Yi still used her usual voice to introduce each other. Yi Dongdong awkwardly looked at the distance between the two men and tentatively nodded. The man, though he was running and panting evenly, nodded as well. My brother's psychic ability is sound transmission through space. He can hear us and talk to us, no matter how far away, Tang Yi explained. Hello, hello, hello. At this time, Tang Shiza ran over, busy, and Yi Dongdong shook hands, surprisingly ran away again. Yi Dongdong's hand froze in the air, gaining a little bit of a new understanding of this organization. Don't take offense, my brother is like this. He doesn't want to delay anything. OCD, Tang Yi explained helplessly. Tang Yi, don't say your sister bye again. Hurry up and take Mr. Yi to the test and register. Okay, brother. Tang Yi spat out her pink tongue. Tang Shija had already run far away, but Yi Dongdong looked at this person's back, and suddenly had a few moments of inscrutable feeling. Could it be that everything can be known? That's why it won't delay anything for himself? Isn't this 1,000 miles of eyes plus 1,000 miles of mouth? It's possible not to join the organization, but those who want to register their own situation and address are also in line with the regulations governing the alien. Tang Yi, while explaining, while leading Yi Dongdong into the hall, turned a few corners, came to a very hidden elevator entrance. The two took the elevator. The elevator's floor prompts upward only 1, 2, 3, and downward. It has been able to reach the underground 10 floors. Are these real? The 10th underground floor? Yi Dongdong was a bit incredulous. Yeah, I said, it's a public institution. The poor can't be poor hetero ha. Tang Yi is very proud to go to press the floor. This time a fragrant wind fluttering nose. Yi Dongdong brow wrinkled. Tang Yi raised his head, a deep long sigh sound. What's wrong? What's the problem? What a coincidence too. By Finglian interest is very high. All the way to follow the two, surprisingly is even the elevator to do the same. The organization for a long time did not come to this kind of white-faced boy, and it also looks very strong. She would like to small muscular boys. Unlike Tang Shiza, that dry and thin kind. Every day how to practice also that look. Strong not up. Yi Dongdong really do not know this relationship and by Finglian's aesthetics. If I knew earlier, I'm afraid I would not point those points of strength. Yes, what a coincidence. Yi Dongdong see Tang Yi also do not want to speak, just look at the roof of the shed. Can only answer on behalf of. What is the name of the little brother? By Finglian came up. The two people's faces are already very close to each other. So the elevator is not small. Yi Dongdong hastily retreated 2 steps. Yi Dongdong. What a cute name. My name is Bai Finglian. They all call me Miss Bai, haha, said very boldly, stretched out his hand. He. Ha, Miss White. You are really a witty person. Chapter 33, Heavenly Thunder Rolls. The two hands clasped together and a ghostly shriek escaped the elevator. Followed by another clang. The sound of someone slamming into the elevator door. Bai Finglian looked at Yi Dongdon's hand that was still emitting green thunderlight in surprise, not reacting from the surprise and shock she had just experienced. I'm sorry, Sister Bai. I didn't confiscate the power. I forgot to tell you. In fact, just now, Miss Tang was also electrocuted just now. Yi Dongdong said very apologetically. Tang Yi looked at Yi Dongdong, covered her mouth and nodded. Looking at Bai Finglian's head, the hair that had already fluttered up like seaweed, she understood. This kid which has not received the gong. This is clearly intentional. The elevator descended noiselessly. Bai Finglian's attitude reversed 180 degrees. He didn't even want to look at Yi Dongdong anymore. He felt that this kid was a hedgehog, or an electric hedgehog. Alien Energy Testing Center. Here, a clear female voice slowly sounded, and the elevator door followed. Yi Dongdon's brows furrowed violently, and he couldn't move his feet. What did he hear? What the? Isn't this the voice of the system? It's exactly the same. Going? Mr. Yi? Tang Yi walked out. Bai Finglian was also waiting for him with one hand on her waist. Yi Dongdong looked up at the two of them and hurriedly followed and explained that he was slipping away. First of all, registered his name and address. Yi Dongdong rightfully wrote a pseudonym. Tang Yi looked at Yi Dongdong oddly, opened his mouth to speak, but in the end did not say anything. Name, kettle, address, ability, picking things up through the air, heavenly thunder rolling divine art. May I ask what this heavenly thunder rolling divine technique means? A middle-aged man in charge of registration pushed up his glasses and had a bit of a sulky look on his face when he looked at Yi Dongdong. It's a Tao technique where the sky rolls with thunder at the time of execution, and the power is immense and infinite. The man lowered his head and turned to crook his head to transcribe the information that Yi Dongdong had already filled out and the rest of the things. The alien, always so idiosyncratic. The name can be heard weird and incomparable. Tang Yi was dumbfounded at the side, watching Yi Dongdong fill out a title with great interest. Jianghu title, Golden Light Scatterer. This Golden Light Scatterer? This time it was Tang Yi who was puzzled and asked patiently. Yi Dongdong didn't answer, just returned it, a smile, without explanation. Tang Yi rolled her eyes. Why was she arranged to solicit such a strange man, and buy a snack and still encounter it again? Such an odd man was actually the originator of Wei's theft case. How can this be acceptable? After registering the general information, Yi Dongdong followed Tang Yi to a not small and empty room, which was wrapped in scarred iron, and a person came out from behind a desk at the entrance of the room to follow them in. Please perform your special ability. We will evaluate it and register you for alien status. The man walked to a corner of the room and started fiddling with a huge instrument. A one-person high target was pushed out from the machine. At this time Yi Dongdong's nose caught a just familiar and somewhat faint fragrance. Yi Dongdong turned back to look. The delicate figure of the Cheongsam dress also leaned against the doorway, keeping a good distance from Tang Yi. The two women glanced at each other. Bai Fenglian snorted in contempt, and Tang Yi coldly grunted in disgust. Attack-type psychic abilities, please attack this bar. Other psychic abilities, please release them on the spot as well. Yi Dongdong hand on the green lightning flared up, only it was a small wisp. It looked less powerful than the very beginning when it was exchanged to the green thunder technique. It just wandered to the fingertips. Yi Dongdong walked over and gently tapped the target, electrifying a burst of smoldering sparks on it. Then he took out his own cigarette from his pocket, drew one out, and controlled it to levitate in the air. The golden light flashed up, but there was no once sellable and exorcism effect, but only lets Yi Dongdong's face seems to suddenly yellow a color degree. Ha 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 ha. Bai Fenglian did not hold back, laughed out, pointing at Yi Dongdong from time to turn back and whisper, this time also not to hide. In Yi Dongdong announced the completion of the display. Light words came out, golden light scattering people? This is the yellow-faced scatterer, right? Ha ha. Yi Dongdong nodded towards the man testing, just smiled as he stepped off the field and walked to Tang Yi's side. Only Tang Yi was the one whose face changed, missing his figure and walking directly towards the man testing, bending down to say a few words about something. The man nodded his head, his hands moving without stopping. Yi Dongdong looked calm. He is not very optimistic about this organization. Just think Tang Yi Tang Sugar Two Sisters invitation. He did not treat seriously some guilt, so came to cooperate with the registration. Never wanted to stay here idea. Now he showed such a weak supernormal ability. It should be unbearable, but more or less is also a supernormal ability. Tang Yi should also feel that his appearance lost her people. Walked over to discuss with that tester disqualification. These could be seen from the triumphant look in Bai Fenglian's eyes when she looked at him. Yi Dongdong turned back. This woman and her thick to annoying perfume. He remembered. Wait a little, about 10 minutes and the alien qualification certificate will be sent over. Like this. At this time, Tang Yi had already walked back, pulling out a small book from her body and handing it to Yi Dongdong to see. Yi Dongdong swept a glance, and couldn't help but be impressed with this girl Tang Yi. Alien Tang Yi. Extraordinary ability, infinite vision. Alien rating, grade A. It turned out that this pair of siblings were a clairvoyant and a smooth ear, and an enhanced version at that. There's already information about you outside. Let's go together. Yi Dongdong nodded, and before he could follow Tang Yi over, he heard a woman's shriek. You two are operating in the dark. Bai Fenglian slumped in front of the computer screen of the desk outside and screamed violently. Yi Dongdong hadn't even noticed when the woman ran there, so that proved that the woman's special ability was related to movement or her body, making her able to quietly disappear beside everyone. That kind of trash supernormal ability. At the top it's just an A. Normal is AB. How can it be an S? Bai Fenglian slapped her hand on the table, causing several staff members to all start paying attention to this side. Our evaluations have always been fair and impartial, and the test videos are all on record. If there are problems, you can apply for an organizational investigation. Don't be here, spilling your guts. The tester came and pushed away Bai Fenglian, who was holding the computer, sat down and turned the screen to Yi Dongdong and said, Mr. Yi, this is the preliminary information of your alien qualification certificate. Please verify it. Yi Dongdong also felt strange, so he hurriedly walked over and stared at the computer screen several times, also not quite daring to believe it. Alien name, Yi Dongdong. Special abilities, controlling objects through space, heavenly thunder rolling divine art, golden light divine art, alien rating hesitant phase class. Yi Dongdong turned his head away and didn't say anything, just looked at Tang Yi. Could it be that this ninny was looking for the staff to adjust her rating upwards by one level for the sake of gambling? Chapter 34, Lend Me a Hand. One's own deliberate hidden strength assessment of a circle had wanted to be low profile to below the surface. In the end the result was ruined by the two women's fighting spirit. I didn't operate in the dark. If you think there is a problem with the evaluation results, you can apply for an organizational investigation. Mr. Yi, the organization's cafeteria dishes are very tasty. My treat. Go and try it? Or not? There are still things. Yi Dongdong gave a dry laugh. Delicious? Delicious? Big sister, you yourself have run out to buy street food. I believe you a ghost. The heart is weak, huh? Go, just go. Rely on the woman's soft egg. A cold words, but behind the ringing, Yi Dongdong mouth corners flooded a smile. Do not want to pay attention to. Relying on women and beating women, which are not honorable. These two suspicions, he did not want to wear. At this time, a voice, but as if in the heart of Yi Dongdong put holiday flowers, joyfully rang. Is a man to stand still? Let's fight. Yi Dongdong turned back violently. Yes, if Yi Dongdong lost to this person, then it would prove that Tang Yi had really operated in the dark. And if this person lost to Yi Dongdong, then Yi Dongdong's S rank would be sitting pretty. And it was Bai Finglian who was unreasonably slandering others. The person who came is an A-class alien, named Xiao Bo. It seems that should be one of Bai Finglian's suitors. And the two people followed the crowd to the venue dedicated to the competition cut. From time to time towards the direction of Bai Finglian looked at a glance and a glance. Bai Finglian was naturally smiling brightly as she was helped to find the venue. My name is Xiao Bo, A-class alien. My special ability is object control. One of the only two object controllers in the organization. The man's figure was very stout. The middle finger of the index finger of his right hand seemed to look more slender than his left hand. Walking to the opposite side of Yi Dongdong, his fingers were together. His eyes were cold and stern, and a light yellow energy was visible to the naked eye wrapped around his two fingers. Yi Dongdong smiled, naturally learned from him and said, Yi Dongdong, S-class alien. Special ability is object control. The only object controller in our neighborhood. Ha! Xiao Bo laughed, didn't say anything, just looked back at Bai Finglian who was standing on the side watching, and exhaled a deep long breath. This is to be taken seriously. Yi Dongdong also took it seriously. It seems that this is not a fool who is willing to be cannon fodder in order to please the opposite sex in the heat of the moment. This is a good opportunity for both of them to make a name for themselves. But in which specific aspect? Then each has their own needs. Friendship comes first when you cut your teeth. Point blank. Begin. The tester from earlier had followed him all the way here, and was now also acting as a referee. Thought to be an official of a not-so-low rank. Drink! As soon as the words fell, Xiao Bo could be heard roaring. His right hand's veins tensed up as if he was lifting something heavy and unimaginable, and then two black and short steel rods flew out from his back, wobbling and floating behind him. Yi Dongdong noticed that the layer of yellow energy also appeared on the steel rods. It seems that Xiao Bo is relying on this yellowish energy to control the objects to float. And unlike his own object control supernatural ability, this supernatural ability of his is to actually use his hands to lift. And the amount of hardship paid was much, much greater. Yi Dongdong mused for a moment. His opponent had put up a fight. He had to respect him a little. And this man deserved his respect. That, brother Xiao Bo, I don't have a weapon in my hand yet. Yi Dongdong smiled awkwardly, touching his head and searching from body to body. Apart from finding a bunch of keys and a cell phone, the rest was the cigarettes used for the test just now. Xiao Bo's eyes glazed over, obviously also somewhat at a loss. Take that stick of yours and lend me one to use. Yi Dongdong controlled his will to control one of those two steel rods, visualizing in his mind to brush its. The light yellow energy on it was brushed clean, and a grip was made on his hand. Put! Xiao Bo spat out a mouthful of blood, and the steel rod behind him fell to the ground with a bang, clanking, and his entire body knelt on the ground, covering his head, as a pained murmur emanated from his mouth in a suppressed manner. Despicable! Ha! Yi Dongdong was startled and hurriedly ran over to try to help. It was at the moment that Yi Dongdong went forward to try to help. The steel rod that had just fallen to the ground suddenly had a strange movement. The yellowish energy on it had always been there, and at this time, it even brought the steel rod to vibrate violently, and in just an instant, it flew violently towards Yi Dongdong. Go to hell! I didn't expect that Xiao Bo, with his mouth full of blood and looking like his spirit had been extremely traumatized, could still pull off this strange move. Obviously a finely carved steel stick flew towards Yi Dongdong. The shadow of the stick was constantly enlarging in the eyes, and it looked like the next instant it was going to be swung fiercely on Yi Dongdong's head. Yi Dongdong also panicked. What is at hand to hurry to control what? Haphazardly with the spiritual power to grab a thing in front of the block, only to hear the sound of the steel rod hit on the flesh-muffled sound. Xiao Bo scream, collapsed at the feet of Yi Dongdong. Moan the strength is not there, can only panting thick breaths. You lifted him up? By Finglian like looking at a monster, like looking at Yi Dongdong. She now dare not look directly at this person. This kind of supernatural ability is a little low it. I'm really sorry brother. I'll treat you to a drink some other day. Yi Dongdong picked up Xiao Bo, holding him all the way to hand him over to a few people in white coats who had rushed to the scene. Is it hard? Yi Dongdong hastily scanned the skill points of his object control ability. Skill, object control ability, 10 out of 10. This is still in Wei's group in the face of Wei Zhongtian boss body replica struggling to get out of the strange way to think of. Yi Dongdong dead horse is a living horse hard to point full of the skill points of the control of objects supernatural ability. Stepped on the glass curtain wall and flew out. Now weighs because of the bull's head of things retreat. Now do not know what movement it. The result is now this full level of the control of foreign energy. On it to cause trouble? Yi Dongdong alertly looked at these few gradually formed a defense of his situation of a few people. Tang Yi eyes complexly looked at him, and slowly surrounded him. Obviously are White Phoenix Lotus Party. One by one between the flow of the eyes or unconsciously go to aim at the movement of White Phoenix Lotus. What do you all mean by this? Mr. Yi is now on fire and has no autonomous consciousness, must control him, not let him hurt others. Approach slowly, be careful of being hurt by him. Bai Finglian stepped back and stared at Yi Dongdong vigilantly. Yi Dongdong also couldn't figure it out. The grudge between him and Bai Finglian couldn't have started from that electric shock, right? It shouldn't be the so-called jealousy, right? His own test and high rank is in her way. What? Several people have been communicated. Slowly towards Yi Dongdong surrounded up. 8 immortals over the sea each show their skills. A moment of various types of supernormal capabilities are followed by flying up. But no one dares to greet towards Yi Dongdong body. Only because a figure quite unintelligent suddenly appeared at the side of Yi Dongdong. This person they dare not move. Tang Yi. Danger. Quickly come back. Mr. Yi has gone off the deep end. We must calm him down first. Bai Finglian looked like she was in a hurry and shouted. Going off the deep end? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Tang Yi's hands opened, stopping Yi Dongdong behind her as she looked at Bai Finglian with increasingly cold and contemptuous eyes. I'm ashamed that Miss Bai has a cousin like you, sister, and feel ashamed. Say less. Xiaoyi, I'll be right there. This was Tang Shiza. Yi Dongdong also heard it and couldn't help but laugh dumbly. When Bai Finglian and the others saw Yi Dongdong laughing instead of being shocked, they added a layer of complex emotions in their hearts. This person, is he fighting or not? The words that clearly meant something else and deliberately let everyone hear them were clearly a warning. Fight? How to fight? Tang Yin. Not to fight? How can we end this? Bai Finglian, what are you doing again? At this time, suddenly, a voice as if with its own chills spread like frost all over the scene. Hearing this, Bai Finglian seems to choke. Suddenly no movement. Yi Dongdang just want to get up. The idea was also suppressed. Everyone's emotions seemed to follow a quiet. The person coming is Bai Lin. Yi Dongdong's first thought came to mind. This extraordinary temperament, such a cool atmosphere, but it is really in line with the organization of the kind of big shots should have. Sleeves fluttering, cool wind, all seems to be beautiful and flawless, but also as if there is a frost dark attack. Bring cold, do not show half of the jade muscle of the long skirt lifting the summer. Bring gentle cool wind, a black and white interlaced color lining, only a little bit of neck beauty as if carved out of the snowy mountains of the cold ice. Just a quiet glance, there is a sense of the snow lotus blossom. The face of the veil to cover up the magnificent face. Only a pair of bright eyes as if not with the love of the earth. Cold and clear. She walked slowly and softly droned. Everyone lowered their heads, including Bai Finglian. This is how you suppress Xiaobo when he first arrived. Is my position important to you? This sentence, like ice thorns piercing her heart. Bai Finglian's head lowered even more. She was a little out of breath. She had always been like this in front of her own cousin. I have never authorized you to act in such a manner. Yes, you are fine. Yi Dongdong quietly looked at this girl. Looks like it is also 20 years old. Height 1.7 meters. This all 10,000 years of cold ice one like temperament, but lined her more transcendent up. This girl as my life has seen the most beautiful. No one. Yi Dongdong ghostly feet moved up, swaying right and left toward the quiet stand as a white lotus flower standing in the mud in general. White Lin walked, while stretching out a hand to open his mouth, voice but cannot send a sound to, so he ruthlessly cleared his throat and coughed a few times. Cough, cough. Hello, my name is Yi Dongdong. Bai Lin heard the coughing and realized that there was still that soul standing Yi Dongdong behind him, turning to look back, his 4 eyes facing each other. Yi Dongdong had never seen clearer eyes than these bright eyes. Yi Dongdong seemed to be purified. The exertion of constantly running around for the past few days due to the shortage of young life seemed to have all lifted instantly at this moment. Grass. I'm in love. Bai Lin. Bai Lin didn't bother to shake Yi Dongdong's hand and didn't even lower his head a bit. Yi Dongdong glanced blankly at Bai Lin's hand that didn't even lift for a second, stopping his breathing as he froze. How can? Yi Dongdong felt his hopes dashed. Something in his heart was shattering, and something else was slowly starting to grow in the constant tearing. Hey, you don't understand the basic courtesy of people meeting people. What? Bai Lin's eyes were really big and beautiful, and the way they narrowed with a murderous face at this moment was even more of a different kind of beauty. What did you say? Chapter 35. I am not joining. I said, I'm reaching out if you don't shake my hand. You are very rude. Yi Dongdong lowered his head word by word, staring dead at Bai Lin. The green gold thunder in his hand had already begun to stir in an overwhelming manner. All mortals, even if you are as beautiful as a fairy and have offended me. Yi Dongdang, so what if I kill you? Oh, as if Bai Lin had never done this kind of action at all. He raised his hand stiffly, all the way up to the height of Yi Dongdong's small belly, and very rustily grabbed Yi Dongdong's hand. Is that so? And other people contact the most basic handshake. Bai Lin as if for the first time in his life to do that kind of rusty feeling. Yi Dongdong feel out, and now, Yi Dongdong should have become the first person in Bai Lin's life to shake hands. Into the hand of a cold and warm, Yi Dongdong feel that he held a piece of jade just dug out from the 10,000 years in the tomb. It turns out that the cold of this white Lin, real contact to be able to feel the real, is actually piercing the extreme cold, so that people have to respect and far away from the scruples. Miss White, what are you doing? Bai Fenglian was shocked. Miss Bai had never been touched by a dirty man in her life, and being a meter closer was unheard of big news. That's right, Yi Dongdong really not as obscene as she thought, a grip that is loose, and did not want to therefore continue this matter, or this matter framed in their own house on the intention. Of course, Yi Dongdong is not a person in their organization. His style of action, all people have not yet known, but everyone knows. This beam, how to resolve today, are already nodded. Tang Yi looked at Yi Dongdong, didn't say anything, just quietly walked to the middle of the two, right as an intermediary introducer. This is Bai Lin, the vice president of the Alien Protection Association, who wears several hats. This is Yi Dongdong. I just brought it here today. I'm sorry Miss Bai, it's another trouble for the organization. Yi Dongdong didn't say anything, just quietly looked at the lovely girl in front of her. How did this girl grow? Simply like a work of art. No harm done. But Bai Lin spoke out first, turned her head so no one could see the expression on her face, and slowly left with an elegant and brisk pace dragging her long skirt. Bai Lin's arrival seemed like a night of spring wind, 10,000 pear blossoms blooming. When she left, she was also like the wind, coming without a sound and leaving without a sound, and did not have to do anything to rate or deal with this matter because of her status. Miss Bai never meddles in the affairs of the organization. Tang Yi apologetically glanced at Yi Dongdong who was still looking at Bai Lin's direction of departure, took a few steps, separated by Fenglian and the others who had long been petrified in place, and said, today's matter ends here. Yi Dongdong's ability is seen by all present. Please don't stir up any more trouble lest you give outsiders a look at the jokes of our organization. He's not joining the organization? Bai Fenglian suddenly snapped out of it at this time, looking at Yi Dongdong. This young man, not to mention the combat power or level of alien ability he had just displayed, just on the kind of gaze he had on Bai Lin, anyone with a clear eye could see that it was extremely appreciative. I'm not joining. Yi Dongdong also put down a sentence, turned around and left. Tang Yi opened her mouth behind her, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She knew that this kind of person had always been unable to stay, not to mention that after going through this kind of thing, the organization had acted so xenophobic, so what could she say to retain him? She only hoped that when the organization had contact with him again in the future, it wouldn't turn against her. He was the protagonist of Wei's theft case 2 days ago, even stole and robbed Wei's group's heavily guarded mountain and sea painting. Wei Zhongtian spent $1.7 million to auction the painting at that time. After that, Wei Zhongtian brought those dogs to find the door personally. We were just in time for the fall. They left in disgrace. At least 2 people were injured, and we don't know what happened. Tang Yi explained in great detail. Beside him at some point a man in a tang suit appeared. His face was light and carefully watched the video of Yi Dongdong's test just now. Listening to Tang Yi's words, he didn't seem to have much of a reaction, just using the mouse to make mark after mark in the nodes of the video playback. He signaled Tang Yi to lower her head and pointed out the nodes. Tang Yi clicked them one by one and watched them in careful comparison. Each node was one of Yi Dongdong's habitual movements, as standing sideways when responding to the enemy. Go and ask to understand. You can pay to ask him to join you. Keep the payoff below $10 million. Yes. Tang Yi from the back, hurriedly fragrant and sweaty, chased up, but found Yi Dongdong lost. That's right. The wayfarer Yi Dongdong stood dumbfounded in front of a small pond of water and lit a cigarette, and the no smoking sign next to it shone brightly on the two of them. Can I consult you about something? Tang Yi asked tentatively. Say it. It won't be that you want me to join the organization, right? Yi Dongdong smiled, squatted down, flicked the cigarette ash into the water pond. The water pond did not know who raised a few large golden fish, palm length, looks like a loach, oversized loach. That later. Did you learn ancient Chinese martial arts before? Learned a little. Why? There is an operation in the organization that is related to the secrets of Chinese ancient martial arts. I can release a quota for you here. I don't know if you are interested. We can pay a corresponding reward. Tang Yi spoke with some pause, seemingly also somewhat unsure of her words. It might not be a good idea to say so, but Tang Yi still chose to go straight to the point. There was no way. She felt that Yi Dongdong, this person, In addition to not being able to offend, all other personalities were still good, so there was no need to talk too much about it, lest she also messed with him at that time, causing even more trouble. That depends on how much money to give. I'm very busy. Yi Dongdong spat out a cigarette, and said in his heart, little master has to go to scare ghosts every night. Not diligent. Just rely on the one ghost at home to watch. Water margin contributed to the mood swings. The next day I'm afraid that the young life will be cut off. This kind of longevity gained how much fast or slow, depends entirely on the level of the ghost high and low. Even if you drain the kettle dry, you won't be able to produce more than 10 hours of life in a day. But if we could circle the bull's heads as well, that's another story. Chinese ancient martial arts? His green thunder great hand seal is also a palm technique, right? 1 million. That's the standard price in the organization. Tang Yi bit her lip. Her understanding of Yi Dongdong was too little, but having seen his living environment she was able to roughly guess a bit of his financial situation. 1 million. It should be quite a lot. $1 million? Yi Dongdong froze, stood up. Less? 3 million. Tang Yi backed up a few steps. She was afraid that this man in front of her would suddenly come with a hand control, throw himself into a pond, and then make a fuss about the organization. Currently, although not many people were out on missions, in Tang Yi's opinion, the only ones in this compound who could stop Yi Dongdong were probably Miss Bai and the president. Yi Dongdong spat out a cigarette, did not speak, quietly looked at the lake, and then looked at Tang Yi, whose face was green and white for a while, and understood something in her heart. If it was not a private deduction, she would not be afraid to become that way. The little girl seems to be a little dabbling in human affairs, but when it comes to the real situation, it is inevitable to show. 3 million on 3 million, the organization's opening price, should be 5 million upwards, right? The need for an alien to go out, is definitely not a safe mission. Even if the government gives a settlement fee can be 2 or 3 million, I do not believe that the organization will be so shabby, Yi Dongdong said lightly, but did not show emotion, in order not to put pressure on Tang Yi, also did not say towards her, just quietly looking at the pool of water, a few large golden fish slowly swimming. When you tested before, you were aware of what I meant and deliberately lowered the level a bit, right? I should actually be SS rank? Ha, this, Tang Yi froze, not knowing what to say. Obviously, if Bai Finglian has a high position in the organization and her power is still pretty good, the people under her should be considered strong as well. Looking then at the strength these people have shown, and the way they passed that A-ranked dude, I feel that I should be able to reach SS with my alien ability level. Thank you. Yi Dongdong threw his cigarette butt into the water and stood up with a light-hearted air. Looking at Tang Yi's scowling appearance, he patted it in passing. It's okay, take me out. I'll give you my phone number. Call me when you need to act. Ah, oh, okay. Being touched on the head like a child, Tang Yi was a bit dumbfounded. Certain memories in her mind seemed to be viciously stabbed twice. That high and cold strength also instantly disappeared. Looking at Yi Dongdong's back, how to inexplicably have some awe. The sky is not so fast dark. Yi Dongdong has not received a new task today, but the old task is still well placed in the system, adhering to the mind of not doing nothing. Yi Dongdong then hit the car to the moat. Scare the water ghost in the river. 8 hours of Yang life reward. In the afternoon, the river is very cold. Yi Dongdong looked around and only saw a man wearing a sun hat under the bridge in the shape of an old man fishing. There are not many people walking on the river bank. The river is open. This river is very deep, but there is no one to contract the river boat program. Yi Dongdong got off the bridge, and by the river was a forest of willows that connected to the sidewalk. This setup was prepared for people to come and take a walk in their leisure time, but now it seems that this river is not very popular this summer. Too many lives have gone out of this river. The east side of the river is the city's best key high school, a high school, built 100 years ago, the school by the mountains and the water. Tsinghua University over the years out of a lot, but every year there are students jumping into the river, which is so that everyone will hear the chilling sigh of things. Yi Dongdong a few years ago had seen it just in this river. He was next to the location of the riverbank, on the video of a girl jumping into the river. At that time, because it was more harmonious, so it was made by the police to love life propaganda video, but it caused an uproar on the internet. That girl was standing in the position where Yi Dongdong stood in the beginning, when she was carrying a school bag, walking to the river, standing quietly. It was the time to go to school, but she appeared in the quiet and no one by the river. Yi Dongdong remembers very clearly, including that the girl slowly as if mannequin-like emotionless take off the action of the school bag. She walked step by step down the embankment, until her head did not touch the water. At that time, the city's netizens saw the girl jumped into the river in an abnormal state, so there was a big discussion, and there were calls for the relevant departments to investigate whether it was drugs or the cause of the evil spirits in the river. But with the deletion of the video, the matter naturally remained unsettled. Now Yi Dongdong stood in the position she was in at that time, quietly looking at the river. Very quiet and very beautiful. He couldn't wait until it was dark. Who knew when Bullhead's gold bars would be delivered? He needed to take the initiative. It was already sunset time. The water ghost in the water should not be afraid of sun exposure. Should think of a way to find it. In Yi Dongdong Yang Ai's perspective, the center of the river under the bridge pillar, there is a black, obviously, and next to the clear river water is different, but after switching the normal vision, and then just ordinary river water, obviously, this is where the water ghost, but that place is at least 20 meters away from here visually. Let Yi Dongdong how cattle also cannot be so far away from this to hide in the heart of the river water ghost scared. Yi Dongdong sighed about his own many uses of these skills. He had long since figured out, including the ability to control objects, supernatural ability to pull their own clothes to briefly float in the air, but not as stable and long as stepping on a piece of glass wall to fly. Although the ghost fighting wall field was absolutely solid, it could not be used as an aerial building to produce a path to walk in the air. Looked at the boss over there is still quietly fishing. Yi Dongdong certainly cannot directly lift their own clothes to throw themselves over. Then tomorrow's news may not be which supermarket sale occurred stampede accident. Instead, the city appeared alien and can fly a major event. Chapter 36, The Ghost Mist of the 10,000 Elephants. Yi Dongdong stood on the bridge, behind the cars. Maybe someone will notice, but soon. This kind of people standing on the bridge, so dangerous thrill soon flashed away, because Yi Dongdong directly jumped down. Falling water is surprisingly perfect. Did not splash what splash, because Yi Dongdong is considered to descend into the water. Yi Dongdong's water nature is naturally not good enough to be able to complete the entire task in the water to the extent that Yi Dongdong on the bridge before he has already seen. In the center of the river pier's position, because of the depth of the different, there is a pier just exposed to the surface of the water. Just to be able to stand a person, Yi Dongdong pretended to flutter in the water 2 times. The hand force made a pair of will not swim just by chance to find a way to move forward, the appearance of a 2-handed push to touch the piers. So immediately hands and feet climbed on the piers. Looking at the surface of the river is returning to the calm, palpitating, gasping for air. Yi Dongdong all wet. The wind blew. Feel cool, but this cool a moment will become the culprit leading to his body temperature loss, and then sit for a while. Yi Dongdong again healthy will catch a cold, and weak down. Took out his cell phone. Shook the water. Really is reimbursed. Yi Dongdong heart bitter smile. How to do this mission will not lose. What in this world can be used for life? Just a cell phone. Damn water ghost. I not only want to scare you, but also to destroy you. Give me back my fruit cell phone. Yi Dongdong holding his legs from time to time, Cold War, seemingly desperate to look at the other side of the river. This is the center of the river. Anyone who falls here will immediately despair. Even swimmers do not have the confidence to swim through the situation of such a complex river. Not to mention that there are so many water plants, wire, plus knotted mossy embankment. He didn't call for help. How can someone who can't think of jumping into the river think so quickly when he calms down? It is only human to enjoy a moment of tranquility alone and think about what has happened. Yi Dongdong is now playing such a role, and how to scare the water ghost. He has not really thought about it. Previously have not seen water ghosts. If you have seen, then Yi Dongdong fear is not alive now. Legend has it that water ghosts are all souls that die in the water, and cannot be reincarnated, and undergo the pain of the dark tides in the river for years and years, and only if they find the next double to suffer for him will he be able to be reincarnated in his next life. In Yi Dong's yin and yang eye vision, he had already seen that the black mass had moved to his feet, and was now slowly spreading upwards around the bridge abutment. This black shadow is somewhat like the usual fungus, or a ball of ink spilled in the river water, like a cloud of smoke. Cannot see the real false. Yi Dongdong guessed that if there are swimmers or lightweights, by this black fog entangled on, afraid that will be pulled alive into the underwater drowning, and that black fog under the hidden, it is likely to be the main body, the water ghost. This is considered a field, right? Yi Dongdong frowned and tried to open his Wanxiang domain. Steal. Learn. Wanxiang domain. Ghost fighting wall domain, generates a translucent energy wall. The surrounded person has a chance of generating incremental negative emotions. Ghost mist domain, generates a small area of black ghost mist around itself, during which it is in a translucent state, with enhanced movement and reaction speed. Ghost hit the wall field is not mobile. This time the newly learned ghost fog field is also not mobile. Yi Dongdong still feel a small regret. However, the general path of this water ghost had already allowed him to feel slightly clearer. This water ghost was now hiding in the black mist. No wonder when he looked at it he saw only a black ghostly mist. Ghosts have harmful intent. People have the heart to scare ghosts. Yi Dongdong already felt a little cold, and the black mist under his feet slowly spread up as expected. A more chilly atmosphere began to surround Yi Dongdong. He actually had a kind of inexplicable sadness. This water ghost even continued to tap into the negative emotions of people to reveal. This was absolutely fatal to the light-hearted. Even without using his yin and yang eyes, Yi Dongdong could feel that the water under his feet was already different from the surrounding. Ghost hit the wall field unleashed. One side, two sides, three sides, 4, 5. Surrounding the black mist in the water, Yi Dongdong's quick hands created four impenetrable domain walls around it, 2 meters long and wide, and also 2 meters deep, just enough to cut off the periphery of the black mist, leaving the most central and thickest part. The black fog shuddered, but as if it didn't feel anything strange, it probed to the 4 sides, only to start moving faster too. Floated up. Yi Dongdong smiled, stood up. The green-colored thunder in his hand had been unable to restrain it from surging out, and slapped a palm towards the water, palm after palm after palm. Although it was hitting the water with only flowing currents, that strong attack power was still not reduced by a single bit, even though there was a black mist to cover and hide his figure. Each of Yi Dongdong's palms hit the not-so-big cage. 3 or 4 palms went down. The system's beep finally came out after 1,000 calls. Water Ghost feels extremely uneasy. Add 1 hour of yang life. The water ghost's mood fluctuates and is in a state of panic. Add 1 hour of yang life. The water ghost is under attack and is in a state of welling up. Add 1 hour of yang life. Mission completed. Rewarded with 8 hours of yang life. The task has been completed. Yi Dongdong can already retreat. But Yi Dongdong adhered to the spirit of not taking nothing. Naturally refused to let go of a bit of yang life that could come to hand. Still persevering in bombarding the waters furiously. Messing with this piece of water or beginning to flood the electric flower. Black fog churning. Helplessly struggling. Water ghost gas. How could this kid not go into the water? There was no way to pull him. What's more, there was this evil lightning. Even if he was agile enough to dodge it again and again, in the end, there was still no way to dodge all of it, and sometimes it hurt like hell to rub an edge. This lightning is mixed with something unusual. It seems to be more harmful to the spiritual body. Deeper. The water ghost also wanted to retreat, but it doesn't know why there's an invisible wall in front of it. It couldn't get away. It could only let the man stand on the bridge abutment and bombard it, unable to do anything on its own. Wow! Wow! The sound of water resounded throughout the waters under the bridge. This is not Yi Dongdong palm strike water ghost caused. Also do not know this water ghost with what method. The river water actually across a side of Yi Dongdong created the field also followed the water ghost agitation. Constantly towards Yi Dongdong is in the bridge abutment pouncing, raging to the extreme. Hey, kid, what are you doing? At this time the shore came a long high shout. A shoulder with a red armband uncle at the moment is standing on the shore, holding a trumpet shouting. Constantly jumping feet look very anxious look. Yi Dongdong just shouted out half a sentence. Also do not know what to say. Is it that they are in the electric fish? Or that they are fighting ghosts? Or just finished jumping into the river? You do not move. Sometimes it's good to talk. Life is good. You can't mess it up just because you can't think straight right now. There's still a lot of beauty you haven't experienced. Think of your family. A few people started to come over, pointing and looking this way, and the shore started to shout. Chapter 37, Sinking. Yi Dongdong took a deep breath, looked at the shore immediately began to more and more people, did not dare to hesitate too much, turned his head and jumped off the bridge abutment, towards the other shore began to swim. He had to make a decision. Is the enthusiastic crowd sent to education, or risk a gamble? That water ghost cannot come out. Yi Dongdong chose to gamble. He never felt that he was very good at swimming, so the ability to control objects was vital at this time. The people watching from the shore will not carry binoculars with them, but if they can watch from close range, they can see that Yi Dongdong's swimming posture at this time is very strange, although it is not quite a standard breaststroke, but that kind of momentum and posture is by no means a normal person can swim out. Who swims like a speedboat? Yi Dongdong, who was celebrating his own resourcefulness, suddenly had a heart palpitation at this time, and a strong force came from under his feet, and even hardened and slowed down his forward momentum. He panicked and looked back, the desperate scene in his eyes. Any Yi Dongdong's psychological quality how good. At this time he can no longer calm down. The entire waters behind him are normal color, but there is something in the water. There are too many things. Transparent bones, such as watercress slender winding tentacles, floating with a faint black mist. These things are tangled together, in all directions at this time is toward the position of Yi Dongdong's speed clothes. Surrounded. Such a big river, how could there be only one water ghost? Yi Dongdong had miscalculated. Toward the water ghosts and the water wrapped around his legs kicked hard a few times, as if kicking in the empty space, only to make his sinking tendency is getting more and more serious. How to slide can't rise again in the slightest. Several transparent or black claws pressed into his body in a sticky manner. He only had time to look back at his uncles and aunts who were still in a hurry on the shore, and his head went up in the water in vain, without a trace. Holy, There's no trace. An ant sat on her but on the ground. She watched the boy jump from the bridge pier, swimming fast at first, but suddenly imagined something else, just struggled twice, then suddenly submerged by water. Quickly go and transfer the speedboat. Helicopters! Helicopter! Hurry up and save him! The people on the shore were in a hurry, as if they were ants on a hot pan. I'm already calling for help. Everyone don't rush, the uncle with the red armband shouted, controlling everyone's emotions. There are already several lads who started jumping into the water bare-chested, swam 2 meters and rushed back. Today's water is somehow freezing and scary. The water conditions in the river are really uncomplimentary. No one dares to go down and save someone at the risk of cramps now. Courage is good, but also cannot take themselves into awe. Yi Dongdong is not aware of the things on the shore. At the moment he is still sinking. Extreme cold is wrapping him. In front of the unknown number of figures swept past, from time to time will be his body to the underwater constantly pulling. In addition to the black mist, Yi Dongdong was shocked to realize that there were also water plants that were slowly wrapping around his ankles and reaching into his clothes. This all happened within 2 to 3 seconds after he was immersed underwater. Yi Dongdong was completely unable to make any effective resistance. The white pendant on his chest was feebly releasing white light, and he didn't know how effective it was. Anyway, the water ghosts in the river seemed to be as numerous as if they couldn't be killed or escaped, even though Yi Dongdong's attacks and controls were articulated as densely as possible. As much as they are slimy, they just want to pull Yi Dongdong into the water. Completely do not need to do anything more to take risks. Just need to drag into the water. Wait for 10 minutes. It is enough. People in the most critical moment, generally speaking, roughly will make 2 types of action. One is to escape. One is to fight back. Yi Dongdong was also surprised by the water ghosts in these waters. Before he obtained the system, he had never heard that there were actually so many water ghosts in these waters. If he knew that, the tap water that came from the river, he was afraid that he wouldn't even dare to eat it. No wonder the river never had any people swimming. Such a menacing group of water ghosts lying here, occupying the right place at the right time. I guess the swimming champions came to nothing, but Yi Dongdong Ma, on the exhaustion of their skills, controlling object ability, ghost hit the wall, green thunder big hand seal, ghost mist field, controlled object ability can only make his tendency to sink as much as possible to slow down a little bit, but every pull up in his view is futile. The power of the water ghosts didn't seem to be very strong, but the power of their swarming attack couldn't be underestimated. Just one person touching each of them interspersed in the black mist was enough to send Yi Dongdong's body towards the water in an infinite, flying downward spiral. The setting up of the ghost fighting wall was something that required calm thinking and a relatively perfect environment, and at this point in time, trying to create several ghost fighting wall fields to protect oneself was simply a pipe dream. There was even less need to mention the green thunder great hand seal and the ghost mist domain. Thunder and fire in the water greatly reduced in power. Ghost fog field, although his figure barely hidden some, but it seems to be counterproductive. A group of water ghosts of a one by one rushed over. You press a hand, I press a hand. Yi Dongdong has nowhere to hide. The golden light of the Buddha's path. Only the last possible useful skills. Yi Dongdong's heart has been filled with despair. It is said that before a person's death in front of the eyes will appear a lot of past scenes. I do not know whether he will have the honor to see his parents again. Can he see her again? And her time together in the beginning? Yi Dongdong simply broke the pot. Hey, you guys look over there. Suddenly, a frustrated young man who was getting dressed suddenly saw the water that was still fluttering there and shouted violently. So gradually more people looked over, only to see that the waters were completely boiling at that moment. No one knew why. Obviously only one person had fallen in, but it was as if dozens, hundreds of people were struggling. The 5 or 6 meter diameter of the waters in a circle seemed to be boiling with boiling water, bursting and churning. A golden light shot out from underwater, and it was visible even from the shore. Not there were dark shadows breaking, hissing and relieved voices ringing out, lending themselves to the clamor of the lanes, hidden in the lighted night of the metropolis. An area under the bridge was illuminated at this point. From underneath the bridge, a glowing figure could be vaguely seen, standing in the water with golden light all over his body, the current raging all around him, but not a single trace of it could get close to him anymore. Live whisk ah! A grandfather suddenly trembled on his knees, hands together, violently rubbed on the ground. 5 body worship. I love my lord. Next to another large woman's hand flew in front of her chest and spent across. Someone behind her heard her voice, so they followed her to bow up. For a moment, the people on the shore of 100 different young people are busy taking pictures to get evidence. The old people, all busy to grow life experience insight, or faith witness, kneeling on the spot. Suddenly, the beam of light in the water is extinguished. The surface of the water once again returned to calm. The shore just gathered to see the watchers will all clamor, but they and the shore is concerned about the people in the water of the masses are not the same. The masses reluctantly borrowed the transfer over the search and rescue boat to the incident waters, over and over again. Not dead fishing. I do not know whether to save people or save their hearts, God. Anyway, hanging the bottom of the river after a fishing in addition to a few pieces of rotten bones, stinking water plants, but also what have not been fished up. Chapter 38, Unknown Cause of Death. Whether you believe it or not, the world has its own will. It is strong or weak, good or bad, always lurking in every corner of life. Secretly play its share of power. Will change your life into a completely different. You cannot master it, but you can do more perfect. Cater to him, make your own process more and more like it should be. Outside the door marching general footsteps from dusk has not stopped. There are heavy breathing had been stationed outside the door. There is also the sound of heavy objects put down clanging. But all of this is Yi Dongdong heard in the ears, but do not bother to interfere. He knows that even if he now open the door is still nothing more than an ordinary empty corridor. Junior General Nyo 2 seeks to see Mr. Yi. The voice outside the door in the end, after a period of quiet, Yi Dongdong waited a long time for the voice finally appeared. Yi Dongdong violently sat up from the bed, shouted the kettle. One person and a ghost can finally begin to meet their destiny. Yi Dongdong knew from childhood that he would one day be able to get rich overnight, but he never thought it would be today. Tonight, just like that, the door of the rental house is open. The cowhead in Yi Dongdong huffing and puffing to carry a piece of gold foot too heavy some let a person despair of gold bars. These gold bars are all piled up in the doorway side of the Yi Dongdong. Yi Dongdong just opened the door. The golden light almost blinded his yin and yang eyes. Yi Dongdong do not know the price of gold, but how he also know that gold is the world's most stable hard currency. No one. Such a large batch of gold suddenly into the market. The market should be unavoidable a burst of violent fluctuations. The 48 pieces of gold that Mr. Let brought are all here. The ox head drank the coffee that Yi Dongdong had brewed with cheap coffee powder and said with a dull expression. His address to Yi Dongdong changed to Sir, and Yi Dongdong naturally received that life extension reward caused by the mood swings from the ox head. Yi Dongdong wiped his sweat and sat down, handing the kettle a cup of coffee as well. The kettle held the cup, not knowing why. This is the information Mr. Explained to check. Fortunately, Bull had pulled out a folded up yellowish paper from the side pocket of his jacket and handed it to Yi Dongdong, who took it and looked at it carefully while sipping his coffee. Inferior Ghost Chao Mengyang, 5 years old at death, cause of death unknown. Pa! Yi Dongdong was furious and slapped the paper onto the cowhead's shoulder, grabbing one of the cowhead's long horns to twist the dark cow face in front of his face. You tricked me? Bullhead's eyes went upward peaked, watching the hand that by now had burst into a silken shower of electricity that arced down his own horn like a mortal's welding job, dripping plasma, reacting as if half a beat slower. The bull's head shuddered, not daring to move his head for a second, and hastily began to explain. Sir, don't be in a hurry, listen to me in detail. This is just the official explanation for death in hell. Oxhead took back the piece of paper that had been slapped down by Yi Dongdong and stuffed it into his jacket. The reason why they become inferior ghosts is that the cause of death is actually related to in objects, so most of them are of unknown cause of death, and these cannot be registered down. Yi Dongdong signaled the bull's head to continue, while he himself got up and went to pack up the gold bars, and started to box them up. His own suitcase had not been put away yet, and it was just right to use it for the gold bars, and as soon as he got out during the daytime tomorrow, his own embarrassing living condition would immediately, I'll be able to change my life situation. Of course there was also the death of Chao Lily's younger brother, Chao Mengyang, and the Wei group, all of which should be able to be resolved tomorrow. Actually, this Chao Mengyang's death was also rippled by that rebellion 5 years ago. 5 years ago, a tornado happened to blow through this inland city, killing and injuring countless people and shaking the nation. Buildings and businesses were virtually destroyed overnight, and all of these buildings and streets where people live now were actually built later. And in hell, that year, there was also something not so small happening. This thing even affected the position of Yen Luo, affecting the peaceful life of the beings in the hell, almost affecting the earth. Will kill also almost brought into the earth who never knew whether the hell really existed. Fortunately, the final riot was stopped. The two worlds no matter. The city's forced involvement. Everything stems from a young man named Ma Bo. By mistake, he came into contact with a folk religion that was being suppressed by the netherworld at that time in the hell of a refusal of tea temple. The temple of tea refusal originated in ancient times when a group of bad ghosts refused to drink Mangpo's tea. They developed a sense of rebellion and refused to drink the tea of broken love. And since they were bad ghosts who would not go to the next life, the netherworld did not control them so strictly. After that, when the bad ghosts entered the hell, they did not need to drink Mangpa tea because of the strong protest of the tea refusal hall. For a while, all the people in hell praised the tea refusal hall for its resourcefulness and frugality. However, the plot of the temple of refusing tea is not what they appear to be. but a self-protection organization of bad ghosts who are simply pursuing ghost power. They have gathered thousands and thousands of bad ghosts who have retained their memories, tens of thousands of bad ghosts who have retained their memories, and sift through their memories, little by little. They excavated the mysteries of life and death and the secrets of reincarnation, not realizing that they had really scratched the surface, creating a yin and yang storm that blew all the way through the heavens and onto the earth. A huge number of bad ghosts like a tidal wave rushed into the earth, so that the procedure of the yin division to demand for life, which had never been missed, had a leak that couldn't be mended, and could only work diligently every night to catch every bad ghost that might have strayed into the mortal world for a long time, but it still couldn't be caught to the end. Chao Mengyang's death, which was an instantaneous death, should have run into the core earthly exploration team of the Tea Denial Temple at that time. Known as the Yin traitor, Ma Bo was not allowed on Earth, and suffering from the lack of criminal law conviction. Surprisingly, he was put into a mental hospital. It has been 5 years. Ma Bo didn't die? Yi Dongdong finally picked out the most crucial place and stood up with an open mind. So the Ma Bo who caused that big storm, he was merely locked up as a mental illness? There's no mistaking it, and I've never studied the laws of the earth thoroughly. Bullhead shook his head. For this kind of people, he naturally also want to kill one less one. Some of the mental hospital is not all mental illness. The great power generation, the netherworld would not have been necessary to intervene in this matter, so it did not send troops to gnaw on that piece of hard bone. Great powers come and go? Yi Dongdong's corner of the eye twitched. There really is such a thing? How is it that great powers come and go? Could it be that those psychopaths who cry out every day that they are the Jade Emperor, what they say is true? Oxhead froze and violently turned his head to look at Yi Dong, his eyes full of unbelief. Someone calling themselves the Jade Emperor? Yeah, there's everything in there. What Tai-Bai jinxing? What giant spirit god or whatever? My family used to have a relative. That's really hard to say. Oxhead shook his head, eyes far away. Watching Yi Dongdong's speed of loading gold slowed down, he sighed and said, "It may not be true." What is true? The identity that those people shouted from their mouths. It might not be true. Chapter 39, The Exodus. Hey, hey, hey. Now the rule of law society. Speak to be responsible. Yi Dongdong scared jumped back a step. Looking at the front of the cowhead, how to see does not look like nonsense bragging madman. This kind of words he how to say out? Where is the mental illness? Have done scientific identification of mental illness. You will not also be a mental illness, right? Thief rich kind? Yi Dongdong glanced at his own loaded with a box full of gold bars. Hurry to hold. If a moment to come and a bunch of white coats to arrest people, he is ready to will be strong box line left behind. Mr. Certainly have not heard of 9-8 ferry escape incident. Stop. Yi Dongdong hurriedly stopped the bull's intention to continue. Don't talk about those things first. First tell me about it. Just now. Just now is not over yet. Turning around and picking up the kettle. The kettle suddenly felt that he was picked up by his brother and also was taken to the front of the bull's head. Suddenly came to the spirit and guts, and roared at the bull's head viciously. Bullhead's ears twitched in a sort of perfunctory response. This kid, as well as that Chao Mengyang, why do you call them inferior ghosts? Inferior ghosts are all souls that died from the chaotic laws of yin and yang. They are not allowed to transcend life for eternity, and can only serve as a growing liability in hell. Inferior ghost is just a name. They are not allowed to grow up. The ox head mumbled. Back then, the leading figure of the tea refusal hall was an inferior ghost, and although inferior ghosts have low combat power, but they don't have cultivation bottlenecks, low quality, they are inferior ghosts that must be controlled. Then our family kettle must also have been subjected to the advanced thought of refusing refreshments. Yi Dongdong proudly turned the kettle around and held it up. Not afraid of things, the kettle has eaten several essence spirits. As my chief follower, his strength will one day make your hell feel powerless. Inferior ghost quality. Oxhead still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yi Dongdong. Speak as if your quality is just fine. The oxhead was silent. Well, having heard that life-supporting ghost say that Yi Dongdong was an inferior ghost control, then let's leave this matter alone. Anyway, in the future, if this inferior ghost was really powerful to the point of impossible existence, the Yin division would definitely notice and send in a great power to put it to death. Manhwa, I will go and make contact tomorrow, Yi Dongdong murmured, still unable to resist his curiosity, hoping that the oxen head would tell the full story of that 980 mortal escape incident. Mr. Ye should have known that this heaven and earth is not what this world was originally like. In addition to the earth realm, there are 2 realms and 6 paths, countless living beings. The gods and goddesses of the heavenly realm have called themselves the guardians of mankind since ancient times, but for some unknown reason these past few hundred years, the heavenly realm also started a not-so-small war, as if it was with the Western gods. Later, the heavenly realm or through the power of the Immortal One. But then some outsiders are not clear about the change or the Western gods left behind the means of retaliation. the order of the three worlds in chaos, the earth all kinds of catastrophe, the earth rebellion in all directions. The heavenly realm of the immortals cannot continue to stay in the heavenly realm, have fled. This is what I know of that 9-8 gods and immortals fleeing event. Since then, the heavenly realm has no more gods, and no more great powers claim to have been to the immortal realm. I heard that it is no longer accessible there. He final try his best to receive these huge number of strange stories. It sounds like the gods of the east and the west to fight to the dark. The east won, but failed miserably, so that the western gods to move their own home? These gold bars are usable, right? Yi Dong is still immortal after all. His thoughts cannot be higher. Once upon a time he was full of all the money. Too. Now he was back to square one. Looking at the big bull head was like looking at a half-man, half-ghost pretending to be a treasure bull. It can be used, but it is possible to use it. It is likely to be noticed, but with the strength of Sir, the two realms can't help you. The bull head laughed loudly, shaking the sky. This is the state he hoped Yi Dong had, although grasping his handle in, but also have selfish desires. In this way, the bull's head heart is better, at least himself. There is a way to go just like this in the yin and yang worlds to transport some gold bars. This no big deal, for the ox head is nothing more than lifting the hand and letting go of the simple, and Yi Dong also eat the set of overnight wealth. Then the ox head is confident that can be in the near future. Thanks to Yi Dong. Get back that video recording. The two worlds thing I don't want to hear you continue to explain. I'll guess myself. You just say yes or no. People who are able to communicate between the yin and yang realms. Living people. Yes. It is illegal to burn gold bars like me to go to the netherworld and then bring _up_ into real gold through your magic power. Yes. But this kind of thing, only the master of the two worlds will care? Yes. Then if the strength is already stronger than the two realm envoy, or rather, one is the two realm envoy, this kind of thing, is it possible to do whatever you want? Yes. Speaking of this, Yi Dong's eyes narrowed. If he hadn't thought about it carefully, this matter might not have been as scary as it sounded. The overall strength of the Wei clan was definitely too much stronger than him, not to mention the 4 retainers. Just the Wei Zhongtian's bloodline itself. The Wei clan was so strong that Yi Dongdang didn't dare to take it lightly. Then it's likely that the Wei clan is in existence that the ambassadors of the two worlds wouldn't dare to touch. It is also very likely that among the Wei clan people, they themselves have been out of the two realms envoys. That would explain the fact that they've been in business for decades. They're the leading leader in luxury jewelry. Yeah, what's the point of bringing a little gold between the yin and yang? Real kinky. Morning makeup 12 hours 45 minutes and 38 seconds. The first thing you need to do is to get up a few little ghosts or people who are able to walk around in the yin and yang. And what you burn on top is the jewelry and the painting. And what you receive on the bottom can be the rare treasures of the world. Although the rise and growth of Wei's group naturally cannot be separated from Wei's hard work, but the shadowy business behind it. Yi Dong is now guessing at 8 or 9. No wonder Wei's group can always come up with and take down all kinds of rare and various treasures of the world in the auction. People are kept in the dark for too long. The ambassador of the two worlds from 5 years ago. What was his last name and what was his name? Ma Bo. And what about the two worlds ambassador now? What is his name? Where does he live? Yi Dong's brain turned fast. Why should he wait for the two realms envoy to come to his door? Wouldn't it be good to go and do a good job yourself first? Seems to be called Wei something or other. The strength is quite weak. Only this city and the city next to it are under his control. Wei Zhongtian? Or Wei Shaotian? Yi Dong wondered. Then if Wei Zhongtian was a two worlds ambassador, it was impossible that he didn't recognize the bull's head to be right. Then the result actually don't even need to ask. This fact is simply like long ago when Yi Dong began to guess since. In front of Yi Dong, these two people haven't heard of them. Neo had shook his head and said, called Wei Lan, if I remember correctly. Chapter 40, The Golden Light of the Heavenly Tao. Wei Lan? Female? Well, is because it is a girl child. So before coming to see a special side, a little impression. Or Wei. Yi Dong shook his head, although he has not yet had in-depth contact, but Wei's power is there for all to see. There is no way for him to ignore. If he wants to take the bull's head as a treasure pot for a long period of time, it is ultimately going to be known by the Weis. Naturally, it is going to be the enemy of the entire Weis. It was impossible for her and Wei to become grasshoppers counting on a rope. They could only become criminals who couldn't see eye to eye with each other, and were just afraid of stabbing each other in the back. What? That video? Just that. Bullseye was a little hesitant, wondering if his timing was good to mention it now. What video? The one you wanted to use as evidence. You still know I want to use it as evidence. Yi Dong laughed and pushed the cow head right towards the door. You also know we have a low strength, and not work. There is always a place to use you. Rest assured. Follow the brother to do a good job. There will be a day to pay you back. Well, Oxhead lowered his head. Doubly feel ghost life hopeless. By the way, Mr. Yi, your thing. I pressed down. Oh, good, really good. Ha, the cow had touched his head. This is finished? That is the hell of the netherworld. Ah, he helped to suppress such a big thing. Yi Dong from now on do not have to worry about the netherworld to find his trouble. Should not be expressed a little? You want to say, I hold your handle. You also hold my handle, right? Yi Dong understood what this stupid girl was thinking in her heart, but he really didn't want such a stupid, innocent cowhead to play mind games with him as well. That was simply cruel. These you don't think anymore. Even if you sue to the king of hell, the first to die is you, not me. Yi Dong a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Hot look. The bullhead cannot do anything, only to be pushed by Yi Dong step by step out of the room. The door of the room slammed shut. The door slammed shut, leaving only the ox-headed ghost in the empty corridor to think about ghost life. Just closed the door of Yi Dong, but not as calm and cool as the bull thought. The bull's reaction, he did not even think about it. Has always been stupid and naive. Bull will also think of exchange conditions? Isn't this what people often call a dangerous balance? I have your handle. You have my handle. Everyone kept silent, in the same danger to maintain a relatively safe balance. Luckily, Oxhead doesn't know that his young life is in trouble. Big time, where getting away from the water ghosts in the water would be easy. At that time, the number of water ghosts had reached a numbing point. Yi Dong never knew that water ghosts really existed, and also right in their own native mother river, and the number of them is still large to that point. In many movie and television works, a river is at most a water ghost. Two may fight, but if it's so many that it reaches a certain level, or even reaches the number of the pack, that's another story. In the water, if one is dragged under the water by a water ghost, it is basically hopeless. Yi Zhongdong thought of this, and the system couldn't possibly give him something like a submarine, so he still chose to save himself. Almost half of his lifespan was exchanged for 2 skill upgrade points. Directly upgraded the Buddhist golden light that could not be upgraded and could only be a vase that could not be upgraded to the heavenly Tao golden light that could repel evil and restrain evil. The heavenly Tao golden light can remove all evil spirits, and all darkness will have nothing to hide under its illumination. Consuming 50 hours of yang life can be upgraded to holy light, and the direction of upgrading can be chosen, shining holy light / gospel holy light. Yang life balance, 28 hours. The way to obtain yang life was still there, and the system had released a new quest, and it was reassuring to see that the amount of life extension rewards had risen significantly. But in addition to life extension, Yi Dong also needed to eat. Before daybreak, Yi Dong started to get busy, and what he was doing was more human and divine than scaring ghosts. His hand was currently holding a diving knife that he had collected during his student days. The knife wasn't too sharp, but it was expensive because the back was long and rough, and the blade was hard and straight. A transparent plastic sheet was spread on the ground by him, and the rare fine gold nugget in this move was chipped down by him with a lot of effort. Gold nuggets fell on the plastic sheet pressed into a bump. Yi Dong hand knife is also used skillfully, constantly chipping. The force does not dare to use a large, for fear that there is a trace of falling to the ground to then also have to catch ants like pinching. He chipped as the gold bar on the raised relief word one day of the bank. This kind of gold bar he cannot be sure to sell in the gold store. Heaven and Earth Bank is a little too big. Taking out a single piece of gold bar with little marking, then some people might think that it was saved by those rich families in days gone by. But if several pieces of gold bar engraved with the Bank of Heaven and Earth were taken to a gold store to be sold, then there was definitely a problem. Although someone might not think that the gold came from hell, it still might be free from unnecessary trouble, and Yi Dong wanted to do his best to minimize these unnecessary troubles. The first time out of gold, he intends to first scrape down some small gold nuggets to go as recycled gold for money, and so on. After having a formal channel, he then a large number of out. Yi Dong busy morning, tired of a sweat, hands have a little shaking. Gold said soft not soft, said hard not hard, but this is the first time he scraped a piece of metal like scraping the skin of tofu. He has some small excitement, but also a little stimulation. Weighing a small bag of gold nuggets of gold sands in his hand, these should be able to have a pound it. A pound of gold can be sold for how much money? Yi Dong checked. Baidu on the big boy said can sell 150,000. Also Dong Dongwen looked at the gold bars by his scraping has long been round grunts, intentionally loaded into his bag too. Heavy then went out. Hello sir, you're these loose gold we cannot acquire. Sorry sir, your gold we can't acquire. No, don't dare to accept. A morning, Yi Dong walked 3 big gold store in the city. All were rejected. Yi Dong heart called a gas. Ah, the old man has gold. You cheaper to collect, not good? Even if you finish the scene, after leading me into the nooks and crannies of the transaction cannot. But the last store manager gave him a business card. That is the city's largest jewelry store manager's phone number. Yi Dong threw it. Weimin Industrial Group, name of the future jewelry store. People will need these gold bars? Their home gold is afraid of cheaper than iron. Hey, Little brother, sell gold? Ah? Yi Dongdong was hesitating, but found that behind him, a man wearing a mask suddenly sneaked over and poked him in the back. How much do we accept? The price is absolutely fair. Black market? Yi Dongdong frowned. He had heard that the black market had been wiped out. How come it was active again? How much can you guys collect? How much you want to offer? How much we charge? Whatever comes in. All of it. The man handed over a cigarette. Yi Dongdong looked down. There were water stains on it. Did not take it, just turned back and shook his hand. Said, just in time. I have a few pounds here. A few pounds? The man was shocked. His deep-set eyes jumped for a moment. This dude has a gold mine at home? Chapter 41, Psychiatric Hospitals. Not as imagined as this person led into a dirty alley. See a group of people stalls selling all kinds of strange things place. Yi Dongdong followed him, instead came to a store looks not small grocery store. Formal business license hanging under the signboard. An old man sitting drowsily at the front desk. A few waiters are gathered together to browbeat chatting about something. Outside, the man walked over and explained to the old man. Then led Yi Dongdong to turn into a small corridor and opened a door. A woman who was smoking had her back to them, and the tabletop was clean and tidied up. Gold? The woman didn't turn around, just asked. Yes, it's called that. Yi Dongdong froze, then no longer think anything more. Went to pull out the bag. Then there can still be any dark words as how. The woman smiled and installed turned around, wearing very well dressed, light-colored rose workwear package reflected a face that has not yet faded. Looks like the appearance of the early 30s. Years of smoking, lips some purple. Eyes are very god. A pair of crimson eyes, more temperament. Such a woman is very easy to connect her with those successful women in the workplace to think. Naturally, she should be very successful, regardless of the field, black or white. She has seen the world, should not be less. See Yi Dongdong from the bag out of a packet of fine gold nuggets. Just raised his eyebrows, pointed to Yi Dongdong's bag and said, on these? Took out so much. Look still heavy. Ah. Yi Dongdong smiled. This woman really live into the human essence. Observation is very strong. Then reached out from the bag and pulled out a piece of gold bar that was cut to pieces, placed in front of the woman. This time the woman directly pressed out the cigarette, pulled out a pair of gloves from the drawer under the table and put them on, slowly lifted the gold bar and looked at it carefully. These little nuggets, you chipped them off of this? Aha. It's not that the gold stores can't take them, they're merely afraid of the future, where they get all their stock. The woman carried out another scale from under the table like a trick, but it was not the kind commonly used in the market. On the market, it seemed to have all kinds of values. Much finer look. I'll pay you $95,000 for all this gold combined, and if it's a whole bar, I'll pay you $120,000 apiece. I just don't know if you have any more. The man knowingly went out and closed the door. And now there was only Yi Dongdong left in the room with this woman who was maneuvering a few more instruments that she had taken out, constantly weighing and measuring, and jotting down a few strokes from time to time. How do you know I still have it? You have at least one whole block left. The woman pointed to his still heavy and sagging bag, and then put down the chunk of gold and said, I've never heard of such a large amount of gold flowing in recently, and your way of coming in is definitely not legitimate. And since it's not legitimate, it's definitely more than that. Yi Dongdong did not affirm, did not deny, just slowly from the bag pulled out that a whole intact gold bars, placed on the woman's table, golden and unscratched gold bars on the table. Indoor lighting was close to fluorescent lights, some slightly yellowish, and now it is more illuminated by the house of the gold glitter dazzling, bank of heaven and earth. The woman held up the gold bar, the look in her eyes was written with incredulity. You're from that organization. The lights in the room were still shaky, but Yi Dongdong had long since completed the transaction, and now he had $50,000 in cash lying in his bag, and his bank card had been credited with 165,000 soft sister coins. I don't work for any organization. Yi Dongdong smiled and denied the woman's speculation. But, this gold bar of yours is a 1 kilogram standard gold bar, and I've received gold bars from several people in that organization in previous years, and they all look like this, with the bank of heaven and earth engraved on the back. One of the woman's hands was already pressed under the table, and Yi Dongdong guessed that there might be a prohibited firearm there, which was currently resting against the tabletop, firmly pointing at his chest. This is just a friend paying off a debt to me. Those people I never got in touch with again. Do you have their contact information? I don't. Well, if you have any gold bars left over, I can take them all. The price is a bit low, but the channel is absolutely safe, and even if something happens, you'll be fine. The woman walked over to open the door for him and said, if you can provide some information about that organization now, in the future, each of your gold bars I will collect at the market price of 140,000, and I will personally add 10,000 to you. That is, 150,000 apiece, and not only these. Yi Dongdong waved his hand, signaling the woman to stop first. No comment. The woman bit her lip, remembering the name that this person had just signed on the receipt, and said word for word, "Well then, Mr. Shu A, happy cooperation. Looking forward to working with you next time. Bye, Mr. Kettle smiled and waved his hand, put on his hood and walked out of the store, leaving the woman in the store secretly clenching her fists. I'm afraid that there is only one organization in the entire city that can get gold bars related to the hell, and that is the Alien Protection Organization, and those gold bars may come from an unknown source, but it is definitely not possible that they themselves have poured from hell. This point is clear to Yi Dongdong. The strength of the organization is actually not as strong as the Wei family. It seems that if there is time, things related to the organization, he also needs to start preparing for it, regardless of whether it was the same broadcast tone as the system voice, or the identical heaven and earth bank gold bars in the woman's mouth. This organization was all permeated with an airtight mystery, waiting for him to explore. Yi Dongdong deeply understood that he needed more sources of young life, and aside from the bull's head and the kettle, as well as the ghosts in this city, it would be best for him to make a trip to hell. If he could give a stirring speech in front of tens of millions of inferior ghosts, then he might not have to worry about his young life for the rest of his life. Yi Dongdong bought a large carry of fruit from a roadside fruit store and went straight to the only mental hospital in the city, dressed simply and with hurried steps, living like a family member who came to visit a patient. The name of the mental hospital is called Ankang Mental Hospital. Yi Dongdong has not yet entered the hospital. He heard the soprano inside singing the most popular new songs, The Hospital Green Grass, peripheral benches sitting on a few sunbathing patients, and then further in was separated by the fence. You can only see the silhouette of people save, as if in the event of something. I'm here to visit my brother. Yi Dongdong went straight to the point, standing outside the department with a basket of fruit. This is your first time in a mental hospital, isn't it? Why? Visiting a patient goes directly to the inpatient area. What are you doing here in my place? Yi Dongdong glanced at a female patient who was cowering in the corner with her legs and feet tied up, and slowly backed out. Chapter 42, Business Partners. It wasn't that the bull's head never lied, but Yi Dongdong didn't believe that he would lie. Yi Dongdong now also want to run to the patient activity area shouted, "Who is the Jade Emperor? Ah, I'm afraid that there will be dozens of people over to impersonate, but Yi Dongdong would rather spend tens of thousands of dollars more would like to let now fall into the psychiatric patient's Jade Emperor to kowtow to their own a few. After all, the general public does not have this kind of vulgar fun. Manhwa, who are you?" A small nurse holding the table, GR. Was Yi Dongdong stopped? She is also a little upset. If not, this person did not wear a hospital gown, she was only afraid to call out to arrest him. How did you come in? This is a patient area. After 12 o'clock you are still loitering here. Luckily you bumped into me. Otherwise you would have been forced to be locked up as a mental patient. It was a doctor in front of you who told me to come. Yi Final Winter thought up a burst of fear. This doctor to point out the way to himself. He turned around, finally came to the patient area. The result is not after the registration came in. According to this little nurse said, fortunately I met her. Otherwise, it's very likely that the people in the hospital would have arrested him as mentally ill and locked him up for life no matter what. That doctor was too careless, or rather, too sinister. Did he accidentally break some secret? And the punishment is to be locked up in a mental hospital for the rest of his life? What about the law? Where is the law? Yi Dongdong immediately full of thought to find the doctor to ask for understanding, but then thought, the words of the cowhead or believe some good. Who knows, even the Jade Emperor can be arrested in the mental hospital, can also suppress their own it. He does not want to be locked up as a mental illness. After all, there are still more than 40 gold bars at home, counting one gold bar at 100,000. That was over $4 million. His dirtbag career had just begun. But the matter of this mental hospital, he will have to settle it one day. That doctor, he also remembered. Name? The little nurse led him all the way out of the ward and back to the entrance to register. Yi Dongdong. Who's visiting? Manhwa. What's the relationship with the patient? Business partner. What kind of relationship is this? Is buying 2 roasted sausages together considered a business partner? There's no way to find out. No, this relationship can't visit the patient. We made a lot of money together back then. Yi Dongdong picked up the bag too, slowly put it in front of the nurse, pulled the zipper. Yes, it looks like this. I still remember that's how I handed over the money to him at that time. He was so happy at that time. The two of us used to be the best brothers, but then it went missing, and I realize now that he's actually being held here. I just want to see him, and I'll go through the legal process afterward as well, and if he gets better, I'll get him discharged. Alright, I believe you guys are very good brothers now. The nurse lowered her head and opened the door for Yi Dongdong, covered her bulging stomach and went into the office first, and led Yi Dongdong back to the patient area, through a piece of psychiatric patients who had just finished eating and were taking a walk. The two of them talked and laughed, and Yi Dongdong realized that the original Manhwa was actually not doing well in the hospital, and was being bullied by all kinds of supers and big gods. Manhwa, someone has come to see you. The nurse led Yi Dongdong outside a single ward, an iron door separating the inside from the outside. Inside there was only a bed, a table, a chair, and a covered-up corner that looked like a bathroom. Someone is watching me? I guessed you'd be here, but I didn't think you'd be this late. The empty ward violently sprang up from below with a miserable white face, and the flowery white hair didn't know whether it was a beard or hair, fluttering and even almost sticking to Yi Dongdong, who was lying on the windowpane. Yi Dongdong was shocked and jumped, looking at this old man, and instantly felt that the speech he had just made about himself and Manhwa being brothers had already collapsed. But money can make the devil. The nurse has long gone away. The old man and Yi Dongdong face to face. Both pairs of eyes are through the strands of wisdom. This old man is by no means a mental patient. Yi Dongdong thought in his heart. You are Yi Dongdong. Manhwa spoke out of turn. One hand pressed on the door. One hand then reached out from the iron window of the door frame, bringing the iron door frame straight. Unfortunately, the gap in the middle of the guardrail was too narrow. The arm only stretched out a small distance has been stuck end. Manhwa's hand in the air feebly shook, or shrink back. I had calculated that you could take me out. You're great, you're great. Yi Dongdong looked at the old man's eyes full of hope with lowered eyes. This old patient called Manhwa, 52 years old this year, but has long since grayed his head. I really don't know how it is in the mental hospital, how to destroy a person into such a look. The last ambassador of the two worlds, Manhwa. Ha 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 ha. Manhwa let out a burst of maniacal laughter. The sound of laughter shook all the wards in the entire corridor. For a moment several patients catered to howl. Not only did Manhwa not lower his voice after hearing this, instead, he intensified his exuberance even more, and almost roared up to the sky and laughed. Manhwa, there will be a day when I can finally make a name for myself. I told you that this heaven and earth should not have been able to trap me. How can a mere small room hold me? A true dragon of two worlds. Okay. Yi Dongdong didn't want to listen to what he was saying here. He only wanted to ask 2 questions and leave afterward. I'm not here to take you away. I just want to ask you something. If you still remember, I can consider helping you with the discharge procedure. What? Mab gripped the railing tightly with both hands, his mouth wide open and unable to close. What are you going to ask me? Come on, I know everything. I'll say anything, said, eyes dimmed, slowly lowered his head, as if muttering, as long as can take me out, as long as can take me out. Well, very good. Yi Dongdong looked at the old man very appreciatively. So old and still deeply righteous, worthy of praise. I'll say 2 words, refuse tea palace, Chao Mengyang. However, after this sentence, Manhwa's expression seemed to freeze. The blood in his eyes seemed to have frozen. Slowly, his eyes moved downwards. Actually, my previous job did not allow me to speak of these things. 2 worlds matter well. Manhwa looked up as if praying and generally looked at Yi Dongdong. His mouth mumbled a bit, wanting to say something, but in the end, did not say anything, wanting to sigh, and was held back in the way. Actually, I have thought carefully over the years. That young man, his death was indeed one of our failures. Manhwa's head was gone. He sat down with his back against the door. His voice was not loud, but the good thing was that it was clear and easy to recognize, and Yi Dongdong could hear it fairly easily. The exposure of our advance team is inextricably linked to the fact that his death alerted the cops and the organization. About Chao Mengyang, you can't ask too much. He was just killed by us in passing. Killed by whom in passing? Yi Dongdong took out his cell phone and naturally held it up to the window, turning on the video. Speak clearly. Manhwa raised his eyes, but his eyes were obviously less alive just now, and the bags under his eyes hum low. I killed Chao Mengyang. Chapter 43, it's like looking at a fool. Manhwa as many years has been actively cooperating with the treatment of old patients. Yi Dongdong fought to communicate with him face to face and for him to handle the discharge procedures. The old man followed Yi Dongdong, at a loss for words to clasp his hands, around the patient's eyes hot like to eat people. I do not know whether it is not stayed for too long. He even produced some indeterminate feelings for this place. Yi Dongdong didn't know how to contact the police, but Manhwa's discharge procedures will only be processed tomorrow. One night's time. He had reason and time to notify Chao Lily. Well, at least clear his name first. Mr. Slowly go. Yi Dongdong is walking. Suddenly heard someone on the right side of the burst, and violent struggle sound. A few whitecoats exclaimed. Was a thin man broke free. Also did not see how he ran. A few steps strangely vary, but that kind of speed is still let a person amazed vary. Yi Dongdong was shocked. Feet quickly fly back. Jump away. Body force has turned the direction. He saw the appearance of the person in a flash. This person gave Yi Dongdong's first impression is a word. Thin. Yi Dongdong has never seen such a thin person. Said skin and bones, or some say he fat suspicion. Bones froze by him to grow into an exoskeleton feeling. simply thin into a lightning bolt. High cheekbones reflecting the sunken and large eyes, full of waxy yellow color makes people suspect that he has just been what the fox spirit sucked dry the essence of the general. I am a god. I am the roaring dog. The man shouted. The mournful voice almost spread throughout the entire hospital. He pounced on Yi Dongdong's body with lightning speed. A hold on Yi Dongdong's legs, thin and weak into a skeleton of the body, somehow erupted out of the powerful force. Yi Dongdong subconsciously struggled several times, surprisingly did not break away. I Xiaotian. Replacement. Before Yi Dongdong reacted, there was already a hospital personnel wearing a mask rushed up, kicked away the man who called himself Roaring Dog who was holding his thighs, and with a quick hand, he pointed an electric baton at his body quite precisely, and at the moment when the two of them were staring at each other, the man who called himself Roaring Dog rolled his eyes, and his mouth began to scream chaotically without knowing what to do. Hurry up and drag it down. I'd been told to add more. One of you must have been negligent. The man frowned and swept a glance at Yi Dongdong, not saying anything but instead greeting his men to come over and carry the man away. This so-called snarling dog was as light as a leaf. Being lifted up by the men might as well have been picked up, his body swaying around like a broken sack. Wait! Yi Dongdong hastily reached out and shouted to stop. The two carrying the patient with a bang stopped and looked at him suspiciously. Who is this kid? Yi Dongdong is a look of 100 forbidden, striding over to pull up the thin man who was electrocuted, leaning against the wall, vigilantly looking at a few white coats. Even if he is mentally ill, you can't do this to him. Is there any law? Is there any law? The small nurse in front who was supposed to lead the way sighed and leaned to the side. Why are people so nosy these days? Here, we are the king's law. We are the law. The man who had stunned the skinny man spoke in a flat voice, removing his mask and revealing a face full of green stubble. This was a stoic middle-aged man who had probably been through a lot of wind and rain, and his face had long since been etched with frost and calmness. I advise you not to meddle. I don't want to meddle in this either. I may not be able to beat you guys even if I fight, but I have the weapons of the law. Yi Dongdong violently pulled out his cell phone from his hand, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he started to dial the police. A few people looked at him with an expression like looking at a fool. The call was connected, and a calm voice came from inside, asking Yi Dongdong what had happened. Hello, that's right. I'm looking for Wei. I'm looking for Sunny, manager's son. Well yes, you quickly come to the mental hospital. Can you bring a few reporters? Bring them together. Yi Dongdong put down the phone. A few people's faces looked at him strangely. He was either crazy or stupid. How could he come up with such a dogged idea? Come one reporter will come the second, the third. Under the various cameras, they were not allowed to perform supernormal capabilities or spells. Otherwise they would have to be hunted down to the ends of the earth by the organization or even a bigger organization until they gave an explanation to the head of the society. Communication was fast now. A few people had already thought of the reporters flying in 10 minutes later. Their mental hospital had always been criticized by all walks of life for mistreating their patients. Being exposed once more was actually nothing, but the pressure from above was really hard enough. Childish, one of them said disdainfully, still lowering his head and continuing to lift the thin man. Mr. Save me. Mr. Me Too. At this time there were suddenly two more rushing shouts came. That wariness stirred up all the goosebumps on Yi Dongdong's body, almost falling off. And then look at the front of the Manhwa. I don't know when it has long been hiding behind the nurse. Manhwa clearly know. These immortals one by one are proficient in divination. Afraid that has long predicted the arrival of Yi Dongdong today also, but I do not know how to think. Actually a swarm of paved up, as if Yi Dongdong really that life-saving straw. This is really self-help, not self-destruction? Or I am rooted. Mr. Yi is to find me, will certainly take me away. Drop. Manhwa think of the beautiful, completely unprepared suddenly but was hit from behind. Chest of gas did not come up, hard to bring a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Ma Bo floated out, revealing a huge figure behind him like a titanic demon god sprinting. Lord Yi save me, the titan demon god is here. Block quickly save us. These few people who came out of nowhere variously shouting for help were stopped by several more people in white coats who sprang out from nowhere, especially the man who was as strong as a yak and was actually also stopped by a few men with a light pole. Yi Dongdong looked around the situation, but really did not feel that the appearance of the several mental patients gave him what help, but instead around the white coats more and more. One by one, they wore masks that made it impossible to see their faces. All the patients held in the intensive care area are delusional patients. It seems that Mr. He came in and strolled around a little bit and suffered from the disease by ear. I think it is necessary for you to hurry up and cooperate with our treatment. Also for the sake of your health and happiness. The man's demeanor remained as light as water, shook his head and signaled the two white coats around him to give up on lifting the thin man, instead turning to grab Yi Dongdong. Joke, with you guys also want to catch me? I'm not leaving, standing here for you to grab. Yi Dongdong let out a snort. waved his hand. Dao heterogeneous energy spewed out. A few transparent disappeared wall appeared around the body. Kanchan to lie on the ground of the huge thin snarling dog and white hair Mabo together circle in. Two want to come to catch him are as if they hit the wall in general. Hit the hand. A time shrunk into a chicken claw. Hissed and screamed in pain. I'm too lazy to care about your. I just came to ask something. But you even want to catch me and lock me up. Then this thing, it's really hard to do. Yi Dongdong lowered his head and looked at the thin man's tortured and bruised appearance. He couldn't bear it, but he didn't show anything on his face, but slowly raised his head and said, I don't know how many patients you've mistreated, but the ones that ran out today and can call out my name, I'm taking all of them. Chapter 44, Invalidation. The man with green stubble narrowed his eyes, but this time as back up his hands, 2 legs stand apart, very relaxed look. He looked at Yi Dongdong with his head held high, and was having 2 of his men working on the magical barrier that separated the 2 parties. This kid deserves to have the name that has been rumored in the mouths of this group of psychopaths for a few years, and is really a bit of a skill. Actually, that call just now, you were just stalling for time, right? You guessed that someone else might run out? If you don't think it's like the real thing, then I'll make a real one, and the number of reporters will definitely make you guys happy. Yi Dongdong was slightly embarrassed. This person is really the most calm one in a group of people. In such a chaotic situation, it is not easy to keep a clear mind. It's not like you guys can do anything about me. I said, I only need patients who can call out my name. I have questions to ask, and your problems have to be cured first. The man laughed, stepped forward, one palm raised, slowly touched the ghost hit the wall field created by Yi Dongdong, and fingers into a sword. 2 fingers from top to bottom drew a big circle more than 1 person high. Yi Dongdong was surprised to find that his domain was actually broken. He is a lawbreaker. Only with mortal strength can we fight him. At this moment, Mabwa's voice sounded eerily behind him. Yi Dongdong's eyes widened as he retreated a few steps back. Lawbreaker? This was the first time he had heard of it, but such a terrifying ability to instantly break his domain was also worth letting him take out a 12th of his seriousness to deal with it. At this time, with that man's order, those few whitecoats had actually started to beat up a few patients who had called out Yi Dongdong's name. The blows were extremely heavy. Under the fists and kicks, blood mixed with fragments of internal organs splattered in all directions. Under their violence, the several patients were hardly treated as human beings, only like mannequins that could be softened wantonly. See, this is the present world. This is this world. Mabwa muttered. It's this time, you're spitting. Yi Dongdong furiously rolled his eyes. Master Mabwa likes to sigh twice when things go wrong in his old age, but he can't. First of all, regardless of whether these people are really gods, someone is bullying the weak and rebuking violence in front of him. That was the reason he had to intervene. Not to mention that these patients were beaten because of him. In reason, Yi Dongdong had to do something. Green Thunder Great Hand Seal. Ranging damage of the huge Green Thunder handprint in the air openly erupted out, precisely towards the several hospital personnel who were committing violence. No one was spared by the strike. All flew out. However, the sight that made Yi Dongdong surprised and desperate happened in the next moment. Being hit flying people are not wearing a white coat hospital staff, only to see them fall to the ground, not like normal people like pain shrink up, or continue to move ready to get up to counterattack, but instead is like originally composed of a black mist general, turned into a black mist, no trace, and over there, that only removed the mask of the man behind the uncountable. More and more masked people ran out at speed. Not the slightest regard for the man has been opened by the gap in the field, a mind to go straight to the patients lying on the ground. As long as the Yi Dongdong slightly intercepted the wrong, is a patient's another wail rang out? I heard that Wei had once recruited you. The man walked out from the violent crowd. Yi Dongdong quick hands and eyes hastily followed a hand seal over. But was this man lightly scattered points? Now I also mean the same thing. Those who obey me will prosper and those who go against me will die. Being a doctor is also considered honorable. The same situation didn't just occur in this city, anywhere else, the heavenly realm, the earthly realm, or other small worlds, beings with supernormal capabilities or powerful abilities were always in the minority, and those with multiple abilities were even rarer and more precious. These became one of the biggest house of cards for them to be seen by the big powers. Yi Dongdong's ability had long been investigated by all the powers, and for this potential stock multi-special ability teenager who had suddenly risen to prominence only in recent days, there was no one who didn't want to hasten to recruit them to their own command. Potential stocks may be weak in the later stages and not necessarily generate income, but someone with multiple psychic abilities will definitely be a potential stock. How come anyone looks at me so favorably? Yi Dongdong laughed. He tried his best to act coy, but he couldn't do it in the end. The arrogance and pride that filled his face was already evident. Still not afraid of Xiaoyi taking off? If you can't be a friend, don't have the need to exist. Just like the choice Wei made that night, Yi Dongdong knew that if he didn't agree to this man's solicitation, then what he was facing was probably going to be even more brutal for the rest of his life than being sliced up and studied in Wei's lab. What's the benefit of following you? Old me is now eating and drinking. Even the ghosts have raised a regiment. The man was silent for a moment. This one was quite refreshing. Money, women, power, much more than Wei gave you. Nan, Yi Dongdong shook his head disdainfully. Does he look like someone who lacks money now? Although his whole body clothes and shoes together do not exceed $200, but he is not poor at all. Ah, the woman? That is a small master walking Jianghu tired. Or love reliable. Power? This is even more outrageous. Is it to control a group of mental illness to find a sense of accomplishment for what? I don't lack any of what you said. Now I also advise you. Hurry up and shut up. You can still get less lessons. 1. Actually, our strength is not as nasty and embarrassing as you see it. The man waved his hand, making his men stop the atrocities. Yi Dongdong has a chance. From his experience of so many years, this person is worth pulling in. And should be good at it too. The dean and all the doctors have gone to the provinces to study and research. If you had come a few days earlier, you would have seen our hospital at its peak. Is it that you don't think you're strong enough? If all your superiors were here too, I wouldn't be able to be so arrogant? Yi Dongdong smiled disdainfully. He had seen such arrogant people, but it was the first time he had seen someone who could say such arrogant words. Yi Dongdong looked at the patients lying on the ground, some wailing, some cursing angrily, some shrinking into a ball. For a moment indignation filled his chest. I'll be the one lying with them wailing. Like this. Unlucky? Ding. The unlucky ghost fire virtue star king is in a state of despair emotionally. Add 8 hours of young life. Ding. The heavenly calculator has been continuously attacked and feels holy and hopeless. Add 13 hours of young life. Ding. The Black River Dragon King's mood fluctuates violently and is in a state of extreme rage. Add 15 hours of young life. Yi Dongdong raised his eyebrows. What had he done? Just didn't know how to address this group of patients, and casually named them unlucky ghost. Also counts as a ghost. Yi Dongdong panicked. He does not seem to have the ability to follow the law, right? He is now thinking about is not just give people a random title of what a ghost on the body in the future can be randomly scared to raise life. He is now thinking about is so the case. Who could even do something to his system? Skill, I spirit secret art, 10 minutes. Chapter 45, Seeing the Ghost Mist Again. Usually the system is a spiritual cleanliness look. Who cannot rely on clothes? This point from the last time the rat ghosts take over the body can be seen. It is really very resistant to all external factors. But this time, this smoke spirit secret art skill that appeared without a word. How did it quietly pass under the system and come to his body? Undead spirit secret skill, current speech out of the law chance of 7%. Transfer or upgrade can increase the chance of success of the performance by 1%. The upper limit, 20%. Original owner. In the end, who had transferred the gift to himself. Was it actually a mess? Yi Dongdong has never seen this kind of situation. These days together, Yi Dongdong has almost been on the verge of thinking that this system is invincible. As a result, there is a more powerful existence than him. Even the identity cannot be recognized. Yi Dongdong slightly regretfully looked at the 3 people lying on the ground still continue to contribute a large amount of young life to himself. His heart cursed why he just did not say that the world is full of ghosts, this kind of words. But the chances of that words to follow the law is still too low after all. This is not to say that 100 words can have 7 words can come true, but 1,000 words may not be able to have a sentence to come true. The chances of this kind of thing, who can not say? Yi Dongdong suddenly had an idea. They want to lock themselves at home. Say to the wall 10,000 times their life plus 10 million hours? What if it comes true? Since we cannot find the original master, then the most important thing right now is to save these few can be solid to provide him with yang life of the unlucky ghost. The man slightly frowned. Yi Dongdong somehow suddenly several emotional changes driven by a variety of complex expressions on the face led him some discomfort. This person today gave him too many surprises. He really some dislike. I'm Qi Luan. I don't know if you've heard of. Cut the crap. Yi Dongdong waved away the barrier in front of him with one hand. A step forward. The hand of the Green Thunder big handprints on the hand towards Qi Luan slapped. Unrivaled power and strong killing power instantly broke out. And because it was a sneak attack, Qi Luan didn't react for a moment. Only to have 2 hands set up in front of his body to assume a defensive posture. Palm prints hid in Qi Luan body and there should be no thunder and fire shooting look. But instead is the thunder loud rain small sudden fly out. In front of Qi Luan's body in a moment into nothing. However, the high temperature caused by the green thunder handprint is still in. Yi Dongdong unleashed the highest energy to stimulate this green thunder handprint. The thunder and fire on it is naturally not ordinary clothing can withstand. And dust and fog. Followed by the moment to flip up. A choking smoke and dust violently raised in the middle of the two. Yi Dongdong no longer fantasized to the system to send any of the skills to fight with Qi Luan. This person's hand seems to be an iron absorber, all their skills seem to be magnets. Touching his hand will instantly turn into nothing. There is a time to build up the momentum to make a move. Not as good as punching and kicking to the pain. Qiluan stared wide-eyed. In front of the body flying thunder and fire debris and wandering thunder in the moment raised a rather small smoke, which he had not noticed just now. Is it possible that this Yi Dongdong's move there are so many changes? For a moment, Qiluan's heart's intention to recruit became even more prevalent. Yi Dongdong naturally did not have the ability to rely solely on a thunder and fire hand seal to hit such a large mass of smoke. Instead, the smoke has become larger and larger. Yi Dongdong's figure had long been lost in the smoke at some point. Wanxiang field, a ghost fog field. Qiluan held up two hands and the seemingly tidal wave like a surge of instantly submerged him in the smoke, tentatively on guard against the four possible attacks. He was uneasy, gasping for breath. This Yi Dongdong's strength is not how strong. But why the changes are so many ends? The black smoke is like countless ghosts and shadows fluttering and surging. Not a few clusters of smoke gushing out and shrinking back. A small area is filled with this smoke. Qiluan and a few hospital personnel are surrounded in the center of the smoke. Ah! Ah! Two mournful cries and the dull thud of flesh landing on the ground rang in Qiluan's ears. He panicked and turned his body in the direction of each sound. He didn't know where Yi Dongdong was, but knew that this kid obviously wanted to clean up the perimeter before he could take care of himself. The black fog violently, a big handprint burning with thunder fire pounced. Qiluan confidently let out a laugh. Is holding up his hand towards the front a little. No suspense points scattered that huge handprint. Another burst of people choking smoke stirred up. Qiluan, one hand to cover his mouth, coughed 2 times, bending down slowly back towards a direction. This side in his impression. It should be the wall. Behind him, something suddenly flashed, causing a throb of black fog. Qiluan subconsciously turned around, confidently pushed forward with both hands. I do not know if there is no point to Yi Dongdong's skills. Qiluan calmly waited for Yi Dongdong to reveal his figure. The black fog is about to dissipate. He does not think that this black fog Yi Dongdong can keep it until forever. As long as he can keep defending until the end. Then when Yi Dongdong exits the black mist, it is also the time for him to really counterattack. His 5 or 6 years of taekwondo is not learned for nothing. At this time but a sudden strong force came from behind him. His waist was violently pushed forward. Against the unsuitable pain, Qiluan hurriedly turned back and raised his hands in defense, his waist limbs turning a weird bend in the air. Just as he turned, another thrust slammed in behind him. This time he didn't react and was pushed backwards. This is going to start the attack, right? Qiluan thought and touched his body. He always had the habit of carrying a knife with him. If Yi Dongdong wanted to fight him in close combat, he was bound to make him eat the most painful lesson. Of course, he did not want to be so good that a powerful Xenos who might be a future henchman would end his life so lightly. Out of the corner of Qiluan's eye suddenly crossed a translucent shadow of what appeared to be a human body, which was moving at a rapid pace with smoke, and seemed to move its hand as it passed him. And sure enough, a huge thrust came slamming through his left side again, which he indignantly blocked away. Body is short. The trend is a roundhouse kick, 360 degrees kick full, flinging the black fog a burst of violent turbulence, but does not seem to work. Yi Dongdong unharmed. Qiluan is also not discouraged. Instead, 2 hands on the chest, set up a battle frame. Another huge force came from Qiluan. Qiluan held back the anger in his heart. Yi Dongdong was also a little too cunning. Both sides were trying, and Yi Dongdong was clearly always the one who had the upper hand. There is no need to try. My law-breaking hand has no time limit. While your time for this strange fog is coming up, when the fog disperses, you will have to give me an answer. Qiluan couldn't help but stare at every corner around him. The more he tried to be calmer, but the deepest sense of crisis in his heart couldn't recede. Yi Dongdong hadn't said a word. He was still running, wordlessly. Enough! Qiluan finally saw the transparent figure running by again, and he grabbed the opportunity and hastily slashed out with a fierce palm slash, cutting through the black mist. Yi Dongdong made a violent acceleration. His feet jutted out and his body bent down. His stance was abnormally ugly, but it didn't prevent him from dodging the fact that he had dodged that palm slash. In the nick of time, Yi Dongdong had foreseen the opportunity to wait for him to throw a punch and a palm slash. Chapter 46, Making Moves. Taekwondo. The power of this Western martial arts has been criticized by the people. Said it is too much power. Flowery. Said it is nothing more than a little girl's dance. Kicking boards are just cut. Is the rich kid's flowery fist without any real combat significance. Yi Dongdong thought deeply. The moment Qiluan struck was the one chance he had waited for quite a long time. Qiluan's standing position for the side position, coupled with a pair of law-breaking hands, the defense of the front of the body can be said to be watertight, and the attack behind the words have a powerful killing power but also the sound of a huge green thunder handprint and cannot be done quietly. Always beat Qiluan with a very fast reaction to stop. So Yi Dongdong chose to control the ability to find a good opportunity every time he went around him, towards Qiluan's back waist and pushed up a hand. Sure enough, After a few rounds in a row, Qiluan has moved to anger, is also finally in Yi Dongdong sold a break win, out to attack. Now in front of him, there was only one hand left. Obviously Qiluan also realized this, or just years of practice good quality, instantly retracted the hand. However, Yi Dongdong has long seized this opportunity, borrowed the trend of just forward left foot sliding to stand, crotch violently twisted with the whole right leg kicked a perfect heavy whip leg, the target, Qiluan's right back waist. Qiluan also did not expect Yi Dongdong could so quickly around to his back. He felt the speedy approaching momentum and hostility. He only had time to slam his right hand down, trying to use his elbow to block Yi Dongdong's whip leg. Yi Dongdong's whip leg kicked in with extreme speed and force. Qiluan ate pain with a cry of pain, his body to one side. Both hands were powerless to be thrown to the side, like a broken sack general side flying out. A kick to the flesh. But Yi Dongdong is not a practitioner, and did not achieve the imagined effect of a kick to break a few ribs, but the effect Yi Dongdong wanted has been achieved. Qiluan ate pain. One hand subconsciously went to cover the waist. Yi Dongdong seized the opportunity. The right leg did not fall, continued to kick the past. This time it is the trend of kicking to the bend of Qiluan's leg. Qiluan was caught off guard by these two kicks. All the reaction can only rely on instinct. At this time his feet will be soft toward the ground. At this moment, his feet were about to go down towards the ground, and he hurriedly exerted his other foot to try to force himself to hold on. Suddenly, two hands leaped out of the black fog. Before Qiluan could react, these two hands violently pressed his shoulders. A strong force came from him, not a pure force that pressed downwards. He was as wretched as a weed in the wind as he was violently shaken by these hands, which wanted to pull him backwards. Moreover, Qiluan had already thought of Yi Dongdong's next move. He had already sensed the general movement of the owner of these hands. Yi Dongdong was moving extremely fast towards his body, and the power in his hands told him everything. Another knee came, as if a train coming from the front crashed into Qiluan's body. 2 times in a row swiftly and despairingly, Yi Dongdong's knee viciously wreaked havoc in the small of his abdomen with a strong force. But Qiluan's body at the moment is in the state of being unable to do anything in response to the flying consecutive strikes. He can only despairingly digested the idea, and then felt a heart-wrenching sharp pain impact in the small abdomen. This is completely the dirty way of fighting in the Jianghu. Sneak attack from behind with a kick to the waist, another kick to the leg, pull over the shoulder and turn around with a knee strike to the belly, all in one go. Qiluan may have a good body, and will not be to this point of ordinary people's dirty tricks hit without the power to fight back, but the impact and pain spasms of a violent blow in the abdomen is he also cannot resist. He painfully bent his waist. Yi Dongdong was not forgiven. His right hand erupted. Qiluan did not dare to imagine the enormous power. At this moment has turned upward and violently grabbed the back of Qiluan's neck of erection. Pressed downward, Qiluan despairingly looked at the fast approaching ground, futilely waving his hand towards Yi Dongdong body. How he wished at this moment that these moves of Yi Dongdong were also the skills of an alien. Unfortunately, Yi Dongdong knelt on one leg on the ground, and on the side of his body his right hand firmly held Qiluan's neck, and dumped it fiercely towards the ground. Copper head, iron arm, tofu waist. Yi Dongdong believed that this time he could not possibly smash Qiluan's skull on the spot. A muffled sound was connected to a muffled grunt from Qiluan. Yi Dongdong also did not believe that another hit would crack Qiluan's skull. So another hit, one blow after another. The ground became Yi Dongdong's best weapon. A flash of cold light shone fiercely onto Yi Dongdong's eyes and face. Yi Dongdong subconsciously hastily retreated backward a bit, and managed to dodge the incoming vicious stab. Qiluan frantically swung the sharp blade in his hand twice consecutively. He arched his back. The blood on his face was as if he had opened a blood pack of the mass actor. A shocking break on his forehead was flowing bright red blood downwards. He was panting heavily. His body could not stop shaking because of his rage. At this moment, the black mist receded, and the two men's figures had been revealed. Several of the so-called immortals who had just been beaten powerless had now stopped wailing and struggling, and the eyes that looked at Yi Dongdong had, at some point, gained a few more points of astonishment and complexity. Yi Dongdong and Qiluan were facing each other at a distance of about 2 or 3 meters. Both of them were panting. Yi Dongdong was unharmed and didn't seem to have consumed a lot. On the contrary, Qiluan's condition was somewhat unsatisfactory. His face was covered in blood. His face was hideous, and he was holding a cold and shiny short knife in his hand. Like a trapped beast, he was waving it frantically, and his mouth was emitting an inhuman-like roar. Who are you two? When my brother comes back, I'll tell you to die without a burial place. I'll eat your flesh. I will. Ziran couldn't speak anymore. He had to adjust his breathing as blood trickled into his mouth. My name is Qiluan. My brother's name is Qiyun. We are law-breaking brothers. I was kind to you and looked out for you. As a result, you have returned the favor with kindness. How dare you use such underhanded tricks? You've disgraced the shifter's face. I can't believe you're still a squirter. Yi Dongdong also stood up straight. With Qi Luan's current state, he should not dare to rush over. He also had a chance to take a breather. The consumption just now was very large. Even Yi Dongdong, who had ordered the combat power, was also a little too much to eat. Combat and fighting are certainly not to be confused. Law-breaking brothers? And where is this little Yakuza from? Humph, you're only capable of showing off your tongue. Qi Luan spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm. He felt as if some organ in his body had broken but couldn't tell what it was yet. His head was dizzy and he was still a bit nauseous and wanted to vomit. He knew that this was a sign of concussion. When my brother comes back, I will tell you to kneel down for me. What a coincidence. I want you to kneel first now. Yi Dongdong playfully looked at Qi Luan's hands and then at the knife he was holding. Law-breaking hands? What happens when you cut it? Qi Luan was completely flustered this time. Yi Dongdong's words were a little too appalling. Law-breaking hand? Lawbreaker? The reason why he and his brother were able to become relatively absolute powerhouses amongst the exalted was because they relied on a pair of hands that were able to point-blank break any spells. Now that he was in a very poor state. As a result, did this Yi Dongdong still want to capitalize on the victory and fall on the well? Chapter 47, The Way of Renewal. You dare to kill me? The surveillance in my hospital is uploaded in real time every day. Someone up there wants to get us. There are always people watching. You dare to kill me? The knife Qi Luan held in his hand shivered with him. He sat on his butt and switched to holding the knife in both hands to try and ease the trembling a bit. Qi Luan struggled and scuffed towards the wall. He needed to rely on him too much right now. Not his own brother who was far away in the provinces. Water from afar could not quench his thirst. Now a wall that could help him with one less direction of defense. A wall that could allow him to lean a little and perhaps wait until he passed out. Was his greatest dependence. Yi Dongdong slowly approached towards Qi Luan. Walking to the place where he was close to Qi Luan, but Qi Luan couldn't suddenly stand up and swing his sword to hurt him. Quietly looking at Qi Luan. I won't kill you, even if there is no evidence. Yi Dongdong said faintly. Swept around a few people who have been silent. Turned around in place a few times. Poked around a few times. Saw a hole in the ward door. Saw inside because the patient struggled early, broken almost an iron bed. Yi Dongdong walked into the ward. Qi Luan violently turned his head. He did not know what Yi Dongdong wanted to do, but he didn't want to give up any chance of minimizing the damage. He braced his hands and his body violently climbed up, and he was about to escape in the eyes of several people. But, the next moment he was in despair. A dilapidated and pitch-black iron frame bed won. The road dropped all kinds of bed sheets flying towards him at great speed. Despair, despair, despair. Qi Luan, desperate toward the iron bed, stretched out his hands. He wanted to block. He also wanted to point broken Yi Dongdong attached to the top of the foreign energy. This Yi Dongdong is certainly their own big brother. Qi Yun often said that born to restrain their own lawbreaker controllers. These can be seen from the just a few times that the nonsensical and strong out of thin air generated thrust can be seen one or two. Even with the pointing off of the supernatural ability above, the tremendous impulse from the flying object was not something that the weak body of a spellbreaker could withstand. Sure enough, the moment his fingers touched, the lawbreaker did not let Qi Luan down. A weak film of alien energy on the bed was suddenly clicked off, revealing the original face of the iron frame bed, which still looked, well, as terrifying as ever. The sound of finger bones breaking, a mouthful of blood sprayed out. The flying down iron frame bed accidentally hit Qi Luan's head again, but this time it was the mouth. Several incisors were shattered into the mouth. Bright red blood flew into the air as Qi Luan's head jerked backward. The metal frame bed followed suit as Qi Luan fell to the ground. A toothache-inducing sound of breaking steel came from it, solidly pressing down on Qi Luan's body. Ziran held both hands flat in agony. His fingers were all broken. The broken means he relied on to make a living. To make his way over the heads of the various psychopaths throughout the mental hospital was gone. Even if the hospital's technology was better, he didn't know if it could be repaired. The damage to the nerves and tendons was definitely permanent. Qi Luan's mournful and miserable howl continuously resounded throughout the entire corridor. The growing number of staff members who were still watching all scattered as birds and beasts and ran away, leaving only a bunch of patients who were watching the scene and did not realize the danger. And a few of them were still boasting and fluttering their eyebrows. When people dream, they are always afraid that one dream after another will be superimposed on another, especially nightmares. Qi Luan's nightmare was continuing. The intense pain, a constant reminder of the reality in which he had been beaten so badly that his knuckles were cracked. His body was in severe pain, and even his head was concussed, being pinned to a metal frame bed, powerless to push off. Another metal bed flies and hits him hard, and another one. Up! Qi Luan spat out a mouthful of blood foam. Even if it is a supernatural physical quality is too hard, or practicing, at this moment also even gas with injuries, fainted. Yi Dongdong swept a glance, not to look at it. He lifted off several wards of the iron frame beds. Fortunately, the condition of the wards of the mental hospital is not much better. All of them are iron frame beds for him to maneuver not to be exhausted. But this battle, up to this point, he is from exhaustion has also been about the same. Let's go. A few of you. Let's find a place first and talk about it in detail. Yi Dongdong went over and pulled up Ma Bo, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground. This old man had no strength left in his body now, especially when he watched Yi Dongdong smashing people with the iron frame bed. His whole body was not good. Mr. Yi is really mighty. At this time the fat man on the other side slowly walked over. His hand stopped in the air, not knowing whether it was good to pat Yi Dongdong's shoulder or not. But we can't leave yet. Fire Virtue Star Sovereign and a few others followed in response. Yi Dongdong's eyes snapped cold. Did not turn around. This kind of tiredness, without the slightest bit of combat power. Everything was dealt with. The danger was lifted. And as a result, he still came over to make demands? You guys went overboard. Yi Dongdong coldly said. I'm just an ordinary person. If I still have to ink, forgive me for not being able to accompany. I will just take him away. No, Mr. Yi, you have misunderstood. Sensing Yi Dongdong's hostility, the fat giant spirit god hastily retreated several steps, the fear in his heart making him walk on thin ice. We were able to know your name, to know that you came today, all thanks to a Taoist friend, to whom we made a promise that we would definitely take him away. What does that have to do with me? Yi Dongdong asked back. He said that you would ask this, and in fact, we have memorized this phrase more than your name over the years. Fire Virtue Star Sovereign walked over and pressed the shoulders of the giant spirit god, making him step back, looking at Yi Dongdong with sincere eyes and said, the way of renewal of life, changing yin and yang, shaking the qiankuan, frightening the ghosts and the gods, the green thunder rolls and the golden light rises. Yi Dongdong frowned, this sentence to his heart. Life renewal, green thunder, golden light, this person all know? Who is he? Where is he? In the front general patient area. He's not a threat, so he's not being sedated daily like us, Fire Lord said, but with a somewhat hesitant look. But he's a Western god, and after his godhood shattered, the only power left is prophecy. Who knows what you're blindly balking at? Yi Dongdong rolled his eyes. He didn't like being fiddled with by these so-called gods and goddesses, but this person he wanted to meet. He wanted to know why this person knew so much, and if necessary, he could get rid of it. This city's only mental hospital should have a death quota to be right. He believed that Qiluan's brother Qi Yun would handle it properly when he came back. Leaving a dog's life with mercy on Qiluan's men was Yi Dongdong's best declaration. But how is it a Western god? Regarding the 9-8 Immortals fleeing event, Yi Dongdong all the understanding all from the bullhead. And now here. These people should be pressed to contact the Hell and the Bullhead Immortal, but open mouth are all kinds of Eastern and Western gods and goddesses. This thing can't be said is not permitted to be indeed true. Yi Dongdong led a group of psychiatric patients wearing uniforms slowly out of the building. The body of the sporadic blood flowers so that people dare not look at more than words. Occasionally a few patients ran over to play by the big fat giant spirit god drove away. In the green trees and vines under the cover of the benches. On the bench under the cover of the green trees and vines, Yi Dongdong saw a few patients that the Eastern god was looking for a vault prophet Mercer de Hill. Why so sure to know his title and name? Chapter 48, The Illusionist. Because this big brother's white hospital gown was he did not know where to get the dye. Neatly written so a few words, afraid that others do not know his identity. This is a fake. This hospital to stay in addition to the law-breaking brothers of Qiluan. There is that illusionist Li Muran. Mabwa quietly tossed over Yi Dongdong in the back and said, illusionist? Yes, realistic illusion. Most of the stewards in this hospital are his illusions, including the ones you killed just now. So those people who suddenly turned into a cloud of black mist weren't actually real people? I don't know about that, but they also eat and drink and have normal personalities. Mabwa thought with his memory that illusionist's physique is extremely weak, so he never participates in battles or suppression, and we've only seen him a few times from afar. Yi Dongdong nodded. Would illusionism be a field? This if you can steal to learn over, then their own Wanxiang field will once again on a level. Their sometimes single combat strength of the disadvantage will also be therefore collapse, although the strength of those who are weak cannot see, but their own have the system the point upgrade point is not good? At that time to summon a group of heavenly soldiers and generals, is not it beautiful? Mister, you don't need to care about him, you won't be able to find him. Every time we discuss an activity the first target is him, but we can never catch him. Mabwa stroked his beard and pointed to a road. The building was cleaned and the floor was mopped brightly. This is where that one's ward is located. It's always been a model ward in the hospital. Yi Dongdong frowned. Why did Mabwa care about such things? Fear is already into the mental hospitals too deep. Unable to extricate themselves? Then he can still ask for effective information? Chao Mengyang's death has always been a piece of his heart. He firmly know that he did not kill, but for so many years, almost everyone in his hometown treat him as a juvenile murderer. There's no reason for that. If people want you to be, then you must be. If there was any disagreement, then let the evidence speak for itself. Originally, this is a more usual thing, but after being harassed by the Chow family's many cronies and so-called friends for many years, Yi Dongdong also could not stand to move out of that city, and in the eyes of the onlookers, he got away with it. Just after walking to the second floor, Mabo pointed out a mediocre-looking room door at the end of the corridor and said, "That one is the Prophet's ward. Why are you guys calling him the Prophet? Don't we also have divination methods in the East?" Yi Dongdong is very curious. Prophet and divine calculation is not to be confused. Divine calculation is the common people feel that a person's fortune-telling method is spiritual. Send the name of beauty. Prophet, that is a title recognized by the people. Both a niche, a mass. Almost a world of difference. Prophet of the vault of heaven. The giant spirit god in the back whispered a reminder again. Yi Dongdong frowned, disliking people interrupting his thoughts. Another title that he didn't know what the hell. Anyway, this person had already been blown up to the sky by this group of so-called gods. What's his name? Merced, the giant spirit god said with some aggravation and looked at Yi Dongdong. Just now it was written on his chest. Can it not be fake? Are you thinking that I'm talking nonsense again? Yi Dongdong eyes narrowed. This kid likes to interrupt? Lousy, dig a hole and you jump? I don't need any so-called gods in my team. Much less the Fire Virtue Star monarch who bullied the great sage back in the day. Do you know how angry I was when I watched Journey to the West as a child? Fire Virtue Star monarch's eyes glared and his mouth stranded. As if he wanted to say something but his mouth wouldn't let himself. Where's your brother Water Deity Star Lord? You're here. Why don't you see him? Did you sell him out? Ha! Ding! Fire Virtue Star Sovereign's anger is great. Add 9 hours of yang life. Yi Dongdong mouth. He wants this effect. Anyway, walking on the road to move is the legs. The mouth is idolate. That is a literary work. How can it be taken seriously? Fire Virtue Star Sovereign saw Yi Dongdong's expression, finally couldn't hold back, stood in place, stifled his anger and shouted out, "Yo, I'll take it seriously. Do you know how much damage your image at that time caused to my young mind?" Yi Dongdong frowned. This Fire Virtue Star Sovereign even came to have a temper? With a temper, how to survive in the mental hospital. An illusion as to what lawbreaker can govern all of them. These so-called gods. In fact, what magic power is not it? Believe it or not, I will kill you now? Yi Dongdong's eyes narrowed, gently reaching out and lifting Fire Virtue Star Monarch's bearded and lush chin. Fire Virtue Star Monarch gasped for air. Gung straightened his neck and glared at Yi Dongdong. Yi Dongdong and Fire Virtue Star Monarch looked at each other with 4 eyes, both full of murderous aura and hostility, but each of them was just harboring ghosts. "Mr. Yi, be merciful. Sell me a thin face." As the door of the room creaked, an old man wearing a white hospital gown slowly pushed the door and walked out. I don't know where the long hospital gown seems to be worn as a robe. Kicking and stomping, looking extremely sacred look. White hair and Mabo's look actually have a spell, but Yi Dongdong looks more haggard. This old man looks at least radiant. "Sell, you cursed." Yi Dongdong swept a glance and guessed that this person was a godly man. At that moment, his hands were not at all merciful. A big handprint of green thunder then blasted towards the Fire Virtue Star Sovereign's chin. Bursts of thunder and fire flew and burst and flowed, and a taste of burning fur came out and wafted into everyone's nasal cavity. Ding! Fire Virtue Star Sovereign feels ridiculous. Add 7 hours of yang life. 1 ding! Fire Virtue Star Sovereign feels horrified. Add 17 hours of yang life. Ding! Former envoy of the 2 realms, Ma Bo, is greatly shocked, adding 3 hours of yang life. You too, you guys too, since it is to follow me. Don't say it's some kind of divine prophet. I have a small belly. Jealousy, he. Yi Dongdong released a bit of golden light on his head, shining on a few people. For some reason, those few people he defined as unlucky ghosts subconsciously covered up and actually had some uncomfortable reactions. Because all of you immortals are unlucky ghosts. Yi Dongdong looked around the circle. Nothing changed. All call yourselves immortals. What are you if not unlucky ghosts? There was still no reaction. That words come out didn't trigger it. Young man, stop trying. My great prophecy technique. It's not yours yet. Yi Dongdong let out a heavy snort. Well, that being that could be called magical was this old man with a long list of names. He also didn't expect to find this person who gave him the secret art of speech and spirit so easily. And he also didn't expect that this person whose appearance seemed to be a superb magical person couldn't be recognized by the system. The great prophecy technique is my lifelong mastery. How is it? It's not bad, right? The old man said with a furrowed brow. Yi Dongdong rolled his eyes. This old man actually wants to take credit too? Not good. I just said that Qiluan is a sand sculpture, and that's what came true. Chapter 49, I swear I didn't help. You put my great prophecy to use to say such things? The old man was confused. This was not according to his plot development, according to his calculations. The great prophecy technique that had been transposed to Yi Dongdong at that time could indeed be of the greatest help. How was it that it turned Qiluan into a sand sculpture? Sand sculpture is what? Then, for your battle, it still helps, right? I swear it didn't help. Yi Dongdong shook his head, not wanting to continue pulling the wool over this old man's eyes. What is it that you're looking for me for? I have enough tired people, a fat man and a skinny man, and a couple of not-so-good-tempered ones. Sooner or later all of them will be eliminated to clear the air. Tink. Emotional fluctuations all come from the great disaster Fire Virtue Star King. It seems that this big brother from the line of death, finally be scared. Yi Dongdong laughed in his heart. I can't tell you guys that 10,000 soul secret art was used by me to change a few unlucky ghosts out to brush up on my young lifespan, right? Moreover, how is the Great Prophecy art? The old man just found a random name and took it. That is not called the Great Prophecy technique. The Great Prophecy technique I know. A wide range of group damage skills. Playing online games often used a trick. What kind of crooked reasoning is this? My Great Prophecy technique can't be a skill of online games as you said? It is the strongest divine ability in this world. You immortals, you can't even catch up with my shadow. What Mr. said. Originally, he had already fainted and was being carried on the shoulder by the fat giant spirit god. The skinny dog roaring dog who suddenly looked back like a flashback raised his head and muttered, then hung his head again, continuing his spring and autumn dream. Yi Dongdong looked at these unlucky bastards without good breath. If not for the fact that you can provide really a lot of things, I do not want to take you. And even more so, I do not want you to tear down the old man here. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This is I spent more than 20 years to create the Eastern divine technique of speech and spirit secret art. Your big prophecy art who knows from which game copied. Ha! Yi Dongdong turned around, laughed and pointed at a few immortals and said, you immortals, and you, this godly man, what the hell is the matter with finding me? If it's nothing, I can leave. That's all you have to pull with us here. Pi, Fire, Star Goddess of Virtue and the others thought angrily, not daring to say anything. Well, Mr. Yi is truly the premier strange person I've seen in all these years. The reason why the old man is looking for you is indeed that he has something to ask for, as well as the payment you want. The old man stroked his beard and slowly walked over to Yi Dongdong in front of several immortals' horrified eyes until the distance between the two reached a place where they could almost kiss each other out of their heads. There is the issue of longevity that Mr. Yi is most concerned about. Oh, Yi Dongdong's eyes turned. Surely he was going to get to the point? So he whispered to the old man. What? You a foreigner? Can change our Oriental life and death book? Don't call me a foreigner. Everyone calls me Old Mo. Old Mo was slightly embarrassed. This kid is now the veritable highest combatant among all. What he says is what he says. He does weigh his words. Maybe which sentence is not good. This kid is going to move to kill again. Especially this kid seems to be temperamental. I've also heard of the Book of Life and Death. That thing is in hell. In fact, it's what we call hell. Indeed, modifying the young life can only be done through the Book of Life and Death. So the payment I'm talking about is that I can help you modify the Book of Life and Death once. How can I trust you on this? Yi Dongdong almost all want to laugh out loud. This old man who called himself Lao Mo believed in his own words, not to mention that he really Tsung Dao prophet from time to time. Just to say that Yi Dongdong can't even do the same as Chi Tiandishing to scribble on the Book of Life and Death right now. Not to mention accurately find his own name so as to scratch it off. You'd better hurry up and give me your reasons, or else I won't be able to control my rolling heavenly thunder super invincible big handprint either. Old Mo's eyes glazed over. What kind of trick is this? What? Yi Dongdong raised his hand. A burst of thunderfire with heat waves flared up in his hand and crackled. Yi Dongdong proudly looked around at the few gods and goddesses around him. Haven't seen it before, have you? Lousy casually pulled out a divine ability to be a masterstroke at this old man. Let's get down to business, Mr. Yi. Old Mo was speechless. This Yi Dongdong is too strange point. He is so strong. How full of thoughts only want to show off with this group of psychopaths behind him. Yi Dongdong skimmed his mouth. This group of fairy mental illness is not all numb? Or their own routine is too old? Already cannot scare them. Even just produce a slight mental fluctuation is already a luxury? Thanks to his own like a clown here and said and acted for half a day. Acting skills have exploded. Received the sunshine is still so little. Simply an insult to the fruits of his labor. Mr. Yi, you are responsible for bringing me into your hell. I have my own business, and I will help you modify the life and death book. Old Mo firmly said. The eastern hells are too heavily guarded than the western hells. I know that you are superbly strong, but forcing a revision of the Book of Life and Death under the siege of so many ghosts and gods is unlikely. I, on the other hand, have a way to modify the Book of Life and Death without God realizing it, and modify your young life to a satisfactory value, or even directly cross out your name. Yi Dongdong was worried. What this old man said was quite reasonable, although it was full of flaws, but in the end, it revealed two facts. He was able to enter the hell but did not have the ability to modify the book of life and death. Able to modify it is not allowed to say by the time the incident will not let which the hell of the great powers to change back to the. Speaking of the book of life and death, I do not know whether the ox head can change. If you take that loaded with the ox head confession cell phone to exchange with him, the ox head will not do it. Yi Dong Dong decided to go back at night to the bull head to burn some paper. Called up to ask, "Achoo, in the hell?" The ox head sneezed. It rubbed its nose. Its eyes reddish swept the small officials below who were trembling with fear. Again, which bone below is cursing this official? Not just let them work overtime during the day. Okay, we do not know whether what you say is true or false, but I also have conditions. Yi Dong Dong sighed. This old man's a little bit of residual value. He still have to pinch the nose to dig a little good. The magician also have a magician like. I want your full version of that what great prophecy art. You give me is not a full version, right? Words and spirit's secret art thing is not settled. The old MO also cannot say what is the full version. Specifically how to give. Yi Dong Dong touched a nose. Self-knowledge is not interesting, so brought a few unlucky people decided that it is better to go home some. The guards were notified. Large and small officers came a lot. Also did not call the police, even less show any intention of hostile attack. Only to stand aside, far away from Yi Dong Dong and his entourage to pay attention to the salute. Giant spirit god's chest straightened, tightly followed behind Yi Dong Dong. A big bodyguard look, but Yi Dong Dong if which step pace slow, his robust over the body will be quite unnatural to force his own call to stop. The remaining several patients walking is not so lively. One by one, lowered his head as if the frost hit the eggplant. Chapter 50, Psychiatric Prison Break. Waiting for Yi Dong Dong led the crowd to the door. Mabo from behind suddenly tugged Yi Dong Dong's hem. Yi Dong Dong turned back, only to see Mabo toward the balcony behind pointing to a window. Said, I said the illusionist is him. Yi Dong Dong squinted to see, only to see a white clothing snowy slender woman is now standing in the window. Two hands holding the window frame. Look at the direction of the face. Should be seeing their side, or is watching Yi Dong Dong. Yi Dong Dong's first impression is that this person is extremely beautiful, although it was far away and could not see very clearly, but the delicate features could be roughly seen. If looked at up close, it should also be an uncompromising beauty, and this woman beauty in the temperament. It is very likely that the white-collar beauty that Yi Dong Dong had seen on that day has a spell. The illusionist is a female? Or mixed blood? Yi Dong Dong some doubts. That woman is the most conspicuous as her hair. What color? Yi Dong Dong cannot say. Can only say is inclined to reddish yellow, and looks very natural, does not look like dyed hair. This is not clear. Should be. Yi Dong Dong knows so far both sides and cannot convey what language information. That illusionist should also understand this. Just far away from the gaze. If Yi Dong Dong and other people suddenly ruthless, run how fast it is impossible to catch her in such a distance. Not to mention that she is more familiar with the terrain of the hospital. Yi Dong Dong waved his hand towards the female illusionist, seeing that she still had that look in her eyes. She should still be watching herself. Yi Dong Dong smiled, raised a left hand across his body. His right hand don't go over his left hand. 2, up a hard ratio. The middle finger rushed through the sky. Crowd. This time then a heart shape will probably be more effective. Yi Dong Dong thought, but did not continue to do so, because that female illusionist had already turned around and left the window. Yi Dong Dong smiled smugly. If not, he has not yet bought star picking hand or something remote control aptitude. This female illusionist absolutely impossible to walk so easily. I do not know so holy and untainted by mortal dust of a proud woman if she suffered a defeat and will be how a face. The security guards and guards around them looked grim. This person's quality is extremely poor, and get away with lawlessness. The key is that Lord Chiluan is now alive or dead. The people really do not know how to deal with it. Hit and cannot be beaten. Scolding is not expected to be scolded. Can only be far away from the lookout. Looking forward to that ray of gaze can be transformed into a sharp sword. A sword stabbed to death this dang too. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a mental illness escape from prison? Yi Dong Dong shouted a voice, caused a group of real mental illnesses around them to cater to. The crowd of people. Some of them shouted. Some of them danced with their hands, reflecting Yi Dong Dong straight toward the gate. Wait until Yi Dong Dong led the crowd to the front of the mental hospital. Looking at the traffic outside, Yi Dong Dong realized a very important problem. He could not lead such a group of psychiatric hospital clothing wearing psychiatric patients in the street flaunting it. Yi Dong Dong depressed very much. If the phone did not reimbursement, then he can call a number of vehicles directly to the group of people transported to their own homes. But unfortunately Yi Dong Dong now cannot be done. He can only look for another high law. Blazing sun in the sky. Yi Dong Dong drymouth. Finally waited for a cab. Results driver was also so a large group of patients in hospital gowns scared away. Yi Dong Dong let Manhwa note down the license plate number. Turn the head must report this old boy. Have not waited long to pass again. Let Yi Dong Dong surprise things still happened. The mental hospital is in a small hill. At the moment, one after another of the black car is slowly driving to the window, and black lacquer skin in the sunlight reflecting a strong light. A moment of grandeur to the extreme. Tire pressure on the hot road, smoking black smoke. With rolling waves of heat, the fleet stopped in front of Yi Dongdong and others. A total of 4 cars. The driver's seat. The top came down. A man dressed in black suit wearing black sunglasses slowly walked to the side of Yi Dongdong and others. A very tacit understanding of the separation of a few patients wearing a hospital gown. Quite politely bowed and asked them to go into the car. Exactly 1 car 2 people. When all the people sat in the car, the only Yi Dongdong was left alone. The rear window of the first car that started was rolled down. The person inside didn't probe out. Yi Dongdong walked over and saw the person sitting inside. The same as he expected. So it's Wei Xiao. In addition to me, who else can lend a helping hand in Brother Dong's time of greatest need? Wei Xiao Tian is currently lying in the back row, holding a cigar in his hand, smoking comfortably. This car is really long. Yi Dongdong can't call the name of the car, can only barely see that the parts in the car are very luxurious. There are even places to put things to enjoy, such as wine and TV. Where is your father? From the East, brother home back after the body has not been very good, is still recuperating. Today the clan elders sent me to invite the winter brother and a few winter brother just rescued friends. Come a little slow. Winter brother, you will not blame me, right? Wei Xiao Tian took a sip from his wine glass. His other hand reached out and opened the car door, waved his hand and said, come up, brother Dong. I'll send you back. Wei would be so kind. Yi Dongdong killed cannot believe. But now Yi Dongdong heart is situated in a guess. Wei Zhongtian should be asked the origin and identity of the cowhead. For Yi Dongdong, this old fox should be thinking, if Yi Dongdong did not last through that night, then everything will not be mentioned. But if Yi Dongdong survived the last night, that proves that Yi Dongdong is worthy of the identity of their Wei's worship. So rely on Wei's in the city's means of heaven. Learn that Yi Dongdong is not at home, is somehow due. Know where Yi Dongdong and send Wei's young master Wei Xiaotian to pick up. Give face is really big enough. Yi Dongdong is not oil and salt, sat in the car, looked around, and did not see Chow Lily. When some strange, where is Chow Lily? Did not bring it? We two split. No way. You two are quite compatible. Not suitable, not suitable. Brother Winter joking. Wei Xiaotian took a sip of wine, couldn't see his expression, but Yi Dongdong guessed that it should be a bitter smile, right? It seems that Wei is finally paying more attention to him. Yi Dongdong mused for a while. The car drove, very smooth. Yi Dongdong drew his own poor quality cigarettes from his pocket and lit up, recklessly lighting the ashes on the leather seats. In fact, I think you two are quite suitable. I still quite hope that the two of you together to come. Put 1. Wei Xiaotian didn't drink a mouthful of red wine and sprayed it out. Yi Dongdong glanced at him and didn't care. Brother Dong is joking. Wei Xiaotian threw the wine glass, probed for a paper towel to dry the wine on his clothes, smiled sarcastically and said, just for fun. Playing around? Then play for me too? Haven't played yet. Good. Wei Xiaotian was about to gnash his teeth. This Yi Dongdong was simply too deceitful. Brother Dong gave the word. Then of course, yes. Chapter 51, follow me in him. Ha 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 ha. Good. Worthy of being raised with higher education, and smart and righteous. Yi Dongdong smiled and nodded the ashes of his cigarette, turned his head to look out the window. For the sake of the family, even his own ex-girlfriend and maybe even his current girlfriend sold out the thing. There is no need for education at all. Brother Dong fallaciously praised. Wei Xiaotian laughed. Boringly drink his wine to go. Today Lafite drink in the mouth does not feel like every day tastes so good. There is always a faint bitterness. Swallowing is very laborious. He has long lost the nature of continue to savor. Simply put down the wine glass. Lying in the back seat, 2 eyes straight staring at the car window in front of him, waiting for the destination to arrive. Yi Dongdong is a little bit sitting in other people's car consciousness or not. The old god leaning on the seat. A moment to look at the window view, a moment to look back to see how a few psychiatric patients. Is not still calm. The hand of the cigarette did not break. Ash naturally did not stop the wreaking havoc on the famous car. Winter brother smoked quite hard. Wei Xiaotian now has shrunk to a corner of the car seat. It can be seen. He should be some slight cleanliness. Yi Dongdong popping ash action dashing and uninhibited. Ash private fluttering. He does not move to brush off. Just more and more to narrow their own space. Yi Dongdong guess. After today Wei Les may have to change his seat. Driving is a little hard. Mainly a person outside the drift. No one to rely on, no one cover. Worry. Wei Xiaotian lowered his eyes and face. Did not speak. Yi Dongdong also did not want to submit to the meaning. Wei Xiaotian also did not want to recruit the meaning. On the contrary, Wei Xiaotian at this moment chose not to speak. But out of Yi Dongdong's expectations, if Wei Xiaotian climbed up at this time, a promise that the Wei family is the most loyal backstage of his Yi Dongdong what? That Yi Dongdong will only surface smile face promise, behind a walk away, but his current behavior, Yi Dongdong's small mind was also nipped in the bud. Obviously, this matter is going to become a nightmare. Wei's group has been operating for so many years. Deep-rooted ability and power to reach the peak at the same time. Inevitably in the way of power for the upbringing of their own sons and daughters will not have any deviation. Ha ha, what kind of cigarettes does Brother Dong smoke? My friend happens to be able to get almost all the genuine good cigarettes in the country. Brother Dong, you just say it. I can help you get cigarettes. I'm already used to smoking the cheapest ones, so I won't bother Wei Xiao. Yi Dongdong shook the inferior cigarettes in front of Wei Xiao. The smell of cheap tobacco permeated around Wei Xiao. Wei Xiao unnaturally shrugged his nose, backed up a little bit again. Shrunk to the corner cannot be cornered again. The car drove very quickly and steadily. Wei Xiao heart is very grateful. Yi Dongdong finally got out of the car. Even several cars of psychiatric patients together into the cell in front of the unit. The car window has been rolled down very early. Wei Xiao looked hopefully at Yi Dongdong in the crowd, expecting him to say something like, "Why don't you go?" Yi Dongdong turned around, very oddly looked at Wei Xiaotian, who was awkwardly looking at him with the windows rolled down, and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Oh, it's fine, it's fine." Wei Xiaotian was embarrassed through and through. Yi Dongdong was by no means simple, at least in the exchange of favors. Oops. Yi Dongdong poured the cigarette case, touched the pocket. 2 hands. No cigarettes. A wang. Go buy cigarettes for Mr. Yi. Wei Xiao sighed with relief. This is what there is to talk about. Opened the car door, quite attentive. Said, "Why don't Mr. Yi get on the car and sit and wait?" He. "I'll just wait here quite well." Yi Dongdong raised his head with his hands behind his back and turned his head fussily, and began to scrutinize the few immortals who had gotten out of the car and remained quiet. "Seriously, think about what you guys can do for me." Yi Dongdong pointed at Wei Xiao, who was sitting in the car. "I'm not as broad as others, Wei Xiao. Nor do I have as good a family history as others, so you guys have to work. Otherwise I can't afford to feed so many of you. Even Wei Xiao knows that I don't have a proper job at all. Right, Wei Xiao?" "Aha, right. Wei Xiao nodded his head woodenly. "People are born with a golden spoon, have long been arranged by their families to flow the light of the road. And me, if you feel aggrieved with me, now is your last chance to get into Wei Xiao's car. Wei's group is a big family. Not bad for you guys to eat and drink for nothing. How about it?" "What do you mean? Now you can state your position." Wei Xiaotian's face was ugly. Really ugly. He tried his best to meet Yi Dongdong's Thai jokes, piling up smiles, but Yi Dongdong's words were solid. These mental illnesses would not have followed themselves. Even if they wanted to defect to Wei group, Wei would not have raised such a group of mental illnesses. "We swear to follow Yi Xiao." A few divine psychopaths shouted in unison. "Well, good." Yi Dongdong nodded with satisfaction. The driver who had gone to buy cigarettes ran back just in time to sweat and respectfully handed it over. Yi Dongdong took it, and the reddish-colored cover almost blinded his 24K pure flesh dog eyes. TSK, have a heart, master driver. Ha ha, it's fine, it should be. The driver wiped his sweat and propped himself up with considerable relief. What should be? Yi Dongdong pulled out 2 large bills from her bag and blatantly stuffed them into the driver's hand. "Today is don't think about the group to reimburse. These money you take it. This can't be taken." The driver sheepishly swept his eyes in Wei Xiao's direction, and when he realized Wei Xiao's face was icy cold, he became even more emboldened. "This can't be taken. This won't work. It's okay, take it." Yi Dongdong pushed a few more times, but still stuffed it to the driver. "Take it, Wang. Hurry up. Don't I have a meeting over there? We should go." Wei Xiao was already not looking at Yi Dongdong in the car, turning his head away and looking ahead. Oh, good. The driver returned a sentence, gratefully looked at Yi Dongdong, whispered, "Then I'll go, Yi Xiao." It seems that he also heard the shouts of the several patient groups just now, so naturally, he honored Yi Xiao. "Good, take care, have a safe trip. Goodbye, Wei Xiao." Yi Dongdong smiled and waved his hand with Wei Xiao, watching the convoy roll away with smoke and dust. "Of course I can afford to feed you guys. I have plenty of money." Yi Dongdong's first words as he closed the door to his room were earthy and arrogant to the extreme. Immortal psychopaths crowded in the not-so-big room seemed to grow together as if they were golden needle mushrooms. People crowded to count the station full. Yi Dongdong cupped his chin and looked at his own small house. He needs a house, not only spacious, but also not too good lighting. Kettle squatting in the corner of the room, hugging his knees, looking at these inexplicably appearing people, obviously a little uncomfortable. Faint hostility and rejection, although it is dissipating, but also still let Yi Dongdong's system perceived. Ahem, so I don't need you guys to work for us. You all can see the kettle, right? Yi Dongdong led the kettle over from the corner, and a group of people nodded their heads, saying that they had already seen the unsuspecting brat in the corner. Don't care about his identity and strength. I'm going to set up a movie watching group. It's related to my faith, and Kettle is the new head. Kettle's small chest couldn't help but straighten a few points. I'll arrange various group assignments for you guys, so you guys will just start for now, watching water margin with Kettle at home, and I'll bring you there when I find a new residence. Gods and goddesses, we have our own business. A dry, thin man said. Yeah, actually, want to leave? Yi Dongdong's eyes shot up, and he immediately lost his temper. I rescued you guys from the mental hospital because I saw that you were unlucky and wanted to help you out. I saw that you had a future before I wanted to give you a chance to reform, but as a result, you don't want it? Chapter 52, The Prophet of the Vault. These people are psychotic. Kettle, you do not be led by them bad. What they say you do not believe, ha. Yi Dongdong put his arm around the Kettle and said seriously, especially this godly man in a white robe. The Kettle nodded and subjugated his teeth to old Mo, making his position clear. Yi Dongdong nodded with satisfaction. Still the Kettle was the most obedient. He himself said 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. It would not be difficult to manage it all like these gods and goddesses. Everyone just listen to Yi Xiao's words first. Wait here for a while. Things will be put on hold first. There is no hurry. Old Mo gave the word. All the immortals lowered their heads. It seems that they are still more accustomed to listening to the words of this Tsung Dong prophet. Old Mo, you keep an eye on them. I'll go out and rent a house. Yi Dongdong took the water bottle by hand and stuffed it into the bag as soon as he sat on his body, and then carried out the 2 big bags of paper gold bars in the cabinet. It was necessary for him to gather a wave of wealth on a large scale. Old Mo face. The wrinkles on the shake do not shake a bit. Swept Yi Dongdong a glance. Slowly nodded. The crowd gave him a seat. Old Mo sat on the bed of Yi Dongdong. A pair of hands fuss pressed the hard board. Pursed lips did not say anything. Yi Dongdong a music. This old man is really a little that meaning. The head of the psychiatric patients. Good a Dong prophet. Out of the door of the Yi Dongdong back with a Kettle on the back straight to the store that is willing to collect gold bars. Not much ink will be out of all the gold bars. All the way back with so many gold bars Yi Dongdong waist is almost tired of bending. More than 5 million to hand. This thing led to the boss of this store also rushed out, and Yi Dongdong shook hands again and again. Full of absurdity, just do not know what to say. Both want to receive and do not want to receive. He knows that these gold bars in the hands of he has almost been able to do the city's strongest gold store. To be able to go out if the means of excellence, that almost can be translated into a flip. This 5 million moved his point of energy, but this big bag of gold bars and ruthlessly added a wave of his business life, so that he is not happy to cry also not right. Looking at Yi Dongdong long gone figure crying and laughing, there is still a long time from dark. Yi Dongdong began to search for a room, in order to find the most suitable for his newly established movie viewing group or film and television manufacturing group of suitable venues. First bought a newest model of cell phone, replaced the original card. Ding dong dong, the account beeps later on. Yi Dongdong consciously carrying a huge amount of money can be experienced a wave of full payment to buy a house. Cannot help but be somewhat disillusioned. But another idea rose in his heart. This idea is not bad, but good, but also some reluctance. Just came to the city. Is the neighborhood outside the internet cafe attracted him to drift for a long time? Working odd jobs, he stayed in this internet cafe for nearly 2 or 3 months. And now this open for many years of old internet cafe has obviously reached the age of elimination. The machine and configuration has been very difficult to catch up with underscore on the level of children's game needs. So perennial posting of ads for plugins, but no one ever thought of buying. Most people have never been to an internet cafe, either because of the conceptual problem or because they have their own computers and don't want to go there, or because the environment is too bad. But such an old internet cafe does meet all the conditions Yi Dongdong needs. Pulled the curtains black as night. Dozens of computers cannot lag to watch a variety of TV shows. Hundreds of square feet of room just need to pay the rent. Fixed the idea. Yi Dongdong straight taxi to the door of the internet cafe. Just got off the car and saw the internet cafe door boiling, a group of people in. Do not know what to do. Boss, 200,000 in the end cannot work? Little brother, your price is really not okay. Not so much. You see, we are here. This brothers are waiting to witness. We you do not recognize. Wayman industry, you always heard of it? Yi Dongdong pinched his waist and looked at the side. Just like a look at the appearance of watching. Holding the bladder to the side of the boss. Said, what's the matter? Way's group of people ah? The boss also did not look at him. Lowered his head inside. Knowing how to drag. He cannot drag the past. In the end, or to sign out at a low price. Or rather, send out. You this internet cafe. Have to half a year how much money to cash out to be appropriate ah? Yi Dongdong deliberately raised his voice. How it has to be more than $1 million. 200 meters is the university. When you go to school it's still very profitable. The boss mumbled. We want you this internet cafe and not to make money. Just now is not told you? We Wei Xiao just want this nostalgic feeling. A few youngsters arrogantly came up, pushed away the internet cafe owner, and looked up and down at Yi Dongdong. Who are you? What do you care? You can't afford to mess with us back there, hurry up and stay where it's cool. I'll rent half a year first, can I pay for the package? Yi Dongdong took out his cell phone, then swept the internet cafe's collection code. Oh, okay, ha. The boss was shocked and turned his head so violently that he almost flashed his neck. What are you doing? You're saying you want to rent my internet cafe? More than $1 million. I'll give $1.5 million. You keep a webmaster. I'll give you money too. Yi Dongdong lightly snatched a sheet from the hands of a young man. Above is the lease rental contract, and in the bar to find a pen ready to sign to cross out the name of the A party away Xiao Tian. The dragon flew to sign his name. Yi Dongdong, you are Yi Dongdong? Yes. Otherwise what? Who has nothing to do? Asked Yi Dongdong. Who? A nobody. This is the way group and the neighbors can point to the conscience of the common recognition of the fact. 1.5 million is not a small amount. In fact, for all people will be a great number. 1.5 million can do a lot of things, such as buy a more than 100 square meters of spacious roughhouse, such as buy a good car configuration is not bad, or a piece of gold glittering top-class watches, or a pigeon egg large a diamond. Yi Dongdong used $500,000 to charter an internet cafe, and still blatantly competing with the people of Weimin Industrial Group, along with the owner of the internet cafe. Everyone thought he was crazy. Did you not hear me just now? Especially you, kid. We are from Weimin Industrial Group. Wei Xiao Tian, Wei Xiao's people. A small young man walked up, pinching his waist to scrutinize Yi Dongdong. Seems to be like the first time in his life to see what exotic beasts general curiosity up and down the left and right. But in the end did not see Yi Dongdong's breed. What is different? Weimin Industrial Group. I know. Yi Dongdong rubbed his hands, slowly walked to the door of the internet cafe, pulled open the door. Inside the air conditioning of the cold breath instantly came. Yi Dongdong cannot help but a burst of refreshing sigh. Hey, good internet cafe. Go back and tell your way less. This internet cafe I want. I think you just can't understand human language. A young man's nose seemed to spray out a white mist if anything, rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Yi Dongdong. Was having a tendency to fight, two eyeballs glaring. Know the black hand not? No gray astringent fee not? Come to try it ah? Chapter 53, Magic Sound. Yi Dongdong do not even want to see more. This is certainly another only barking will not bite the dog. The control of object ability to start. A slap passed. A scream sounded. The young man should sound side flying out. Seems like a dead dog was thrown flying in the side of the parking strip. That young man no sound. Hit a bicycle electric car. But the onlookers of the owners did not say a word. Just staring dumbfounded at his face of that shocking palm prints. Red in the purple. Purple through the. It's out of our hands. Yeah, this should have called security. That's it for today. It's okay to go back and report it that way. Right. Several small youths discussed for a while, finally chose to retreat. Tried to lean toward in a car line together with the guy who was lighting a cigarette. Yi Dongdong was not interested. Pulled up, carried on the shoulder. A few people like walking on thin ice. Yi Dongdong or no reaction, as if just gently raised his eyes. A few people eye contact. Can go, why not go? Carrying the young man who has been knocked out by Yi Dongdong on his shoulders. He wanted to leave a few people at this time. Finally still heard that fateful light coughing sound. Cough cough. A few people? This is to go ah? Memory can be really bad. A few obviously dressed in colorful dudes turned their heads, and their faces. The color on them became closer to the land that their ancestors had been working for generations. Even crying and laughing made it impossible for people to guess what the expression really was anymore. Brother, don't be like this. We're also helping people. What else can I do? Yi Dongdong spread his hands. This group of boys are also too small guts. Slap a slap on the scared into this way. I really do not know how Wei Xiao Tian see them. Tell Wei Xiao that I'm looking at this internet cafe. And, help me bring a message. Ha? A few people looked at each other for a few moments. This person knows Wei Xiao? Could it be a big watery? He's finished. My favorite internet cafe. Especially this one downstairs. The sound of swallowing saliva. A few people nodded silently, carrying their companions away. Yi Dongdong smiled with satisfaction. This boss he knew, but the boss may not know him. Everyone is here to surf the internet. The boss sees everyone pretending to be familiar with the appearance. In fact, the boss cannot remember anyone. Remember me? All the dust settled. Yi Dongdong patted the boss's shoulder as if he was patting a newcomer to the industry as amiably asked. Remember. The boss rubbed his hands and smiled nervously, nodding his head. Who am I? Yi Xiao. Yi Dongdong exaggeratedly widened his eyes and applauded. That's really good. Although you boss is an unlucky man, your memory is still good. Boss, Yi Xiao fallaciously praised. Right. Ha ha, you unlucky guy. Besides having a good memory, you're also a nice person. Boss. Yeah, okay. Ha, you unlucky guy. Yi Dongdong became even more arrogant and touched the boss's Mediterranean hairstyle and rubbed it fiercely. Boss. Yi Dongdong rolled his eyes. Forget it, this thing seems to only work once. The second time again how to use. When it works, it can only be with fate. Yi Dongdong shook his head and closed the door into the internet cafe. Hey, Yi Xiao, what do you just mean I'm not old. I don't understand. Boss in the back of the ass followed up. Attentive for Yi Dongdong push chair take ashtray. Heart to an old and not dead internet cafe temporarily changed into a 5-star hotel like. What do you mean Yi Dongdong looked at the computer screen with some impatience. His hands uninterruptedly pressed the keyboard's enter key hoping to turn it on quickly. That is, just, the boss mumbled. He just felt that Yi Xiao spoke he didn't understand too much and didn't know what it meant. What right did he have to raise objections? This I cannot say. You cannot not understand what is a joke. Yi Dongdong said in a serious tone, if in the future suddenly come a group of people, say they are mentally ill, what will you do? I will call the police. The boss honestly replied, if they would commit a crime. Wrong. Yi Dongdong harshly criticized the idea. What's the point of calling the police? Are mentally ill people not human? Don't they have families? What if it's just a program? Or maybe it's one of Mr. So-and-so's men? Can you afford to mess with them? So it's wrong to call the police and arrest them right away. The boss lowered his head and began to digest Yi Dongdong's words. Then I'll ask you again. If one day, there comes a group of mental patients? The boss had a flash of inspiration and hastily interjected. We'll also snatch the answer. Yi Dongdong smiled. Oh, not only is it a mental patient, but it's also a mental patient who looks different and runs around screaming? I observe first? The boss asked tentatively. Wrong. Big mistake. No wonder you're still just an internet cafe owner after all these years. Yi Dongdong regretfully shook his head and pointed out the right way. You should eat and drink well and provide for them, because a long time of division will lead to a long time of unity. A long time of prosperity will lead to a long time of decline. And a long time of decline will lead to a long time of prosperity. These people will be soaring in no time. And if not, their bosses must be soaring as well. Ha! The boss's eyes rolled around. He felt that the ceiling was spinning around. And why did Yi Xiao's voice always cause echoes in his own mind, making him feel that there was always a sacred meaning to it? Yi Dongdong fooled the boss of the internet cafe. Not a moment's effort. Yi Dongdong 2 cigarettes have been snuffed out on the table of the internet cafe. The boss did not even notice this kind of small things. He was in the enlightenment of the new definitions and the new worldview. The confusion in his eyes is slowly dissipating. Yi Dongdong looked at the boss with satisfaction. Fortunately it was not in vain to use the magic sound to instill the brain. The boss of the internet cafe is immortal. If a succession of 5 or 6 sentences of time each sentence with the magic sound to instill the brain forcibly brainwashing are not successful, then Yi Dongdong can be skeptical about the sincerity of the system. Then I'll ask you again. If a group of people come back at this time, mental patients, right? The boss looked like he deserved it, and a bit of laughter surfaced in his mung bean eyes. That's right, they are still, in various shapes and sizes, running around? The boss lifted his proud fat chin and looked at Yi Dongdong, who gave him a satisfied thumbs up. And they also claim to be gods in the sky, full of things that gods talk about amongst themselves. Hi, psychopaths. It's not even certain what species they think they are. What's wrong with being an immortal? Yi Xiao, you're really outdated with this question. The boss and Yi Dongdong glanced at each other, and each of them laughed heartily. Yi Dongdong used his eyes to signal the boss to sit at the bar. The boss quite tacitly had already taken a step away. The chubby boss sat in the bar and loyally acted as a webmaster. Chapter 54, It's better to find ghosts to scare than to run into them. Yi Dongdong satisfied with a glance at the empty internet cafe. Rows and rows of dark computer screens in the dark highlighting their past glory. And then there is no longer a crowded seat to stay in front of the computer, waiting for their mission. Boss now this stay. Do not business. I went to call a few people. Ha ha, good leaf less. How? Mental patients? The boss laughed badly and handed over a cigarette. Yi Dongdong shook his hand, signaling that he already had it. Yi Dongdong pushed the door and left. Xiujiu shouted, of course it is a mental illness. The owner's bright laughter came from the internet cafe. The boss was hidden alone in the bar, cozily playing with the computer. He was playing an old game that was produced a long time ago, kind of a game that the older generation loved to play. At this time the boss's mood is joyful. He to a handful of 5 or 6 times their bank card balance. That one more money is simply in his heart to throw down the golden beans. Will be his emotions and mood have been mobilized to the highest, and he is not too clear why. Now he has some inexplicable excitement. Nearly an hour had passed. The door of the internet cafe opened with a creak. It was Yi Xiao who came back. The boss ran out to greet him with his ass in the air, his hands pinching several bags of snacks he had just found. It was not possible to say that Yi Xiao also liked to taste the taste of civilian snacks. Yi Xiao, you're back? The boss greeted with a smiling face. Put these few super astringent fee. Super foreign-style Big Brother are arranged on the computer. Today I invite the poor psychiatric compatriots to watch TV dramas. Good Lou, the boss bellowed, without the slightest thought of the problem, and rather bluntly invited each and every one of the people in psychotic clothing to sit on the seats of their own cybercaf, and all of them were accompanied by chilled drinks from the freezer. The immortals nodded their heads and spelled it out carefully, smacking their lips and nodding to the boss, who also smiled prettily, as if his face had blossomed. Yi Dongdong put a few immortals were arranged in the back-to-back 2 rows of seats. Yi Dongdong just stood in the middle. Before and after a walk waved his hand can touch the back of several people's neck. Yi Dongdong and the boss together busy sweat finally put all the people in front of the computer screen or put on a different TV series. Korean drama team leader, Giant Spirit God. Japanese drama team leader, Fire Deck Singjin. Thai drama team leader, Lao Mo. Yi Dongdong swept a glance at the several people who were already about to be plunged into the plot of the drama and asked, how about it? For this arrangement, all have no opinion, right? All the gods and goddesses were silent. They all looked towards Lao Mo in unison. A white-robe wholly incomparable Lao Mo at this time holding the straw of the Coke cup, full of innocence looking at a few people. Whoops, what's wrong? Cool Lao. All cool Lao. Old Mo finally swallowed a mouthful of Coke with great effort, his eyebrows quivering in relief. Mr. Yi, what kind of water is this? It's divine and very strange. Put. Yi Dongdong didn't hold back for a moment and laughed out. Just you stilt song don't profit? This is your sister Cola. Old Mo's face froze for a moment and slowly turned his head away, staring at the screen, slowly saying, I know, but I have just foreseen that, mister. Yes, calamity is coming soon, whether you believe it or not. Yi Dongdong frowned. What's wrong with this old man? How to curse people? But seeing the old Mo who was watching the TV series with extreme seriousness, especially the seriousness that came uniquely from the old man, Yi Dongdong couldn't get off the ground. Sighing, Yi Dongdong finally endured. Mr. Yi, can we play these games? At this time the snarling dog's little head jerked upwards, revealing a pair of eyes on the side of the computer screen, staring pitifully at Yi Dongdong. We already heard about the advertisement of this game when we were in the mental hospital, so eager to play and try it out. Yi Dongdong came over and curiously looked at the game icon that Roaring Dog was pointing at. Yo, the advertisements are hitting you guys there? It turned out that the game that Roaring Dog was looking at was a MOBA game. It was considered the pinnacle of this game industry, and the publicity and fame over the years had been so great that it actually even advertised the mental hospital into it. Play it, then you're the jerk team leader from now on. Go ahead. Roaring Dog was overjoyed and immediately went to register his account to prepare for the game. Whether it was the internet cafe owner who was relegated to being a webmaster or the immortals who had been assigned jobs all had their own things to do and were busy. Yi Dongdong squinted at the window gradually turning red clouds. The sky is going to be dark again. It's really a joyful and worrying thing. He did not hurry to go out and wander around, but began to think about the system to release the task of some of the laws that he may have foreseen. Yi Dongdong realized that the system also seems to be a bit lazy, where he is closer to the landmarks, where the ghosts are more suitable for his strength. In general terms, it is better to find a ghost to scare than to hit a ghost to scare. Yi Dongdong guessed that he could use the environment of geography and the conditions he could control to choose where to do the task, and even the difficulty. Let's say that if he went to hang around the Ox Head Immortal Temple tonight where he had burned a gold bar offering once, the ghosts and monsters he encountered might not be very strong. And if one goes to a graveyard, a centuries-old kind of graveyard, or a moat where some local one-water ghosts are swarming in a long time ago with a fierce reputation, then one is very likely to run into super strong ghosts that are very likely to turn the tables even if one puts one's life on the line. Last time the hundreds of water ghosts to Yi Dongdong's impression is still deep. Ding. Release trigger mission. Discipline the sudden death ghost and cause it to feel remorse. Reward 5 hours of Yang life for mission completion. At this moment Yi Dongdong was walking at a critical moment with 1 foot outside the door and 1 foot still inside the house. Yet the system still naturally counted him as being in an internet caf. Sudden death ghost of course will appear in the internet cafe. And Yi Dongdong old saw that in front of the dark screen playing in front of the dark silhouette. It is really a sudden death ghost. Even if it is dead also do not stop down. The spirit of the gods do not rest. More than the cultivation of immortality. The request made by the system was to admonish the sudden death ghost, and to make this sudden death ghost feel remorseful. This requirement is not high, since it can play in the internet cafe until the sudden death. That a sinewy character is inevitable. It seems to want to complete the task. Yi Dongdong inevitably some sort to go sideways. Black shadows overlapping shadows swaying in front of the computer screen. It can be seen that there are 2 hands set up on the keyboard. Fast knocking. Do not see the keyboard is moving, but see the movement of the silhouette is also still constant. Up and down pointing his head. Back to look at the non-existent game will be a fast knocking on the non-existent keyboard, as if in the midst of a stimulating game from the beginning of the century to continue to the end of the century in general. Yi Dongdong was once a net-addicted teenager. A Saturday weekend will fly into the internet cafe to play their beloved game, but also had a play as a knight, but also heard of playing to sudden death. But this was the first time he saw a real person. No, a real ghost. Chapter 55, What a hero you are. Playing it, buddy? Yi Dongdong came over toward the black computer screen, carefully observed for a long time. Half a day did not see the way out of the door. Look, the ghost did not respond. Is still stimulating abnormal in the game in his mind. Playing, General Yi Dongdong smacked his lips and pointed up. Poorly, poorly. The ghostly figure suddenly jerked back. The movement of his hand lurched, and slowly looked at Yi Dongdong. Sudden Death Ghost has a pair of huge eyes. Inside the black hole has been indistinguishable from where is the pupil, where is the white of the eye. Heavy eye bags black as if the black hole black shiny. Just towards Yi Dongdong swept a glance. Yi Dongdong feel like to be sucked into the network world in general. Swords and swords, guns and bullets. You, say what? A hoarse, surprisingly as if electronically synthesized voice slowly sounded. He did not open his mouth, but the voice appeared in Yi Dongdong's mind. I said you play poorly. What? Yi Dongdong pressed a slap on the sofa seat behind Sudden Death Ghost, condescendingly scrutinizing Sudden Death Ghost. Sudden Death Ghost anger has risen. A wildfire seems to have risen in his chest. Sudden Death Ghost violently turned back his head, and continued to play the game to go. This Sudden Death Ghost temper is quite good. Yi Dongdong some surprise. Play the game to play to sudden death of people should be on the game of Fast and Furious, have a strong pursuit and worship of the talent right. How even if it is dead, but also still that goat appearance. Hey, softball, do not believe in and I play a game? Yi Dongdong sat down to the Sudden Death Ghost next to the machine seat, pretending to open the computer. Look, but also not too much of a big thing, put up a middle finger. A look of the sky is not afraid of the appearance of the earth. For people like you who can't play with me anyhow, I collectively call them trash. You. A box of cigarettes was heavily slapped on the table by Yi Dongdong. The light in the internet cafe was very dark. Yi Dongdong's eyes were glowing. Sudden Death Ghost hand. The action on the slowed down. Lowered his head, but the fluctuation of emotions cannot be hidden from the system of Yi Dongdong. Yi Dongdong confidently smiled. Two souls with obsessive love for the game is about to start the showdown. If I win, you say a word. How I play cannot play you. If you win, my pack of Chinese flower cigarettes is yours. Yi Dongdong's bravado was sky high, already ready to fight. There was a slight sweat coming out of his hands, as well as arcs of electricity surfacing, and the atmosphere between the two cyber cafe seats was really heated up. Thunder Runner? Sudden Death muttered. Exactly. Yi Dongdong replied with justice. Then let's have a match. If I win, not only do you have to lose me a pack of cigarettes, but you also have to say that I'm a loser. Okay, whatever you say. Yi Dongdong already couldn't wait for the look. Couldn't wait to rub his hands together and move his fingers and wrists. Okay, 1 blood, 1 tower and 100 pawns. The Sudden Death Ghost said the winning conditions in a hoarse tone. Yi Dongdong instantly understood which game he was still playing before he died. But the addiction level of that game wasn't so serious, right? Yi Dongdong no longer thought more. His hand lit up a ball of green-colored thunderfire, aimed straight at the Sudden Death Ghost. What are you doing? Sudden Death Ghost was shocked, and the mood swings of Yangshou also naturally prompted in Yi Dongdong's system. Didn't you say single combat? Goon! Yi Dongdong reached over and pressed the switch on the computer in front of the Sudden Death Ghost. The screen slowly lit up with light. There were letters floating. Rows and rows went by. Sudden Death Ghost stared wide-eyed and dumbfounded. He hadn't always been playing it. How? What's going on here? Played for too long. Forgot to turn on the computer, right? Yi Dongdong said faintly. Today's internet fee please. You just play a one-on-one with me. I come to see if you play in the end is good or not. Sudden Death Ghost staring at the computer screen. Eyes slowly turning. Looking up and down. Scanning the familiar screen and keyboard. Everything seems to be familiar with DJVU familiar. Everything seems to be very strange. What is wrong with him? What's wrong with him? He's already playing in a trance? Is he tired? Ding, 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 ding. Yi Dongdong didn't bother with his mood change. He just slowly operated 2 computers alone, logged into 2 accounts and came to the hero selection. Come on? Yi Dongdong asked, as if waking up from a dream. Sudden Death Ghost froze and looked at Yi Dongdong, finally as if he remembered something. Oh, come on then, what kind of hero What hero are you? Yi Dongdong was very graceful to let Sudden Death Ghost to choose his own handful of heroes. But in fact, the words have something in them. Quietly added the magic voice to the brain into it. Sudden Death Ghost stared blankly at the computer screen. There are hundreds of heroes here, each with a different character and story. But what hero is he? What kind of hero is he? Sudden Death thought. Silent. What kind of hero is he? The mind echoes with the voices that were once there, the conversations that were like yesterday, and their voices and smiles. Aren't you able to pack? Let's go. Go overnight. Go. Come on. I don't believe you're tired. Go on. Come on. Go on. Still coming? It's been a week. Don't do it. Go on. Why are you still here? You never went home? Well, come on. Get on. Ding. Sudden death ghost generates remorse. Rewarded with 15 hours of life extension. It was supposed to be someone who played the game until sudden death. No matter how much more he played, he wouldn't die? The answer was wrong. He could still work himself to death alive. Sudden death didn't choose to continue to carry the one-upmanship on, but he also didn't want to fulfill the bet, and didn't see any movement, just quietly sitting there with his head down, his computer screen flickering on and off. Still want to play the game? Yi Dong Dong asked. I don't know. Sudden death muttered blankly. Maybe I should go out and find a job, make some money, and go back to see my family. You're taking the words out of my mouth. Yi Zhongdong was so angry that he was smoking. However, it was a sudden sight that sudden death ghost's originally illusory and uncertain body suddenly started to become somewhat transparent. Is this going to dissipate satisfactorily? Work. I have Yi Dongdong slammed the table, staring the sudden death ghost little brother. I'm the boss of this internet cafe. You're so strong in this night rapping ability. Give me the night shift webmaster job. Sure enough, the sudden death ghost's body at this time once again returned to the earlier although unreal but at least more solid state, like a variable frequency like different frequency shaking. Sweeping a glance over the past is still the appearance of swords and guns. Food and lodging are included. The location is at that bar. Yi Dongdong pointed to the drowsy internet cafe original boss occupying the small bar. At the moment he is sleeping sweetly, mouth side of the saliva flow of a chest. Sudden death ghost eyes swept. The boss violently shivered. Do not know where the body woke up to see the leaf lessen the look at their own curt smile. Chapter 56, Short-Term Life Increase Amulet. Yi Dongdong led the sudden death ghost to listen to the original owner of the internet cafe on the network management operation of a series of explanations. Sudden death ghosts would have died in the network, but also the original ghosts of the internet cafe naturally learn fast. Yi Dongdong and the boss talked about the price to the end of the price of 1,100,000 finally took over the entire internet cafe. The owner of a relaxed away. Yi Dongdong will take a few people overnight to tear down the signboards, curtains to the entire internet cafe into a veritable haunted area. Kettle was also led by Yi Dongdong. A few people and the little ghost made a concerted effort to empty the second floor of a few rooms, turning it into a bedroom, which is the future of the activities of the observation troop and the troop's dormitory. Because of the fear of one day which mixed kid in accordance with the original habit of pushing the door into, Yi Dongdong quite concerned about the main door around the seal of dozens of invisible and unseen ghosts hit the wall field, did not pass a level or to fumble forward to bump into the wall, but want to go out but as easy as a poem, coupled with the future closed tightly the door. Yi Dongdong also think that there should not be rash young people to break into the impact of his life extension of the great cause of the. Yi Dongdong just came back after sealing the main door, found a few immortals are sitting on the chair. The kettle transferred to chat with the sudden death ghosts. A few of them gathered in a pile of talking about something, and wait for Yi Dongdong back. Their discussion seems to instantly stop, because they are all back to back. Yi Dongdong surprisingly cannot do anything about it. Yi Dongdong grabbed the old MO, did not go around the bend, asked directly, nothing asked out. Yi Dongdong sent Kettle to eavesdrop, Kettle to go they can also know. Yi Dongdong depressed this is to conspire to rebel? Why can't the system detect the emotional state of these unlucky bastards? Could it be that when discussing these things, this group of people simply know fluctuations? All are Mo's feelings of the killer? Yi Dongdong looked at the righteous indignation chest up standing in his lap side of the kettle. The heart cannot help but produce some worries. Yi Dongdong's concern, mainly from the safety of the kettle. The small life-supporting ghost although the strength is low, do not understand things and also a little stupid. Looks also. But, this does not prevent him from moving and flashing out the loyalty attribute Of all the ghosts Yi Dongdong had seen, only Kettle could have loyalty in his emotions towards him, other absolute obedience emotions, etc. are no need to say more, basically their own say a Kettle will never say too. So whether you have seen the strength of the arcane strong to no bounds of a hit an ox head or a host of psychotic fairy was turned into an unlucky ghost, the same out of the young life, Yi Dongdong has never thought of giving up the Kettle, but the Kettle is still too weak. This was the most critical problem. Yi Dongdong must think of a way to improve the strength of the Kettle. Otherwise it is not only this time a few psychotic gods conspired to make him worried, so that he dared not leave the kettle alone to go out even just to buy a pack of cigarettes. There is also the mission afterward, the kettle if it is seconded. Wouldn't it be sad? And now Yi Dongdong can basically grasp some laws. The stronger the strength of the ghost, the more emotions produced to feed back to themselves. If there can be things in the system to enhance the strength of the ghost can be exchanged, then enhance the ghosts of other people's homes. Why can not enhance the ghosts of their own homes? Yi Dongdong remembered what he had said when he had snubbed little Kettle. This was a path to the 10 temples of Hades. Yi Dong then began to look through the system. Yin spirit root, implanted into the soul body to accelerate its cultivation speed. 5 hours of young life. Short time life increased talisman 10, on the premise of hunting a soul body. Increase the ghost's cultivation by 100 years in a short period of time. Use with care, 20 hours of young life. Tarsus sword, increase the base of the soul body, 2 hours young life. Skill soul regurgitation, ghost science devouring class skills, 5 hours young life. Yi Dongdong gulped and read again and again and even saw the anti-feeding class skills. And then saw the various thousands of years and 10,000 years of life increased talismans that were created specifically to cheat the system's young life. Which is what ghost cultivation aid. This is clearly a system loophole dump. The stronger the ghost, the more yang life will be fed back after elimination. This is already considered a common sense. Yi Dongdong also deeply understand this way. So after seeing this short-lived life increase talisman, he immediately felt a deep malice. Not only to give people a bunch of spiritual talismans to increase cultivation before the death of the ghost, Ming said it is looking for excitement. A 1-year newborn ghost extinguished gives 2 hours of young life, while a 100-year-old ghost decapitated. That's a big deal. Inevitably rewarded more than 10 hours of yang life. Secretly said is to drill the system has no feelings and no thought loophole. Obviously just an unknown small ghost intimidation elimination plan. Finally rewarded the host hundreds of hours of young life. Because the system also do not know the small ghost dying before the outbreak of what super powerful ability. Cultivation suddenly increased to 1,000 years. However, Yi Dongdong is not likely to give the kettle with this kind of thing. And Yi Dongdong always feel that people are doing the sky is watching. He obviously picked up a life because of the lower ghost system. Then he cannot go to cheat it. At least for the time being is still able to stand on his own feet. Redeeming Yin spirit root. Redeeming Tarsus sword. Redeeming skill soul regeneration technique. Redeeming skill ghostly shadow. Yi Dongdong was generous. Not the slightest bit distressed. Turning his head was more than 20 hours of yang life dumped out. And the biggest spending of all was still a tiny pill in his hands right now. Prop Essence Crystal. Increase your cultivation by 100 years after taking it. Only available once. Invalid for multiple uses. 10 hours of young life. Kettle. Yi Dongdong greeted and called out to Kettle who was squatting at the back door watching the night. Kettle swiftly floated over and stood straight. Eat this. Yi Dongdong handed over the essence crystal to Kettle, who stared wide-eyed, desperately restraining himself from wanting to swallow it in one joint solo bite, swallowing non-existent saliva and raising his head. Really give me to eat? What's this ya brother? Eat? Yi Dongdong only gave one word. Ding. Solitary ghost kettle generates sadness. Add 2 hours of young life. Ding. Sojourner ghost kettle generates firmness emotion. Adding 3 hours of young life. Kettle looked at the pill in his hand and finally stopped hesitating and swallowed it in one gulp. Yi Dongdong's eyes widened. This was the first time he had seen such a marvelous sight. The essence crystal was slowly emitting a soft light as it moved down Kettle's ebony soul body. Kettle also felt as if he was glowing, but after turning around left and right several times he couldn't find out where exactly he was glowing. Yi Dongdong pulled him back to keep him from moving, and Kettle earnestly didn't move a muscle. Like a flare that hits the air and falls downwards, the essence crystals were glowing softly with white light as they entered the Kettle's soul body. The Kettle comfortably tilted its head. From time to time it exhaled a mouthful of black air. All of its limbs were slowly trembling. Something was changing. Yin spirit root implanted. Soul regeneration technique granted. Ghostly shadows granted. I'll give you 2 sets of techniques and another spirit root, Yi Dongdong said, and then pulled out a dark gray giant ugly and incomparable ancient short sword from somewhere and inserted it in front of the Kettle. Attach your soul body to this sword, and from now on, you will be the first ghost member of my tea drinking hall. Kettle looked at Yi Dongdong, looked at the short sword in front of him, nodded without much thought and plunged in. Chapter 57, I especially want to eat you now. With the white light, together they shone into the grayish short sword. Something began to fall off the short sword's outer skin, and the dust gradually fell off, revealing its original face. Grim, cold, grotesque, icy, and merciless. The entire sword took on a pure white color that was as flawless as white jade, but it was also as tender and smooth as if it was a living thing. And when one looked closely, one could see the blood meridians, like a sword made from a piece of bone that had just been broken off from a living person. It's very demonic. The hilt of the sword emerged with a left hand firmly gripped, followed by a whole arm, half of the body, a whole soul body emitting a faint black gas appeared. Kneeling down on one knee towards Yi Dongdong. Brother's great kindness is like a new creation. Kettle original to assist and protect brother for thousands of years, forever and ever until the soul flies away. Ding. Sword soul Kettle's emotions fluctuated violently, adding 12 hours of life extension. Yi Dongdong nodded with satisfaction, lowered his head to help up the Kettle. and so the kettle stood up. Yi Dongdong did not hold back, puffed and laughed out. Brother, laugh what? Kettle, a little aggrieved, reached out to see, and raised his legs to see, swept to the computer group over there. A bunch of curious head lifted up to peep this side. Kettle waved his fist, gave every gaze a hard stare. No, I just think, all this look, is also a status of the ghost, actually also long? Yi Dongdong compared to measure a bit, to touch the kettle's head, barely reach, their very hard pad foot also to the kettle's shoulders. This we are not sure. Kettle mumbled back, waving the short sword in his hand a few times, quite satisfied. From now on he was also a ghost that could fight, and with his current cultivation, it was likely that dozens of Een soldiers couldn't help him, as well as the Een spirit root implanted into the sword bone, as well as the 2 volumes of Gongfu that had already been memorized. The kettle looked at Yi Dongdong, his own older brother, the one who had known him well. Brother, why does Sprinkler especially want to eat you now? Wow! Yi Dongdong stared a jolt, really worthy of the Steelji ghost, everything said. This, Yi Dongdong ran quickly to look through the system. After having taken essence crystals will fall into a state of extreme hunger, and will need to ingest a large number of scattered essence crystals in order to consolidate his strength. This line of small letters was written in the bottom right corner of the essence crystal. Yi Dongdong suspected that the system was intentionally prepared to pit him this way. Go! Brother will take you out to go to the meet tonight. Kettle nodded in confusion and slowly floated out after Yi Dongdong. What are the 2 of them up to? Fire Virtue Stargazer poked another immortal, poking his head to watch one person and one ghost walk out of the internet cafe from the back door, especially since the kettle still had to bend over looking very uncomfortable. What do you care to engage in? Yi Xiao has left. Still not hurry to play the game? Quickly on the number just no playing games. Let's send someone to take a look. What are you all looking at me for? Then come on. Which district? Yi Dongdong and Kettle walking in the street of cars, various colors of car lights flying to and fro. The shadow of Yi Dongdong, a moment to pull long, a moment to pull short. Kettle has no shadow. He just stifled to follow, repressed his desire to devour everything. There is also a more intense for Yi Dongdong's intention to attack. Maybe it's because my Yuan Qi is too strong. Yi Dongdong muttered to himself, and didn't find any way to weaken his Yuan Qi, so he could only feel the tinge of cool air and sense of crisis behind him all the way, hoping on his reaction speed and how loyal the kettle really was. One person and one ghost straight away left the main road toward the city outside. That direction. Yi Dongdong remembered there is a cemetery. Always heard that at night there will be ghost fire floats. There will also be a variety of sounds out. If the kettle needs a large number of essence of the spirit, then go there to look for ghosts is certainly right. Walked through a not short straight road. There is not much building on both sides. In addition to a few public toilets and a few early lights off funeral supply stores, the rest are eerie grass greenbelt. The evening wind blew, rustling. Yi Dongdong felt a slight chill. Did not think much. Where there may be ghosts he went to where? Grass, futons, funeral supply store back. Yi Dongdong led the kettle, walked round and round, did not see half a ghost. Finally can only be disheartened toward the cemetery. According to reason, the atmosphere is really enough. Gusty winds, and half of the silhouette cannot be seen. Said that this kind of place is full of ghosts in the street. Yi Dongdong will believe. In fact, it is not. Yi Dongdong, not only half of the ghosts have not seen, and the body has a layer of sticky wet sweat. Walking on the road is very hot. Obviously the gusts of wind blowing the people in fear. But walked so far, the kettle is not tired. But Yi Dongdong is more or less a little bit tired. Especially late at night. A long time of monotonous walking so that he is a little lethargic. Along the road walked about more than 200 meters. Yi Dongdong finally saw the sign of the cemetery, a Crane West Garden. Crane West Park. This name at first glance sounds quite elegant. But if you think about it, alluding to the idiom of driving a crane to the west, as the name of the cemetery, it is really original. Cemetery periphery has a circle of knot-high fence. Inside is green grass like Een trees. Near the Crane West Park, Yi Dongdong feel the air are followed by a lot of fresh, sucked into the lungs, have a share of cool silk refreshing. These days life is not easy. The living are not dead to enjoy. The air has to be fresher to die comfortably. Because Yi Dongdong behind with is more than 2 meters high, holding a sharp blade sword soul kettle, Yi Dongdong chose a low profile, quietly close to the graveyard, slowly touched on the fence periphery. Far away glanced at the main gate side is a beam of light through the night sky shining on the road in front of the main gate. That is the watchman's duty room. The cemetery was quiet, just like the gathering place where people reach a certain age to turn on eternal sleep. But Yi Dongdong was a little slightly nervous. This was the first time in his life that he came to the cemetery in this kind of middle of the night, and it was still for the ghosts. Go on, I'll wait for you here. Yi Dongdong pointed to the inside of the cemetery, where it was excessively peaceful. Perhaps there was something inside that Yi Dongdong and the kettle were looking for. Okay, brother, wait a moment. Sprinkler, go and come. Water Kettle was full of pride. and couldn't wait to try out his native tarsal bone sword as well as the two techniques he had just comprehended. Just see the kettle feet slightly force. The ghost body has been to the mid-air, feet and together slowly down. One hand holding the sword with the other hand gently pressed the ground to prevent the sound. Not to mention that, on the sale of the appearance is simply already comparable to the bull's head of the day. But if you really talk about the combat power, Yi Dongdong still have to be honest. Now the kettle is not between the bull's head, the golden fork a fork down. The kettle on the body will have to be more than 3 holes, and Yi Dongdong guessed that the kettle is likely to have not broken the strength of the defense bull head. Looking at the kettle towards the depths of the cemetery, Yi Dongdong comfortably leaned against the fence, lit a cigarette, cozy smoke up. This time they only need to pay attention to good kettle's mood fluctuations on the good. A small piece of graveyard. Can't really be so coincidental on the emergence of a kettle. This kind of RMB players can kill the super fierce ghosts, right? And it will also let the kettle encounter? Kettle's current strength should be very strong. Yi Dongdong has not yet had time to assess, but bullying the little ghosts who have little consciousness and only know how to roam should not be a problem. Chapter 58, A Well-Ordered Ghost Community. In fact, there is a safer way. Is Yi Dongdong take a cab, full of street open yin and yang eyes to find scattered wandering ghosts, so do not have to worry about the kettle will be besieged or is not able to beat the power. But this efficiency is too low. Yi Dongdong really afraid of the kettle cannot endure so long, and Yi Dongdong no matter how it does not want to in kettle hands. After about 5 or 6 minutes of time, Yi Dongdong's long-awaited system beep finally rang in Yi Dongdong's heart. Ding! Sword Soul Kettle feels elated. Adding 7 hours of life extension. Ding! Sword Soul Kettle is frightened. Adding 13 hours of life extension. Ding! Sword Soul Kettle's emotions fluctuated violently. Emotional disorder. The system could not recognize it. Plus 18 hours of life extension. Yi Dongdong frowned. How could this happen? What happened inside? He patted his feet to look, and had long since lost sight of the kettle's tall black and gray figure, and could only see that the graveyard was still so quiet, not even a single chirp of a summer insect. Ding! Sword Soul Kettle mood stabilized. Feel a trace of sadness. Plus 7 hours of life extension. Yi Dongdong swept a glance towards the duty room. Whatever. He had to go in and see what was going on. He didn't want to wait here dryly, until the kettle mood beeps were no longer there. Cigarette stomped out at his feet. Yi Dongdong grabbed the top of the fence with one hand. His foot stomped to a depression in the fence. The other hand followed. Just a few times, they climbed to the top of the fence. Turn over and so repeat. Yi Dongdong jumped to the cemetery. The fence of the cemetery is very narrow, because never heard of grave robbers will come to the city's modern cemetery to rob graves, so for the cemetery's custody has not been very strict. Like some other things, just a doorway registration will be able to take care of all. So in this cool and delightful summer night, on duty Moncler Outlet Store is watching a domestic entertainment program to laugh openly. The cemetery also has roads, divided into levels of high and low. Yi Dongdong slowly followed according to the road that the kettle just took. Since seeing Yi Dongdong, the kettle often feel all kinds of ignorance too young. Ghosts and gods 3 views are also all kinds of subversion, but this time he is his own mobilization, only for a foraging only. As a result of tonight's graveyard is destined to be uneventful. The kettle never knew that this graveyard is actually full of secrets. A dozen gray and white old men gathered around to talk about the world. There are a group of anti-type ghosts in a grove of silent square dance. Some ghosts stand. Some ghosts are busy with their own things. A small cemetery as if it has become a new world. People die according to what they once liked to divide the interest of the group in general. Will be the night of the cemetery set off a well-organized so that at a glance? It seems to be, but not like a cemetery but like a commonplace. It looks not like a graveyard but like an ordinary neighborhood street. Kettle pinched the hawk sword in his hand, had the intention to rush up to kill and devour some, but didn't know what reason to do it is better. Just like this in the back of a graveyard bag lying down for a long time. A warmthless hand patted the kettle's shoulder. Young man? Hungry? An old man stood behind the kettle. A red plate was lifted in his hand, filled with various tributes, all of which looked burnt and blackened. Have some. It's all good stuff to quench your hunger. Kettle didn't know what to do. He had never heard of such a well-ordered ghost community appearing on Earth as well. This kind of situation he had only seen in some high-class neighborhoods in hell, and the number of these wild ghosts was already somewhat appalling. Kettle guessed that the wild ghosts in this cemetery were simply those who hadn't gone to hell to wait for their rebirths after their deaths, and that they wouldn't have left Earth at all. Kettle tentatively picked up a burnt black fruit. Not much moisture, but chewed very strong. Into the stomach can actually feel the slightest feeling of satiety. The old man smiled, squinting his eyes very kind. Eat more, my sons and daughters burn more for me. Usually I can't eat enough. Don't think about harming other ghosts. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Such a powerful soul should become the guardian of this peace and quiet is right. The kettle glanced at the old man. His eyes widened. and did not dare to look at each other more, and hurriedly lowered his head, and continued to eat the tribute in the offering plate. The more he ate the more flavorful it became, and the feeling of hunger just now actually slowly began to disappear, and was replaced by a slowly appearing sense of fullness and contentment. Kettle ate 2 whole plates of tribute. Ghosts don't burp, but Kettle still burped. That feeling of satiety came from the bottom of his heart, and an unusual sense of happiness. He had never felt this kind of harmonious and soothing atmosphere. Are you full, young man? The old man looked at Kettle with a smile, stroking his beard, slowly holding his waist and sitting next to him. Kettle froze and gave some space to the old man. 2 ghosts, one taller and one shorter, sitting together looked rather strange. Well, thank you, old man, Kettle said shyly. Actually, you don't have to be embarrassed. Coming here is like returning to your own home. Those guards actually had crooked thoughts in the beginning, but then didn't they still become the strongest protectors of the Hoshi Garden? The old man pointed to the high steps in the distance. A group of ghosts made on either standing or sitting, smilingly patted the Kettle's shoulder and said, I see that you also have a promising future. Why don't you come to our big family and live together? Thank you, old man, but I already have job. Kettle thought a little awkwardly about Yi Dongdong's movie watching group. I wonder if this counts as a job. Hi, what kind of job can a ghost have? Just work. Look how nice we are here. Eternal joy. That's true. The pot has been staring at this group of ghosts for a long time. They all play their own game, each enjoying what they're doing. And what they enjoyed the most when they were alive always had to be interrupted due to all sorts of external and internal reasons. But in death they can be prolonged and played out here indefinitely. Not unhappily. However, 1. Kettle still had some concerns in his heart, and had great doubts about this situation. Why did the hell never know about the situation here? Such a large group of ghosts actually do not reincarnate without going down to hell. If every person's soul does not enter the hell of reincarnation after death, then won't there be less and less people in this world? The Kettle's little brain couldn't think too much. It just thought that what these ghosts did would be a bit selfish. What if the human race will die out as a result? Kettle is a variety of ideas flying around. In the brotherhood of loyalty and eternal happiness between the swing up, a familiar figure from a steep step panting up, swept around 2 eyes, did not pay too much attention to those happy ghosts, but a glance at the Kettle sitting here. The Kettle knows. Yi Dongdong still do not feel at ease with themselves. Looking for it. A warmth rose in Kettle's heart. The decision was already made in an instant. I go. Kettle, why are you sitting here? What happened just now? This was the first thing Yi Dongdong ran to say, and did not care about the dumbfounded old man beside him, not to mention looking more at the crowd of ghosts who had stopped their respective camps and turned to look at Yi Dongdong. Chapter 59, Triggering an Emergency Bounty Mission. It's okay, brother. I'm okay. Kettle stood up expansively, and stood side by side with Yi Dongdong. Just found out that there are a group of people outside the law here. Don't want to accept reincarnation, don't know with what method actually get away with it here. Yi Dongdong was quite surprised. When did Kettle suddenly become so righteous? Yi Dongdong looked left and right before finally being able to see the current situation. Several ghosts were sitting on their respective grave bags. There were more than a dozen female ghosts were coming together to line up in columns looking like they had just finished their dance steps. There was also a group of tall ghosts that looked a little bit warily were standing up from the distant steps. The atmosphere of the scene was no longer the kind of refreshing evening breeze from a few moments ago. A cold and screaming atmosphere of tension had slowly appeared in this space. Obviously this group of ghosts did not want the disturbance of outsiders, much less a yin and yang-eyed young man to get into some kind of airplane. Yi Dongdong was just running to join with the Kettle. Is panting it, did not expect to run into such a large group of about hundreds of ghosts group. A moment was also scared enough. Swallowed hard, some cannot believe everything in front of them. This group of ghosts did not enter the hell? Yi Dongdong incredibly looked at the group of ghosts in front of him. This kind of thing refreshed his concept about the reincarnation of hell. The original organization of their own armed with enough power to resist the hell. Do not go to reincarnation. Yi Dongdong believe, but where an ordinary life-saving ghosts are not dare, and so a large group of ghosts to reason. Their own not be destroyed is good. Yi Dongdong somewhat embarrassed to look at the Kettle. Just your kid mouth fast. Just you no more. Oh, we well water does not offend the river water. Today everyone as we have not come, we will go out after half a sentence will not say, okay? Yi Dongdong awkwardly spread his hands. Just cared about the head rush. The cemetery has nothing else intersection. Just a road to the mountain. This climb to the top of the mountain did not expect to see such a scene. Will be their own and the Kettle instantly into a dangerous situation. Who knows if there are a few particularly powerful ones in this group of ghosts? How else could they resist the performance onslaught of the army of life-saving ghosts? Young man, although I don't know how you saw us, I think there's something that you've misunderstood. At this moment, the old ghost who was originally sitting next to the Kettle suddenly spoke up, standing in front of all the ghosts as if he was a leader. We are not escaping. but we simply want to find the strongest sincere wish when we were alive at that time. Here we live really well. We have the cemetery family in the front mountain here, and also the unnamed one in the back mountain. We all found our respective destinations, and this place is more like the last place for us than the hell. You say, when people live their whole life and get tired, don't they want to find their favorite place to stay there forever? We are only a few hundred ghosts in total. We never feel like ghosts. We also eat. We also have feelings. Hell is not missing us these few days of reincarnation. Yi Dong Dong all want to nod his head. This old man said is actually quite reasonable. The hell is not lacking these few ghosts. Remember, I have read a data before. The number of people who die on Earth every day is too much more than the number of people who are born. At that time there were so-called experts because of this matter ruthlessly attacked a wave of people have a soul theory. But now Yi Dong Dong thought of, if those more dead people's souls did not enter the reincarnation, just like the way it is now? I'm not a sociologist, and I don't work for the hell, so we won't mind our own business. Yi Dong Dong took the kettle's hand and slowly stepped back. A group of ghosts on the steps that looked like they had some combat power appeared to have stopped, and the old man looked at the two of them with complicated eyes, not knowing what he was thinking, but in the end, he didn't give any orders, which made Yi Dong Dong's heart relax a little. Ding! Triggered an urgent bounty mission. Eliminate more than 100 wild ghosts in Crane Roost Garden within 30 hours and reward 100 hours of young life. The system's voice boomed in Yi Dong Dong's mind. Yi Dong Dong's feet lurched and his eyes straightened. The kettle was still slowly backing up. He knew that so many ghosts could not be forcefully defeated at all. So Yi Dong Dong told him to back up and chose to put things to rest, and he agreed with it. But Yi Dong Dong suddenly stopped. What did it mean? Is there any problem? What's wrong, brother? You are not feeling well? Kettle some strange. Subconsciously want to touch Yi Dong Dong's forehead, but suddenly thought that he has long been unable to feel the body temperature. Some of the intention to put down his hand, just stood frozen waiting for Yi Dong Dong reply. Nothing, nothing. Yi Dong Dong waved his hand. His feet slipped in pace to stand in front of the kettle to block the kettle behind him. I just suddenly thought, don't be good, don't be evil, because we're all good kids, so when it comes to things like this, it's better to do justice. What do you mean by that? The old man's brow furrowed to death. Wasn't it you who said that just now? I've changed my mind now. You all have to go to reincarnation. The world is a place where life and death are reincarnated in heaven. It's a psycho. The old man spat in disgust and slowly retreated to the grave bag. And with a wave of his hand, a strong wind hung violently. Free Winds Legion. Listen to the order of the free ghosts of Crane West Garden, such as us. Execute this person to death. With the old man's order, a dozen or so large ghosts on the steps that didn't look like they had low combat power began to sprint towards Yi Dong Dong, while the surrounding graves began to slowly break out of the ground. Some unrecognizable ghosts, more like the zombies in Western movies, or the Free Winds Legion as the old man said. There was an order in hell that forbade the ghosts of the young world from entering reincarnation, but I didn't realize that they had actually formed a legion. Since they haven't been poured out yet, it proves that there's nothing that can be done even if the ox-headed immortal might have come. The kettle was a little appalled, grabbing Yi Dong Dong's arm and continuously backing away. Brother, we can't beat it, can't fight but also have to fight. Do you see us walking now? Yi Dong Dong sighed. This mission he already wanted to give up. Since it was this old man who summoned an unknown number of corpses crawling out of the graves, then no matter if it was the ones behind himself now or the ones he just ran all the way up to see so many graves under the mountain, it was very likely that on the way back there were now already gathered several hundred terrifying walking corpses that would fight and pounce on people. Good. If my brother says so, I will do just that. Kettle eyes determined. Since he had this new look, Yi Dong Dong also can finally see a little bit of his expression. At this time the kettle a look of death. Short sword in the hand, although shivering, but the grip is still firm. Kettle walked to Yi Dong Dong's body again, looking scornfully at the lifeless rotting flesh and blood that slowly surrounded him. These walking corpses don't even have the most basic attacking ability. They will only feed and catch in the most primitive desires of humans. There are plenty of such things in hell. Yi Dong Dong nodded his head. He also could see that these walking corpses crawling out from the grave bags were moving very slowly, and even the two walking corpses that were close by would misunderstandingly grab and gnaw at each other for a while when they came across each other. It seemed that it wasn't a pie in the sky for him to get out of his predicament, as long as he could defeat those ghosts that were sprinting down from the steps at a rapid pace. Chapter 60, The Field Spirit. The Free Winds Legion. You guys can still put together a legion? With just this much fighting power? I really don't know how you guys escaped under the sorrowful ghost. Yi Dong Dong still did not forget to taunt. The old man did not choose to fight with Yi Dong Dong. He just stood on the graveyard bag and silently watched Yi Dong Dong and the kettle's movements without much indication. Since he had already given his word, he thought that the power of He Shi Yuan was enough to instantly dismantle the power of this one man and one ghost. The Winds of Freedom Legion did not have any association with the name of this cemetery because they were formed from the Crane West Park Cemetery, but instead chose to take the name of freedom in the hope of blowing up a wind of freedom between ghosts and ghosts. There are currently 3 troop types: fast charge soldiers, slow charge soldiers and graveyard walkers. It was about the fast and slow runners and the corpses that could be summoned up in the graveyard. Yi Dongdong didn't dare to take these so-called legions that looked like a hodgepodge of cow ghosts and snakes lightly. Even ants could die elephants, let alone the fact that right now these ants weren't even close to elephants. They were exactly the size of lions. One mishandling and one might have to go see Bullhead Immortal together with the kettle. But speaking of which, why hasn't Ox-Headed Immortal come over to find himself tonight? This kid doesn't have a high emotional quotient. He didn't ask him for anything. This is the time when Rainbow Farts should be more diligent. Wanxiang Field of Ghosts hitting the wall field was Yi Dongdong systematically set up a fan, and not satisfied, around himself instantly and drew several arcs out. In addition to circling himself, Yi Dongdong also only left a not big and not small exactly 2 meters high and 1 meter wide small channel to those who try to drill in the ghosts and walkers. Walkers don't look to be the closest to themselves, but the first to rush over the first to touch the wall. But from the steps rushed down those charging soldiers. Their appearance didn't seem to be particularly different from the usual ghosts. Or perhaps it was nothing more than some male strong souls in the graveyard spontaneously forming a small team to fight against reincarnation. Perhaps every time the life-saving ghosts came they would make a gain. But the number of the graveyard replenishing the dead never kept up with the speed at which their souls flew out of the graveyard. So these male ghosts were all fearless, and they lunged towards Yi Dongdong with a howl. Some were wearing suspenders. Some had gray hair. Some looked like they had just been playing non-existent basketball now suddenly rushing over. Their pace was still a bit fluttering, but none of this affected the fact that one by one they crashed into the invisible wall. The old man froze and issued a quick order. There's a gap there. Charge towards it. A group of ghosts had a goal and direction, and hurriedly turned their spearheads in a headlong, chaotic rush towards Yi Dongdong's reserved entrance. The kettle was so scared that the face that had just gotten rid of the pitch-black face became pitch-black again, and looking at Yi Dongdong behind him who didn't have any intention of resisting, he could only hold his sword and pathetically stand up in front of him, and in his heart, he already had all the thoughts he wanted to have. Brother, ah brother, I kettle is willing to die for you, just for that day your appreciation. If there is an afterlife, I must be your brother. Ding ding ding. Yi Dongdong pushed away the kettle in front of him who seemed to be acting out a big romance drama. The thunder and fire in his hand burned up with a roar, and he blasted towards the narrow entrance. The bursts of thunder and sparks stirred up in the not-so-big space. The thunder's damage to the ghosts was doubled, and in the narrow space and crowded environment, this destructive power was even more unparalleled. A group of ghosts wailed and screamed as the front ones roared to retreat back, while the back ones passionately wanted to rush in and handily kill the provocateurs. The small passageway was instantly filled with thunder. Occasionally rushed in a life-threatening fanatic ghost. The kettle has long since reacted, first to blow to claim the life, and not very skillfully added the newly learned soul regeneration technique. Living sucked its soul. This time it is the real fullness of the feeling of onslaught. The kettle's eyes as if lit up afire. The kettle felt cheated, and humiliatingly so. Those tributes, those things that were burned black, actually produced a feeling of satiety after being eaten by himself, but there was definitely something in it. Otherwise, why did one still feel a gust of emptiness after obviously eating them? Only after truly devouring the soul did he feel that the kind of desire he had always wanted had been satisfied. This was the kill. This was what he needed most right now. What the kettle needed was not to be fed. Rather, it was to kill pigs. Don't rush. Let the walker troops go first. The old man made another adjustment on the rear of the graveyard bag on the fly, while at the same time waving his hand again to greet a group of many female ghosts that had been square dancing that had just circled around to see what was going on, and went down the dispatch. The ladies' orchestra begins to sing. A feeling of violent shock violently appeared in Yi Dongdong's mind, as if it was motion sickness, and as if he had drunk fake wine in general vertigo. The attack then appeared to be not a small pause. The entrance walkers violently filled a gap, began to slowly crawl towards Yi Dongdong and kettle one person and one ghost. Yi Dongdong heard a shrill and extremely ear-piercing sound. It was an attack from the group of female ghosts that stood together and opened their long black mouths. Yi Dongdong gulped and didn't look at them. Kettle was nervously waving his short sword and constantly stabbing at the walker's body and darting away, but it was of little use. Yi Dongdong endured dizziness, rushed to continue to start flapping hand seals. Thunder fire burned in the walker's body. It seems to be a blazing fire. Lightning also paralyzed and slowed down the movement of a lot of walkers, but the real roll is not as strong as when dealing with those ghosts just now. Launch the control ability. Yi Dongdong picked up two walkers and ruthlessly pushed towards the outside, and hit a piece, even the back row of the song for a beat. Yi Dongdong's surprise, hastily lifted up a few more walking corpses purposefully towards the direction of the back row of female ghosts and threw them fiercely. 1, 2, an arm, a thigh, all kinds of throwing objects as long as Yi Dongdong can control up. will be thrown by Yi Dongdong towards the so-called ladies' orchestra thrown by the old man's mouth. Every corpse thrown near or in the center of the ladies' orchestra would cause a gasp of surprise, the song for which a lull. Yi Dongdong's mind also began to slowly adapt to this strong disturbing sound. The hand of the Green Thunder Great Hand Seal also once again resumed the frequency of strikes in conjunction with the control of objects' supernatural ability to keep the walking corpses in the periphery of the exit. Quickly charge the squad against the walkers to charge inside. The old man gave another order. Yi Dongdong hurriedly looked around, slightly apprehensive about the killer weapon the old man released at that moment. Before the group of ghosts emerged a dozen or so ghosts wearing neat clothing in military uniforms. These ghosts were previously hidden in the group of ghosts. Yi Dongdong didn't even notice. This close to the earth colored and somewhat greenish military uniforms? Could this be the field army spirits? Yi Dongdong swallowed a mouthful of spittle. The walkers in front of him has been pushed to the left, lying down on the right. Gray-green ghosts with residual shadows have long been. Speed through the channel with a burst of harsh breath towards Yi Dongdong rushed up. Chapter 61, 100 hours of Yang life bonus. Those so-called walkers and some kind of ladies band just now, as well as those dangling-looking Free Winds Legion, turned out to be nothing more than cannon fodder and cover-ups. The Real Killers are these ridiculously fast-charging squads, the most chilling field army spirits of the enemy in the war. Yi Dongdong has seen the evil light radiating from the short melee knives they pull out behind their backs, and that is the most powerful deterrent, the closest threat to death that works better than any words. Yi Dongdong decisively gave up the field that was supposed to become his most competent help, turned around and pulled up the kettle to escape. Brother, cut, let me one life. But unexpectedly, Kettle gave a vicious cold snort and swung his sword to fiercely stand in front of Yi Dongdong's body, using his tall body to block the rush of the fast-charging squad. Yi Dongdong froze. Hand movements also followed immediately fast up. One after another Green Thunder big hand prints come one after another. Can draw an ugly arc over the kettle. Towards the fierce ghosts in front of the kettle shot. Thunder fire bursts of thunder chaotically. Kettle out of the sword. An ancient. Precipitated as if 1,000 years of breath seems to drive the heaven and earth, followed by a violent tremor. All things wither in glory. Living souls, war and peace. Shenkuan life and death are at this moment to evolve once again in general. The grandeur of this breath, beyond the knowledge of the ghosts of all present to see. Crane West Garden spirits stopped charging, have rushed to be stabbed half of the comrade behind to help him resist to the best of their ability. However, just only rely on the kettle of a ghost, a sword, actually enough to resist. In that ghost's chest seems to leave light, flowing light, such as a lotus bloom, such as the tide like surging. A kettle gritted his teeth and let out this sound between them as the short sword in his hand once again began to advance forward. Kettle's own spirit body, however, seemed to be in a state of flux, and it seemed that all of the quick charge squad's ghosts who were desperately resisting at the point of the short sword's blade were also consuming their souls to fight and resist, but they were being diverted by the tarsal sword to Kettle's place. Kettle's breath began to slowly climb up. Yi Dongdong's heart was burning with anxiety as he fired one palm after another, but the result was really small. Kettle's battle with the group of ghosts seemed to be wrapped up by the radiance radiated by the short sword, and the effect of the thunder and fire handprints on them wasn't too obvious. Kettle was blocking the direct entrance of the recent threat with Yi Dongdong, a ghost and a sword, radiating a might comparable to an army. Those ghosts in charge of the charge wouldn't back down. They only knew that they had to succeed. They had to charge up every hill they were ordered to take, even if there was a machine gun regiment waiting on that hill at the moment. But in another instant, all the rush was gone in an instant, and all the ghosts that were fighting in front of water margin and him suddenly dispersed and were nowhere to be seen. Yi Dongdong hit empty several palms. It was not easy to retrieve the chi. Hands propped up his legs, slowly crouched down. You did all this? Yi Dongdong looked around, was closed very tight. Ghosts hit the wall field. Wanxiang field, he himself know in his heart will not lie to himself. Then so many ghosts lie in the kettle consumed for such a long time after the sudden disappearance is bound to not be the external factors or used some kind of method to escape. Brother Hugh shock. This is a small thing. The kettle looked up to the sky and whistled. Seemed to exhale a mouthful of thick turbid air. Feeling the whole soul body is very comfortable. It's just that I've never really practiced. I just don't know how much difference there will be between the current me and the gap between ox-headed immortals' equilibrium. Sword Soul Kettle feels unusually pleasurable. Plus 21 hours of life extension. Sword Soul Kettle is eager to try. Plus 18 hours of life extension. Sword Soul Kettle's mood swings are abnormal. Adding 16 hours of life extension. Yi Dongdong frowned. The light on the kettle's body gradually weakened. Did this mean that the kind of power just now could only be temporary? Or does it mean that the kettle has really gained certain powerful but bizarre abilities again because of this battle? Yi Dongdong could not check the status and skills of the kettle. Maybe the kettle had something to hide from him, but the emotions still would not be wrong. What about this abnormal emotion? Seeing Yi Dongdong wanting to say something, the kettle opened his mouth, lowered his head again, turned around without saying anything, raised his sword and stood in front of Yi Dongdong again, showing his attitude. The old ghost at this time has been frozen. He lost his strongest dependence, standing on the grave bag. The already illusory body at this moment looks even more thin and weak. He felt a little tired, more confused. He did not even know what he did wrong. The old ghost had no tears, but his words were even more poignant. Who the hell are you guys? What are you guys up to? Ha, we were living a good life. Yi Dongdong frowned and didn't say anything. He just activated his object control ability to push away some of the rows of corpses in front of him, and slowly began to walk forward. The old ghost wasn't too far away from him, but Yi Dongdong didn't choose to attack him. He just dispersed the green thunder in his hand, and stepped as if he was musing. The world's cycle of retribution. You guys are not at fault, but you've escaped too much. That's what's wrong with you. Yi Dongdong pointed at the muddled ghosts surrounding him and said, how many ghosts here have not gone to reincarnation? 10, 100, or 1,000? Those buried here. What methods did you use to keep them? Who are you to keep them? What's the point of keeping them in this world? These ghosts? Only reincarnation is the final destination. This is all the path everyone has to take. That's why we have to do this. Life and death is a small step. I'll give you a push. Yi Dongdong sighed. It was like he was minding his own business. He wasn't a righteous sect Taoist. What was the point of minding these ghosts escaping reincarnation? It wasn't because of the request made by the system? What about us? A small ghost standing behind a group of ghosts popped out his head. It could be seen that underneath the pale face, it was also a childish face, and the tears of blood that flowed at the moment were slowly dripping towards the ground. Blood drops fall on the floor tiles ticking sound. The surrounding is very quiet. All the ghosts are waiting for a reply from Yi Dongdong. You guys? Ha? Yi Dongdong shook his head as he remembered the otherwise harmonious cemetery and the ghosts who had bravely charged. I'll hire someone to burn paper for everyone present. Maybe one day I'll see you in hell. I'll be making amends to you then. The ghosts were instantly confused after hearing Yi Dongdong's words. Just now wasn't it still a look of compassion and hopelessness? The result is still unforgiving? Kettle. Kill. Yi Dongdong's eyes closed. His hand waved, and his feet fiercely stepped a few steps, rushing into the group of ghosts. When truly faced with a life and death crisis, all the ghosts also finally unloaded the peaceful state that they had been living peacefully in the cemetery. One after another, they revealed their sharp teeth and claws, and the group of ghosts' furious aura rose up to the sky, surprisingly stacking up a huge layer of dark clouds in the entire sky of the cemetery. The night sky was devoid of the moon. Darkness enveloped everything. The sound of ghosts crying and wailing rose and fell. The ghosts in the entire graveyard all became active, lunging towards the center of the battle. A short sword tore through the night sky. The ancient aura flared up once again. The sound of soul shattering accompanied by the kettle's rigid shouts rang out. Within 5 meters around the battle circle, almost all of it became a world of black mist intertwined with thunder and fire, with figures running rapidly through it in a sudden killing spree. Mission reward reached. Yang life plus 100 hours. When this system beep sounded, Yi Dongdong had already exhausted himself and sat on the mound where the old man had once stayed, gasping for air and shaking his hands and feet. 100 hours. He was willing to fight with his life for this, even at the expense of his own benevolence and morality. Yi Dongdong's heart had long been filled with doubt and guilt. Why did the system want him to slaughter this group of ghosts who hadn't actually committed any major mistakes at all? Just do not reincarnation just, as to have to fall into such a fate? Yi Dongdong trembling hand from the pocket took out a long time ago by the sweat soaked a small half box of cigarettes to, lit up, squinting at the surrounding only a group of ghosts who dare not move. The heart mixed feelings. The kettle around the white smoke. That is not what the ghosts out. That is the surrounding air has been mobilized by the emotions of these ghosts is too cold and lead to water vapor followed by condensation into a frost flying in the air and become a road of white smoke. The kettle out of the smoke and dust. Face. With a smile on his face. The feeling of killing? Happy? Yi Dongdong asked with a miserable smile. Happy? Kettle gently stroked the tip of the sword with its fingers that were emitting an intense white light, and there were fragments of essence spirit sliding down. Is this joy? Then it liked the feeling. Kettle nodded affirmatively and said, I am happy. That's not right, Kettle. Yi Dongdong shook his head, but he didn't know how to explain it to the kettle. He didn't want the future kettle, the kettle that he had brought up to be strong, to be an asshole that only knew how to kill. We today, is also wrong. They seek eternity, like to enjoy, is not wrong. Perhaps there is a mistake, also does not deserve us to judge. Today is all my fault, and I will always pay for it. Though they are ghosts, they are also thinking souls, slaughtered by the powerful us because they are weak. One day we too will be conquered, even slaughtered, by the ones stronger than us. Do you know what I mean? Not quite. Understand. Kettle thoughtfully heard from the beginning until the end. And it's all my fault. Obviously I ordered and led the killings, and now I still want you to Mondi. Yi Dongdong stood up and gave a long sigh, looking at the ghosts around him. and bowed deeply. After all the work is done, we have to know how to return the favor. You understand this, right, Kettle? Kettle grinned, nodded, and followed Yi Dong to bow as well. He. This one understands. Ding. Sword Soul Kettle is in a stable mood and in a state of gratitude, plus 12 hours of life extension. Yi Dong frowned. The kettle was bound to have some secret to hide from him, otherwise it couldn't be stupid to such an extent. Obviously he didn't say that there were any favorable things. He was grateful? Yi Dong also do not want to, and Kettle between the cracks will arise and slowly become bigger, but he did not know what to say to make Kettle convinced. Kettle is not his slave or pet. He may have been an ancient man or forgotten his past, but he is now a thinking ghost, a ghost who is happy to kill. Yi Dong was already regretting it. Before bestowing strength, one should have measured his qualifications. Wasn't Kettle qualified? Instead, he was the most suitable ghost for these feats and treasures from the system, and listened to Yi Dong, and truly grew up, and would be Yi Dong's best helper. But Yi Dong couldn't calm his heart no matter how comforting he was. He always felt that Kettle was missing some kind of precious character at that moment, that had been cultivated by him, and now it was replaced by bloodlust and relentlessness. Chapter 62, Storming Antibiotics. The dawn of the morning has begun to irradiate. The power of Yi Dong ushered in the dawn of a long time, when the sun has not yet reached the hushy park. This wild ghosts of the paradise before. Those ghosts have disappeared completely. Last night here witnessed a slaughter feast. The hell every day in and out of the ghosts always have hundreds, thousands, but last night, this side of Crane West Garden contributed the most. Yi Dong stretched tiredly, slowly lying down on the grave bag. In addition to the de-energized, he was also injured. His left hand was unknown which one of the heartless ruthlessly bitten. Now half of his arm is a little green. That is not bruise green. How to look like the corpse poison in the movie. Have you ever seen this kind of wound? Yi Dong asked the kettle. This is a walker bite. Treatment seems to be very troublesome. Need to use chicken blood, dog blood, mountain donkey dung and many other strange formula. Kettle looked at Yi Dong's arm. A heartbreaking pain in the heart, but cannot say what warm words. Can only lower his head. Burst of sighs. Brother may be infected with corpse poison. Mortals infected generally must die. But brother, you don't worry. After you leave I will inherit your will. Continue to hunt down those dead souls and wild ghosts fleeing outside the hell. Kettle turned his head. Seems to be a little intolerant. I think brother, for so long it turns out that he has been working for the hell. No wonder even the ox-headed great immortal has to let you have 3 points. What are you talking about? Yi Dong can't figure out how to suddenly moved? Now cancer can be cured. Will still be afraid of a small infection? Go home now. I still have to go to the hospital for antibiotics. No, brother, don't worry about going. Just leave the antibiotics to me. The kettle refused to go between the hawks, and even with the dawn sun shining on him right away, his soul body was already smoking a bit. Hand you what? The antibiotics. Is he a human or a ghost? Brother, you can rest assured. The kettle can definitely do it. In addition to the fight, is there anything else? Yi Dong was speechless, seeing the sunlight horse. Comes on. The body of the kettle has begun to snort green smoke. Yi Dong only had to give a mandatory order. You hurry up and get in there. I have my own way. Kettle took 1 step and 3 turns back to drill into the hawk sword. Yi Dong snatched it in his arms and stumbled towards the graveyard outside. Hey, that brat! Stand there for me! An old voice still rang out impartially and unhurriedly, only to see that a dry and thin old man was carrying a truncheon blocking his way out of the hospital. What do you do? Are you a human or a ghost? I'm a human, Grandpa. Yi Dong helplessly raised his hands. Or late, the kettle is afraid of the dawn. He is more afraid. This is not? He encountered the on-duty grandpa, appearing in the graveyard early in the morning. Is he considered a grave robber or what? I came here yesterday afternoon to see my grandfather. Cried and fainted. Only woke up in the morning. Ha! The old man froze, then shook his head. This kid even made it up. As for crying and fainting, who is your grandfather? My grandfather's name is Ma Vatang, previously tall and thin, just over there. Yi Dong pointed to the graveyard where the old man used to sit at night. Luckily he was smart and glanced at the old man's tombstone before he left. He loved me the most in his life. The old man, carrying a baton hostile to Yi Dong, took small steps with a brisk pace to the grave, squinting his eyes for a short while. Ma Vatang? This burial ground has years. Suddenly his eyes glared and he bellowed. Hey, those graves, who dug them up? The old man was anxious to run left and right to look around several times. A baton toward Yi Dong threw over. Still say cry fainted over. This grave is not you dug? Seeing the long one bulging in Yi Dong's arms, he was furious. What's in your arms? The old man was mad. If he was also a grave, the tip of the grave would only have started to smoke. I'm calling the police. You godless land. The old man took small steps and flew past Yi Dong. 3 steps to the duty hut. Where there is a phone to call the police. Grandpa, you misunderstood. Yi Dongdong also cried and laughed as he ran after the old man. Only it would have been a fight for his life all night long. His body was so dehydrated that he ran up a burst of weak sweat. His whole body was powerless. I really am not a grave robber. Ah, you still know you are a grave robber? The old man is not afraid of Yi Dongdong. People too old. Really, for a little faith anything can be abandoned. Must find this reason. I told you this, young man. Ha, what not good? Have to dig a grave. Digging what? What good things are buried with people nowadays? Every day net read some novels. In turn, the scourge of people. Yi Dongdong cried and laughed, accelerated to catch up with the old man. You think about it, grandfather. I give you some money. You add the grave. So a solution, how convenient. You call the police, you lost your job, how to do? Anyway, buried inside. Their families know what? The old man froze. His steps slowed down, and finally stood in place. How much do you give me? Yi Dongdong sighed and put up a finger. 100? 1,000. Give you 10,000. Buy some good tea. Be more spirited at night. Watch more. Don't let my peers come in again. Moncler jacket sale. He looked at Yi Dongdong suspiciously. How to look at him does not seem to be able to come up with $10,000 to come. But I heard that grave robbers are richer. After all, it is a profession to make a fortune. But took your money. I also call the police. Moncler outlet store, thought in his heart. Yi Dongdong of course no Moncler outlet store, how to think. But he is now in a hurry to get out of it. This kind of thing is indeed too dishonorable to say out. And even back to the curse. He does not want a life has not been renewed. How much first be pointed at the spine of the people scolded for a few days. After all, life is his own. How to live is also his own. 100 hours. Corpse venom infection. These were all strings that kept playing in his brain, emitting a deafening sound reminding him to go faster. Faster. The old man is not out of touch with the times. Yi Dongdong's money flew to the transfer. Moncler outlet online watched Yi Dongdong's silhouette disappeared at the end of the main road of the Crane West Garden, turned back and ran back to the duty room. Hello? Police? I'm the guard of the city's Hesse Garden. Someone dug up a grave here last night. He had a firearm in his hand. I didn't dare to stop him. He's now fleeing towards Chung Kong Road. Yes, there was a short firearm in his hand. It looked like it should be a hunting spray. It was in his pocket, and he robbed me of $500. He threatened me, saying that if I called the police, he would kill me when he came out. Right, he dug up half the graves in the cemetery. That body all done out there. It's got to be several hundred. Reporter? Reporters don't scream. Comrade police, come over here. Everyone on the other end of the 911 call is shocked. This is a big case. A case involving firearms. A grave robbing case. Attempted murder extortion case. The police station's siren blared, and 2 police cars raced out, breaking the last bit of silence at dawn. Heaven's net is not a net. Monitoring the sky net a sweep. Last night appeared in the Crane West Garden outside the fence. Sneaky behavior exaggerated. And another tall figure together. That person was quickly found out. Yi Dongdong. Migrant workers. No occupation. No previous convictions. Living alone. Yi Dongdong walked on the way home from the hospital. There is always a hint of hidden uneasiness in the heart at work. Corrosive neurotoxins doctors are not the first time to see. But with a person's teeth marks is still the first time. Yi Dongdong explained for their own home-raised gorillas, and so played antibiotics to do a bandage finally as soon as possible out of the hospital. In Yi Dongdong's strong request, the doctor to help him with a thick layer of plaster on his left arm. In the bathroom, Yi Dongdong endured the pain and ruthlessly cracked the plaster. The kettle of the tarsal sword stuffed in. Fortunately it is a short sword, squarely hidden under the arm. Just before walking out of the hospital, Yi Dongdong saw that in front of the door of the ward where he had just bandaged his wounds, there were 2 or 3 people in police uniforms talking to the doctor who had just been there, recording something, and then the doctor pointed to his side, and instantly 2 police officers left and came towards him. What the hell is all this? Did that old man really call the police after all? The police came too fast. It's only been an hour, and they checked here? Yi Dongdong panicked into the safe passage and waited for the police to pass before running in a panic. Went up to the rooftop. Why go up to the rooftop? Yi Dongdong had his own plans. At least on the rooftop he can fly. Although it is ugly, but it is better than on the ground being chased by the police running all over the street. As for how to explain to the police and the old man, this problem is a little difficult. After all, he was wearing a kettle to hide the tarsal sword on his body. Yi Dongdong looked in the direction of his own home. Do not have to think about going back. Perhaps the group of gods in the internet cafe will also follow the disaster. Anyway, stolen goods is the best evidence of all crimes. Yi Dongdong is already jumping into the Yellow River cannot be washed. News broadcast room. Xiao Jiao. Plug in this. A piece of paper was shoved into the host's hand. Everyone is used to broadcasting some supermarket Amazon's robbing clothes and seafood as well as which road is usually which road has a car accident news. Today this is a joke. Which one? Suspect Yi Dongdong. Suspected of carrying prohibited firearms? Has a psychotic tendency? Is roaming crime? The host slightly degree a few sentences. Originally pretty face or instantly scared brush white. This is a devil. Right. Just play it fast. To the first one, almost finished before. The last one is also if this. The follow-up report is still slowly sent. The leader said and ran off again, panting as if the station had collapsed. He is not longing for something to happen to the city. He is just longing for big news. So big that he has not prayed in vain for so many days. The cemetery, Hesse Garden, was the city's premier good cemetery now. Many people's families were buried there. If the graves were dug up by grave robbers there, he believed that there would be even bigger news to follow. He was going to package this up, strive to develop it into a national mega news. This station has a special insert report. This morning, suburban cemetery Crane West Park occurred a mega gun grave robbing case. Suspect Yi Dongdong at large. It is reported that this person has a large caliber violation wallpaper with him. There are psychotic tendencies. Never approach in communication after encountering. Please citizens with clues immediately call the hotline at the bottom of the screen to report or call the police. Insert another one. This morning the police have entered the grave robber suspect Yi Dongdong home as well as his rented internet cafe to investigate. Found a large number of martyrdom with gold bars as well as 5 psychiatric patients. Please see the live report. Chapter 63, R. by Lin. Soldiers defeated. Walls fall down. Yi Dongdong finally understand this sentence. When he happened to wear a newly bought duck-tongued cap walking past the street's big screen TV, he saw the face of the internet cafe owner's righteous indignation. I told you he had a problem. Last year, there was no money for internet access, so he took his watch to cover his debts. This year alone, he was able to come up with a few $1 million to rent my internet cafe. None of my surveillance has been deleted. I know every move of these psychos. It is reported that Yi Dongdong home has a huge number of gold bars. Each piece is worth millions of dollars. The sales channel police have a preliminary grasp. Is tracing the whereabouts of Yi Dongdong. Yi Dongdong's mouth was a little dry. He looked up at the sky. It was only noon, right? The speed is too fast. He was wrongly accused is also too dramatic. If he was just a penniless little wage earner, then these things might not have gotten to such a point. But it so happened that after the police went to his house they also turned over all the remaining gold bars that he hadn't had the time to sell. The name of a grave robber has been written on his face. Yi Dongdong from the hospital out of the first thing is to rush to the bank to withdraw 100,000 yuan of cash out. As expected his card in not too long will be frozen. Yi Dongdong threw the cell phone to the rooftop of the hospital. The body's uniforms are replaced. The feet of the wind straight to the temple of the ox-head immortal ran to. He did not know how long he would be caught, wrongfully imprisoned. He just didn't want to die in prison because he couldn't scare the ghosts and his life was cut short. There were many places that could offer him protection now, but all he could think of at the moment was the organization, the Shifter Protection Organization. Hopefully it's the same organization that protects shifters when they commit crimes. We welcome you, but we won't take sides. Just sat down. Yi Dongdong was surrounded by a group of Alterans. There was a momentum that this would arrest Yi Dongdong. Yi Dongdong, how did you go grave robbing? Tang Yi was so anxious that her head was about to crack, constantly rubbing her temples. I've only heard that grave robbers go to big tombs. I've never heard that there are valuable things in the tombs even now. I really didn't do it. Yi Dongdong spread his hands. There is no way out. He does not want to explain too much. Explaining is useless. Can only look at the organization how to do. If he can shelter him the best. If not, he can only think of other ways. I thought that your organization was so powerful, but it turns out that even a grave robber can't be covered. What a fly in the ointment. You dug up half of someone's graveyard. Tang Yi's white eyes were fast. Fly to the sky. What feelings? What friendship? Now cannot be relied on. She really want to know why Yi Dongdong's supernormal ability should be used by him to do this kind of nasty hook. Lack of money, just tell us. Where did you get those gold bars? And what the hell are those mental illnesses? Ouch. Headache died me. Yi Dongdong put both feet on the table and lit a cigarette, blinking his eyes in the smoke. Now what is my identity? If you are willing to accept me, I will join the organization. If not willing, what can you do if you're not willing? A cool baritone voice rang out, bringing kicking footsteps closer and closer behind Yi Dongdong. I am an extra-legal maniac. I dare to do anything. Yi Dongdong stood up and looked at the man with a smile. Humph. Extrajudicial fanatic? I see you as a hairy bun. Nothing but arrogance. Wrong. Big mistake. I still have money. I still have supernatural powers. Yi Dongdong broke his fingers and counted. Yes. I still have our family by Lin. There was a thunderbolt from the clear sky, and everyone froze on the spot. It's fine if you want to join the organization. The man's tone eased. $10 million to keep you safe. $10 million? Why don't you go rob? Robbed? came here after robbing. The man smilingly patted Yi Dongdong's shoulder. Yi Dongdong inexplicably, although I'm also from the organization, I invite you to join my team. This is the organization that all aliens want. A large, broad hand reached over, and before asking Yi Dongdong what he thought, he had already directly held Yi Dongdong's hand. My name is Li Long. If you don't feel like losing face, call me Brother Long. My team is definitely what you need most right now. Li Long's grip on Yi Dongdong's hand slowly loosened. His head swung backward, saw a playful and icy figure, and grinned. Bai Lin, look at my newly recognized little brother. Bai Lin was still dressed in white today. Her cool temperament was still there, but a short skirt was lining her with more youth and playfulness. Yi Dongdong. Yi Dongdong nodded, turned around, and sat down. 2 days ago, I've been thinking that joining the organization might really be a very good choice. So today I came. You're such a shameless person, obviously committing a crime to hide from the wind. Tang Yi hugged her bladder on the side, looking at Yi Dongdong, only feeling full of disgust. This man was all gangly, not at all proportional to the qualities he should have for his strong strength. If Tang Candy was there, you wouldn't say that. Yi Dongdang made a face to continue his shameless path. I think what Long said is very tempting, and I've always felt that the organization wasn't supposed to be this mediocre to be right. But Bai Lin likes me, so what can I do? So do I join the organization? Which department should I join? Bai Lin opened her mouth. Her small mouth was about to be blown by the cold harsh wind in the air. She hurriedly closed it again and chose not to explain. Anyway, it's not like Bai Lin doesn't like me now, right? Ha ha. Yi Dongdong was emboldened. Bai Lin's character was just too good to touch, even though it was only superficial, but just that was enough. As long as you don't violate her bottom line, then just let her continue to maintain her state and realm. Whatever you say, even if it's already going to look like you're going to take an ice pick and stab you to death in someone else's eyes, it's all fine. What does the Ria sector do? Ha 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 ha. I'm sure you'll like it. Killing people and stealing money from tombs. What comes to money fast what? Bai Lin still had that calm as water, cool as ice look, and looked at Yi Dongdong and the crowd indifferently and said, the organization will not harbor criminals. But, Mr. Yi is in a special situation now. He was wrongly accused. Li Long blinked towards Yi Dongdong. Even if he did it, so what? Over the years, that more powerful alien didn't commit something before coming to the organization? It's also just some alien who relies on relationships and status, coming in to eat and wait for death. The organization has really become a protection organization. What are you saying you? Who relies on relations? Who relies on identity? Speak clearly, don't make insinuations here. A man in the crowd suddenly shouted sternly. Yi Dongdong recognized him. He was one of Bai Finglian's group of followers. You guys, who else could that be? The ones who can't beat me are the ones who rely on connections. What? Got a problem with that? Li Long lightly let out such a sentence and turned to embrace Yi Dong again, his intention to cozy up to him overflowing. Recently, I have heard about Yi Xiao's reputation, and he is also an S-class alien. TSK, if you don't come to my place, it's for nothing. What does Lun's department do? Ha 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 ha, I'm sure you'll like it. Killing and setting fire to tombs and stealing money. What come money fast do? When Li Long said something like this, everyone present followed with a silence, especially Bai Lin, whose eyes went straight, looking at Li Long with disbelief. What's wrong? Isn't this the kind of thing we've been doing all along? Li Long spread his hands and said, murder, last year, Daxing and Ling, half a trainload of foreigners died, all killed by Bai Lin. The year before last, a fire burned down the Black Front building, and the tomb accompanying the foreigner of the first emperor of Qin. There has been no stopping the excavation, right? You to an outsider. Tang Yi fiercely pulled Li Long a bit, saw Yi Dongdong's smiling eyes, but then wanted to say something. Li Long also turned to look at Yi Dongdong at this time. At this time Yi Dongdong had to take a stand. He had to decide to stay or leave. Staying will face all kinds of unknown challenges and dangers, and may even be burdened with things that violate the law. But leaving, immediately may be pressed down by the police waiting outside. Alien is not more than one head. More than a dozen armed police pounced on. The gods have to be pounced. Yi Dongdong smiled and did not say anything. All present face so much effort to play such a scene. Not just want you to join the organization is not off our face? Hurry up to give an answer you fell. My department is the action group. Bai Lin's department is the political group. It's as simple as that. You should be able to understand the literal meaning. Li Long came over to get close again. Listen to brothers right. Come to me. All brothers, how comfortable how to come. How smooth how to do. Yi Dongdong pondered for a while, finally nodded and started out in everyone's thousands of calls. I want to go to Bai Lin's department because she likes me, and I think we both need to cultivate our feelings slowly. Li Long's blood was about to be spit out. This was the donkey's lips not connecting with the horse's mouth, wind horse and cow's mouth things and reasons. Yi Dongdong also said it, at the expense of his own appreciation of him so much. Alas, young man, thank you brother Long for your kind words. Yi Dongdong made a bow and walked to Bai Lin with a smile. Shameless. Tang Yi was grunting in anger again as she crushed the ground. Bai Lin, I entered the organization and your department because of you. Yi Dongdong said with deep emotion. Are you happy? Not happy. The autumn waves in Bai Lin's eyes were not happy. Yi Dongdong's move was getting more and more disgusting. Of course Yi Dongdong knew that he was disgusting to the extreme, but it was all because he had gone through a lot of trouble to act like this. Organization? Don't think that I will help you do anything for free. The only way to labor is to get paid. And lousy didn't come here for your love, ha. If you're not happy, then you're not happy. I hope that every day in the future you'll be happy. Yi Dongdong let out a long breath, blowing Bai Lin's long hair that was as black as the night dome involuntarily fluttered. But when she missed Bai Lin's side, she still couldn't hold back and crawled to Bai Lin's ear with a mouthful of words. I'll like you when you smile one day. Bai Lin's face suddenly flushed. Shameless, what did you say to Miss Bai? Tang Yi jumped to her feet, but there was no way to beat Yi Dongdong, so she could only show a little resistance in words. Chapter 64, I'm afraid of bugs. Brother Ryu, can you help me arrange for lodging? I don't want to look at the broken-hearted woman here anymore. Yi Dongdong rubbed his hands, and Li Long looked at each other and smiled. Yi Dongdong followed Li Long as if he was fleeing from this place. Humph. Hey, what are you talking about? When Tang Yi suddenly reacted, the two had long since walked away. Annoying Yi Dongdong, you wait for me. Beautiful encounters sometimes don't happen in some kind of special and cozy environment. Maybe Yi Dongdong didn't have a perfect beginning with Bai Lin, but in the end, there was still a kind of perfect goodbye. Before Yi Dongdong could walk out of her room for a few steps, the bitter enemy came to her door. Bai Lin swept a glance and walked away with a lotus step. Oh, my dear brother Dong, me to let people almost cannot bear the sound rang. A few black clothes and black pants dressed in black appeared in the field of vision of Yi Dongdong. One of the tall and handsome man is really pompous. Stretching out a pair of hands will be towards the Yi Dongdong fast walking. Gesture to hold. Hey, stop. Yi Dongdong a flash to hide behind Tang Yi. Two hands directly clasped Tang Yi's shoulders, shaking Tang Yi's body for a while shaking. Tang Yi looked angrily at Yi Dongdong. What are you doing? I'm most afraid of bugs. You're a big man, what are you afraid of? He's Wei Xiaotian, the prince of Wei group. I'm afraid he'll bully others. What's that got to do with bugs? Anyway, it's just fear. Wei Xiaotian laughed dryly twice as a compensatory smile. Brother Dong, you're in humor again, aren't you? Ha ha ha, with our Wei Xiao together. Or humor is good. Yi Dongdong also followed the laugh. He can guess Wei Xiaotian's intention. Since the last time he saw oil and salt after he should not come back to find himself, and this time, most likely for Wei Zhongtian, Wei Xiao is really powerful through and through. Even the organization can come in. Awesome. Applause. Yi Dongdong pushed Tang Yi. Tang Yi heard it and foolishly hastened to applaud along with it. Ha ha, brother Dong recently found a good horse. Wei Xiaotian always wanted to find something to talk about. At least with Yi Dongdong's over-the-top magical thinking on a level would be good. What did you say? Tang Yi eyes a vertical step forward. A look to put Wei Xiaotian on the spot. I have no relationship with Yi Dongdong. Right, no relationship. Yi Dongdong dryly coughed, and Wei Xiaotian knowingly shut his mouth. That said, how did you get in? Didn't you say that only Alterans can enter this organization? How am I an alien? Wei Xiaotian body back, two hands aspread, and Yi Dongdong will smile. The color of the hands suddenly began to purple up. Joint hands also followed to become larger. Family supernormal abilities are of course also supernormal abilities. Our Wei family is an A-class alien ability family that has always been recognized by the organization. Yes, you don't have to show off your big bug claws here. I'm afraid of bugs. Yi Dongdong pressed one hand onto Wei Xiaotian's insect limb that was about to show its behavior by beckoning changes. Electric arcs flowed in his hand. A cluster of sparks violently burst out. Wei Xiaotian's hand seemed to have been hit, violently flicked downward, and the dissimilarity in his hand immediately followed to stop and change back to its original form. Ha. Wei Xiaotian dryly laughed. This Yi Dongdong sentence is a thorn. This person, if he is not really valuable, the family will not even want him. And the mountain and sea map. Why did the mountain and sea map arrive in the hands of this Yi Dongdong? Not a single movement? By the way, brother Dong, that mountain and sea map that I sent you, it won't be withheld by the police, right? How do you call it withheld? Yi Dongdong's neck sank and his eyes glared. That's called turning it in. As a good citizen, I don't turn in something that dangerous and weird. Do I keep it to be taken by people with evil intentions to get rich? Wei Xiaotian gasped and didn't say anything. Then you came here today. Is there nothing else? If not, I can leave? Yi Dongdong pointed to the building Tang Yi was about to take him to. and at the moment there were already several people gathered downstairs looking at them, obviously somewhat curious. All forgot the most important thing. Wei Xiaotian slapped his head and hurriedly greeted the men behind him as they held up 2 large black boxes. I heard that Brother Dong's funds are blocked. A little bit of thin profit, no honor. Saying that, he had his men open the boxes again, and the big red bills crowded the boxes, which looked really pleasing to the eyes. My father's health has been getting worse and worse lately. He is already in a state of dying. I didn't tell you a few days ago. Now it's already critical. My father wants to see you before he dies, saying that he has something he wants to hand over to you personally. Me? Yi Dongdong pointed his nose and turned his head to look at Tang Yi, who was at a loss for words. The little girl was scared by the battle of this group of bodyguards, and the quality of these bodyguards were all extremely good, as if they were wooden. In the process of Yi Dongdong and Wei Xiaotian's conversation, Tang Yi had been sizing up a few of the bodyguards and this man in the center. What's so good about me calling me for? However, if uncle's health isn't too good, you should be by his side to keep him company. 1. Father insisted on seeing you. Wei Xiaotian sighed and looked at Yi Dongdong with some begging in his eyes. In fact, father wants to see you, but also mainly because he wants you to serve my Wei clan. You know what I mean, right? Uncle wants to see me. I definitely have to go once, but the matter of working for you Wei, I still have to reconsider. Yi Dongdong mused. Father also said that if you refuse to go, Mr. Sunny will only have to wait a little too long for fear of getting impatient. Yi Dongdong frowned fiercely. He simply had to forget about this matter. With Wei Zhongtian's ability, how would it be difficult to discover Sun Yi's friendship with him? But with Wei Zhongtian, that old man's temperament, how could he do such a thing? Sun Yi should still be safe. Sun Yi, he's just an ordinary person. You guys shouldn't let him get involved as well. No, you don't understand, Brother Dong. Ever since the moment you secretly came into contact with the mountain and sea diagram, all of us have been involved. Wei Xiaotian shook his head and pointed outside. The car is right outside. Let's go to the car and talk. Okay? Also good. Yi Dongdong nodded and turned back to take Tang Yi's hand again. This is my best friend. I can take her, right? Tang Yi's eyes widened. When did she become his best friend? Is this the meaning of pulling on the ship of thieves? If you don't want to go, then forget it. After all, this time is Wei's group's small solicitation of me. There's no chance that it will still use the beauty plan. The counter plan, the bitter meat trick or whatever. Hey, when the time comes and the organization turns against each other, I don't think there's anything I can do about it. Yi Dongdong shook his head, stood to Wei Xiaotian's side, reached out towards a bodyguard Kagura, pointed to his clothes. The bodyguard then began to undress in front of everyone. Yi Dongdong put it on, put both hands in front of his body, and stood towards Wei Xiao's side, fussing. How? Is not look not so too, right? If you think I'm ugly in this outfit, don't let me wear it. Tang Yi rolled her eyes furiously. Afraid of you, nodded her head. Then let's go, Mr. Wei. You can rest assured I won't participate in the opinions. It's our Wei's honor. Wei Xiaotian lightly bowed and led the way out. Yi Dongdong rubbed the back of his head. His footsteps were light as he followed Wei Xiaotian to the car. Tang Yi also hesitated for a moment and sat in the back seat of the other car. Do you want to have a drink, Brother Dong? Wei Xiaotian again did not know where to get out a bottle of famous wine to. 2 tall glasses filled, gently shaken. Mellow wine juice stained the pristine walls of the cups. The fragrance of the wine overflowed the car. Drinking will affect the supernormal ability. Yi Dongdong smiled, lit a cigarette, silently lying on his lap and smoked. No way. I usually like to drink a little wine. This winery's wine has not been very famous, but has been our family's exclusive tribute wine merchant for hundreds of years. Wei Xiaotian sipped his wine. His eyes narrowed. Just now in the Shifter Protection Organization he was already doubly stressed. Several different and powerful auras had been watching him. Now that he was out of the compound that had always symbolized resistance and decay, his entire being relaxed. Get to the point. Are you going to keep this from me for much longer? Was the old man eaten by you? Yi Dongdong swallowed clouds and mist. His eyes narrowed as he leaned back and crossed his legs on the back seat. If it wasn't eaten by you, I can't think of any reason why an old centipede that big wouldn't live long. Wei Xiaotian looked surprised and drew his mouth. What makes you think that, Brother Dong? Nonsense. Wei Xiaotian's face was green for a while, but then he seemed to have thought of something and pursed his mouth, just staring straight at Yi Dongdong, his nose gasping for air. My father, he has indeed been in bad health lately, but I don't understand what you mean. That doesn't mean anything. I thought your father told you everything. Yi Dongdong shook his head and said no more, closing his eyes and resting his mind. It seemed that Wei Xiaotian had this intention a long time ago. To eat or not to eat? It was actually a matter of one sentence, one action. Yi Dongdong mentioned at this moment, perhaps rashly, but definitely not too late. I hope to help the old Wei to fight for a few more days of good days. It. Yi Dongdong clearly remembers that the quality of the extremely high and extremely low posture of the old man. Crutch's strong body look young is also absolutely a white-knuckle tough guy, even if it is wrapped in the mountain and sea map of the doppelganger, but also a lordly look. Such an old man. How will it be suddenly stepped into the wind and candles of the old man? The car drove very fast. Plus, the two places are not more than a few thousand meters away from each other. The fleet of vehicles in a while to the door of the Wei group. Wei Young jumped down from the car, ran over to open the door to Yi Dongdong, whose curtness is even more prevalent, but in the eyes of Yi Dongdong but even more so that people want to laugh. Doing so, Sima Yi's heart is known to all, and why is it necessary? It seems that this eventful fall, just because of the kettle of a strength progress and pulled out of the many things, destined to peaceful ending cannot. The kettle is still hidden in his arms and the short sword. The short sword cool, even if it is covered for so long, there is no point to accept the temperature. Yi Dongdong thought about it left and right, or as it was, he stuffed it in his waist and didn't take it out. Chapter 65, All Men Die. Father is on the top floor. Wei Xiaotian personally lead the way. The company employees are all around from a distance, quietly watching. Yi Dongdong saw a few familiar faces. He smiled and nodded his head. Those people were also at a loss for words. Only those few night guards looked like they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were full of amazement and fear. Wei Xiaotian didn't care about those employees, and took a few muslin-like shirts from his men, and folded several of them on his arm to bring them to Yi Dongdong's face. It will be hot on the roof in a while. Father likes the sunlight plus fluorescent lights together, so if we change our clothes now, let's go change first. Yi Dongdong looked around the employees. Most began to avoid lowered their heads, some busy with their own go. Some of them on Wei Xiao repeatedly frequent appearances in the company but with Yi Dongdong such a body full of bizarre newspeople together. Surprised, hesitant to move place, stood still want to see a moment of hilarity. No need, it's fine to change here. Yi Dongdong hadn't waited for the crowd to react. He had already taken off his bare bladder and took the clothes in Wei Xiao's hand, picking them out left and right. These clothes aren't cheap, right? Pure snow silk. Wearing comfortable is good. The price does not matter. Wei Xiaotian laughed. Yi Dongdong's behavior made him feel rude, but he also followed Yi Dongdong to take off his clothes on the spot. A group of henchmen knowingly surrounded him and helped him block the line of sight of the employees. In a moment, if Brother Dong likes it, I'll send someone to send a few pieces over for Brother Dong to wear in the summer. That would be a compliment. Yi Dongdong put on the tool. This clothes are really magical, even if it is thinner than paper, but not at all a touch that will break the feeling, and even also cool attacking the people do not stick to the body at all. Please. Wei Xiaotian invited Yi Dongdong into the elevator. The elevator was still at that speed, and the few people shot towards the top of the building with a bang. Is that office still that desert style? Dry and dry. Can uncle stand it? Father needs exactly that kind of environment. This time Wei Xiao just a short back to look up at the front above. For Yi Dongdong's tiredness has filled his heart. He has long not want to endure anymore. You said today I came here empty-handed. Uncle's body is not good, I should bring something. Yi Dongdong waved his hand. Two hands firmly resentful smile. Wei Yun, don't take offense. Remember to help me explain to Uncle O. Don't worry, father won't care about this. Wei Xiao gritted his teeth and popped out these words from his mouth. How could Wei Zhongtian lack things? Also empty-handed, clearly chilling them, right? Yi Dongdong nodded and stopped talking, waiting for Yi Dongdong's movement for a while, did not wait for the do sound. Wei Xiao surprised swept a glance at Yi Dongdong, found that Yi Dongdong is concentrating on snapping his nails, then dry cough, silently waiting for the elevator to arrive. The elevator reached the top floor. The elevator door slowly opened. It was still the same dark red desert set, only that the interior decor had changed a lot, from the previous modernization to today's more close to the desert. A windswept figure laying on his side on a large bed far away. The person was looking out the window. Sand grains on the foot of the rustling sound. Yi Dongdong several people gently near the bed. Yi Dongdong noticed that the big bed of people really thin exceptionally. Seems to be because of a big disease and thin into this way. But Yi Dongdong heart where there is always a voice in the echo. It must be Wei Xiaotian eat Wei Xiaotian eat Wei Xiaotian eat Wei Xiaotian. Must be Wei Xiaotian ate Wei Zhongtian. Point what? Must be. Yi Dongdong also do not know why such a guess. But according to Wei Zhongtian, Wei family's escalation set of view. If Wei Zhongtian's body is deteriorating, already powerful, there must be an external cause in the, otherwise why would it become this way? In Yi Dongdong's mind the ruthless man who was able to fight the bullhead head-on, now lying on the bed, thin into a lightning bolt, and standing beside himself, this former son of the public, but more and more looked unfathomable, as if overnight grew too much. Regardless of the heart, there was no doubt that there was also strength and psychic abilities. Wei family's supernatural ability is to turn into a big dark red centipede. Yi Dongdong deeply remembered, not knowing how Wei Zhongtian, as a strong member of the Wei clan, would face the remnants of his years? Yi Dongdong just took careful and cautious steps and approached the old man carefully. Who knew if this was a scam by their father and son, simply for that one picture of the mountain and the sea? The mountain and sea map had long since gone out of their hands, and there was no reason for them to do so. However, it could not be said that they did not have a reason to harm themselves. What is the reason for harming others? Dad, I brought Yi Xiao to see you. Wei Xiaotian walked to the bed and spoke softly. Yi Dongdong also stood beside him, quietly looking at the old man in front of him, who seemed to be waking up from a deep sleep and slowly began to roll over. Ah, it's Yi Dongdong coming? A hoarse and abnormal voice came out from the old man's mouth. It seemed that apart from rolling over, talking had become his most consuming exercise. Help me up, ah! Rebellious son. Wei Xiaotian had a jolt, hastily stepped forward, went to help Wei Zhongtian slowly sit up, and gently placed a few down cushions behind Wei Zhongtian's back. The move could not be said to be less thoughtful. The situation, as you can see, I'm already in this state. Wei Zhongtian coughed a few times and said breathlessly, my condition, it may be related to you, but it is by no means the main reason, so we Wei won't blame you. Don't worry about this point. Yi Dongdong nodded. Even if the Wei clan would blame him, now that he was cat in the organization, what could they do to him? It was one thing for Wei Xiaotian to personally go and invite him. It would be another thing if the Wei clan came out in force to arrest him. Yi Dongdong felt that the organization couldn't be so shabby as to allow an alien family to wreak havoc in the alien protection organization at will. Otherwise, what else would it be called? A protection organization? Call it a shifter trafficking center and forget about it. There are some things that don't need much for you to understand. Ever since that time when I saw your psychic abilities and your own temperament as well as your potential, I truly hoped that you would be able to serve me, Wei, or at least that's what I thought at that time. Now I just hope that you can be a friend of our Wei clan. Just this one extravagant hope. So today I beg you. Wei Zhongtian looked at Yi Dongdong with his dim eyes open. Opening his mouth was laborious, but he actually said so many words. Wei Zhongtian stretched out his hand in the direction of Yi Dongdong's hand. Yi Dongdong did not choose to pull, just stood in place, calmly looking at Wei Zhongtian. I beg you, don't be our Wei's enemy. At least, don't go against Xiao Tian. Just don't. You've taken our favors as well. Wei Zhongtian coughed vehemently twice. His hand fell on the bed, and the person gasped breathlessly, looking at the ceiling. Even if it's to transform into my return form, I don't have much time left, so I beg you, be Wei's friend, let Xiao Tian follow you. He's in need of a capable cadre right now, a strong and clear-eyed person who can lead him to know right from wrong. I only think you're the most suitable. Those few are too bad. Besides you there is a Yin Yang I by then, but he doesn't have any combat power and isn't able to protect Xiao Tian at critical moments. You say, am I right? Yi Dongdong sighed. People will die. His words are also good. He can understand Wei Zhongtian in order to his son in the future can be better and fee a piece of hard work. A big company boss actually can also bend down to beg him, just for a word of friends. This sincerity of 1,000 gold to buy a horse's bones. Yi Dongdong saw. Can you leave me and uncle alone for a while? Yi Dongdong said to everyone. Go out you guys. Let's talk alone for a while. Wei Xiaotian waved his hand. A few bodyguards leaned down and bowed, retreating. There was a lot of space indoors, and they stood at the elevator entrance, not knowing if they felt there was exactly enough space to stay and protect their boss or wait for Wei Xiaotian to go down with them. You too. Wei Zhongtian looked up at Wei Xiaotian. Wei Xiaotian quizzically cocked his head and saw his father's stern and serious expression. He could only nod and also followed the steps of a few bodyguards and walked into the elevator. The elevator numbers jumped and a few people had already begun to slowly go down the line. Aren't you afraid that I'll get you killed right now? A matter of a second. Yi Dongdong suspiciously looked at Wei Zhongtian. Where did he get the confidence? He himself had gotten into a lot of trouble that day because of Wei Zhongtian, and the things Wei Zhongtian himself had messed up for him had also made him quite displeased. A situation that the two should both be able to understand. Not afraid, because I know it's time to talk about the terms now. Wei Zhongtian reluctantly laughed. His head tilted back. No sound could come out of his throat. He just laughed silently and dryly there. It looked even more oozing. Yi Dongdong skimmed his mouth, pulling a stool from the side over to sit down. Your family's way of becoming stronger is the first time I heard of it. I'm just curious. How did you become like this now? Yi Dongdong touched his head. How about eating one of your own fingers? Or eat an appendix? Eat an appendix? Sometimes devouring yourself is just the most hopeless method, but it's useless for me to eat anything now. That's why I'm like this. Ha! Wei Zhongtian laughed and raised his hand, using his other hand to laboriously lift it up, shaking off the meat on his hand and said, even Xiaotian can't digest me in human form. I can no longer use my family's supernormal abilities. Becoming like this now, it was meant to be inevitable. All people have a death. Think about it. Alas. Yi Dongdong's eyes widened in amazement. He had thought that his words could make Wei Xiaotian at least angry enough to spit out blood. What conditions are you going to give me? You know, I'm going to have to hide for a while now, even though things really aren't my doing. But there's no explanation at all. Yi Dongdong spread his hands. We can help you hide from the wind this time. We just need to compensate the families of all the graves dug up in the cemetery with enough money to satisfy them. Wei Xiaotian waved his hand. These questions it's simply insulting his Wei clan's financial strength. Seeing Wei Zhongtian's face full of disgusted looks, Yi Dongdong knew that these two fathers and sons absolutely did not like others questioning their lack of money. What I want is not money. Money we happen to have plenty of. There are some things that money can't buy. Chapter 66, Wei's Mission. The mountain and sea map is what I bought. I want the specific method of your Wei clan's transformation ability. Yi Dongdong finished this. Wei Zhongtian silent, pursed his lips and looked at the ceiling. Seems to have anticipated this situation. In the same way, in the nostrils out of breath, in the eyes look helpless. This is not a supernatural ability. This is a curse. Is it that you have arrived? I look like this. Only happy? Wei Xiaotian did not know where to get the strength. Suddenly speak also have the strength. Towards Yi Dongdong shouted. Look at me. Take a look at me. How tortured. How miserable. Do you also want me like this? Do you also want me to be like this? As time passed, Wei Zhongtian's power seemed to be fading. The color in Wei Zhongtian's eyes seemed to be darkening as well. Forget it. You don't understand. You don't understand. Wei Zhongtian slowly said and closed his eyes. Yi Dongdong froze, slowly stretched out his hand, gently toward Wei Zhongtian's nose. If you can't feel the breath, Yi Dongdong may once again be involved in another big thing. This thing is comparable to digging a pit. Still can't die. Wei Zhongtian grunted in the nose. Yi Dongdong depressed rolled his eyes. What like a return to the West. I'm just tired, talking to you with my eyes closed. You speak. You speak. Yi Dongdong instantly nodded his head and waist up. He admired in his feeling, this is an old man back from the dead and Wei Zhongtian is really cow or can also be said to be bored. You continue to say, I listen carefully. Wei Zhongtian grunted again after listening with satisfaction, took a long breath, his mouth opened, and began to inhale again with a heavy airway friction sound. I'm going to die soon, but Xiao Tian is still young, Wei Zhongtian said again word by word. Yi Dongdong was speechless. Is this a common disease among the elderly? But Wei is now facing the only big chance in hundreds, if not thousands of years. It's right at hand, within reach, or rubbing shoulders, so I need you to help Xiao Tian, to go and help him take it all. It's okay to say it. You're not going to be able to get there on your own. I don't know if you've ever heard of Zhenwu? At this time there seems to be an invisible fuse that is about to break pressed on the tip of Yi Dongdong's heart, jumping from time to time, provoking Yi Dongdong as much as one Wei Zhongtian said this thing. Could it be that thing? Tang Yi mentioned that thing? True martial arts? What is that? Yi Dongdong shook his head and raised his hand. A large handprint of green thunder emerged on his hand, and the thunder fire blazed up. Is it this? No, 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 it's far more than that. The martial arts are far and wide. Wei Zhongtian shook his head with difficulty, turned his head to look out the window and said, look at that cloud. What comes to mind? Water vapor? Yi Dongdong replied with an odd expression on his face. Wei Zhongtian's eyebrows jumped. His mouth bulged twice, and he seemed to be taking another breath. What else can be thought of? More deeply? I can think of the wind that pushes in its wake. Yi Dongdong pressed his head and said, stayed for a while and then seemed to remember something, added again, and rain, water, weight, presence, atmosphere, weather forecaster? You have a clear mind, so let's start with your mind, like the wind you mentioned. Wei Zhongtian slowly traced a trail in the air with his hand. Wind, what's driving it? Yi Dongdong shook his head. Then suddenly remembered that he had once learned about wind in junior high school, so he immediately answered again. Airflow relative motion. Right, that's the science of scientists. You're a psychic. Do you still have to bother about science? Wei Zhongtian didn't get angry, yet he didn't laugh either. Always speaking in that light tone, his emotions didn't seem to have changed much. Like I said, it's from a deep level to think and pursue. Fortunately, he did not seem to have much emotion. Anyway, Yi Dongdong also do not want to know his emotions. If you know, then does not mean that Wei Zhongtian old man does not know at what time has long been unaware of the wine cold? Then he is to go to call Wei Xiaotian's number? Or directly retreat good? Yi Dongdong speechless, and let him go from a deeper level to see the problem. These superiors always like to engage in some mysterious things out, so that people cannot guess. Dao cannot say. Could it be some kind of powerful existence? Yi Dongdong cupped his chin and thought for a long time and held back such a sentence. He. Wei Zhongtian laughed in a rare moment. It can be interpreted like this. In fact, Xiao Tian also said like you did at that time, but he was able to think of this place when he was 5 years old. Speaking of this, Wei Zhongtian's face revealed a slight pleased smile, as if he was thinking of his capable son, the lovable handsome son? Smile your sister. Your son thinking of eating you believe it or not? Yi Dongdong thought in his heart. It is the potential to move the wind, due to become rain, after the spirit. Wei Zhongtian finally is explaining once what he himself said, that metaphysical thing. The beginning of all things is potential. Because of potential, there is heaven and earth, mountains and water. Because there is potential, there is the sun, moon, and stars. Potential exists in this world or anywhere outside this world. All things can be explained by potential. Everything in fact, is potential. Fortunately, Yi Dongdong's mental quality is excellent. Otherwise the cold sweat is going to stay. How? Is this brainwashing himself? Next is not to give examples? Look for example, the clouds outside the window. There is a wind potential to push the wind. Go cloud. Sunlight, out of the clear white potential. So not rain, but if it is the precipitation potential contained in it, then there is a water chi with its matching, to the right time, naturally descending down. Wei Zhongtian finished his words, slowly turned his head, paused for a while, looked towards Yi Dongdong. The knot in his throat saved up and down a bit, opened his mouth, and was about to start the next sentence. Wait. Yi Dongdong hastily reached out to interrupt. He did not want to listen to these. He was afraid that he would fall asleep. More afraid that he could not control a moment to jump up and then step on people's newly replaced glass flying out. Needless to say, the reason I understand. Everything in heaven and earth is potential. Potential wherever. Want to explain how to explain a sacred thing? You just go on and say it. Wei Zhongtian was stifled in his words, naturally a little depressed, but feeling Yi Dongdong's emotional excitement and listening to his words, Wei Zhongtian knew that what he had said might have induced boredom in this good seedling, powerful yet ignorant young man. I have a journey here, far away to the no man's land, to explore the secrets of death. It is very likely that there will be a great harvest as a result. I wonder if you are willing to go. If you go, Wei will provide you with everything you need. All you have to do is to protect Xiao Tian. Wei Zhongtian's single knife straight to the heart, always sharp and dry to say the central theme of these words to. Wei Zhongtian may also know. Say these for a person who has not been exposed to these cultures at all, especially Yi Dongdong in his view is not very human. Sometimes more like a lone strong man, sometimes like a boring to the extreme psychosis. Yi Dongdong's eyes turned, lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Look, the mission stated by the organization in Wei, could it be the same? One is to explore the secrets of ancient martial arts. One is to explore the secrets of potential. It doesn't seem to be different. Maybe it's the same. It's the same. Maybe they both knew that they had already mastered each other's secrets, but they were unaware of it, and each of them expanded their manpower in anticipation of the competition. Or maybe they do not know each other, have already mastered the same information. Yi Dongdong is because as a wallgrass and obtained these should not be transparent information? Yi Dongdong didn't know, but Yi Dongdong felt that he should make a choice. Perhaps now. Will you go? I was once fortunate enough to go there once when I was young. That time I went to nearly more than 100 people, but left me and another person back. After returning, but I obtained the best way to improve our Wei's supernormal ability, has been used to this day. I believe that you also have some things that are needed, but it is likely that this world cannot be found. Perhaps there are some things that want to think about it clearly, but there is no one who can give you the answer to it. Are able to go and try it. Wei Zhongtian said with earnest words. His body had long sat up at some point. This was an excellent opportunity to strengthen himself. There were infinite riches there, and opportunities to become stronger. All kinds of possibilities. Talking a bit too metaphysical, right? Yi Dongdong frowned. Wei Zhongtian can go to be a network writer. He heard that network writers are all the most capable of talking nonsense. A pull is a train. But from today Yi Dongdong has despised the so-called most capable of talking nonsense network writers. The strongest king of blind bull ***** is here. Wei Zhongtian. Wei Zhongtian said really too mysterious point, and there is no evidence, which makes people how to believe. But according to Wei Zhongtian, only he came back with another person. That other person, could it be? Yi Dongdong remembered the man in the organization who always wore a gangly smile. There was no way not to think of him. In terms of strength, in terms of age, he seemed to be a good match. This matter allows me to reconsider it. Yi Dongdong pretended to ponder. When is the latest time to give you an answer? There are still 4 days before we have to depart. To be honest, I had already given up on the idea of inviting you, but you happen to commit such a not so small thing at this time. This is really God blessing my way. He. Wei Zhongtian smiled gratefully, originally full of wrinkles, at this time as if wrinkled into a piece of some kind of animal offal. Can shabu shabu eat the kind of? Yi Dongdong looked at the heart. Wei Xiao Tian in the past so domineering, must have caused a lot of things to Wei Zhongtian, but also let the old man off in trouble. And now Wei Zhongtian body in the dying but still for Wei Xiaotian, and think about it. And even go so far as to go to beg for once sinned against the family of the great thieves. And staying a little while longer, he was afraid that he would really have to resist asking Wei Zhongtian and Li Long what kind of relationship they really had. Alright then, I know. I'll give you an answer in 3 days. Then go back and think about it more. I'm tired. Wei Zhongtian was not polite and directly gave his expulsion order. Chapter 67, Yi Dongdong's Choice. Yi Dongdong grinned. This is good. He also saved ink. Then I'll leave. Uncle. Go. When you go back, think more. What is the most important thing for us aliens? In the end, no longer looking back. Yi Dongdong nodded deeply, turned around and walked into the elevator. The most important thing? Of course it was longevity. Having a young lifespan in order to continue to become stronger. On the way to become handsome and strong and invincible further and further. Lao Zi's wish can be longevity from the beginning to the end. Maybe if I give 10 kings of Yen Luo a yearly meeting together, this wish will come true. Yi Dongdong sat in the elevator and disappeared into the room on the top floor. Wei Zhongtian could no longer restrain his face. The expression on the face, full of wrinkles at the moment, and changed the kind of arc, upward, bizarrely up. He looked at his body, seems to be on the verge of death. Feel this state. The heart of the comfort has long been straight to the clouds. Not to break, not to stand. Not to break, not to stand. How can one stand without breaking? The most important thing for the alien, of course, is the strength. Yi Dongdong straight down to the flat ground. Si Wei Xiaotian and Wei Xiaotian briefly explained a few sentences, and then finally found the mandatory overtime for 2 days and 2 nights. Sunny. At this time Sunny is already full of black bags under the eyes. A look of hopelessness in the game. Minesweeper. Sunny. Wei Xiaotian's voice rang out in the brand new and spacious office, echoing sharply. Your overtime is up. You can leave work now. Is lying in front of the computer holding the mouse. 1 by 1 point. Sunny suddenly a jolt, turned back violently, almost fell down from the leather chair. After a violent panic, a scream. Then Sunny also instantly played out the advantages of his years of IT dog and skillful skills, mouse and keyboard in an instant to complete a certain unknown operation, only to see the computer's screen has long been no Minesweeper dialog box, not to mention a lot of things that should not be there, and in its place are some tables. Many tables, flyheads of small letters densely packed. You're still really diligent. Yi Dongdong sighed in relief and walked forward to put a hand on Sun Yi's shoulder and set him up. There was the sound of paper turning pages, and Wei Xiaotian beside him was talking. General Manager of the Western Region, Sun Yi, because he worked overtime alone for 2 days and 2 nights for the company to deal with the extremely important and large amount of urgent information. He is hereby approved for a 2-month vacation and a bonus of $2,300,000. Overtime pay so high? Sunny waited a long time ago. It is difficult to raise his eyes to look at Wei Xiaotian. See, it is Wei Xiao. Sunny is very dissatisfied, skimmed his mouth, but did not say anything. It's just overtime pay. Sun Manager, first go back to rest. I hope we have the opportunity to continue to cooperate in the future. Wei Xiao gently bowed, not very low, but also some arc, making way for the way out. Yi Dongdong glanced at Wei Xiaotian, dripping with water. He should be a character in the future. Now he scrutinized Wei Xiaotian's eyes had obviously changed too much. The Wei clan was perhaps originally supposed to be like that, or perhaps their growth goal was originally to be lords. Sun Yi hazily nodded, considered to be a response. Lying on Yi Dongdong's back slowly slept. Yi Dongdong's heart has mixed feelings, watching his best friend being tortured like this, and he can't say anything. It's really hard in his heart. And about that mission. In fact, when he went downstairs, he had already thought about everything. Not with the organization, with Wei. If he wanted to protect people he knew well in the organization, then he would have to be in the Wei clan, which was a rival camp. If he wanted to learn more comprehensive news, then he would also have to be in the Wei's camp, which had more financial power. If one wanted to react to Wei's small moves in the first place, then following Wei was clearly the wisest choice. Of course, the premise was that Wei Zhongtian and Wei Xiaotian didn't know that he had actually known that the organization would be going to this thing as well. Like everyone else, Yi Dongdong also wants all the benefits. It's one word, greed. But Yi Dongdong also has human nature. Yi Dongdong think, this is the most different place between him and Wei Zhongtian and Wei Xiaotian. Human nature. It may be with Wei Zhongtian said things, and can be some relationship exists, but Yi Dongdong at the moment do not want to think so much. His back is carrying a person at the moment, although not life-threatening but was alive, tortured, tired to exhaustion, was forced to overnight the nearly 30-year-old frail man. Just now with Wei Zhongtian's conversation, he has not mentioned Sun Yi, because really did not find the opportunity. More do not want to let Sun Yi also involved in this more and more confusing things. But then downstairs after he saw the appearance of Sun Yi, he understood, but all involved, cannot get out. Even if just an ordinary person Sun Yi Yi Dongdong already don't want to pursue Sunny in the end because of what reason was Wei Xiaotian left behind to work overtime for 2 days and 2 nights. He now only want a Sunny hurry to take away from here. Brother Dong, how is it you? Sunny is confused and awakened by Yi Dongdong's rapid pace, shaking his head and saying, how come it's not me? Yi Dongdang returned without good humor. Can't it still be that buck-toothed Hazel? The kind with big long legs and a big long face? Ha. Let me tell you, when I speak now, I want to vomit. After Sunny said this, he really did work quite hard to inhale deeply several times to relieve it. I'm about to throw up on your shoulder. Give me a cigarette. I'll suppress it. What time is it for you to still think about smoking? Yi Dongdong was shocked. There were such strange people in the world. He'll die before he can live. You do not understand. The most important overnight is the smoke. The office does not allow smoking. Otherwise I am even dry 5 days and 5 nights. Are the same as playing a cigarette down. The gods do not block the road. Sunny yanked his neck and shouted, took over the coveted cigarettes handed over by Yi Dongdong. Yi Dongdong took great pains to pull out the lighter from his pocket and lighted it up, and the old gods on his shoulders began to gulp down clouds and fog in the old gods. Hey, can't, years old, think of the years, even pack 5 days of lodging, as if crossing the road is easy. Sunny squinted his eyes and looked ahead, seemingly thinking about things that happened a long time ago, and it was vivid in front of his eyes. Fiercely patted Yi Dongdong's shoulder, sighed, brother you came, it's good what things are gone on. Yi Dongdong heard this, slowly stood still. Back Sunny stood on the side of the road, surrounded by cars. The two people's posture is a little too strange. There will always be someone to pay attention, but everyone will quickly forget. You don't worry, this thing is blamed on me. In the future, I will also definitely get this scene back, I promise. Good, there is no field that Brother Dong wants to find that he can't get back. Sunny smiled with satisfaction. So many years of classmates and brothers, what they want to say, simply put don't need to say it, only need an action, an expression, or even just an emotion. Yi Dongdong surely also can understand all. In turn, naturally, he believed that Yi Dongdong must have his reasons for holding back. Of course, Yi Dongdong will also give him the answer. No matter how long after, having gotten the answer that each wanted, Yi Dongdong's footsteps were once again firm, and the two of them looked for a car and headed straight towards the landmark Nyoto de Xian Temple. Chapter 68, vainly, in the Wei Group building. Dad, do you really want Yi Dongdong to come with us? Wei Xiaotian sat on a large greenish-purple crosschair, slowly tapping the wooden chair handle with his fingertips. Yi Dongdong's fighting strength is indeed not bad, and his supernatural ability can always surprise people. About the level and analysis of his supernatural ability I've already entrusted someone to get it from the organization. To be honest, I'm not very convinced by that result. Oh, how? How so? Wei Zhongtian was still, with that weathered look. Saying words were laborious. He raised his finger and instructed Wei Xiaotian to hurry up and continue. Wei Xiaotian nodded and said, first of all, Yi Dongdong was rated as an S-class alien. I think this should be the correct rating. Then there is the control of objects alien ability. And what the heavenly thunder rolling something or other Dao. Basically the only thing my informant can get is the video. Yi Dongdong. In vain, it seems to me. Wei Xiaotian cupped his chin and lit a cigar, and from the pocket touched out a handed to the old man who looks like it has long been to the watershed of life and death. The old man's eyebrows jumped, grinning gripped, sucked up. A face full of age spots looks especially alarming. You despise him, just because that he and your 4 minions retch together then, or 4 minions retch as a whole then. In fact, Yi Dongdong's usefulness is far more than just fighting so a road. Do not use the poor. Wei Zhongtian smoking a cigar, squinting his eyes and pouting, with a look of enjoying the rest of the pleasure. According to my opinion, he is bound to come to us, we and the organization, even if the discussion will not have this tacit understanding of the situation, and this happens to be such a number of not too stable ace pushed into our hands. Yi Dongdong still have secrets. Ha, Dad is still a treasure sword. Wei Xiaotian laughed, very cheerful. The elevator door slowly opened. The glowing shiny like bright metal that was polished several times a day reflected the luster. A pair of snow-white long legs slowly stepped in, underneath wearing a pair of snow-white sneakers with flat bottom. A big red cheongsam wrapped around the body that was not plump but rather appeared to be slimmed down excessively, like a bamboo worm coming out of the elevator but with a stunningly beautiful face. This was the beauty that filled people with contradictions when they took a look at it as this one walked out of the elevator. Coming, the one just now. See, I saw him. Dad, brother, the one just now. Is that Yi Dongdong? Wei Zhongtian nodded and continued to turn to talk to Wei Xiaotian. Wei Xiaotian slowly inhaled smoke, looking at the girl in front of him. This is not his own sister, but only a half-sister with the family sister. I did not think that so many years actually also fell so beautiful. Looking at the barren body to let a person pity the body thin into this way. Perhaps there will be a difference, some fun, right? Thinking of this, Wei Xiaotian's lips seemed to be a little dry. He licked it and looked at the girl with a gaze full of provocation. My brother, it's been a long time, you're still as handsome and suave as ever. My sister, it's been a long time, I wish the last time we parted was nothing more than last night. The two looked at each other and smiled. This smile might be the smile that everyone had been waiting for a long time, but in the end, it couldn't be what Wei Zhongtian was expecting. Their two siblings' relationship would never be. Wei Zhongtian had a sweet fishy taste in his mouth. Was there blood coming up again? Retribution can only be described as retribution. Speaking of these two siblings, Wei Zhongtian would always sigh heavily on a long breath. Wei Xiaotian, since childhood gifted because he was the crown prince of the family, so also always stood at the forefront of strength and intelligence, subject to the best education, enjoy the best resources, good fertilizer out of good seedlings. Wei Xiaotian's strong rise, in the eyes of all the giants, that is inevitable. Wei Lan is said to be Wei Zhongtian young when he went overseas to explore a certain relics when he met Wei Lan's mother. The two are a pair of standard lovebirds. One night later, each went their own way, and then I do not know what happened, leaving only 18 or 19-year-old Wei Lan alone with the bloodline belonging to the Wei family to find the door. And then it is to create a different from her brother Wei Xiaotian another strong takeoff road. Wei Xiaotian, Wei Lan, known as the Wei family dragon in Phoenix, but why say it with a sigh? This thing will always be only the three of them can stay in the heart. One more person knows. I'm afraid that the sky will be struck by lightning. Wei Lan and Wei Xiaotian used to be a couple. 4 years ago that hot and dizzying summer led to such a sinful relationship. With a red plaid shirt on top and jeans underneath, carrying a small duffel bag, and a cute ponytail exposed by a playful duck-tongued cap, Wei Lan came to the city and asked everyone, "Hello, is this the Weimin Industrial Group?" After that, the fruit really still let her smell little by little, and really found the Weimin Industrial Group's headquarters building. When she raised her head to look up at this towering building, she was deeply shocked. What's the matter here? The staff sat at the reception desk on a daily basis, dealing with all sorts of odd questions one after another. Wei Lan nodded and pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket that was already wet with sweat. The script on it was vaguely distinguishable. I'm here to find Wei Zhongtian. Who is Wei Zhongtian? The staff frowned, some puzzled look. Can everyone come to find the old boss to bother the old boss? There must be a few hurdles to be right. Little sister, sure you didn't come to the wrong place? No way. This is not Weimin Industrial? Yes. Looking for this, Wei Zhongtian? What for? I can help you find the police so they can find it for you. Oh, if it's not here then maybe mom remembered it wrong. He's my dad. I came to look for him. Wei Lan knocked her head as if she was blaming her own memory, sighed quietly, and was about to turn around and leave when she heard some anxious greetings behind her. Hey, don't go little sister. We can help you. The staff gulped. In fact, this kind of small matter is still not necessary to bother the old boss. But who let them? Wei's bloodline is wide. Wei Zhongtian didn't have much else, just many illegitimate children. If Wei's is alive for decades legitimate strong buffalo, then the past to find Wei Zhongtian recognized father of all illegitimate children. In fact, are considered to be stung in Wei's solid arm mosquito. Some are big, some are small, but all are sucking Wei's blood. Sucking this does not matter, but it will make people upset. If the buffalo does not care, then the mosquitoes on his body will be more and more. There will never be any peace. But this kind of thing of intercepting Wei clan personnel, the workers still didn't dare to do it. Seriously pulled out a form and pretended to start filling in Wei Lan's information. Your name is Wei Lan? Yeah. Wei Lan nodded obediently, hands behind his back, earnestly waiting for the staff to help him find traces of his old father who had been lost for many years. Coincidentally, Wei Xiaotian was addicted to video games at that time, and the top floor office at that time had more than 100 square feet filled with various computer game books and other game aids. Wei Xiaotian seems to have little talent for online games, so he had to buy a variety of auxiliary items to help improve his level. Wei Xiaotian had just opened the elevator door and came out, when he saw the naive girl Wei Lan standing in front of the consulting desk with nothing to do, swaying left and right. Chapter 69, The Iron-Hearted Sun E. The first time Wei Xiaotian saw her, he felt an inexplicable familiarity. Affection, is the feeling of first love? Wei Xiaotian thought so. Ponytails, jeans, a face without decoration, a thin body. Wei Xiaotian may be the spermatozoa. Instantly understand the meaning of their own hearts. Hey, then what for? Wei Xiaotian gave a cold shout, startling all the staff at the counseling office to turn their heads together to look at him, and when they saw that it was Wei Xiao, they hurriedly lowered their heads again and continued to bury their heads in the sand. Can't you see that there are still a lot of people lined up behind you? What are you doing? There's no fooling around here. The staff member who was helping Wei Lan inquire about Wei Zhongtian's information sheepishly looked up at Wei Xiao's glowing eyes, and in his heart, he had already understood Wei Xiao's mind. Wei Xiao, it's her. You're saying that your father is also her father. Ha! Wei Xiao Tian had already thought of a good script all by this small staff disrupted. Wei Xiao Tian some messy. This is a come to recognize his father? What's your name? My name is Wei Lan. Wei Lan smiled and nodded. Your name is Wei Xiao? Then do you know Wei Zhongtian? Oh, recognize I do. Wei Xiao Tian laughed dryly a few times. How could a fool come? And wanting to hug their Wei's biggest thigh? You come with me. I'll take you to him. He happens to be here today. Really? Wei Lan's big eyes smiled into a crescent moon, happily rushed forward and hugged Wei Xiao Tian's arm and shook it excitedly. It's too good to be true. Hurry up to me and find him. Ahem. You come with me. So many people watching. Wei Xiao Tian somehow, no previous dominance and openness, always feels some embarrassment. As for these useless emotions where to come, Wei Xiaotian is still full of thoughts about taking off the clothes and then think of other. Wei Zhongtian is a very strange person. If it's his child, then the body should be a little different. Once Wei Lan heard this, she was finally put on a tranquilizer, and quite obediently just walked with Wei Xiaotian into the elevator that Wei Xiaotian had just come out of once again. There's no doctor around today. Let me help you check your body. If it's true, then Wei Zhongtian will definitely be very happy. Wei Xiaotian smiled kindly and touched Wei Lan's little head. As soon as he got close to Wei Lan he could smell a fresh and fruity scent. It was a scent that a girl and not a woman could have. He hadn't smelled it for a while now. Okay, with Big Brother, it feels like I'm happy. Okay, here it is, let's just check here. Then later on, it was Wei Zhongtian who furiously rushed up to the top floor and found Wei Xiaotian, and Wei Lan who had already had a drastic change in temperament. But after that incident, Wei Lan took the initiative to find the father and son again and personally spoke words of forgiveness, saying that it was all nothing more than a misunderstanding. Wei Zhongtian for this matter directly silent. At that time a group of employees almost all were secretly disposed of. After Wei Lan's character is no longer back to just come when the stock of pure naivety seems to have changed, and this stranger who occupied Wei Lan's spirit actually began to connect with Wei Xiaotian emotionally again. Wei Zhongtian did not want to think about this matter. Once he thought about it, he felt like he would shed tears, heart-wrenching pain, so he often talked about karma, and the whole person also showed more and more gentle and kind. Somewhere, out of the corner of the hidden area of surveillance and inspection, Yi Dongdong and Sunny are feasting. So, you are one of the last few people left from the group of people who knew about this? You could say that, because over the years the company has never treated us old employees as human beings, always doing the heaviest work and getting the lowest wages, so why don't you leave? Binding contract. Yi Dongdong nodded with understanding. No wonder Sunny is obviously a general manager, but still has to go out and do all kinds of odd jobs. The beauty of the name is actually a part-time job, can't be idle. The result is that he can't afford to eat. Why don't you follow me in the future? I'll pay you a salary, and you'll definitely be able to eat. You're not looking at my settlement money, are you? I'm telling you, don't hit on my money. Sunny hurriedly hugged his cell phone. The latest model was pinched so tightly by him without the slightest connection that it even showed signs of cracking. This money is very little. It's to help me prepare for this period of time when I can't find a job. Wei still has a bit of a conscience, and those who come out of Wei's are usually coaxed, so I'll just pick and choose. Okay, if you say it's yours it's yours. It's not like I'm going to take it. Yi Dongdong spread his hands and said, which other company would want you anymore? You don't think about it, the person Wei opened up would indeed be coaxed, but you're not the same. Besides Wei, no one dares to take you anymore. What are you talking about? How could no one want me? Sun Yi is puzzled, but looking at Yi Dongdong's appearance there isn't much change. Could it be that there is something else that is hidden that was actually bumped into by himself? All this era, Wei's always not to let people live for such a little secret, right? With you said you will not believe, then you go to try it yourself. Yi Dongdong took a big bite of the chicken leg in her hand. This is the marinated flavor that Sunny went to the convenience store to buy. This kind of thing, only when there is no time and no place to eat. Eating it will feel extra sweet. In case you go and you don't have a tight mouth, what should we do? The batch we left behind were all tested over by Wei's various tests. Could it be that Wei's own test? Even she doesn't believe in herself? Yi Dongdong shook his head and laughed. How can you believe? And it's not your wife beside you. Your dad. But me. What's wrong with you multiple tails? Sunny was a bit furious and opened his cell phone to look for it bit by bit. He began to start looking at jobs online on his cell phone, hoping to start his new life again. There are always a lot of bosses and companies posting some recruitment information on various different software on the cell phone. What Sunny is looking for is those companies that can slightly match his identity and ability, so that the advantage of his origin from Wei's can also be perfectly played out. Perhaps some of his own abilities in takeaway information can also generate a lot of revenue for the new company. Sun Yi was ironclad. 40 minutes later, Sun Yi gave up. The phone was casually thrown on the ground by him. Sun Yi whole person sitting on the ground against the wall. A series of half a box of cigarettes. Sun Yi's throat hurt like hell. He could not speak out words, and he did not want to speak again. Sure enough, it's Wei. The hand is ruthless. Not only did the personnel drive away, but also in advance with all the units that might need his position had long been greeted. At the beginning all promised well. Wei's golden sign on top of his head. Sunny smoothly has ordered a lot of interviews for new jobs, and then waited to record the news. The moment Sun Yi's name appeared, all of it collapsed altogether. At first it was all quite a surprise. There was an urge like picking up a treasure, and the scenes of bosses holding employees chatting abounded. Then after, Sunny began a small amount of spit out their own in Wei Min is a certain identity. About the confidentiality and the company size of the affairs of some understanding, Sunny also began to slowly spit out. This is supposed to be a necessary program when a high-level job hopping. Chapter 70, Leland's speech. At this time began to have a part of the employer began to retreat. Some worried about not being able to keep Sun Yi. Some simply cannot afford to mess with Wei. Even if Wei's body fell off the carrion, ate a great tonic, they don't dare to eat it, and that part of the company doesn't have the guts to do so. The remaining part is the tougher second-rate and third-rate enterprises in this city. They were all harboring huge expectations for Sun Yi's trip. Even the positions, salaries, and even various conditions were all clearly stated. All thinking of signing the contract quickly and tethering this unknown executive who just jumped out from the Wei Group. All of the above belongs to a very normal category. However, the next fill-in personal information link. Sunny faces only one result after all. No one slightly larger company is willing to want him. No reason. Connecting the mouth are lazy to find. Some will also be curious to ask a couple of sentences. After getting Sun Yi's answer, but also resentful gray color avatar. How far to avoid how far? Sunny was going to Yi Dong Dong a good scolding, but he next is to see even recruitment software can be seen in the advertisement information a wanted suspects Yi Dong Dong. Bounty 200, 000 soft sister coins. What have you done again, big brother? Sunny a burst of speechless. He has been bad enough. Why Yi Dong Dong's side has also become a street rat. Then wouldn't both of them have no hope from now on for anyone? I was wrongly accused. Yi Dong Dong a tongue. Sunny cold snort. Did not take it seriously. Here is a thing. Is a Rideways car. Directly out of the country kind. You have to go with me. Me? Wei? Are you kidding? Sunny pointed to his nose, some hard to believe, but years of work experience, and told him, Wei's anything to do out. So they are the city's eternal giant. How to change the order of sweet dates and slaps actually does not matter. The most important thing is that this matter is said by Yi Dong Dong. What is this situation? This world. In addition to normal humans, there are actually certain special races of people. Yi Dong Dong said as calmly as possible, constantly carefully observing Sun Yi's emotions, except for his facial expression, which was weird. Everything else looked normal. Okay. You are racist? Sun Yi's eyebrows furrowed into a figure 8, and his head was tilted. It was obvious that he felt that his guess was very biased, but he had to ask this question. I didn't. Yi Zhangdong wanted to wipe his sweat. This was a bit far off. Then, supernormal capabilities? Yes, worthy of being his own brother. Guessed right the second time. Yi Dongdong's heart rejoiced. This is something to talk about. Actually, you are the one with supernormal capabilities? Sunny snatched the question. Right. Yi Dongdong's two hands were one, but looking at Sun Yi or that expression, he knew that this kid was flirting with him. Simply he wouldn't believe it. This way Sunny nodded and went to look at his cell phone again. At this moment Yi Dongdong is very embarrassed. Touched a soft nail. Sunny simply do not agree with him to continue to say the appearance of the next. Himself no matter what to say. Sunny estimate will only say, For a moment Yi Dongdong's thoughts seemed to become a messy hemp. Pulling constantly. Sunny slowly turned down the wanted notice. Faces more and more grim and dramatic. Yi Dongdong? Internet cafe imprisonment of mental patients? Intimidation? Threatening? Tomb raiding? Sunny looked up at Yi Dongdong, only to see Yi Dongdong was drumming a blank space in front of him, his hand in the air pointing and drawing like. Seeing Sunny turn his head, immediately changed to yawn up. Psychotic tendency? Sunny gulps his saliva, a million horses racing thoughts dancing wildly in his mind. He violently stood up and inhaled deeply. Next to him Yi Dongdong also followed along. Now I understand what you said. Sunny cupped Yi Dongdong's shoulders, looked squarely into Yi Dongdong's eyes and said, I believe in you all the time. You are my best brother. Always. Yi Dongdong froze. Half a day did not slow down. Finally he let out a long breath. Sunny, Sunny, are you finally smart? Even if you have a mental illness, I will still take good care of you and won't let them wrong you. Ha, no, actually I'll just. Yi Dongdong very laboriously pulled out a finger from Sun Yi's embrace, before the sparks ignited. It was interrupted by Sun Yi's angry roar again. Listen to me. Sunny took out his cell phone, nodded his head rapidly, and finally scratched out a page of balance figures. A delightful number of zeros stood obediently behind it, and seeing this number, Yi Dongdong was obviously stumped for a moment as well. No one can hurt you. Don't be afraid. This money, let's take it for a quickie. Let's not think about anything, okay? It's not good to tell the truth. Yi Dongdong attitude softened. This is what this old boy said himself. Ha. What's not good? Go. Let's leave here first. Good. Go. Both people have more or less a strange mood in their hearts, and is filled with a slow pride and excitement. Yi Dongdong's invitation also ended without a trace. Sun Yi's job. Naturally, there is no hope again. Where there are fewer people, the two people began to drill up to where they were. Due to Yi Dongdong's sudden departure, the side of the Alien Protection Organization is also suddenly lively like a pot exploding. The news of the relic was brought by Li Long, and it had always been at a treasured level. Rarely would it be exposed to all the altered ones present like today, and that was even with most of the altered ones purposely summoned. I believe you all know my ability to do the job, so there's nothing more to say. Just sign up. I hope those who go will be rewarded, and the organization will be pleased with that. Those who do not have a harvest, the organization will also make up for it. On the way there, the road expenses are reimbursed, $1,000 of compensation per day, and the mission needs to be kept absolutely secret. Li Long stood on the stage and read the script. The following chaotic piece has long since been restrained by the alien should have the proportion. How can this still be kept secret? Right, with such a fanfare. Those of us who are stronger. Are we going or not? You're a little bee and you're stronger? Did I say anything? Noisy. Levels are not all. Go practice field C? Don't argue. Can't you see that MS White hasn't come yet? Yeah, this thing is true or not? Does MS by no? Li Long smiled as he looked down at the stage. He didn't have any negative emotions at all right now. He just wanted to wait for everyone to finish discussing it and then continue slowly himself. What's the rush? It's not like they were the main characters. Everyone, don't all get upset over this. Li Long gave a big hand and smiled as he began to adjust the atmosphere. Bai Lin has also already agreed to my idea of gathering everyone to progress together. So this mission has already gained multiple approvals since it was released from above. So everyone feel free to come in peacefully, become stronger together, and get rich together. You're speaking in such a generalized manner. What kind of relic is that? Where is it? Chapter 71, Hawks and Doves. Below there is a shrill voice sounded, away from the long fixed eyes. Saw a white dress, frowned, white family people. Bai Fenglian's words caused many people to cater to them, and they began to shout. In the end, what is it? Right, that has to know the roots. After all, we shifters are few and far between. Our lives are worth a lot. Is there any danger? Li Long slammed the wall next to him. Shaking the wall has rustling dust fall. The following is still the sound of people. Li Long again knocked hard. Finally the whole scene quieted down. Away from the dragon is still full of smiles. Usually the hostility, today has long not known where to hide. Mission location, unknown. Mission time, 4 days later. Mission content, no comment. Li Long smiled and looked at the crowd on the stage, seemingly asking. I said in detail, these, enough is not. Bai Fenglian angrily opened her eyes and looked at the person in front of her. Such a brazen person, she hadn't seen a few in total recently. This Li Long actually added another one in. What do you mean? You're not fooling us. Bai Fenglian shouted angrily. This time the whole room even whispered no more. Almost all of them looked at Bai Fenglian. Feeling the crowd's gaze, Bai Fenglian's chest once again straightened up quite a bit. Everyone say, he just gathered us together like this, saying that there is a mission. Then without saying anything, he is going to take us away. How do we know if there is any danger? Right. This pretty lady is right. Miss White is right. It was that small group of people again. Lei Long craned his neck. He had already developed a few interests in this woman and the group of people around her. What was it that linked them together? Because of the woman's beauty? Then this woman is a bit strong. Or what made them willingly give up their brains for this woman? What's so great about it? You don't want it? Li Long finally couldn't help himself, casually picked up a branch beside him and pointed to the banner beside him, pointing to the 3 words above a job fair. This they are here to ask you. There are people who want to come, willing to come or not. Do not come on the roll. I beg you to come. Hey, what do you mean by that? You're an unqualified person, not far away on a windowsill. Bai Lin and another man with the same cold eyes and little fluctuation stood together. Looking down, Bai Lin stared at Li Long, looked back at the man. The man did not have much action look. Why? It will be like this? The man lowered his head, not answering. just looking at her. I see. Belan nodded, but then asked, why does it have to be like this? Isn't it good to say it directly? The man lovingly pulled over by Lin's soft, boneless body, gently scratched the head of his nose, and said smilingly, children, if you say directly that you won't let them go, will they agree? Then why? Letting Li Long, who is an absolute hawk, deal with the lovely masses of the doves. Of course it will work best, don't you think so? Bai Lin lowered his head, pondering, and after a long time, he finally nodded. Without realizing it, the man sighed quietly and turned his eyes to the northern sky. Ugh, blame me. Li Wenwen crouched on the ground and cried. You think I'm willing to follow you? A poor fortune teller. Mo Shu was embarrassed. Actually I'm not poor. You're the poorest of all. You've lost money selling souls. You're poor. You're stupid and you want to beat your wife. Li Wenwen cried more and more sad. Simply stood up and carried a pair of small fists aggressively want to whack Mo Shu. Mo Shu was very embarrassed. Mo Shu does not fight back. How come she knows everything she thinks so it's very embarrassing now that you know I'm losing money, you could have not followed me, and it's actually a lot of work to raise you in this condition, Mo Shu said awkwardly, scratching his head, feeling more and more embarrassed and helpless today. That's right, admitting to be poor in front of a girl? That's right, admitting that he is poor in front of a girl, but he just had to tell the truth. Yes, he was an honest man, while actually Wenli seemed like she knew everything, afraid that he couldn't fool her. Take me to where you live first. Li Wenwen really should be Mo Shu's guess. A change of face as July changes the sky. Say change, at the moment wiped dry the tears, in addition to a little choking, full of eyes now has all the fortitude. I have a poison needle launcher in my clothes. You can't be a hooligan you if you dare. I die. There is nothing to worry about over there. Your master can't live long, said the righteousness to show Mo Shu her secret weapon, a rip open clothing to reveal the arm, aggressively shook toward Mo Shu, as if provoking. Mo Shu said, come you kid come to see this ing poison needle go aside. Ink book from the bushes to find their own drop cigarettes, gripped a point in the mouth. The character of the little girl is also fierce when confused, just now but also to sell their bodies like a splash of water, and now come to guard their bodies like a loyal and chaste girl. Gulped and said, gone, who rare, sitting in the car, after the evening rush hour, Mo Shu will drive the car fast. Don't you still have a car? You can keep doing your business Li Wenwen fiddles with her seatbelt, not knowing where she should put it because there's room for it everywhere. Inkbrand kindly adjusted her seatbelt for her, guessing that Raven Li's face was going to be red hot again, so she didn't bother to look and focused on driving. This car was left to me by my master. The souvenir value is high. It's a memory. What about this ring of yours? Wouldn't selling it give you the capital to resell it? Li Wenwen rummaged through the box in front of the passenger side and pulled out a ring, gold glitter with diamonds on it, and beautifully put it on her hand. This fortune toad is jade, right? Put it in the car. Why don't you take it for a gamble? Wow. Which era of copper coins? Enlightened 6 pieces in a set. Surely there are your peers willing to pay a high price to buy it down. That was left to me by my master. The memorial value is very high. Li Wenwen's mouth twisted and said, my first guess is, everything is left to you by your master. You refuse to pay for anything, and you still want to make a lot of money? Still want to win at gambling? Mo Shu slowed down, hit the right turn and pulled over. Mo Shu's eyes snapped and said, you've gone too far. Do you know it's wrong? Know it. Li Wenwen muttered, knew that he couldn't possibly lose all his money. The news was all fake news that he put out. It seems that this Mo Shu, in addition to being ferocious, is still a bit of a brain. Get out of the car. Mo Shu drove the car to the parking lot of an upscale district, seized a gold chain and a ring from Li Wenwen's body and put it back in the car, and then left the district with the dragger. That's right, Mo Shu did lose money, and it was really quite a lot. Open 2 light bulbs and old electric fans. The second basement of the basement finally have a little light. Li Wenwen surprised at all this. Mo Shu did to the bed, from under the bed to pull out a heater. Pathetic began to bubble noodles. Chapter 72, a mystery. Just now I see you carve so many valuable things. Li Wenwen finally cannot hold. Looking at the ink book sitting cross-legged on the iron plate bed, noodles, eyes gradually turned red. Don't need you to care. You follow me. Instant noodles tube enough. But I only have a small chicken stewed mushroom flavor and, Mo Shu said absent-mindedly. Li Wenwen, however, grabbed her hand and said, but you're like this and you still want to go gambling? Mo Shu's face turned cold. The instant noodles he had been tearing in his hand for half a day was placed on the bed. He stood up, not knowing if his face was black lines or all black. Stay here and don't run around. After saying that, Mo Shu closed the door and unlocked it. The sun had set and night was coming. The upstairs was quiet and the gambler's footsteps were fading away. Li Wenwen carefully from the ring took out a little seasoning to the ink book simmering pot of soup. Said soup, in fact, or instant noodle soup. rich aroma drilling out of the door, followed by the setting sun together with the hidden into the night. Ink booked straight back to the car to take a handful of jewelry, including just now Lee Won incomparable isum, will be united into a black bag. Ink book the car keys from the key ring off. There are some things that cannot see the light, should not appear in the world. He and Yi Dongdong's relationship is the same, always secretly to and fro, and even rarely see the real person, but these things he will always quietly send his men to send. The same, certain business. Ink book has always been in the dark, quietly help support Yi Dongdong. Suspect Yi Dongdong. Serious psychiatric tendency. Before fleeing had captured Wei's group executives A and its body nearly 10 million deposits. There are clues or apprehended back to the case. Wei's group rewarded cash ranging from 10,000 to 1 million. Suspects on the amount of money can be free to deal with. A roadside Moncler outlet store news radio is calmly talking about all this. Moncler outlet store listening to the body trembling. Excited. Walking 10 million. Who wouldn't be thrilled to hear that? Mo Shu shook his head. Did not think much, just tucked in his pocket. Slowly continue to walk on the street. As long as he did not say, everyone in this city, it is estimated that all thought, Yi Dongdong gone. The small rental house has only one light bulb. The dim light is blown everywhere by the big fan in the house. The light bulb above was also swaying. Only one person was stationary. The incense and candles around them were not affected by the wind at all in general, slowly floating upwards. Why are you here? Mo Shu has not yet entered the house. Heard Yi Dongdong. That slightly magnetic, more characteristic voice rang out. Recently some horse, but the face of the face he can still distinguish. All people have facial features. All people have their own long settled life. But Yi Dongdong is different. Since Mo Shu knew him, Mo Shujio simply cannot see through Yi Dongdong's life. Come to see you. It looks like your organization has some problems. The organization of the outer provinces ran to intervene, took my two old friends away, left me and I on the side. How to drive away cannot be driven away, Mo Shu said and slowly sat down. Watched Yi Dongdong's brow begin to wrinkle. Did not care, took an orange on the table to pick up and eat. Oh, the organization is not enough to worry about. Let's wait for what's going on Sun Yi's side and then make a decision. Aha. Mo Shu nodded and closed his eyes to eat the orange. The veins in his temples moving as his mind began to recall hints of that girl and the appearance of the group today. Speaking of which, this group doesn't look like shifters. A white light flashed, as if the color of heaven, being a little virgin. Mo Shu that was really like falling into an abyss, almost laughing out beautifully. Let the storm come more fiercely. Master Mo. Much offense. A person next to him said, tie me up. That big brother was also shouting. What's the situation? Mo Shu had just snapped out of his daze when he realized that his hands and feet were actually tied into a 4-horse hoof. This is the 1,000-color light cylinder. Big brother holding a snow-white cucumber-shaped sized artifact said with a smile. It can adjust the color system up and down. Adjusted to the low system can be seen through this round hole all the beautiful colors in this world. Adjusted to the high system, with this hole to the other party's eyes, start can stun the other party for 1 minute. It is the Mo Master Yu. Mo Shu was confused, looking at this white cucumber that was placed in front of him. Crap, it's light enough to pick up girls and heavy enough to commit a crime. Good stuff he. And this ring, big brother lit out a handful of about 3 or 4 snow-white rings too, or the cheap smile, is the modern people metaphysical novels in the space ring, just fingerprints unlocked. You can store up to a ton of items. Vacuum Mo Shu was confused, looking at a handful of rings that were stuffed into his coat pocket. Crap, light can be criminal, heavy can be enemy. Good thing hey and, big brother also want to continue to set something from the clothes. Mo Shu is not from, immediately full of winks and smiles. Brother to send this great gift. I have not asked brother name it? Oh, my name is Ma Biao. You can call me brother Biao. This is the house sister, named Li Won. This is, Ma Biao introduced one by one. Stinky boy watch. Ha? Ma Biao was puzzled and looked at Mo Shu in confusion. Was this Shinhan a slip of the tongue? At this moment, Mo Shu was looking at him with a face full of bitter hatred, looking at Ma Biao not understanding what he meant. Mo Shu then repeated it again with clear words and phrases. You stinking male watch. Unbridled. You dared to call me a. Ma Biao was instantly furious, picking up his hand and wanted to give Mo Shu, who was sitting on the ground, a slap, but unexpectedly, another hand grabbed him horizontally. He turned his head, but it was none other than the prince who had been silent beside him just now. The prince also had a sturdy figure, firmly holding Ma Biao's hand, so that he couldn't move the slightest bit. Prince slightly moved, whispered ambush in Ma Biao's ear and said, Captain, and stop. If you hit him now, then when later, will not. You are a stinky male watch. Ha! Mo Shu stared at Ma Biao, calmly said word by word, your whole family is a watch. Your father is a gold watch. Your mother is a silver watch. Laozi bought a watch last year. Why did Mo Shu let out a curse? Because he was tied up for no reason. And even more so, because this group of people didn't tie up old Lu? What are they doing? Lao Lu was now lying crookedly on the side, his eyes looking up at the sky, just like an insomniac with a nightmare, without any spirit at all. Even when Mo Shu shouted, he didn't respond, which made Mo Shu very anxious. What have you done to my master? How did the organization get a group of people like you? Which city are you from? Mo Shu gritted his teeth and gasped for air, but there was nothing he could do for a moment. It was suffocating to the extreme. Organization? We are not your organization. In fact, there are some things. What did you guys do to my master? Mo Shu wanted to struggle but couldn't move. The four-horse hoof approach was overbearing. He is almost 80 years old. What are you guys going to do? Ma Biao snapped out of the anger he had just felt and glanced at Mo Shu. We won't hurt him. We need his help. Chapter 73, Girls Seeking Asylum. Help you sister ah. Have to ask someone to help is tied to ask. Unable to help. Mo Shu how can not open the seemingly dark and incomparable chains. Otherwise Mo Shu will have to fight with this group of people 300 rounds of fight to the death. Your master is going to save the world. Ma Biao seemed to have a sudden fit of pugnacity and pressed down on Mo Shu, who had just struggled to get up. You're going to harm all of humanity if you're so childish. Mo Shu's face was paralyzed, harming your sister's entire humanity. How come I don't know that my master can save the world? If you want to kidnap, just say it. What is this group of people up to? Mo Shu also did not understand, but they wanted to take away their master. Once a master, always a father. Even if old Lu was unreliable, he had taught Mo Shu a lot after all. How could Mo Shu not fight back? Trust me, I'm doing this for all of humanity. Mao Biao actually took a step back and bowed towards Mo Shu, then pointed at the girl standing beside her. Li Wenwen, I will pledge my sister to you as a hostage. You will be responsible for her food and drink. I will also treat Master Lu as a guest. After 3 years, I will bring an intact Master Lu to return my sister. Master Mo can accept it, right? Mo Shu glanced at Li Wenwen. A face value is very high. Lowly system, long legs and slender waist, double ponytail. Body soft, voice soft intention. Mo Shu face and a puddle of. This is not the heart of the devil. This is the obscene devil ah. You are taking me joking? Mo Shu dry smile. This person look up, to not like a joke. May really want to take away the old Lu. As for what to do, that is really the intention is not clear. To save the world or lying to the children's pretext. Lao Lu will not go with you. Yen Xiang's people will be here in a while. Now the police may still be able to feel better. You threaten me? Ma Biao's eyebrows snapped. Mo Shu glared at him. His eyes swept the next few people. Yes, it was threatening them. Everywhere has a unique way of survival. But there is only one thing that all those who walk the rivers and lakes need to be prepared for. And that is to know how to be respectful. Just you still walk the Jianhu? A clear voice from the girl rang out abruptly, startling Mo Shu. I can know what you are thinking inside. I also tell you, your so-called triad, just a mole cricket in our eyes. Your thoughts, in our eyes is also just a slightly respectable big ant's nest, kicked to also just a foot. Oh, no, no so what? Mo Shu glared at Li Wenwen. You damn know you still say it, pretending, lousy just know you can read minds. I also say, there will be a day when you come to the hands of lousy. Lousy let you live as bad as death. 3 days under the sky cannot be. He, do you know what I'm thinking right now? Mo Shu laughed frivolously. You are not that kind of person at all. How to threaten me will not be afraid. Li Wenwen raised a willow eyebrow and walked behind Mo Shu with her long legs, seemingly starting to untie the ropes. You have to keep me safe. Ensure my happiness. Ensure my comfortable life. So that your master, the teacher you fear in awe of your master, can be returned unharmed by Captain Ma. I hope we have a good cooperation. Master Mo. Happy cooperation? Ma Biao smiled and stretched out a hand, wanting to shake hands with Mo Shu. Mo Shu waved his head. How can it be? As long as it continues to drag on, Yen Xiang's people will come, when it works or not. Don't we know if we try? But when he turned back, he realized that the building in front of him had long been empty. What? Mo Shu was stunned, turned his face to see this pair of big godly eyes in front of him, slightly lost in thought. Where did they take my master? The Wendy Li in front of her did not take Mo Shu's disorientation seriously. Rather, it seemed like it was part of their plan. My name is Li Wenwen, and I will stay and spend 3 years with you until the honorable master returns safely. So please don't hurt me. You go away. Mo Shu sat up and pushed away the Li Wenwen who bullied her way up to him. Li Wenwen helped him untie the ropes binding his hands and feet. Gazing at his feet, Mo Shu's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Trade you for my master? Well, it can be interpreted that way. Li Wenwen smiled with those big eyes that were really curved, as if they were crescent moons, making people's hearts sweet when they looked at them. But Mo Shu won't, because this group of people ganged up and abducted their own teacher master. They are now posing $1 billion in front of him, saying that they will exchange with him for Lao Lu, although it can be considered right. Impossible. Mo Shu snapped his head up and glared at Li Wanwan. You guys return my grandfather. Give back my grandfather. Ha! Li Wanwan laughed as she sat down next to Mo Shu and wrapped both of her hands into the crook of Mo Shu's arm. Mo Shu froze, the fire going over again. Your old grandpa will definitely not be able to come back within 3 years. Come back also intact. Happy old man. And what are you anxious about? Time is good. Why do we need to stick to the moment, Master Mo? Just accept me. Come on. Fast-living Ali Wanwan continued to tease Mo Shu. Mo Shu's chin on a hard pop. The whole person and bullying, the secluded woods, suddenly spring up. Get lost. Mo Shu, shake off this woman. Damn, look not big. How will be so tie? Mo Shu disgustedly flung his hand. He is not a casual person. If the greed for female color, the old Lu land so many black kiln, how he will a not go? Mo Shu hard a sentence is about to come out. Follow me can. But do not want to wantonly flirt again. Otherwise I blame the old man fists merciless. But the words to the edge of the mouth. Looking at the face of the city, long legs, and the eyes of the poor, Mo Shu or faltered, holding his breath. Mo Shu stretched out a hand. Li Wanwan pulled up when she saw it, but didn't dare to have unruly behavior again. She may be able to read minds, and she can probe Mo Shu's emotions a bit, right? It's not like the rumors of Northeasterners beating their wives are empty. Why do you think of wife beating? I'm not his wife? Li Wanwan thought. If I go somewhere else after 3 years, how will they find me? Inkbrand asked. They'll find me. Li Wanwan held Mo Shu's hand. Her tone was low. I don't know what's wrong with this girl again. Her mood is like a child's face changing when she says so. If you are willing to keep me, more than 3. Mo Shu looked at the girl behind him. The doubts in his head remained, but also had to make an appointment. You follow me. Not to let you do the task, I do not hurt you. Please, you also do not hurt my master. I raise you for 3 years, you can be my girlfriend, can be my sister. But if in the future they do not complete the commitment, I will kill you. Mo Shu added. At that time you can choose the river or the sky. Gulping sounds rose. Li Wanwan nodded honestly, her hair swaying with the flush as she said faintly. I can do all of these. In fact, I'll do whatever you ask me to do. I think so. Northeastern girls are not as shameless as you. So it is. Regardless of whether Mo Shu despises or not this girl, even if it is to help their own organization to do things, it cannot be so frivolous. However, Mo Shu has always been pedantic. The little girl should be reserved. Just, woo. Li Wanwan instantly crouched down a cry. A clean and tidy office in the air conditioning whimpering. The man's shirt is a little old. Above the police badge just stick to the shoulder of his master is now facing since the practice of the most unwanted reception of the public. Placed in the corner of the table of the tea has been uneasily sip a number of mouth. What's the bounty on Yi Dong now? 500,000. Then increase it again, to 1 million, over 3 days. Okay, good sir, and make it so on the news. The man looked up and saw a piece of paper handed over from the opposite side. He scrambled to pick it up with both hands. It was densely typed with words. After the first glance, he couldn't help but get caught up in it. Like this, is it really so bad? There is a psychiatric tendency. A few days ago absconded with the money. Captured Ways Group executives and their name nearly 10 million assets. There are clues or arrests to the case. Not only can be free to deal with the amount of money carried on the body of Yi Dongdong, but also to obtain the Ways Group to provide a 3 million bonus? The man somewhat cannot believe his eyes. This is all bound to be true. And Ways do things always like this. Money and so on is not important. The most important thing is that what they want to do must be done. Also took your company executives captive? How did it go where? Shouldn't you be thinking about why it's still in the city and you can't catch it? The man across from him narrowed his eyes, radiating a dangerous gaze playfully. Yes. We'll increase the police force to search here. The man wiped his sweat and lowered his head to organize the information. He never had much interest in stolen money, but he had always been dedicated to his job. If he can't succeed this time, then I'm only afraid that this position, again, will have to be done by someone else. In the rental house, Yi Dongdong slowly opened his eyes. Rest enough. A nap time is almost over. He has been just sitting like this, waiting for the sky to darken. Mo Shu on the side of the mouth never heard. A moment to eat oranges. A moment to eat bananas. Anyway, Sunny quietly bought from the internet all the nuts, fruits, snacks, soon to be eaten by this big mouth monster. Later after dark, there are things to trouble you. Yi Dongdong remembered, the 2 masters who had been arrested for Mo Shu, also felt a little embarrassed. Your 2 masters, they are fine, how can not die? So many years old bones, often kidnapped by various people. You just say your business. Finally can return the favor to return your boya? Mo Shu looked up from the pile of snacks, one finger stuffed into his mouth, pulling something out from the back teeth, rather ungainly, and sending it back to chew. Yi Dongdong just smiled when he saw it. Mo Shu and he has never been more like two kinds of people. What he does when he is always fearful, cautious emotions to be more. But Mo Shu, although only a fortune teller, but the implementation of the ability to be extremely strong, generally as long as to do a thing, there is no cannot be done. So Mo Shu has always been the existence that Yi Dongdong looks up to, not Yi Dongdong. Speaking of which, you're looking for that little brat of yours that's kinda human looking, right? It's about in the neighborhood of my old house. I don't know where it wandered off to at this time. I still have things to investigate at night. So, leave it to me, catching ghosts and stuff, I'm the best at it. Okay, this is for you. So he trusts you and comes back with you. What's this? Why is my head popping up? Grip grass, what have you done? Chapter 74, Wei Lan's painting. The idea of reversing the gold bars in the yin and yang worlds was actually given to Yi Dongdong by Mo Shu. Mo Shu who? The above has been mentioned many times. Feng Shui master, fortune teller, I can rely on a variety of illegal work and enter the society of top salon place mixing for many years of small unemployed, all day long from the pockets of a variety of amounts of money to, and for people clean and transparent, so that people cannot find a little handle. Mo Shu also part-time to help people set up Feng Shui Bureau. Feng Shui masters in their own layout of the Feng Shui Bureau to move some small feet that are normal. So by mistake, in that night, Wei's group's penthouse rupture, Mo Shu from the dream awakened, ran out of the house, with his extraordinary eyesight to see that the feet of the glass curtain wall of the figure rushed through the building and out of the situation below the group of wolves and free to go. Mo Shu also quickly followed, and thus met the Yi Dongdong who fell in the green belt and got covered in mud. What did you do? Mo Shu pushed aside the pile of grass and let the light shine into the grass, revealing Yi Dongdong's wretched and frightened face. You stole the mountain and sea map, and ran out? What are you doing? Yi Dongdong asked in return. There's something wrong with you. I'm here to save you. Mo Shu without saying a word will reach out to grab Yi Dongdong's hand that is full of mud. Yi Dongdong himself looked at the black hand. He did not have the patience to grab. This person actually also want to grab such a pull yourself up? Come on, hurry up. Wei's chasing you although not likely, but also have to be on guard. Ha ha, Wei will not chase me. Yi Dongdong completely relaxed down. 2 hands, 2 feet to the side of the bushes once. A long breath of relaxation exhaled. Began to fumble all over the body. Want to find an undamaged cigarettes out to smoke. Hey, wait, you and which one? My name is Mo Shu, a fortune teller from Hedong. Mo Shu pushed his glasses, then pointed to the kettle behind Yi Dongdong who had hidden at some point and said, this brat is not bad, he has a future. In time, he can become a great man, but you are different. This mountain and sea map put in your hands can have what use? Wei Zhongtian's appearance is your lesson. What are you talking about? What the sand sculpture godly man? I don't understand. Hurry up or I'll beat you up. Yi Dongdong waved his fist. Where did the godly stick come from to talk alarmistically here? And as if he knew everything. This kind of person should first try to see if he is looking for himself is really something. If it is really there, it will not be afraid of this sentence of threat. I said that your mountain and sea map, it's not worth a dime at all. Mo Shu skimmed his lips and shook his head. A lot of things at that time, it has been too long in the past, and the news has become history. Look, 1. The cell phone screen was handed to Yi Dongdong's face. Yi Dongdong opened his eyes wide mesmerized several times before he could see it clearly. Shocked. Worth hundreds of billions of chairman of the board of directors to attend the charity gala. The picture drawn by this person actually spent hundreds of millions of dollars to auction. Yi Dongdong frowned down to see. Endured the editor to put together the word count like repeating the words. Finally is to see the flesh and blood of a paragraph of the truth. This person is Wei's group chairman Wei Zhongtian's long-lost daughter Wei Lan. In order to this daughter, Wei Zhongtian is also considered to pay a lot of resources and care. It is reported that this charity fundraising was also proposed by Wei Lan. Yi Dongdong's head buzzed. After half a day, oolong, the arrangement of that scroll, the appearance of that monster, all of it, maybe only I can tell you some of what I know. Mo Shu pushed his glasses. Not without pride. I am not talented. The size of a little reputation. Can cloth some Feng Shui Bureau? It just so happens that Wei's Feng Shui Bureau, it is under the cloth. That means that the value of this diagram is only as good as my word. But of course, even if this person blew how heavenly, in Yi Dong's case, there was nothing to benefit from. The Jade Emperor could only be equal to him. Thus, 10 minutes later, the two finally walked into another unkempt roadside stall. The owner pinched his nose to deliver the menu, and went to clean up the hygiene on his own. So you are Mo Shu. Long time no see. Now Yi Dongdong instead of like a new person. Obviously a meal is not more than $50 of spicy hot, but he ate out of the 5-star feeling. A moment to help Mo Shu clip food. A moment to explain to people the origins of a variety of dishes and the secret knowledge of the first Yi Dongdong's geography teacher. If you hear will be pleased to smile out. So you're saying that a painting placed there by the Wei family doesn't really lie in how powerful the painting is, but in the issue of their family's own bloodline? That's right, this is a dead end. Mo Shu bit through a pill. The juice inside splattered all over the table. Yi Dongdong attentively went to wipe it again. Mo Shu disliked it and didn't look at it, but called you to break. So the newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. So the key to break the game lies in. Don't have reverence thoughts for that picture anymore. Break the game. Take the picture will be considered finished. You said. This figure has long had cultivation in life. In your case it's evil as hell. Mo Shu wiped the oil painting on his mouth and did not wipe his hands. Directly took the scroll beside Yi Dongdong and scrutinized it. That array must raise a thing. I then thought that I can't always raise that spiritless flesh. But its biggest role now is no longer copying something, but it itself. How so? Although it seems to be a graffiti scribble, in fact, it is a hidden mystery. Have you ever been to hell? Yi Dongdong shook his head, only to see Mo Shu slowly unfold the scroll, pointing to one scene after another and explaining. The sun, the wind, the water, the ghosts, the mountains, the rivers, the grass and the trees. This scene should only be found in the palace. Mo Shu shook his head and continued to bury his head in the noodles. Speak to finish. Yi Dongdong's eyes went cold. He had flattered himself for so long. And when it really came to the crucial point that could involve Wei's secret, he suddenly liked to eat this bowl of spicy hot pot again. That is, the view of hell. Is this? King Yama has a total of 10 temples, although I don't know which one. But this must be the view of hell seen by standing in the Yama palace that lifts up the entire sky. Other places can't reach this high. After finishing his words slightly grumpily, Mo Shu looked at Yi Dongdong's thoughtful look and rolled his eyes and slowly snatched his bowl back. He was also very hungry. Anything that could be eaten was now delicious in his case. Wei Lan has been to hell? That Wei Zhongtian, that look. Gu, may not dare to say more, dare not say more. Mo Shu quickly waved his hands to cover his ears. This thing nonsense is to buckle a young hand drop. Dare not say more. Dare not say more. In this way, Yi Dongdong and Mo Shu's pleasant first conversation was happily dispersed in the spicy hot flavor all over his body. As a halfway decent half-assed ghost breeder, Yi Dongdong also received a lot of teaching and guidance from Mo Shu. Compared to Sun Yi and Yi Dongdong, Mo Shu is the most original inhabitant of this city, and is still the kind that especially loves this place. There are 2 houses in the school district under his name, which are rented out in several compartments. And this is Mo Shu's early economic source, and it is still very nourishing. Most of the locals in the big city live in such a state. Reverse house slavery, a few houses to support a person. Later, Mo Shu began to come into contact with his lineage, have been in contact with a deep-side business of fortune-telling, and began to carry a small bench every day sitting at the edge of the torrential river, to help people solve problems, ghosts and evil spirits. Mo Shu never believed that there are ghosts in this world, until later his father's 2 senior brothers came to his door and taught him a lot of Taoist techniques, including the art of seeing ghosts. Mo Shu really understand the true nature of the world of yin and yang. Sun Yi temporarily found a job in the neighborhood. This can indeed be said to earn down, or cannot see their money only out of not in, teaching 2nd and 3rd grade children Chinese studies, $50 an hour. Sun Yi wearing a mask to wear a mask to go, although I do not know what his brother recently in the plane, but these days he is living a very full life. A new young man looks God, carry a smell of herbs, cannot say where it is wrong, anyway, is to let a person look at a share of not too comfortable emotions. These 2 people are now all day full of immortals. Water margin. Sun Yi simply do not understand what they are talking about. And every time you ask Yi Dongdong privately, Yi Dongdong also always very seriously explain to him some of the gods and ghosts. He also some gradually to believe about Yi Dongdong mouth of the gods and ghosts, but these 2 will be their own brainwashing. And what is the reason? What is the purpose? A person has no money, temperament can be seen. For example, this new called Mo Shu young man, although it is riding a bicycle too, but Sun Yi can see at a glance. This kid is certainly more than the presence of all the people combined, but also rich, as expected. Not only rented out such a not small apartment but also bought a whole building down with full payment under the suggestion of Yi Dongdong, Yi Dongdong's friend. When did he rise to such a generous level? Sun Yi also cannot help but to Yi Dongdong impressed. Walking on the road home. Sun Yi lazy stretching, a white miserable van parked on his side. Sun Yi frowned, a wrinkle in his mind instantly, have a model with it to the right, one every day parked in front of the Wei group, that white minivan. Not yet reacted to more. Sun Yi was hit with a muffled grunt, fainted. Flaccid was pulled into the car. The van sailed away. Yi Dongdong and Mo Shu in the home until the evening. Finally finalized. Mo Shu calculated the accident, said, but the 2 are not prepared to go to the rescue. Sun Yi, this person's fate is firm, and destined to have this hijacking. Pass through as the dragon like the sea. Not pass through. there are you and I to help him cushion. Sunny was held hostage again. According to reason last time Wei did this time it shouldn't be Wei again, but there is no way. It can only be Wei. Only they like to do this kind of thing. Save also no place to save. Yi Dongdong anxious round and round. His understanding of Wei's or too little. This time Wei's unless it is stupid, or else it is not possible to hide Sunny in the company again. Summarizing these several times as well as the progress of things, Yi Dongdong and Mo Shu can already basically determine Wei's movements and intentions. Chapter 75, it's Yi Dongdong. There should still be a main line in Wei's, that is Wei Zhongtian. Therefore, their thoughts are the same, and the purpose of doing things has always been the same, regardless of Wei Xiaotian's recently reduced activities or Wei Lan's continued obscurity. In this mission, these two people should be appearing, and at the same time, there should still be Wei Zhongtian who is still in his old age. Regarding Wei Zhongtian's current situation, after Yi Dongdong and Mo Shu discussed it, they both unanimously decided that it was simply a disastrous scam. Wei wanted to take advantage of the suspicion of the outside world's Xenos about their Xenos and thought that it was Wei Xiaotian who had started to become stronger by devouring the terminally ill Wei Zhongtian. Not that Wei had already gotten certain resources from there and had become stronger. They aimed to cover up this fact. Wei Zhongtian's illness was not believable even if he threatened to be dead. There were still too many doubts behind Wei Lan and Wei Xiaotian's matter, and Yi Dongdong couldn't always rely on hearsay to make a judgment. The truth often needed to be explored on its own. However, at this time, Chao Lily's news came somewhat abruptly. She did not find Yi Dongdong. Since Wei's decision to let Wei Xiaotian break up with her, she did have a period of depression, but was not broken. The high pension gave her the strength to once again begin to track down the things that she missed for half a lifetime. She finds Mo Shu, a fortune teller that half the city has heard of, and voices her concerns. Chao Mengyang is back. Chao Lily's family lives in the north of the city's Sunshine New Village, is a medium environment on the neighborhood, which is clean and tidy every day in and out of the people or some stable income quality is not low. Chao Lily since the evening of the Wei less this thigh, attracting a lot of money, will bring all the family here to live. I did not expect Wei less and she just did not get along with the full 1 year and then with her peaceful breakup. Since then, Chao Lily will say goodbye to Wei Xiao's rich and handsome circle also began to look for a job on the road. More than 300 square meters of the villa only left her one person to live. Empty. The family learned that the golden son-in-law ran away after they have grumbled and packed up the rolls and left the place. So many years cannot feel the warmth of the family. Chao Lily undoubtedly in the heart of the closest will always be the death of her brother Chao Mengyang for many years. However, daydreaming and night dreaming. Chao Mengyang night is a dream. Every night is the year that the pure and rosy lovely look. At first, Lily Chao always wept with joy and woke up crying in her dreams. Then later, Chao Lily began to get used to it, and her brother came back to talk to her every night, and would come to her to talk about the past. By the first 2 days, Lily Chao couldn't take it anymore. She didn't dare to go back to that home. She was too drunk on the dance floor every day to go home. She loved her brother, but she couldn't take that pushy question from her brother anymore. My killer is on the loose right next to you. Why don't you help me get revenge? Don't you love me? Sister loves you. Sister will always love you. But the ways that should be thought of have already been thought of by sister long ago. Sister really has no way out. Chao Lily had gotten used to waking up from her dreams crying, and then when she talked to Mo Shu about this matter, she had always been in a smooth state. There were tear droplets crossing her face, but not driving the emotional look. Okay, your problem I already know how to solve it. When there is time I will go to your house to take a look and help you adjust it. I just talked to the police, but the police said that I have no evidence in this matter, and that they are inadmissible. That shouldn't be the case. In this situation, that person should be all the more powerful kind. Right, who is he? Murderer? The murderer is the one who was recently wanted by Wei Yi Dongdong. Oh, that understands. Mo Shu sent Chao Lily, who had already returned to her roots and started working, out the door, looking at the figure of her riding her bicycle away, but in his mind, he had already begun to string together too much information. Yi Dongdong shook her head. That Chao Mengyang's death involves things that happened a long time ago. All things can only be really clarified by threading them together. Now I have not only lost the clues but also too many witnesses. Even Ma Bo has disappeared. All of this has to wait for me to clean up my identity after I finish this Wei's job in order to continue the investigation. It's the tea refusal palace? Mo Shu had also heard about it earlier and guessed it at once. That's right, Chao Mengyang, this person, suspected of great merit, but also like the biggest sinner. Analyze to always pour a lot of clues cannot be connected. So not only the Chao family, I now go back to the words, still a group of people to me is a kill. Human offenders. Hell for normal people has always been nonsense. I have not been able to figure out as Chao Mengyang in the end how to contact the refusal of Tea Temple. That one human life involved too much. The 9 heavenly immortals escape incident. Tea refusal temple incident. and so on things, simply like rooted in the history of the same. To pick out, have to scratch the hand on a few scars before the end. In fact, don't bother about how Chow Mangyang came into contact with the tea refusal palace. Just think about what Chow Mangyang actually did and why he coincidentally happened to die. That's the key. Besides, what day is it now? It's been 3 years already, right? How could Chow Mangyang come back at this time? This is too much of a coincidence. Chow Mangyang's soul entered the hell long ago. This Chow Mangyang is bound to be a fake, Yi Dongdong said with considerable certainty. Do you know how to catch ghosts? Will a little, just in time to teach you. Why are you going? Isn't it dark before you go? If it's dark, we won't be in a hurry. Only Yi Dongdong understood that if he waited for it to get really dark, the quest would be brushed out. If he was at the fake Chow Mangyang soul before dark, the system would surely brush the quest right into something related to Chow Mangyang, right? This is twice the work with half the effort, and it's the operation that should be done under the current time constraints. Mo Shu in the car temporary and Chow Lily good communication. Must be tonight they live in a night. In order to lift her brother's entanglement, Chow Lily has long been tortured to the point of no control, and immediately agreed to the conditions of the Mo Shu and also asked if they also have to accompany. Mo Shu of course refused, proposed to do a lot of things tonight. From the elevator down, Yi Dongdong found the door of the house inserted a few days ago the shopping mall discount advertisement sheet. Looks like the house has been a few days no one has come to live. After all, Chow Lily is a girl. Living by herself in a house that evokes many memories and dreams of her brother night after night is already a feat, and it makes sense that she would move out now. The room's decor is very cozy, relatively close to the modern style of decorations squeezed into a lot of old objects full of the flavor of the years. The house's large chandelier accounted for a lot of Yi Dongdong and Mo Shu two people's line of sight. Once you turn on the lights, the whole room is bright as if it were daytime. Do you find anything different about this place? Yi Dongdong frowned, opened the yin and yang eyes all over the house, turned around several times. Rummaged through the box. Almost all the possible hiding place of evil spirits have been turned over by him, but just did not find what he wanted to find. Indeed there is a little problem, but in fact, it does not constitute those that Chow Lily said. Chapter 76, Whether to join the tea refusal hall. Mo Shu silently engraved talismans in front of a table. The old god crossed his legs, looking out of the window. There is a flat meadow. This house is in front of an elementary school. Location is very good. That proves that Chow Mangyang isn't here all the time, but comes over every night. All said that's not Chow Mangyang, Yi Dongdong said without a good mood. Rummaged through the box and started to pack up things. Found out a few bags of instant noodles. Found out some meatballs, raw meat, lettuce and other food from the refrigerator and set it up next to the bed in Chow Lily's bedroom. And then brought an induction cooker in the kitchen. Knotted up the water to find a good seasoning and closed the door. What are you doing? Mo Shu looked at Yi Dongdong. That operation is skillful. Simply some cannot believe that Yi Dongdong is the first time to come to this house. We are here to catch ghosts. We are here to investigate the case. How do you eat people's food? If you don't eat something, doesn't it look like there is no one in the house? If you eat, the house is popular and the ghosts will come. And if the curtain is a person, the house went electronic. People will also come over. Anyway, we just wait here on the right. Yi Dongdong speak always a set of things, but also always very reasonable like. Mo Shu listened to think for half a day. Frozen felt that he wanted to put every counter-argument program in front of Yi Dongdong will become fragile, so they do not go to refute. Bored waiting, the moon slowly peeked out from the shadows of the city. Yi Dongdong and Mo Shu ate a full brain after finally realized a problem a kettle has not found. Didn't I ask you to find the kettle after dark? It's not like I have a choice. It's you who came to other people's homes to start brushing pots and pans to eat. You didn't even remind me. Besides, things have to be done one by one, don't you think? Both of them glared red eyes, stared at each other for a while. Each other have no momentum, sat back to their respective chairs. Long sighs. Do not talk. Mission, find the sword soul kettle, add 30 hours of young life. Yi Dongdong slapped his head. Sure enough, the system is good in its humanization. Thinking of the kettle, it releases such a task. Tonight first find the kettle. Find the kettle. After that things can continue to progress. I told you we're close to something. We're missing a ghost. Trigger choice quest, whether or not to join the temple of tea refusal. Nani? Yi Dongdong was shocked. The things he had been chewing in his mouth were spat out, and he stood up from the stool in a sorry state. His eyes were dull with disbelief. Tea refusal palace? What kind of sect is that anymore? How come there's this choice quest now? System, what do you mean by that? Sword Soul Kettle is facing a decision at this moment. Add 0 hours of yang life. Yi Dongdong didn't care about that extra 0 hours of yang life added, but instead noticed this prompt from the system. It was not for himself to choose, but the kettle was making a choice. And this sound of the system's prompt, wasn't that what it meant? The kettle was choosing whether or not to join the milk tea store? What had Kettle encountered on this day without himself? What are you doing? Mo Shu looked at Yi Dongdong's sudden behavior, had also put down his dishes and hurriedly pushed the pot a little farther away in case he touched it. Ghost possessed? Tonight we have to find the kettle first. Yeah, you just said that. We need to find it now. You can find it, right? Can find it, yes. Then find it now. Preferably the kind that calls over. Yi Dongdong's mind had already begun to float the scene that Kettle was currently being surrounded by a group of super powerful fierce ghosts. At this time Kettle was facing a choice. Whether to join this powerful but obviously triple-minded ghost sect together to mess things up, or not to join. Now fight to the death? Yi Dongdong shook his head to throw these thoughts out. Mo Shu has already thunderously started the array, but Yi Dongdong thought of the so-called summoned over, obviously empty cave. That TV plot are lying to children. Fortunately, Mo Shu brought a more complete set of instruments today. Not a moment's effort. A simple spell formation was laid. Mo Shu's formation painted quite a chapter in verse look. A little bit of red liquid, a little bit from the body splashed a handful of white like quicklime powder. On the ground after a head bobbing in front of Yi Dongdong ruthless towards their fingers a bite. A drop of blood was squeezed in the center of the formation he just drew. The drop of blood was actually with the white powder and the red liquid mixed together, spreading rapidly to the surroundings. Mo Shu slid his feet, took a few very comical steps, and hit the center of the spell formation with a palm after stepping down heavily. Then his mouth hummed out a sentence that seemed to be the words of the Dharma, the latter half of which was still of the roar kind. Zhenkuan Dao Faxin Yen decision. I go to your two grandpas kettle on which side? Yi Dongdong stared wide-eyed. What kind of incantation is this? So grounded? Press your hand to the white place in the formation. You suck up chicken blood. Think of the kettle. Mo Shu, however, did not care what Yi Dongdong was thinking about. He was just pinching the spell on his own. The movements of his hands did not pause, and he looked skillful. Oh. Yi Dongdong obediently pressed his hand on the white area. When the hand pressed on the ground, when a warmth came from the ground, Yi Dongdong had a feeling in his heart that he wanted to find something. He needed to think about it. Kettle. This was originally to claim his life of the life-saving ghosts. Then the kettle has a black face, petite physique. Wearing a life-saving ghosts of the professional clothing looks quite like that, but the kettle wisely chose to give up the darkness. Later, the kettle was Yi Dongdong arranged to watch the water margin, learned the idea of loyalty and righteousness, learned to call him brother. In the later Yi Dongdong whim, to brush more life as a starting point, for the kettle exchange hawk sword, resulting in the appearance of the kettle has a big change. Now the kettle more a few points of the holy atmosphere, the feeling of white bone, sacred and deadly. In the center of the spell, dark red liquid began to swim and paint. A long sword shape was outlined. That brat is a sword? Mo Shu was a bit strange. Could it be a legendary artifact spirit? What kind of sword is it? When you find it, show me the body. Tarsal sword. It's my family's ancestral heirloom. Yi Dongdong touched the back of his head. In fact, he did not know how to get it. The hawk sword was originally carried in his bosom, but did not know when it suddenly disappeared. Thought that it was lost. Now that I think about it, it may be the kettle itself with the hawk sword did not know where it ran off to. Your family heirloom? This thing? Then this ghost? Mo Shu was a bit confused. What is the identity of this ghost? Could it be Yi Dongdong's ancestor? Or maybe there is some important identity that deserves Yi Dongdong to take out his ancestral sword to make room for that ghost? Hi, don't worry about it then. Just help me find that sword. Yi Dongdong concentrated on the direction of the spell, but that spell did not show an arrow like a navigation system as he had imagined. Of course, this was Yi Dongdong thinking too much, but there is a drop of white and red water in the array in an extremely unphysical way flying up, slowly suspended on the array, gradually becoming larger, only to see Mo Shu slowly crouch down, stretched out a hand under the drop of liquid, spread his palm. The liquid rose up from the lower method array, rubbed his hand. In the above gathered into a bigger and bigger droplet, already almost catching up with the size of one of his little finger. Chapter 77, Essential Goods. In a moment, this droplet will slowly fall in that direction, and will finally fall onto your sword. When you find it, you can also improve both of your chi and blood with each other by the way. This array is a little difficult for me, but it has a lot of benefits. Mo Shu not without pride said, slowly raised his hand. The drop of liquid in the center of the formation raised, the drop slowly floated in the air. His hand. Yi Dongdong also learned from Mo Shu's appearance, slowly spread his hand, received the liquid droplet in Mo Shu's hand. The liquid droplet immediately changed its appearance, began to fall towards Yi Dongdong's left front, but the position really did not change, but also like a pointer in general. Changing to an arrow is more graphic. Yi Dongdong nodded, moved his hand. See, the droplets will always be in that direction. Heart settled a lot. To what bicycle? Fast while the sky is still dark, time is still enough to quickly go to find it. Who knows what that ghost is doing now? Mo Shu sighed. Ghosts in the young world can hold their own, very few. I'm really worried that that ghost is not there right now thinking about harming people. That can't be. Our family water margin has always been benevolent. Yi Dongdong countered Mo Shu's speculation rather confidently. Mo Shu oddly looked at Yi Dongdong, did not say anything. Yi Dongdong followed the water droplets in his hand and began to walk in the direction of the finger well. It should not be far away. When Yi Dongdong held the water droplets walked about 1,000 meters later. A sweaty, but also some confusion. This is to the city center. What are you waiting for? Do not know how far it. First get in the car. I am E. Mo Shu's voice came from behind, and then a piercing foot brake. Why call foot brake it? Because it's really using the foot as a brake. Mo Shu rode a don't know where to get a worn out old bike left and right to stop at Yi Dongdong's side. It can be seen that he is like adrift. I did not think that the foot under the work is still checking. The result is a foot brake. Yi Dongdong looked at the back seat of the bicycle. Very awkward to sit. Up, 2 legs supported up old high. Only hand handle in the back of the car seat. The other hand is placed in front of the body, so that the droplets continue to guide the direction. Won't the police find out if I enter the city? I am now a wanted criminal. Yi Dongdong said with slight worry, flipping through the system's mall page without stopping. Something like transfiguration. Have you heard of it? What do you mean have I heard of it? I was just about to ask you this question. When you enter the city center don't you have to be pressed to the ground and tied up 5 times in a minute? Mo Shu did not ride away from the car. Also made a mistake. Yi Dongdong fumbled in his pocket and fished out a waxy yellow mass of soft, sticky stuff that looked like human skin. Luckily I had this with me. What is this thing? Single double-sided. It's a human skin mask. Yi Dongdong took it in her hand, thought about it, and began to pinch it. This needs to be applied to another person's face to replicate that person's appearance. Where are we going to find one? Wow, go on. What do you usually do? Did I get to know you too late? Mo Shu snatched a single double-sided. The fury of curiosity rubbed, and was heartbroken by Yi Dongdong snatched over. Mo Shu was not angry, cheerfully looking at Yi Dongdong. I did not expect this good thing you also have. This home travel robbery theft must be boutique You this kind of thinking is not right. Yi Dongdong righteously accused Mo Shu first, then took his single double-sided offering like a treasure and began to fiddle with it. This is also my family's ancestral heirloom. This is a good treasure now. My heavy grandfather back then is with him to save the emperor, fight the 8 countries. You first stop. This I also know, and is an ancestral heirloom. That must be a magic weapon. Human face? Let's just find a random uncle on the side of the road to take a picture of it and run away not finished? Mo Shu pointed to the front of a group of old men who were sitting around playing chess. Inside of those, find a man of similar height and face shape with you. Not on the line? Really need to find a similar height. Not afraid of being discovered by others, but afraid of being discovered by Mo Shu. The 1,000 illusionary faces, single and double faces, can be imitated. All the features of the owner of the last face that touched the 1,000 illusionary mask for 1 hour, slowly recovering by the time. If the 1,000 illusion face is destroyed, it still does not lose its effectiveness. Can only memorize the last face touched. Upgraded 100 illusion mask can memorize 100 faces touched. Priced at around 20 hours. Although this single double face was the lowest level, the effect was still nothing different. So although Yi Dongdong spent 20 hours of his young life, Yi Dongdong was not too distressed. Transfiguration this kind of thing cannot be found. With a good use of the usefulness of a large go, with a bad use is nothing more than a chicken ribs, stored on the good. There is another point. This thing is portable. Usually not used when you can stick it on the waist, buttocks. A few grandfathers are playing chess, each with a red face as if they are fighting an exceptionally fierce battle. Go horse. Walk the horse. Move the horse. No, no, no. Don't listen to him. To the Prime Minister. I say we should walk. To Sang. No, 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 no. To Sang. Use silence. I'm going horseback. Is 1 step faster. Yi Dongdong and Mo Shu looked at each other. Looking at a few old men are arguing lively. Even quietly cat into the pile of people. Yi Dongdong hands pinched a single double-sided waiting for the opportunity to move. Is playing chess that old man was angry beard straight war? Usually say watch chess do not say, but really to the next time. Who do not play? In the watch. It is bound to retch a couple of sentences. The key to him cannot say what usually he is watching the war are the most noisy. The 2 old men blowing their beards and eyes on the fast roll up their sleeves to dry up. Sit steadily on both sides of the chessboard game instead of the heart more and more quiet. At this time an unfamiliar voice inserted. Baidu said this kind of handicap of walking cannon. Throw the cannon out, and then walk the horse. Want to not have to move at all. This sentence aroused the hostility of almost everyone on the general's side, the side of the general, and the side of the chess viewer. What are you talking about you? Don't you know if you don't speak when you watch chess? Take the side. Right. You're fooling people with that online stuff. Children, go to the side to play to go. Originally this side of the masters play chess quite clean also. The one who spoke was naturally Yi Dongdong. Although a group of Moncler outlet online not a direct threat to him, but this kind of thing to provoke the anger of the crowd. He decided to do less in the future. The Moncler jackets are all good people. He's such a sentence. To hurt their hearts. Really do not believe you follow my down. No matter what. Yi Dongdong began to point out again. Out of the army. A while the next step can walk the horse. Want to press the army. He will not dare to come to beat you. Yi Dongdong this side of the Moncler outlet store side is obviously more naive. Or will be adaptable. The hand even moved the chess pieces. Followed Yi Dongdong words began to play like this. The opposite side of the Moncler outlet store pursed his lips to hold on. Also followed the game up. But no one is ultimately a person chess again superb also against a same level of Moncler outlet store plus a Yi Dongdong as well as the whole network of enthusiastic netizens. Chapter 78, Admission of Wrongdoing. Boy, the older man across the street was furious. We're playing for money. Don't you talk nonsense here. Right. This young man nowadays. They have no rules. It's just like our girl. From the outside dyed that hair all colors. I said she does not listen. But also day after day to quarrel with both of us. Now this child the more spoiled the more disobedient. They all owe it to themselves. This last sentence is from a 40-something years old with a teapot in the mouth of the grandfather sent out. Full of greasy look. Bearded look as it just laid off not long is ready to integrate into the old age of the uncle. This is the target that Yi Dongdong is looking for. This sentence, exactly to the extent that Yi Dongdong has been waiting for. Say that again? Yi Dongdong stood up boldly. A few older men saw the situation and retreated. One even rolled away a car. The uncle was silent. He had noticed that this young man who had been talking nonsense was bringing another young man along. He knew how to judge the situation. I'll let you say it again. Yi Dongdong, however, seemed to have moved to a real fire. Step by step approaching. A side of the big men automatically made away. Also do not know what is the psychology. You don't say it, right? I'm not sure what I'm talking about. But I'm not sure what I'm talking about. There is the ability not to go to earn more money. Here to bully the old man. Uncle mouth mumbling. He also has the intention to resist 2 sentences. But the heart, on the line of defense always let him not pass this hurdle. The most basic fighting gap in it. At this time in front of a black. Uncle heart is shock. Has been startled. This kid how to say hands on the hands This is what stubble. The expected pain and dizziness did not come. Just softly was pressed. Uncle backward woefully back half a step. His tightly closed eyes open. Only to see a group of Moncler jackets outlet astonished gaze. What Ran away. Ran away. Uncle tilted his head to think again and again. It's hard not to be suddenly guessed that I still have 2 strokes, which have been hit in the face to come, and ran away again? Are you alright? Yes. Now this young man are spoiled. You see this are spoiled into what? Uncle touched his face, feeling very inexplicable. Looking at the distance just disappeared 2 sprinting figures. He knew deep in his heart that he couldn't catch up, and if he did, he couldn't ask for any so-called justice. Play chess. I'll report it if I can think of it at night. Play chess. Well, play chess. Do you want a game? A few Moncler outlet online asked with great concern. No. Distracted. Just watch for a while. The uncle rubbed his face, feeling a little strange. The feeling he had just now was more like being stabbed by countless tiny needles, as if all of his sweat pores had been passed through, or his face had been gently glued to something. So what is it that touches your face? It couldn't be a mask, could it? Uncle looked at the chess game, rubbing his face from time to time, and remembering that there might be stew for dinner tonight. He forgot about it for a moment. Yi Dongdong and Mo Shu have been running back to the place far away from the parking place. Yi Dongdong cannot wait to try a one-sided let Mo Shu go to push the car. He is trying to wear how. Mo Shu try to hide the figure and back to the parking place. The car is not locked. He easily pushed the car. Riding the car and deliberately back to the place just shot people's faces. See a few uncle grandfathers still over there have leisurely chess. Especially was shot in the face of the uncle also did not have any difference. Only to feel at ease to ride back to look for Yi Dongdong. However, when Mo Shu rode the car slowly parked to the place where the two just landed, Mo Shu wanted to cry heart. Where is Yi Dongdong? There were so many pedestrians on the street. Even at the fence are sitting a lot of people. One face all kinds of. Just now that uncle's appearance he did not seriously look at. This Yi Dongdong if he ran away with his phalanx. He looked for who to say reason to go? Young man? A rough big hand patted onto Mo Shu's shoulder. Mo Shu turned back in a hurry, only to see a wrinkled face with a slight smile. And Yi Dongdong's height and body type is really somewhat similar. Where else did you get a set of clothes? Mo Shu put the car across and rode up himself. Then let's go? Go? Walk where? Don't be skinny. You show the way. I'll ride. Oh, let's go then. Mo Shu nodded, felt a tremor in the rear wheel when the uncle got on the car. Yi Dongdong's so-called ancestral single picture is really a bit powerful. Even the weight can be imitated. After passing through 2 downtown streets, the uncle cheerfully patted Mo Shu's shoulder and pointed to a unit door and said, "Here, this is it." This? Mo Shu looked at the surrounding scenery. Gloomy and muddy and peaceful, also looks like a place where there will be ghosts. But, how would the kettle come here? Right, what kind do you want? What kind? Inkbrush's mind was shocked and appalled. I see that your car is too broken. I am selling used cars. I have the best here in the horizon. Do you want to see? The uncle had opened the warehouse door as he spoke, which was filled with all kinds of bicycles and motorcycles. None of them came from legitimate sources, but I paid good money for them. Take a look. They're all good bikes. You've come over to look at them. I'll give you a discount. We're not exactly cheap. Are you sure you're not teasing me? Mo Shu slapped his forehead, finished, recognized the wrong person, and left Yi Dongdong alone. Just wait for the police station to drink to you. Mo Shu turned around and mounted the car and left, leaving Moncler outlet store only the loud call and turn of anger behind him more and more far away. Mo Shu rode a sweaty, huffing and puffing hurriedly back to catch up. On the other hand, Yi Dongdong sighed. He has been confused. Back is not go back is not wear a mask cannot, wear a mask even more cannot. Anyway, just now he cannot go back to the place. Just now, just a toilet effort. Where can Mo Shu run to? There is no way to go over there to confirm it. But a couple of grandparents shouldn't be able to make any waves, right? It's hard to believe that Mo Shu has been doing the job of fooling people for so many years. But today, he can still be detained by a group of uncles and grandpas? Yi Dongdong bored kicked the footside of the seen grass. Gusts of boredom attacked. There is a kind of emptiness in the heart how cannot be discharged. This single picture can imitate too many things. It can be said that wearing this mask, basically is a different person in general. Even the heartbeat and pulse would change as a result. In addition to a series of things that could not be changed such as thoughts and blood type, Yi Dongdong had almost become another version of the uncle. However, the uncle wore a young man's shirt body t-shirt, which was not so common. Yi Dongdong depressedly pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and smoked it, and coughed it out after a few puffs. Feelings of this uncle's color is not too good. Single phantom face on the face is not much feeling, but also some cool numb feeling, very comfortable, not at all cover panic. Yi Dongdong just put it on as if there were countless small needles stabbing his skin. In addition to the initial discomfort, Yi Dongdong has perfectly adapted to this identity now. Chapter 79, Silos. He gave himself a name, Yi Jinxiu. This kind of name shouldn't be too common, but then again, it's easy to forget after hearing it once. Now that Mo Shu hadn't rushed back, he could only walk by himself. Yi Dongdong held the droplets in his hands and followed the direction slowly forward. No one noticed an uncle on the road who looked down at his hands while walking, although the behavior is a little strange. But Yi Dongdong also gradually found some of the extraordinary aspects of this array. As he walked, the droplets were slowly getting smaller. At first, Yi Dongdong was worried that this hard-earned droplets will slowly disappear because of the passage of time, and then have not found the kettle. The ink book is also no trace. He will not become a loner? That can be really to the point of exhaustion. Yi Dongdong again walked back a short distance, and found that the small droplets that had been floating on his hand actually grew large again. Come on! Another thing that does not meet the common sense of physics happened. It is true that Newton in the land of China cannot be mixed. This kind of fortune teller to come up with tricks, Newton cannot explain. That said, Newton his old man also began to engage in theology in his later years. I do not know, an ink book is not the same clan to go. Yi Dongdong all the way messy thinking. A little feel the droplets gradually shrink. Kettle tarsal sword position should have been unmoving. In a certain position. Now preliminary suspicion for Yi Dongdong walking in a certain place was touched to go. Or is the kettle himself made a choice? Leave without saying goodbye. But all the possibilities have to Yi Dongdong personally to find the kettle to confirm. If the kettle's own decision to leave without saying goodbye, Yi Dongdong can save the estimate is only bleak. He is in the city of very few friends. Very lonely. Sunny was kidnapped. Ink book lost. The kettle is now only one direction. Do not know to find after what will be the result. Is it true that they are now ink books at downhill month? Is this really the downhill month that Mo Shu is talking about? I really hope that next month is the uphill month, so that they may not be able to find something good in that relic. Walked to an old building area. Yi Dongdong hands of water droplets almost transparent. Yi Dongdong raised his eyes. These buildings old, even some vicissitudes of life. Looks like decades ago, works as older than their own age. In accordance with the direction of Yi Dongdong all the way into the district, drilled into a building only a unit. And the kind of building in the old Hong Kong film is very similar to the silo and like the old Beijing courtyard multi-story. Casual shoes stepped on the middle of the sound of waste items and stagnant water snorting. One into the building. Yi Dong Dong feel the temperature of a violent drop. Doubly cool. Decaying atmosphere came to the face. Not yet waiting to stand on the first floor. Can see the sixth floor of Yi Dong Dong. Have any plans? The system's beeps have burst one after another. Wild ghost feels strange. Add 1 hour of life extension. The wild ghost feels annoyed. Add 1 hour of life extension. The wild ghost has become hostile. Add 1 hour to life extension. Wild ghost has mood swings. Add 2 hours to life extension. The rotting ghost is examining the host. Add 5 hours to life extension. Guardian spirit is reviewing host. Add 6 hours to life extension. Wild ghost mood swings. Add 1 hour life extension. There seemed to be countless pairs of eyes in the darkness that all of a sudden noticed Yi Dong Dong and swept onto his body. Yi Dong Dong first stood still in a cold sweat. In front of him was a pool of stagnant water, in which years of garbage had settled, emitting a rotten stench. And Yi Dong Dong's arrival seemed to have stirred up the long-lasting calm, drumming up the atmosphere of the place to a somewhat foul and unpleasant odor. Sword Soul Kettle feels amazed. Plus 8 hours of life extension. Yi Dong Dong was surprised and delighted. The kettle was here. Come and report your name. The Black Sword Ghost Kingdom does not kill nameless people. A sorrowful voice sounded unsuspectingly from the side, and then brought reverberations, crashing left and right throughout the building's corridors, and as if there were countless voices interrogating. Gradually, one scarlet eye after another began to emerge from the corners of the building, the faint light sweeping over Yi Dong Dong, constantly observing every inch of his body. This kind of gaze was very unfriendly. Yi Dong Dong really disliked it somewhat. Kettle, hurry up and come out, Yi Dong Dong shouted sternly. The surrounding area was quiet, seemingly frightened by Yi Dong Dong's voice, and seemingly feeling that Yi Dong Dong was a bit puzzled. Who is the kettle? Who is the kettle? He's looking for the kettle. Hey, do we have a kettle? We don't have a kettle. We have no kettle. The living. A voice mixed with gasps and groans came in bursts, and it seemed that an unseen and untouchable spirit had begun to leap over towards Yi Dong Dong, circling up and down around Yi Dong Dong and sizing up Yi Dong Dong with interest while crunching his words. This is a living person. It's a big young man. Yeah. How did it come here? How did it come here? He's been having trouble with everything lately. He wants to die, right? He surely doesn't have a few days left to live. He has the call of hell on him. Ha! The call of hell. It's the summoning of hell. I can smell it. Yi Dong Dong distractedly rubbed his head. Where did such a large group of wild ghosts come out again? The silo that does not see sunlight all day long has actually become some kind of ghost country that harbors dirt and grime. This is simply the greatest provocation to the modern people's thoughts of respecting the ghosts and gods and staying away from them. If you don't come out again, I'll start cleaning. The Sword and Soul Kettle feels alarmed, adding 15 hours to its life extension. The Sword Soul Kettle is fearful, plus 16 hours of life extension. The Sword Soul Kettle has violent mood swings and is in an agitated state. Hashtag carrot $. It was garbled again. Yi Dong Dong frowned, although the time he got the system was not long, but the system would appear garbled when screening certain complex feelings. This was something he had never been able to figure out. Not only the beeps he had heard in the organization that were exactly like the system, but also the glitches in his own system pointed to the system's origins in a hair-raising and confusingly distant place. Brother! A growl came from the depths of the silo's pool of water, and as the standing water churned, a gray hand and claw manifested, poking out of the water and firmly clasping the ground next to it, seemingly grasping at the ground to lift its body upwards. Who dares to hurt my brother? It's the Sword Emperor! It's the Sword Emperor! Lord Sword Emperor is going to eat ghosts again! Lord Sword Emperor is going to eat ghosts again! Run! Sword Emperor Immediately afterward, a crown that shimmered with a faint golden light slowly floated up from the sewage, out of the mud. Then there is a head slowly floating up. Then the body, the back of the burly body draped in a long black cloak. Yi Dong Dong incredibly looked at this tall and powerful ghost in front of him. Which one is this? This is still a kettle? Amusing, right? Brother, let you be frightened, the ghost muttered in his mouth. Kneeling and crouching down in front of Yi Dong Dong, nearly 3 meters tall stature is only the silo. This pattern of not see the sun and up and down through the place can put open the kettle. Even half kneeling in front of Yi Dong Dong, still occupies a small half of the space of the silo. Yi Dong Dong still can only look up at him. My God, what did you do these 2 days? What happened? Back to brother. Passing by this neighborhood that day, I felt the call of the guardian spirit of this masterless ghost realm and came over to take over everything here. That Black Sword Ghost Kingdom was taken by you? Yi Dong Dong took a deep breath. It's a lousy name, but for a moment I couldn't think of anything better than that. It was taken by those wild ghosts. The lord of this place died the day before yesterday at the hands of the life-supporting ghosts. This group of wild ghosts can no longer escape the fate of reincarnation tonight. They are really pitiful, Kettle said, looking a little darker. Chapter 80, The Week. I don't know what's going on lately. It's a little hard to feel. It's a little strange. Yi Dongdong stretched his hand, can touch the kettle's forehead, pretending to feel the temperature of the appearance. Still cold, and no fever. Afraid of what? Have compassion is good, ha. The point is it's good to find you. Yi Dongdong sighed. This half a month has happened too many things. By now it is left to you and me, one person and one ghost is finally a peaceful gathering together. Kettle thoughtfully. There is no place where this group of ghosts cannot hear. We talk slowly. Just say it here. All of these little ghosts are in hibernation at the moment. I instructed all of them to go into hibernation if someone comes and I show up. And the guardian spirit? What about the rotting ghost? Brother can even sense them both? Kettle was delighted and beckoned from behind him, and two figures immediately emerged. This is the guardian spirit of this piece of old pumpkin. In life as the dean of the 4 hospitals. This is the rotten ghost A Diao, the original lord of this building, but was taken a large part of the soul body to go. The poor A Diao is now slowly getting weaker. Yi Dongdong looked at the two large and small two ghosts. The heart is also in the calculation. The kettle is growing up, know how to come out to make friends on their own, but also established their own country. In fact, they should not interfere. But so gone is not good. Say how much is actually still afraid of the kettle up against the heart. In fact, or for their own selfish thinking. The kettle in the past 2 days experienced what? When did it accept the call? Whether it is its own meaning? How did he get here? What's with the formation of his own forces now? What's going on? Ding! The rotting ghost is terrified. Add 4 hours to life extension. Ding! The guardian spirit is emotionally stable and strong as a calm. Add 6 hours of life extension. Yi Dongdong shook his head, shaking all these irrelevant beeps out of his mind. I'm not hiding anything. Kettle, tell me, is it the green tea shop that sent you an invitation? Yi Dongdong didn't bother about the two ghosts behind the kettle that looked more like small building wretches at the moment. Instead he righteously said what he had wanted to say for a long time. Where is that ghost? He's a living person. Kettle didn't deny it either. When he found me, he also dryly revealed his identity, and told me a lot of the teachings of the tea-rejecting temple. Saying that, Kettle lowered his head, with a somewhat despondent look, hesitant to voice his decision. I have no objection to you joining the temple of gathering tea. On the contrary, if you join, it's also a good thing. After all, no one wants to die and lose everything that was once beautiful and unforgettable, isn't it? The kettle was delighted, looking at Yi Dongdong. Never felt that Yi Dongdong was so deeply righteous. Right, that person said the same thing. But what if the tea-denying palace lets you go on a conquest? What if it lets you disrupt the order of heaven and earth and induces you to do things that hurt the heavens and the earth? 1 inch. I probably won't do it then. Kettle just wants to be fed. That's all. Kettle's gaze was a little dark. He hadn't thought about it that much. He only felt that the man was right. And it wasn't that different from what he was thinking. As if the tea refusal palace was prepared for him, but he didn't know if the tea refusal palace would make him do anything. You are now thinking of eating enough. Maybe later you will think of eating well. In the future may think of meals to eat and eat well. Yi Dongdong persuaded bitterly. If you want to join the tea-rejecting palace, I won't interfere. But I want you to keep yourself and not be controlled by the tea-rejecting palace. Okay? Can do it, right? Can do it. Kettle nodded. I'll let you make it sound as if we, the tea-refusal hall, are demons that compel the mind. At this time, the door of a room on the 3rd floor suddenly opened wide. A pale voice came out, kicking and stomping like a plate that had spilled leftover beans, clattering, and in no time, the 3rd floor was filled with people dressed in white robes. Yi Dongdong frowned. His heart had actually long been in shock. What did he see? It was that group of mental patients, the unlucky ones who claimed to be gods. There was also another skinny old man standing right beside that white-robed old man. Yi Ma Bo, the 2 realms ambassador Ma Bo. Yi Dongdong was the first to shout out his name. 6. I don't have a name right now. I'm the Holy Spirit who gained liberation in the tea-rejecting hall, ferrying people to ferry themselves to ferry others. Yi Dongdong, we do want to thank you, Mabwa said divinely, holding onto the railing and swaying comfortably. The law-breaking brothers have always been a great danger to us. Do you know why they haven't come to the door to take revenge yet? They were long ago reimbursed by us who had regained their strength. There are no more lawbreaker brothers in this world. No more people who can control us. What are you talking about? You psycho! Yi Dongdong held his head and looked at the kettle. What kind of ecstasy did they give you? Who did I think it was? Just that one? The Vault Prophet? And that one? The Immortals? And this former ambassador of the 2 worlds? You could kill them all with a slap. What's the point of talking to the weak? Farting has a foul odor. Their words are scattered when they speak. That's you guys? You're so weak. It's useless to compel him. An immature brat, with such insidious means. In a moment, I'll hang you all up and smoke you. We are not weak. If you don't understand, you can feel it, in your system, about our unlucky ghost appellation. Is it long gone? Mabwa said with a smile. Still say it's not weak. Yi Dongdong was speaking, suddenly as if he was choked. His eyes stared blankly at the several people, almost unable to believe what Manhwa had just said. What did you say? I said that we are not weak, never have been. You? The previous sentence. Yi Dongdong was furious. You heard. Manhwa finished lightly, turned back and walked into the house. Moreover, he took a few gods and goddesses with him and left the fence. There was also the white-robed prophet of the vault of heaven looking at Yi Dongdong in silence. From the beginning to the end of the old man did not say half a word. Old Mo? What's going on here? Yi Dongdong rather some help like want to ask this old man. This old man will not talk nonsense to deceive their own right? Unfortunately, old Mo shook his head and even the kettle stood up. I am known as the vault prophet. That is, I know everything. You have been our stepping stone and biggest help. One day the refused tea palace will thank you. Old Mo left these words behind and slowly said to Kettle again. Sword Emperor, you've already seen Yi Dongdong for the last time, so you can go now, right? Kettle turned his head to look at Yi Dongdong, with nothing in his eyes that looked like emotions or feelings. Yi Dongdong shook his head powerlessly. What is this? Once returned to the liberation before? I'm leaving, brother. I hope to meet in hell. I hope that time the hell has a new order. I'll wait for you. After saying this, the kettle slowly sank into the sewage. Once again submerged the crown. The sewage returned to calm. This does not play me. Yi Dongdong roared. A foot stepped into the sewage, but only splashed a dirty splash. Ejected a pants. Yi Dongdong was not willing, and stepped on a few more feet hard, then rushed up the stairs. The object control supernatural ability berserkly launched, violently kicked open the door. The door of the room roared down with smoke and dust, leaving only an empty room and the smell of decay. The damp marks on the wall that hadn't yet dried were still a bit traces of a door-like spell. Yi Dongdong gasped and looked at the wall, his heart hugging a full of alpacas. Chapter 81, Sword Emperor Kettle. He needs the ink book. Just now everything almost all happened in a few minutes. Everything seems incredible and not like an illusion. Manhwa and the Vault Prophet and a bunch of other gods and goddesses did compel the kettle into the gathering tea hall. This door on the wall should be leading to hell. Yi Dongdong didn't destroy the wall in anger. He expected that there would be another opportunity to enter the hell and shout at the kettle to wake it up when he was strong or after he had probed the whole thing in the situation of the Temple of Gathering Tea. But the droplets in his palm once again returned to the size of the original when it first began to take shape. But this time it was dripping downwards. A kettle went to hell, of course it was underneath. Yi Dongdong worriedly took a car, came to the Temple of the Ox-Head Immortal, bought some nearby incense and candles, yellow paper, hastily wrote a letter to the Ox-Head. Of the letter even copied 3 copies burned over. Each copy is wrapped in yellow paper, a little careful to smooth out the texture of the paper and folded parts. The font are interspersed in the gaps in the printed font, but also allows people to see what is written in the end. Yi Dongdong wrote quite satisfied, although the heart is always a sense of anxiety, but still slowly thrown into the fire pit. Looking at the ugly face of the bull, the heart is trying to be quiet. There are thousands of thoughts intertwined. Greetings, Honorable Ox-Head Immortal. I am your most faithful believer Yi Dongdong. I think you still remember that I had burned some gold bars to you as well as the 2 nights of misunderstanding and living in harmony with you. Now there is a thing to notify and trouble you. I have a little friend named Kettle, and you are tall, holding a hawk bone sword, fighting power amazing, good at learning, currently joined the Pali Tea Temple, is entering the hell ready to help the evil. I hope that when you learn of this news can lead the hell to make the necessary precautions and protection. To prevent the Pali Tea Temple don't make a big mess on earth or in fear. To protect the soul of the sword Kettle. If anything happens to him, I'll take the sword soul Kettle, and I will not let him go. If something happens to him I will send the recording to the internet. One of the most trustworthy future of the 2 worlds to make Yi Dongdong satisfied with the seal of the letter. Yellow paper in the fire is extremely easy to burn. Not a moment later turned into green smoke disappeared into the air. Incense burner bowl of incense is also burning violently, as if the bull's head is really here in the big mouth to swallow the general. Yi Dongdong smiled, touched the mask of the unchanged, assured of the out of the temple to continue to move towards the next stop. To say who is the most miserable in this 3 people and 1 ghost, that belongs to Sunny. But to say who is the most aggrieved among these 3 people and 1 ghost, it is Mo Shu, who is now riding a bicycle and sweating all over the place. He was originally a carefree life of fortune-telling. Usually find some big boss's fortune-telling feng shui bureau can be. Every day blowing air conditioning and eating melons that is called the days of the gods. But since he contacted Yi Dongdong, no more big brother willing to come to his place to take care of business. All because of Wei's group, and that don't know where to come out of the force, but also rolled away his 2 masters. Now the culprit, Yi Dongdong, has also lost. How does this make him feel? The sun on the back of the spine hot, as if there are a few needles and a constant change of position to stab him. Mo Shu gritted his teeth and rode the car. He just pinpointed the location of Yi Dongdong again, At the moment he is along the road all the way from memory to look for just now fortune-telling booth may have met a certain face. That person should be wearing a mask of Yi Dongdong. This is not. Yi Dongdong dragged the body of 40 or 50 years old uncle. This time is the peak of human strength and physical fitness after. Yi Dongdong walk a moment to gasp a moment is finally smooth when saw riding an old bicycle all the way to stop and come to the ink book. Yi Dongdong beckoned. The ink book stopped. Mo Shu, Yi Dongdong? Both of them now have a belly full of words to say, but now they can't even eat again, because a news once again bombarded in this city exploded open. By Mo Shu informed this news to Yi Dongdong. This morning found by the psychiatric suspect Yi Dongdong captured Wei's group executive's son died in the Pearl River Road by the roadside. No external injuries on the body, no money. Not see the suspect Yi Dongdong. The police declared that it will intensify the search. Issued a citywide martial law order. Yi Dongdong did not react for a moment. Like a fish in the throat. Frank in place. Dead. Dead. Yi Dongdong gulped. Sat down on his butt, looking at the rolling heat wave ahead, only to feel that his mouth was dry and his life was exceptionally dry. There were vehicles speeding by. The big rising heat wave hung on Yi Dongdong's face, like a whip lashing his body. The warm sun shone down, through the eyes all the way to the heart. Birds seem to be no longer chirping. The world is no longer sound. Lost beauty. Yi Dongdong's eyes seem to turn gray. Sun Yi is dead? Just like that died? Sun Yi. Yi Dongdong slowly held his head. He was too shocked. Shocked to the point that he actually thought it was just another kidnapping. Just another small accident. Let's go to the place of the crime now. Maybe we can still find a wisp of Sun Brother's residual soul. Mo Shu pressed Yi Dongdong's shoulder. His powerful hand wanted to slightly comfort him a little, but it seems that he couldn't do it again. Yi Dongdong was a little shivering with sadness, and his guilt had long been suppressed. Gathering Tea Palace, Sun Yi, Ma Bo, Song Dong Prophet, Wei Zhongtian, Wei Xiaotian, Wei, Organization. I'm so messed up, Yi Dongdong yelled. After that there was no movement. A tear slipped from the corner of his eye. No matter who did this thing, it was obvious that he wanted to hurt him ruthlessly, and his purpose was achieved. On the street an old man and a young man were sitting together, right on the curb. The older man was holding his head and whispering something. The younger man was pressing his shoulder and comforting. It was more like a father and son who had something going on at home. No one would pay more attention for a few moments. Yes, find Sun Yi. Must find Sun Yi first, can't let him die so unexplained. I've only just gotten you guys together. Yi Dongdong's heart cries out and wanders. Now things have been messed up to the extreme. Not just the upcoming two families competing for the relics of the trip or now do not know who in the end killed Sun Yi, as well as following the gathering of tea hall a group of old shrews just so simply left the kettle. Wei's eyes are all over the city. Yi Dongdong dare to believe that they can know that Mo Shu is here. They can understand that they are also in this neighborhood. They know everything. The current situation. Only to respond to all changes with no change. The premise is that Sun Yi can't just go up and smoke and seemingly unknown. Yi Dongdong must in Mo Shu forcefully stop a little loss. Only then, Yi Dongdong can count on the heart to get over some. On the contrary, the kettle side, followed by a group of specially bought a white coat of the gods and goddesses walking on the road to hell. On the road, he couldn't stop fighting along the way. Sword Emperor, what's wrong with you? I don't know. My body is cold and I can't stop chilling. Kettle said truthfully. It always feels like this rendezvous might not go very well, and it looks like I'm the only one of us who can fight, right? No, you have to believe that the Holy Spirit will bless us. The one who spoke was the vault prophet old Mo, who kept drawing a cross on his chest. God has already told me, he will soon come to the east. Besides the earth, hell is also his destination. As the saying goes, who will go to hell if I don't go to hell? Buddha can do it. Buddha can do it. God can do it. This kind of words the ghost will believe. The kettle slowly nodded. The eyes of a good bit of sobriety in this moment again dimmed down. All the way walking. All the way in the mouth chattering about something. Brother, kettle, gathering righteousness, loyalty? Mabo looked back somewhat scornfully and locked eyes with old Mo again. And the two seemed to say a lot of things in their eyes. Sword Emperor, what are you thinking about again? No, just suddenly remembering a group of people who were together, happy, and rebelling against tyranny together. Ha, isn't that us? Rebelling against tyranny together. Coming together to overthrow the corrupt system of hell for thousands of years. Is it? Yes, yes? Kettle asked in his mind. His eyes straight, the short sword in his hand gripped a little loosely. He still remembered to hold this sword tightly. Who gave it to him? He seemed to be forgetting. As the saying goes, the road has frozen dead bones. The situation of the old days just completely mapped to the hell. A line of people along the way. Corpses everywhere are wailing and gasping homeless. And walking limbs, different forms of face terrible ghosts. The hell of the avenue is very spacious, but cannot tolerate a weak person. Unfortunately, the weak are born fragile. The strong are born strong. Kettle all the way to see a complete picture he has not seen for a long time, a tragic scene. What's going on in hell? I've never seen such a hell. Kettle couldn't help but mutter to himself. When we arrive at the main hall later, we will be able to learn about the recent events in the hell. But looking at this, there should be another rebellion. It's really the people and the beauty of those in power. Old Mo carried his hands behind his back. A white coat walking on the avenue of the Earth's capital is particularly eye-catching. Unsuccessful wars are called rebellions. Successful wars are called restorations, uprisings, and liberation. No matter what they are called, only justice is the most important thing to recognize in a war. Kettle frowned and twisted his head, a little puzzled. Are we going to start a war? It's not known, but it's the inevitable path. If we don't blow a new wind of our own, won't these rotten scents become more and more impossible for the ghost folk to breathe? Look at these poor ghost people. They are hungry and scared. All day long they are in fear. Don't you want to give them a peaceful world where they can have enough to eat? Can I give it? The Kettle pointed to himself. Some incredulous. Once upon a time, he was just a wandering in the hell without a place to live, without dependence, can only do odd jobs to maintain the life of a small wild ghost, living a muddled life. One day, he received the words of a life-supporting ghost master, saying that he needed to find a small ghost that could do things smartly to take over. He went to apply for the job, and succeeded. On the very first night of taking over the shift, he bitterly ran into Yi Dongdong, that man full of godly energy. He could always make people feel like they could see through at one glance, but the next glance, it seemed as if they were gazing into an abyss. Until now, he gained strength so strong that he never dared to imagine. He could kill any of the ghosts on this street in seconds, and also seemed to feel capable of challenging Oxhead and Horseface, and always felt that the whole hell could be stepped on by him. Chapter 82, The Kettle Seeking Proof. You can. I want to recommend you to the Master of the Temple as the Vanguard General. I believe that one day, it is you who will be the first to step on the throne of Yenluo, Ma Bo said in a loud voice. Yenluo's reputation to the roadside, lying down to fall down in the ears of the bad ghosts, did not seem to cause any ripples. An old ghost yawned, sleepy eyes looking at the few refused to tea party. What is the rebellion? What is the civil unrest? Not still refusing tea hall in the matter? The old ghost thought in his heart, narrowed his eyes and looked at these few people and ghosts who were full of energy. There are few people who can appear in the hell, but even fewer ghosts who can travel with them. This image of a tall ghost in a gray and white hue, had he seen it somewhere? The old ghost didn't want to think about it much. He continued to recuperate now and waited until it was dark to deal with the next wave of turmoil. As the road deepens, the buildings on both sides of the road also began to become more and more sparse. The Kettle, some puzzled look at the surrounding scenery, belonging to their own thoughts, are more and more clear up. He followed Ma Bo and others at the moment has been deep into the hell. Now not just the first few layers of hell, but is walking in the road to refuse the tea palace. On. For before how to come in, how to promise Ma Bo and others, he almost have no impression, but the brain is always such a tendon in the fiddling, reminding him, to refuse tea hall, to refuse tea hall. There can obtain resources, can obtain the way to become stronger. These have been the Kettle desperately needed. The Kettle now has no choice. He has gone deep into hell. Old ghost, is the temple of refusing tea around here? The giant spirit god pulled an old ghost with a broken leg on the side of the road who was gnawing on the roadbed over to ask. The old ghost gave him a baffled look, and took his afterglow to sweep the crowd. A piece of stone rubble fell from his mouth. Don't be hard on him, what could he know? Manhwa patted the giant spirit god's shoulder, pointed to the road in front of him and said, immediately there is a straight road. This is no mistake with the direction we received. We just have to keep walking and believe that it is just ahead. But how long does this have to go on? That skinny snarling dog scurried out at this point, panting with the sound of lungs colliding, making people listen. We've already traveled a long way. Is the refused tea palace reliable? Manhwa put his hand on his forehead to stand on tiptoe to look out. This is his own habit. Hell cannot have a scorching sun, and I do not know what I saw. When he put down his heels, his face has brought a smile, to believe that it was just ahead. The temple of refusal of tea was always open in hell, right? After all, it's fighting behind enemy lines. It's only natural that it's hard to find. Why does it feel so unreliable? Kettle touched his brow before remembering that ghosts don't sweat, and how many years ago was death? He actually managed to forget it again too. The whole time is Manhwa in the guide, a dry finger leading the Kettle and a bunch of different forms of people in the hell of the Dark Avenue rampage. A moment to knock on the door of this family, a moment to pat the window of that family. Open mouth is refusing to tea temple. Sure enough, the Kettle in the heart of the feeling of a they really are not reliable. Black armor reflecting the extraordinary cold light. Neat footsteps came, snowy weapons on the blade of the back of the mapping of a resolute and ruthless face. A large flagon which held high a government guards. At the end of the road, when these neatly organized army appeared, the roaring dog was the first to shiver and hide behind the giant spirit god. and waited until he sensed that the giant spirit god was also followed by the fearful, and found the main heart kettle, and hid behind him again. What do we do? It must be that the houseguard knows that we're looking for the tea refusal hall, so they came over to silence Jia Yangwei. No need to be afraid, we have Lord Sword Emperor here. How do we need to be afraid of such a group of rabble? The government guards have been corpses for years and have no combat power at all. The Sword Emperor alone can battle them all, Manhwa said rather confidently and pushed Kettle's back. Kettle was startled and realized that he had already stood in front of a few people, facing the oncoming army of the houseguard troops straight on. Don't worry, Sword Emperor, we'll be waiting at the back to help you hold the enemy at bay. And this is just a small test. More efforts and sacrifices will be needed to achieve a truly great liberation. And of course, hard work is unavoidable, right? Mab spoke quickly, really quickly, and the Kettle was near impossible to respond to. Yeah. Kettle paused, grudgingly keeping pace with Mab. And the combat power of these minions is really low. I think you can kill one with a single sword. How much time do you need to cut down such a group of rabble? Sword Emperor? While Manhwa looked a bit exuberant, Kettle looked a bit like he didn't react, opening his mouth, his mind already going to the matter of how much time he needed. 5 minutes. If you finish it within 5 minutes, the Tea Refusal Palace will already quickly recognize your value as a Sword Emperor. Go for it. Prove yourself. Manhwa's speech was fast. This was the first time Kettle had encountered this kind of person. Speaking perhaps not with magic, but never allowing you any reaction time while going to follow him, twisting his head and immediately forgetting his own direction and self-thought. Brainwashing was an aspect that Mab did really well, and Kettle was really taken for a ride. May I? Kettle pointed at himself and lifted his sword up. A surge of battle intent had already arisen in his heart. This battle spirit came from nowhere, but rather Kettle just knew that he needed to go fight. He needs to fight. It seemed that this battle was necessary. To do as Manhwa asked. He had run out of his own mind. Where did you living people come from to enter hell? Did you get permission? Is it that you were looking for the Temple of Refusal of Tea? At the head of the group, a large light green ghost in silver armor was the first to step out of formation and began to ask questions. And you? What kind of ghost? Why have I never seen one before? There is a degree of offense for wearing a crown on your head. You'll have to come with us right now to be investigated. How can we go with them to be investigated? What does it mean to be investigated? It means you won't be able to get out of their territory. What's wrong with wearing a crown? Doesn't it challenge their corrupt regime? Isn't it just jealousy? Scared? It's times like these that we have to rise to the occasion, isn't it? Manhwa's voice echoed in his ears again. The Kettle was a little tired of it. The alarm bells in his heart had been ringing, but for a moment he could not think of a reason to refute Manhwa, and could only be led step by Manhwa into the abyss from which he could not break free. There is such a person in life. Self-acquainted. Speaking speed and frequency are extremely fast. Always in your spirit of vulnerability to provide you with a little bit of what you need, but not to meet you. Mobilizing your desire and will not easily give up on you, and then use his fast speech, fast frequency brainwashing to achieve a certain purpose. This kind of person has never been very confident, and can get a lot of things in their own circle. In the brainwashed before the person did not react. Manhwa was clearly one such person, and one who was still better at disguising himself. Kettle brought up his sword and looked at that commander with what he felt was his coldest eyes, pointing the sword at him. That commander was startled and jerked his body straight, his right hand already pressing on the hilt of the sword. Resist? That big ghost's face turned even greener. His jaw kept shivering and his fangs kept rubbing together. It's resistance, but it's you who are resisting. Sword Emperor, show them how powerful you are. Could it be that such a group of arrogant people? Isn't it worth wielding your sword to kill them? This kind of people are nothing more than wallflowers even if they surrender to my Tea Refusal Palace. It's better to kill them now. It was Ma Bo's voice again. De Gue Yuan's eyes glared as he violently drew his sword and turned around to shout. It's the Tea Refusal Party. Shoot on sight. After that, he led the charge with his sword in both hands, charging forward. Drink! Kettle didn't know why he was fighting, but he had already raised his sword and charged up towards such a group of very weak but very brave Een soldiers. There are dozens of Een soldiers, each well equipped. If you deal with the usual groups of bad ghosts to maintain law and order are no enemy, but today they ran into the Kettle. Already is the sword soul of the Kettle. Kettle's body is a sword, so no matter how much he was injured, no matter how much he was pierced, being cut, being hit hard, he won't break. He'll just lose some cultivation and reduce his battle power. Even if he ended up returning to the tarsal sword to rest from his injuries, it would only be a matter of a day or two to recover. Not to mention that the strength of these underworld soldiers was just too low. The Kettle had not learned battle techniques, while this green-skinned ghost looked as if he had. The moment before approaching the Kettle, the green-skinned ghost looked like it was clearly a straight charge stance, suddenly turned his feet, and had long since changed his steps, bending at the waist and shifting his feet to turn the sword sweep from a thrust into a horizontal swing. Kettle's reaction is not slow. At this time the action of the hand is fast. Originally the short sword was flat in front of his body. At this moment just hastily erected in front of his body towards the direction of the green ghost swings and blocks. Click chatter. A cracking sound is not big, but it seems to carry the trend of resonating through the hell spread rapidly. Where the two swords touched there were no sparks. There were only splashes of energy. One sword shattered. The green-skinned ghost commander's eyes widened. It was only one round. Was the strength of this gray, tall ghost too great? Or was this tall ghost's weapon just too good? How come his own sword made of iron was cracked in just one round? What kind of ghost are you? What kind of sword is this? The green-skinned ghost asked in horror. At this time already Left Hand stopped his men to continue to charge forward formation. Jumped backward. Heartbroken hurriedly Hand, on the sword forked back to the scabbard. This is the future sword emperor of our Refusal Palace. Again, it was Manhwa's voice that rang out. He rallied his voice. Although he had taken a group of gods and goddesses to hide behind when the kettle and the green-skinned ghost passionately collided just now. But at this time it was the time that he stood out again. With a look of great righteousness. Oomph. The ghost is the sword emperor. So what is a sword? A sword is a sword, right? And you people are collectively called ES? I'm having a conversation with this powerful person. Whose turn is it for you to talk? The green-skinned ghost snorted coldly, not even wanting to look at Manhwa. Narrow-minded. The defeated general will only present his words, right? Manhwa, however, was not angry and immediately bit back. The green-skinned ghost's eyes widened. Where is this person's cheek? Shameless, do you dare to compete with me? There is literature and martial arts. Always confusing. This is one of your failures. Manhwa sneered and slowly retracted behind the kettle again, both hands behind his back, looking at the green-skinned ghost in a pompous manner and said, Sword Emperor, see, this is the poor ghost official who has been forced by the corrupted securities to the point where they are already crazy and unreasonable. This kind of ghost we can no longer save them. This kind of butcher must be killed. This, Kettle hesitated a bit, pressing the hilt of his sword a bit blankly. Do you still need to hesitate? Since you have already chosen to reject the Tea Palace, it is your own choice. None of us have forced you, right? Are you going to back out at this point? If you had met someone stronger than you, no one would say anything if you backed out. But what about this time? Are you just being perfunctory? Did you bring us to hell not for the tea-rejecting palace at all? I didn't. Of course I came for. Kettle said here and froze. What was he for? Chapter 83, explaining what? Of course you're doing it to reject the Tea Palace. Manhwa slapped Kettle's waist and crotch harder. He could only reach Kettle's shoulders at the highest, but slapping his waist and crotch was obviously a bit more comfortable height. Good boy. Sword Emperor, your strength allows you to do anything. This is the world where the strong are honored. Now don't you want to show your strength? I guess so. But what? What buts? You don't know what the buts are, do you? Can't you say it? There's no valid reason at all. It's just that you're scared, isn't it? Manhwa continued to speak in rapid-fire succession, straightening the kettle's head, hands and feet out of control. Refuse Tea Palace is waiting for you. I know your worries. After this fight, Refuse Tea Palace's receiver should also arrive. Oh, also right. Kettle thought inexplicably, so that's what he had been worrying about. Was it this? It's this one, isn't it? Kettle lifted his sword up and stood it at his side, bellowing, let's fight then. There must be a misunderstanding here. The green-skinned ghost waved his hand repeatedly. He also heard the conversation just now. It was obvious that the old man was brainwashing and compelling this ghost whose mind was obviously not quite complete or a bit naive. Wait, I have something to say too. You are a strong man. You have an obligation to listen to what a weak person has to say with your own ears, instead of always being swayed by that old man's thoughts. Kettle frowned, a vague uneasiness and displeasure in his mind, but it was in no way directed at the green-skinned ghost who had spoken. It seemed to be towards Manhwa. He looked back with some suspicion, and saw right in front of him Manhwa, who was walking furtively back to the group of gods and goddesses, and at that moment, Fire Virtue Star Sovereign was giving him a thumbs up. What are you guys doing? Kettle asked in disbelief. Manhwa let out a shriek. He did not expect Iron Beam Kettle at this time will really still be able to listen to the words of the green ghost back to look at themselves. Listen to the words of the green ghost. He thought a moment to stand in the immortals pile when he looked back was already the scene of the Yin soldiers' corpses everywhere and now the kettle, carrying a sword. Murderous look at him, powerful breath in the surge. That evil sword seems to be looking at him, to pick through every inch of his bones. Look, listen to my explanation. Sword Emperor, things are not the way you think. Manhwa fiercely took 2 steps forward. He knew that at this moment, if he stepped back, it might really be the abyss of 10,000 feet. Explain what? What do you mean? Kettle was confused. Kettle was completely confused. No, you can't listen to him anymore. The green-skinned ghost shouted anxiously, rushing up and about to pounce towards Manhwa. This bad old man was bad. he had to be taken care of first. Only then could there be a standard outcome to this matter. Good or bad? The green-skinned ghost didn't want anyone else to sway the judgment of this tall gray ghost with a crown on his head and a sharp blade in his hand. Kill him now! Sword Emperor! Manhwa shouted, stretching his shirt and pants and pulling his legs out. The giant spirit god and the fire virtue star monarch saw the situation and hurriedly rolled up their sleeves and stepped forward. Different colors of light lit up on their bodies, all of which looked like they were not bad spells as well. You have to be calm. You have to have a mind of your own. Friend, we are all ghosts. You have to trust me. How can you trust him? He's a human being. How can you trust a human being? Green-skinned ghosts on this side by the kettle robust figure blocked the way. And do not dare to force through. Just 2 hands toward the kettle stretching. Do not dare to hold, also do not want to put down. Can only be in the air helplessly shaking. How can not believe? I know a very righteous person. It is he guided me into the kettle said here. Suddenly stopped. And the green-skinned ghost also froze for a moment, not knowing what happened. What happened? Brother guided me into the tea refusing hall. How could brother? Brother has always been investigating these things, but also once told me an old. Muttering to himself, the kettle jerked back and saw Mabo, whose face had become brushed white, and then saw the other side of the old Mo, who was seemingly deliberately covered by several immortals, and who was now sweating profusely and pinching his duel, chanting something. You guys harmed me? Kettle asked with some disbelief. Why would we harm you? At this time Mabwa's tone suddenly hardened. We harmed you? What do we have to figure out? Didn't we also see that you are gifted and overqualified, and wanted to bring you into the tea-denying palace to continue getting stronger? What's wrong with us? Is the road to success always smooth? Is everything your benefactor does right? We're lying with good intentions. Sword Emperor. Old Mo had stopped pinching by this time and followed with a dark expression, both hands hanging down by his side as he lowered his head, seemingly sighing. Sword Emperor, who gave you this title? It's the tea refusal hall. It can give us everything we want, including your future godhead, your future immortal roots. We can get it all for you at that time. Manhwa shouted, his overexcitement causing his hair and beard to fly about in a haphazard manner. But he never cared about that, still relentlessly continuing to rant and rave in Kettle's ear, pointing at the green-skinned ghost and saying, what about him? He's just a tiny leader in the Een soldiers. Kill him. This is your token of honor for joining the tea refusal palace. From now on, you'll be on a level playing field. Do you understand? No less than 100 sword emperors have died on the battlefront where we fought the tea rejecting party, and as long as they could use a sword, they would all be crowned as sword emperors. The green-skinned ghost had long since seen the color of struggle that was waking up in the kettle's eyes, and had a bottom in his heart. This originated from a painting under the Naiha bridge. When there is time I can take you to see. Brother, just came to hell, right? There are many bad people in this world, or the government is reliable. The green ghost stretched out a hand, gently patted on the kettle's shoulder and said, I won't persuade you to kill these living people. Anyway, they have their own netherworld interrogation. I also see. You are completely compelled by these people before coming here wanting to join the tea refusal hall. At the instant this hand slapped on, the kettle only felt a sudden burst of clarity in his mind, as if there were some things that were just suddenly figured out, some forgotten links, or also suddenly able to remember, especially about Yi Dongdong. I was cheated? Kettle stared at his eyes. The color of innocence jumped on his face. The wronged mood could swell into a watermelon, before he had time to smooth it out from the beginning. He couldn't even tell how in the world Manhwa and the others had fooled him into going to hell. Manhwa, and old Mo, these new faces, at a certain moment just now, and even still on Earth at a certain moment, he always felt that these people are very familiar, as if being in Yi Dongdong also familiar with the general. What the hell is wrong with him? Who should he believe? Kettle was completely in a daze. Let's go and have a meal first, and then I'll show you a good look at the 18 layers of hell. The green-skinned ghost smiled happily. Although he couldn't reach Kettle's shoulders, just by pulling his little arm like this, the green-skinned ghost felt satisfied and accomplished too. He had actually rescued a mere soul from the clutches of the tea-denying temple, but it was a real blessing and thank goodness for that. Chapter 84, I don't belong to the houseguard. This is the 18 layers of hell? Kettle somewhat panicked, scanning a circle around, also did not find the surrounding what is different. This is a public area, that is, just out of the teleportation point, not yet in the real territory. It can be said that this is still just an ordinary hell, the green-skinned ghost said very proudly, while waving his hand to let his underlings detain the depressed and ashamed mob with several people, while pointing in the direction of the distance as getting more and more desolate, said, there is the Chilua hell, refused to tea temple newly opened hell interface. They just now the direction is correct. Is it possible to newly open a hell interface? Kettle asked curiously. Of course it can, as long as the mana meets the requirements. There's nothing that can't be done. How is it a new opening? Kettle was a little curious. Could it be that the current hell was once a small hell? The green-skinned ghost shook his head smilingly. If I knew that, would I still be in my current position as a squad leader? But you are different. You are really strong. At least your weapon is great. You can go a long way. 1. Weapons sure go a long way. At this time, a ghostly shadow suddenly sprang out of the grass by the roadside. A grayish wall violently appeared in front of Kettle and Greenskull with a wave of the ghostly hand. Greenskull was shocked and subconsciously pulled Kettle a hand. Kettle gratefully looked at him. Did not say anything? The two ghosts together looked at the ghostly shadow in front of them. The green-skinned ghost somewhat gritted his teeth. Since you recognize me, let this kid hand over this weapon. That gray ghostly shadow smiled sorrowfully and pulled out a spear from somewhere. The tip of the spear flashing with a fishy red light. He approached little by little, after which his left hand was still sliding slowly, erecting a translucent wall behind the kettle and to the left and right quadrants. New here, right? How dare you look at me with such eyes? Go to hell. Without saying a word, Kettle jumped up violently with his sword in his hand, and actually didn't even bother to communicate, directly wanting to start a fight. Wipe, where is this mad dog from? The gray ghost shadow was also startled. The hand spear immediately stood up horizontally and raised above his head and was trying to use a block to block this fierce blow of the kettle. Then the feet had already begun to move, and the next blow would be able to be extremely rapid towards the kettle's chest, ruthlessly stabbed. This move of his ate up half of the small alleys and narrow roads of hell. But what was a hawk sword? It was a bit cheaper. But how was it a weapon that was redeemed in the system? It is not indestructible, but it is also strong and terrible. Unusual weapons are simply touching the crack, sparring on the broken, coupled with the kettle is tall and powerful. This sword chopping down, gray ghost shadow, a muffled grunt did not hold back, hum out, feet bent, kneeling down. Kettle saved his strength and continued to swing hard. Once, twice, 3 times. Under each slash of the tarsal sword, a strong wind accompanied by the sharp blade slammed out. This was all learned from Yi Dongdang. The kettle's movements seemed to have overlapped with Yi Dongdang's movements that night. It was all fast swings towards the downward direction and violent smashes. Ghost Shadow, how to stand this kind of wild brute force? Fortunately is a practitioner. The foot has been obedient to make a reaction. Backward, quickly a retreat. Borrowed the kettle, chopping force center of gravity backward, a backward roll away from the kettle's bludgeon lock. In the roll away from the ground for a moment and then coldly backhanded swing out of the spear. Straight toward the kettle's ankle whip. Kettle heart siren high but not much use. Really reacted. The soul body also cannot react. Want to jump high but always half a beat too slow. A loud bang set off the tumbling dust. The kettle was jerked up, back down and fell to the ground. Very messy. Sometimes good equipment can really do whatever you want, but when faced with a skill-crushing opponent, then everything might be different. Well, Ghost Shadow's face at this time from the ghost fog violently, probe out. That is a triangular face. Not big mouth above is a high nose. With more strange a pair of split very open triangular eyes, let a person a glance will think to see the deep sea and the drooping head of sharks in general. The Ghost Shadow stood up, the long spear to the ground, on a fork, chest and head up, is very proud of themselves. It's just a bit of brute strength, but it's impossible to be my opponent. You hurt me, but I see your sword is your honor, so hurry up and bring it. Spare your life. Who is he? Do you know each other? Kettle asked back to the green-skinned ghost who had been dazed and dry. He is the now infamous road-blocking thief Grey Wolf. Recently my squad has been tracking him down for quite a while, but he is as cunning as a weasel to find him. The greenskin drew his own sword and pursed his lips as he began to walk to the side of the Grey Wolf, trying to form a handhold with the kettle against him. But today he met the two of us, so it's just as well that he's here to condemn the Grey Wolf altogether. Haven't really killed a houseguard yet. Today is just the right day to try out what it's like to have a tribute mana dispensed by the Netherworld. Grey Wolf smiled and slowly retreated a few steps. Although he had the capital of arrogance, he never let go of every possibility of danger. Just like the small leader of the Eam Division's government guards who was circling around behind him. This tall ghost in front of him was extremely strong. He was not sure to receive a single move from him at all. In case when the time comes to fight with the sword again, this green-skinned ghost will give him a cold shot, then it will be in the gutter. Kettle had no expression on his face. He just stared at Grey Wolf, gripped the short sword in his hand tightly, and was ready to charge again. Wait, Grey Wolf shouted, lifting the thatched flask up, signaling that he didn't want to fight right now. Gotta give my name first. You all know my name. Gotta let me know yours too? If you guys don't tell me, how am I supposed to go to the Berserker Tavern and brag about it? Say I killed 2 of the attachment guards, but I don't know who they are? You're quite the Berserker. The greenskin grinned, his teeth rubbing again. I am Lion Zolrafa, squad leader of the 22nd Street Patrol Squad of the House Guard. And you are? The Grey Wolf clearly didn't take Lion Zolrafa's greenskin set in stride, but instead had turned his head to ask Kettle. Kettle thought about it and decided to follow Lion Zolrafa's set. I'm Kettle. Long. HM? The Grey Wolf was shocked. Headmaster? This ghost is a headmaster? You're the head of the house guard? I'm not from the guard army. Then you're a brother of the tea refusal temple. There was a moment of excitement and relief in the Grey Wolf's heart. No wonder. So it was the tea refusing temple. It would be quite rare for the tea refusing temple to have such strong ghosts and weapons. After all, they are currently sitting on a lot of resources. If it is a brother of the refuse tea hall, then it is a misunderstanding. I am also passing by today to take some windfall money. I did not expect to. Even Zarafa's heart instead had a moment of collapse. This Grey Wolf had really defected to the tea refusal palace. This so-called head of the Sword Emperor would definitely say that he was from the tea refusing palace. Isn't this going to become 2 against 1? Chapter 85. Hell is a big place and I want to see it. I'm not a tea refusing temple. I did not expect the peak turnaround. The kettle is shocked to pick up the next sentence. This sentence led to the two emotions suddenly up and down. Ghosts are a little stunned. This sentence peaks and turns. Messed up. 2 ghosts are a little confused. Then where are you, the head of the group? Grey Wolf asked. If it's not the tea rejecting temple or the guards, where else could it be? Isn't the hell these 2 forces now? Are there any other forces on the rise? Kettle thought about it and said, Yi family army, right? It should be considered the Yi family army. Yi family army? Grey Wolf was a bit confused. Never heard of it at all. Aren't you the new Sword Emperor of the tea refusal palace? Even Zarafa was confused. Kettle shook his head. He couldn't hide his intrigue. I've never been to the milk tea shop. I was just about to go this time. And to say the least, I don't know why I'm going. All I want to do right now is go back to my brother. But I don't know how. The Grey Wolf's eyes rolled. Something was up. Where is your brother? I'm not sure. I think it's a city called Yangchang. Yangchang. Human? The Grey Wolf frowned. His brother was a living person? It's not a good idea to go back to Earth. How many ghosts here thought about going to Earth? After all, hell is so gloomy and the days are so miserable. Yes, it's the Earth. Is the Earth a good place to go? I'll make time to take you there later. Consider it a good deed. Don't listen to him. Is it that easy to go to Earth? So many ghosts are suffering in the netherworld. Why don't they go to the Earth to commit crimes? He's lying to you. Lien Zalafa was anxious. The Grey Wolf was staring at his eyes. This must be another plan. This kettle is not affiliated with any party but in an unheard of what the Yi family army as a leader. Such a strong person, to be honest, he would like to pull to join the government guards. But it's always not to deceive people. Where is your army? Your regiment? Grey Wolf rubbed his hands together and asked eagerly. Kettle thought for a moment. Captured by Lien Zalafa. Taken by his men on the way out just now. No idea where they were taken. Ha. Now both ghosts were startled again at the same time. Even Zarafa was thinking about how his own men were not that good, and captured his regiment. Wasn't it just a few old, weak, sickly and unarmed group of living people? Grey Wolf, on the other hand, was filled with the scene of Lien Zalafa commanding a squad of nearly 1,000 men to besiege a regiment of kettles, and immediately looked at Lien Zalafa with a different look in his eyes. A whole regiment? In fact, the Grey Wolf is still a bit of disbelief. Is in front of this green-skinned ghost? What can have the ability to only will be nearly 1,000 people of the squad, not to mention besieging a regiment. And the 2 ghosts of the combat power seems to be able to distinguish high and low at a glance. Obviously, as the kettle is big and well armed and looks like the momentum to be more adequate. This green ghost in a standard armor, a broken long sword to be more chilling and more chilling. It's everyone in the regiment. Kettle nodded. How many people were in that masterpiece viewing group? He hadn't been able to count, and it seemed like a few immortals had gotten away halfway through, but none of that mattered. What mattered was that everyone was indeed surrounded by Lien Zalafa at the time, and taken away by Lien Zalafa's men. Although the kettle had little affection for these people were at least the ones that Yi Dongdong had once saved. Maybe brother will. Brother? Yi Dongdong? These. Kettle's mind gradually began to recall some scenes, including mostly fragments of the situation in the silo. While the kettle blankly recalled it all, the 2 ghosts were also spinning their minds rapidly in thought. And who the hell are you? The Grey Wolf turned his spear towards Lien Zalafa, who was also startled and had drawn his sword. I'm the house guard. Of course, Lien Zalafa cried. Who else could he be? Does he look like a ruthless man who gathered a regiment in this manner? It was Kettle next to him that looked like it. Kettle looked at these 2, pursed his lips, and didn't say anything. He roughly understood something already. Right now, Lien Zalafa represented the house guard, while Grey Wolf represented the tea refusal temple. Both sides wished they could be closer to the upper forces were closer, and were currently digging in their heels to pull themselves together and test each other. Then it's better to see the truth in strength. Who do you choose to help? Lien Zalafa glanced at Kettle and clenched his teeth fiercely. He didn't want to let this Grey Wolf continue talking any longer. He was afraid that this silly Kettle would really go with the Grey Wolf just like that by then. And not only did he not have the certainty of winning over the Grey Wolf in terms of discourse, but even more so, he did not have the certainty of winning over the Grey Wolf in terms of combat power. After balancing the two, Lien Zalafa still decided to win or lose by fighting. Since the patrol team assigned by the Netherworld had not been increased recently, it proved that the Grey Wolf's strength was also average. So as long as he was lucky or his strength was a little bit better than his, there was still hope that he could win some more rounds against him. Once the Grey Wolf died, by then the kettle would at least not be an enemy of the houseguard even if it didn't go to the houseguard. And if he was killed by the Grey Wolf himself, then even if Kettle goes to the tea refusal hall, then when he is resurrected in the Netherworld on the soul returning stage, he will be able to say that he at least tried to fight for it. It just so happened that the Grey Wolf thought exactly the same thing, although he didn't think that much, but he felt that Lien Zalafa was in the way here. Only to get rid of him, he felt better in his heart, regardless of whether Lien Zalafa really led a team to wipe out a regiment of fierce ghosts. Anyway, Grey Wolf only believe in strength. Strong or not, only by fighting will he know. When it was too late, the two ghosts had already pulled out a long ghost shadow in the moment of eye contact and collided together. The clanging sound of gold and iron collision burst out, and the ghost mist shot out in all directions and filled up the room for a while. The sound of the spear piercing the soul body was unceasing. The burst of the long sword tearing the soul body was also shaking. Just a moment's effort. The kettle was still frozen in the distance time. These two ghosts had actually already torn together. Ah, you guys, Kettle shouted, which didn't seem to have much effect, and he stood still, a little embarrassed, not knowing what to do. Kettle thought for a moment and looked in the direction of the era hell that Lien Zalafa had just pointed to. Something seemed to be calling to him over there. It felt like it had appeared out of nowhere from just a moment ago, and he wanted to go over there and take a look. I'll go first then, Kettle said, putting away his sword and turning his head to leave. Where are you going? The Grey Wolf was the first to shout, selling a break and pushing Lien Zalafa away hard, finally getting out of Lien Zalafa's way. Lien Zalafa also calmed down and stopped his pursuit, ending the fight with his long sword in hand, still staring at Grey Wolf with a deadly stare. These two ghosts were not damaged, but if Lien Zalafa had been a bit more damaged, his fight was clearly trading injuries for injuries. Of course, the fighting style of the houseguard was basically this: a don't kill. Why is it that every year when the Netherworld recruits there are always thousands, tens of thousands of wandering ghosts, bad ghosts and even some family history ghosts run to apply for the job? In fact, it's because the staff of the Netherworld will not die. Every time their souls are scattered they can be resurrected on the soul return platform. So if you get into the Netherworld, it's really an iron rice bowl for eternity. Chapter 86, Cherry Hell. The Grey Wolf is different. He has strong strength, but when making a choice, he didn't choose the Netherworld. He doesn't want eternal peace. He wants strength, and wants to solve his desires, legal and illegal. So he stops the road and joins the tea refusal hall, fantasizing that one day he too can follow the tea refusal hall to storm the Hades and occupy the soul returning platform. In the battle between Grey Wolf and Lien Zalafa, Grey Wolf had tried his best not to get hurt, but still, whenever he could stab Lien Zalafa, then Lien Zalafa, the mad dog, would definitely return the favor, even if it was just a light scratch on a small mark. He was also able to do it. This was the battle method that Lien Zalafa had trained and practiced for so many years. You're going to Era Hell? Lien Zalafa gasped and looked in the direction that Kettle was about to leave, the very same way they had just come from. At this moment Kettle already knew how to get to the Era Hell, so the destination that he was heading that way would be the Era Hell. Right, yes, I want to go and take a look. Ha 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 ha. The Hall of Rejected Tea welcomes your return, Your Excellency the Sword Emperor. The Grey Wolf laughed out loud, looking at Lien Zalafa, who still had a hostile face in front of him, and was quite pleased in his heart. How's that? If you can fight or not? If you can fight even more desperately, people still pick their kill points early on. Lien Zalafa's everything is in vain. In a moment, if he, Grey Wolf, made his words clear, maybe this powerful kettle would even turn around and help him kill Lien Zalafa. I heard him say that you are already an honorable sword emperor in our tea refusal palace, right? The heavenly tea refusers are one family, ah brother. Think again. Can you think again? Even Zarafa wanted to cry. The kettle is the balance that determines the victory or defeat. He leaned to that side. The other side is a defeat. Fall into the abyss. Even if the kettle did not intervene in the battle between the two, he would not be able to win over the Grey Wolf today, but he could still prove that he had tried. If Kettle directly joined the tea refusal palace, then what else could he say for himself? Today was the day that one must die to give the Netherworld an answer. Does death taste good? No one could live to say such a thing. I'm not going to the milk tea store. I just want to go and see where there's only the Temple of Refused Tea? The whole hell? Kettle was a little confused. Why would he want to go there? What was the point of going there? Refuse Tea Palace. It was a pitiful place. The reason he and Yi Dongdong were separated was because of the tea refusal hall, because of the compulsion of Manhwa and the others. Now he had it all figured out and was furious. In addition to wanting to behead Ma Bo and the other immortals with a sword, he wanted to go to the tea refusal palace to get a deeper understanding and find an opportunity to end them in one pot. Not for any other reason. It's because of the egregiousness of their tactics. And the kettle also felt quite a lot of the feeling of being cheated, and the implication of being bullied and insulted. Ma Bo, what right does he have? Just because he's the messenger of the two worlds? What's in the era hell? Kettle didn't know. He could now feel that the summoning was suddenly strong and weak, sporadic, and had been functioning intermittently. It was a completely alien environment there. So you just, want to go to era hell? The Grey Wolf's eyebrows furrowed, and his soul body flared with it. Do you feel the call? It's that feeling, the feeling of wanting to go over there. As if there's someone or something that wants you to go to era hell? Even at this point, do you still have to play the trickster again? Even Zarafa's eyes rounded and the long sword in his hand started shaking with anger along with himself. I didn't lie to him. You let him speak for himself. If he didn't receive the summons, then pretend I didn't ask about this, the Grey Wolf said viciously. You felt it too? Kettle was a bit surprised. He thought this feeling was unreliable, but it turned out that this Grey Wolf was also able to feel this summoning along with him? Then doesn't it mean that maybe besides the two of them, there are probably other ghosts who can also feel this summoning? I thought I was the only one who could feel it. Why is that? This summoning feeling? Of course not. This summoning should be coming from a certain newborn mountain in the era hell, where there is a divine weapon suitable for you to have this summoning emanate from. The Grey Wolf explained excitedly. I just felt it and ran over there, going completely by feel, and I actually ended up finding this spear right in a rock crevice in a cave. Lian Zalafa opened his mouth, but surprisingly, he realized that he couldn't say anything because he couldn't tell if this matter was true or false. I swear, this spear of mine really did come out of the cracks of a stone. It's right here in era hell. Then maybe I really need to go take a look, Kettle muttered, turning around, and was about to continue on towards era hell. I'll be traveling with you as well. I happen to be able to feel the summoning again as well. And it's strong, the Grey Wolf shouted, following behind Kettle. Lian Zarafa shouted angrily, but still didn't know what to say. This Grey Wolf was a bit too shameless. I'm going too. Just like that, Kettle walked in front, Lian Zalafa followed at the end, with a pissed-off look, while the Grey Wolf was a bit more dashing and indulgent, every now and then running over to chat with Kettle in Lian Zalafa's wary eyes, whether or not he came over to pick on Lian Zalafa for a couple of moments. Lian Zalafa had long been injured. Naturally he didn't even want to spend more energy on talking, so he just followed silently. He really didn't want to let such a purely strong person go astray when he didn't even know how strong he was yet. Era hell? Why is it called era hell? Because of Aramoir, Your Excellency the Sword Emperor. Aramoir? It's the best dream a person can have at the beginning. It's what I always want to call heaven, so you'll know when you get there. Hell? Yi Dongdong looked at Wei Xiaotian's face. How does he also feel that this Wei Xiaotian currently are very serious look, and this kid usually do not like to joke look Yi Dongdong vigilantly looked at the surrounding a few people. Indeed there are so many seemingly very powerful alien, but just these few people, it is still a little worse. How to go to hell? With you guys? Can you also send me to hell? You Wei do things have been rotten to the home. The result of the makeup removed before going on stage to give a speech. Things to do a smash before turning the other cheek? Yi Dongdong's face was cold. You misunderstood Brother Dong. Wei Xiaotian was startled and quickly stood up to compensate for his smile to try to stabilize Yi Dongdong's mood. Brother Dong, we have a teleportation array in the past. You misunderstood. Misunderstood like this. So it's a misunderstanding. Yi Dongdong sneered and looked at the atmosphere around him that was already tense. These few old men weren't already ready to take themselves on the next second, were they? Although I do not know what their powers are, but with Yi Dongdong and Wei Group now bad relationship, Yi Dongdong Def also want to support a back. It's a new hell known as the Chiluai Hell that was newly built by a certain great power more than 10 years ago. After so many years of searching and groping, we finally found the law of the generation of the mountains and created an algorithm. Just tomorrow at 3:28 p.m., there will be a new great mountain growing out. At that time, the treasures and everything worth studying on the mountain are all first-hand and free to obtain. Big mountain? Grow out? Yes, of course mountains are alive. Why can't they grow? Mountains are alive? Yi Dongdong simply unheard of. The mountain is not just soil, stone, grass and trees. Can have what life? Wei Xiaotian stroked his hair and said with a smile, Winter brother, this will not know it. Now there has been a statement in the circle of aliens is quite popular. That is, hell is the place where the living souls go after death. The earth is the place where the dead souls go after death. Two worlds of the cycle of endless. Of course, I personally agree with this point of view. This is the first time I've heard of this. Yi Dongdong nodded and watched as the car stopped at the fringe of the desert. The endless world of yellow sand lay ahead. Are you sure whatever hell we're going to is here? Didn't take the wrong road? This is it. The Taklamakan Desert. The Sea of Death. There's only one stable and closest transmission channel to the Chihuahua hell found here so far. Wei Xiaotian had already lost his initial attentiveness. At this time the rich sun's condescension and coldness had long come out. Except for a slight respect in the title, all kinds of behaviors had already treated Yi Dongdong as an ordinary collaborator and follower. Get off. Let's change the car. We have to change the camel a day later. The useless things can be thrown here first. Yi Dongdong waved his hand. I'm traveling light. I don't even have a toothbrush, you see. Yi Dongdong, like a demonstration, touched his hair. Subdivided teeth. The heart still cannot help but laugh. Personal hygiene and whatnot. Now which still have the ability to take into account Wei Xiaotian glanced at him. Subconsciously went to sweep the eye. Yi Dongdong's still white teeth reluctantly smiled and went straight to the front. Wei's group service is like a dragon flying in the sky. Dome general arrangement of proper and high-end atmosphere. Very high-grade professional sand cross-country driving on the sand is very smooth. The wind and sand cannot invade and into, even if the supply is also in front of a long convoy. Yi Dongdong learned that, just Wei's group, a few old guys of the bathwater on the pull of a car more than just converted goods when the time delay is more is this one. This group of pampered bigots have a lot of money. But then how strong? Wait until the very center of the time. It is not possible to use a camel to help them hump bathwater, so the enjoyment can only be so a few days. The Taklamakan Desert is the largest desert in the country, and seems to be the largest flowing desert in the world, known as the Sea of Death. Those who enter are few, those who leave are none. Now Yi Dongdong is able to understand a little bit of those poor adventure victims. A place not only off the beaten track conditions are terrible, but also not good. That place is connected to the hell. The equipment and then fine perseverance and then strong people also cannot go out. Chapter 87, Ice Spider and Void Millipede. But the ones that made it out, did they go into hell and come back out? Or is the entrance to that hell hard to find? No. This is all unknown. A total of 3-way family, old man, one person, a car. Yi Dongdong and Wei Xiaotian are also a separate car, but the main driver and co-pilot are sitting in 2 drivers, in order to take over the uninterrupted drive. All the way to the driver, in addition to drinking water to eat outside the basic even mouth or not open, is seem really well trained. Yi Dongdong sitting in the back seat, uneasy, rubbing his fingers. His mood is very anxious. Must by no means he is not anxious. Yang life is going to be broken again. He had no time at all to scare ghosts in the past 2 days. Even if he had taken on system tasks, they were only small tasks that were irrelevant and had minimal rewards. The system seems to know that his way of gaining longevity is rather wild. Now Yi Dongdong was back to the past days of earning out the next day's yang life every night. If you continue to drive at night tonight, the desert ghosts will probably be a lot of. But Yi Dongdong with what to scare? Open the car window and shout? Or in the system to exchange some puppets and other things to throw down? Car speed is still very fast, but the driver's skills are really exquisite. The steering wheel played very fast but not too much left and right feeling in bumps. Yi Dongdong in the back row depressed. The whole fleet all lined up into a long line straight into the world recognized as the Sea of Death. Brother Dong, car. Wei Xiaotian's voice came from the radio intercom on it. What's wrong? The sun was just in the sky. Yi Dongdong was eating sausages and drinking coke in the air-conditioned car. The desert was nothing to look at. 1,000 things. He had been so meaningless that he was about to explode. Controlling the coke bottles to fly around. Tell you a story? Go ahead. It's not interesting. More than 40 years ago, when the country had just risen to power, there was a group of young people who didn't want to get ahead and saw the treasures of their ancestors in the depths of the great rivers and mountains. This group of people later set off a frenzy, digging all over the motherland, digging out the fame, but also dug out too much should not touch, should not know things. A few of the young men in this group changed their bloodline because of the curse of an ancient tomb, gaining the ability to freely switch between the form of a human and another bloodline creature. The descendants of this group of people suffered too much torment and pain because of this curse. They began to look for a solution. The East, the West, they tried, but to no avail. Later they came into contact with the netherworld a little bit, also dug out the traces by the ancestors a little bit, so they guessed that since there is no solution in the sunny world, then the curse from the netherworld, perhaps in the netherworld will be able to find the answer. So again, they dug and searched desperately, just so that the next generation of descendants could live a normal life. There were 5 young men who came to this desert more than 20 years ago, traveling the same path we are on now. At that time, they were not very well equipped, but because of their own strength, they were not afraid. Even without supplies and help, they still walked to the center of the desert, an eye of death. There they found a cave with a cool breeze and a strong dampness inside. At that time, they were out of ammunition and food, and if they didn't drink water, all of them would almost die. So the leader decided to send 2 of the strongest men down to find water, while the rest of them, camped up there and waited. But these two men never returned. At this point the captain could have made a choice, whether to go down and look for it or to retreat straight away if everyone waited a little longer. However, at that time there was no choice left to make. Everyone had already been tortured by the lack of water and food for days and were about to go crazy. So the result of the vote was that all of them went down together, both to ensure a common life and death. And they suspected that the two men down there had found water, but it wasn't enough for 5 people, so they didn't come up to tell them. They didn't even think about what would happen if the 2 people encountered any problems and couldn't come back. With all this unknown, the remaining 3 people rushed down without even packing their bases, with only water pots and jugs and other utensils in their hands. Rushed into the cave, they were dumbfounded. A total of 8 forks. In the end go which mouth is. Inside, the young man surnamed Fong used the power of the curse to find the footprints of the previous 2 people. 3 people walked to the hole together. The hole was empty, still dry and flooded with water vapor walls and hard mountain rocks. There were no traces of artificial excavation in the surrounding area. It was more like some kind of beasts gnawing out the tunnels in general. The torches they had brought with them burned for a small amount of time despite the haste in which they had come down, and when they were finally extinguished, a few of the men saw the light just ahead of them. Running straight into the light, they realized that the cave led all the way down. So where was the light coming from? The purple grass and purple trees growing upside down, the glowing rocks, the blood-red river flowing in the sky. Everything here is weird and amazing. No one would have thought that running all the way down from the very center of the desert would be an underground world that glows on its own. When you really get to a lightless environment, you realize that objects that glow are blinding. So did the 3 remaining young men, but they still found tracks by the river where the 2 in front of them had been kneeling to drink. The 3 continued the trail, saw the fruit tree where the 2 had climbed to pick fruit, and found the footprints of the 2 that had become more and more visible along the way. They also found the 2 men who had been suspended by a strange gray-blue tree with rattan, their arms and legs hanging down and not breathing. Several people were horrified, but could only move forward cautiously, experimenting with various materials along the way in search of the possibility of lighting a fire to make a torch to return to the same place, and also hoping, could it be that the 2 had already led halfway to the right path? Maybe there was something up ahead, something they needed most? They walked deeper and deeper, unknowingly moving too far away from the entrance. Unfortunately, there was no yin and yang eyes among them. The existence in hell began to attack. Even if the power of the curse was against the heavens, and the martial arts literacy that had always been there were all strong, they were still spared from the growing number of injuries on their bodies. At this time the captain finally made a decision to retreat back. Strangely enough, in the moment the captain shouted retreat and run, almost all attacks stopped. 3 people quickly withdrew. On the way to take along 2 people have been sucked to the dried up body. 5 went out. 3 came back, in defeat, and only 2 were left when they finally exited the desert, leaving the poor captain in the desert forever. The 2 who survived were only able to do so because the cursed power's morphing was better adapted to the desert environment, and even then, they were almost half dead by the time they reached the herder's house. Among them was your father, right? Well, because of his father's superior bloodline, his strength after returning not only didn't degrade because of the overly barren environment but also greatly improved as a result, and our Wei clan has since stepped to the top of the alien clan. Wei Xiaotian's voice came from the other end. It was very calm. The 2 drivers were concentrating on looking ahead. None of them were willing to listen to one more sentence. The jobs in Wei's group were all very well paid, but the privacy was really too poor. No one would want to listen to anything more and accidentally say one more sentence at one of the meals and get themselves fired. Who is the other one? Yi Dongdong full thought Wei Xiao at this time will therefore slow down something or talk nonsense. He is so strong. In order to pull himself together to say that the other one is his father? Yi Dongdong are already ready to be wrong. The other one is the boss of the organization now. Bai Jiang. Yi Dongdong didn't expect Wei Xiaotian to say it so bluntly. Yi Dongdong seemed to understand and nodded, and continued to look out the window again. That captain, hell all ran out, but died in the desert? That's how the situation is. I heard that it seems like Bai Jiang ate him, Wei Xiaotian said very bashfully, as if this kind of thing was said as plain as day. Eat? Eaten raw? Should be right, then how else to eat? Wei Xiaotian's car was driving on the side of Yi Dong at the moment. Wei Xiaotian held up the microphone and spoke in a very cold manner, faintly looking ahead. His eyes didn't move when he spoke, only his jaws were going up and down at the same time. Bai Jiang's bloodline is an ice spider. Our Wei family's bloodline is a void millipede. It's obvious that my father didn't need to eat people for a living at that time, and it's Bai Jiang, whose bloodline originates from a cold place, that needs to be supplemented more. But really, thinking of Wei Zhongtian's remarks, this person even ate himself still talking about what Dan. Who knows if he also ate others? It is not allowed to say that this what Dan hit the name and the fetish of eating people is accumulated from that time? Terrible, ah ha ha. The front is almost to the place where we need to change camels. we'll have a meal there. Yi Dongdong returned the favor, closing his eyes and nourishing his mind, slowly waiting for the time to pass. System, is there any of those things where you can find out the truth of the matter? The system didn't say anything, it just made a list. Truth spitting agent, 2 hours of life extension. Heaven and Earth Great Spectrum Query opportunity for 1 minute, 100 hours of life extension. It seemed that the latter one, the Heaven and Earth Great Spectrum Query, was a bit more reliable. If it was something recorded by Heaven and Earth, then it shouldn't be wrong. But Yi Dongdong also saw the price. Selling price 100 hours life extension. This is not to his old life already. This is directly as murdering him. As for the spitting agent, that thing is prying people's words with. They do not take advantage of Wei Xiaotian, do not pay attention to a wave of forced questioning. Yi Dongdong felt completely unnecessary. Anyway, things will end up surfacing a little bit, and Wei Xiaotian will always leave those old men sometimes. And even Wei's group in Yi Dongdong's eyes is not a building made by King Kong that will never topple. As long as it is something that stands tall, it will surely fall, starting from tilting, to the final collapse. Maybe it does take time, but there is nothing that cannot be accelerated, cannot be operated. Yi Dongdong did not move and looked at the small droplet in his hand. At the moment the small droplet was maintaining this state of high-speed flight, falling towards the direction of the car line, which meant that a kettle was at the destination he was going to. Chapter 88, The Boat of the Dead. Yi Dongdong although do not know why the kettle will be in the place where they also want to go. But one thing is certain, since they are hell, it should not be far away. If this is the closest and most stable entrance, then this is indeed the closest road to the kettle. In this way half a day had already passed, and when darkness was approaching, a few people had already mounted their camels, and shakily began to move deeper into the place. None of them were ordinary people, except for the air humidity and temperature, which was a bit of a catch. The problems that could be solved by the high-grade various equipment had basically been solved by Wei's team. Yi Dongdong noticed Wei Xiaotian's body, on which had already begun to glow with a touch of purple light. Wei Xiaotian, in order to be more comfortable, has now exposed some of his big centipede skin. Bug skin are exoskeletons, the most hard. Protective measures are also quite good. Yi Dongdong is no longer how to envy cannot get. He can only blow a small fan, silently watching the slanting sun down, waiting for the system to issue orders. Ding! Triggered a new task. Make the undead boat feel fear and change the course of the undead boat. Reward 30 hours of life extension. Undead boat? What's that? Is it a kind of boat? Where would a boat come from in the desert? If there was a boat, how to drive it? Yi Dongdong touched the hump underneath the camel thoughtfully. The camel is called the boat of the desert? This is when he was a child. He heard the adults said, and was used as part of early childhood education. The travelers in the desert called the camel the boat of the desert. The camels undead are known as the boat of the dead. That's when the system beep came as expected. Camels have undead spirits too? Everything is born with a spirit. This Yi Dongdong knows, but camel ghosts he has never seen, or heard of it. Along the way has begun to see some of the dead camel's air-dried skeleton in the roadside dunes exposed a corner of the two corners. Yi Dongdong like a piece of gossip like to ask Wei Xiaotian. Wei Xiao, you say, so many 4 camels will not also have camel ghosts? This place if we hit a ghost, then I'm afraid that the fate is very bad. This brother Winter don't worry, this desert camel have spirit. After death it seems to really become ghost, but the herdsmen don't care what they call ghosts, they call camel spirit. It is said to have spirit to very much. If the clan is lost, they will also guide to go outside the desert. Bumping into them should be a lucky thing. The guide of the locals over there heard about the camel spirits and started talking nonsense as if he had triggered a certain switch, but unfortunately there were not many people present who could understand what he was saying, and the group of people were very embarrassed. Who's going to translate? Who can understand what this barbarian is saying? Wei Xiaotian was a bit impatient. He couldn't understand what this uncle was saying. He wasn't annoyed. He was educated to never be annoyed by what others say. He just felt dissatisfied that he wasn't able to fully control the meaning of the uncle's words. He said that we'll be able to run into camel spirit tonight, and that we'd better follow camel spirit back right away. Yi Dongdong smiled and teased as he made a blind remark. Unexpectedly, the guide's eyes glazed over after hearing this and looked at Yi Dongdong for a moment, then nodded his head vigorously, whimpering and pointing at Yi Dongdong as he nodded his head frantically and gestured. I'm right? Yi Dongdong pointed at himself, feeling a little funny. Of course if we don't encounter the camel spirit tonight, then why would the system trigger this quest? The camel spirit must not be far away. It's not good to say that it's nearby. Wei Xiaotian's face was not looking too good, but it could still be seen that he was holding back. Yi Dongdong and the guide chattered away with one sentence after another, not really being able to understand each other, and the time went by very quickly. Nightfall. Starlight began to hang over the firmament. The desert night was exceptionally enchanting. When do you think camel spirit will come around? Yi Dongdong teased Wei Xiaotian, looking at this young man's appearance, sitting upright on top of the camel. The camel's face is more lively than his appearance. I guess he is afraid of ghosts, right? My ability can also transmute other people's yin and yang eyes. Do you want to open your eyes? Did the camel spirit really appear? Wei Xiaotian snorted coldly and didn't pay much attention to Yi Dongdong. If they had appeared, the elders of my family would have told and reminded me. So what if I reminded you? Take pictures to remember them? Kill and erase? Of course. Wei Xiaotian's eyes snapped out a brilliant light. I'll go. Why? This time Yi Dongdong also dropped the mood of joking. Didn't he say that camel spirits were good? He himself had also been agonizing over how to go about scaring the kind camel spirit. This side Wei Xiaotian but wanted to directly eliminate? Where did the camel spirit mess with him? My father never met the so-called camel spirit back then. If we really meet tonight, I want to prove that the desert that my father didn't need a camel spirit to be able to get out of back then. Now, don't need it just the same, said drilling his fists, as if he had made a ruthless-like looking around. That full of murderous look. Yi Dongdong felt that he didn't even need to bother to scare the camel spirit. This Wei Xiaotian has been enough to get the task done by himself. Wow, you crazy dog. Yi Dongdong mocked. Wei Xiaotian naturally still stared ahead, lazily ignoring him. Now that the cell phone signal was long gone, the compass began to spin around. The waves of the real sea of death had surfaced, and the searchlight's light was only enough to find the camel's ass in front of him. No one knew why it had gotten so dark, but everyone was quiet. Yi Dongdong rubbed his eyes, and he saw a goose-yellow point of light slowly peeking out just behind the dunes to his right. Beside the dunes, it seemed to be curious, and if it was eyes, then it was definitely looking at the few of them. Then there were 2, 4, 8. The wild camels have always been the most spiritual creatures that the herdsmen have heard about by word of mouth. They roam the center of the desert and torture the souls with the harshest of suns, and only the luckiest of the lucky get to meet them. The spirit of the wild camel will not leave the desert where they were born and raised after death. They walk the path that their own herd used to walk day after day, year after year, searching for a piece of dry water and the road. They are called the boat of the dead, with the obsession of life walking tenaciously conquering the sea of death that is full of death. When the undead boat's eyes with light and even some rashes appeared at the corner of the dune, the mood of the few people in the group all roughly changed in different ways. First of all, the guide who was hired by Wei's group with a lot of money, he didn't want to care about any strict disciplinary requirements, immediately ran down the camel, buried his head and worshipped while rolling forward and crawling muttering towards the sand dunes. Wei Xiaotian gritted his teeth, swept a glance at the remaining few people, did not say anything. The few responsible for guarding the supplies have been walking in front of the troops of the locals at the moment is also a step 3 count-out to follow the pace of the guide. Now the entire squad fell dramatically, leaving only Yi Dongdong and Wei's group's line of people. In addition to Wei's own family, it was those dogs, the yin and yang-eyed fat man, the object controller, and a newly added young man who didn't know what his psychic ability was, but Wei several old and a few small several big centipedes. Everyone should know very clearly. Now everyone understands in their hearts, without a guide and a lot of supplies, they then go all the way straight into the center of the sea of death, really to the time when the ammunition is exhausted. Weigh these people directly into centipede, hundreds of legs to run, certainly faster than anyone else. The boat of the dead. That prerequisite is certainly the undead. They are not like Yi Dongdong usually see most of the ghosts. From the skull began to glow, to the body has almost become in the night a chromatic, like half a camel floating in the air. The brightest place is obviously a pair of eyes. These dead camels one by one in the side of the eyes to see people. This scene cannot say not thrilling. In addition to the smaller camel spirit with googly eyes that Yi Dongdong first saw, the light of the rest of the camels that scurried out one after the other was a bit more on the greenish-blue side. Their teeth were exposed, matching their eyes in the pitch-black desert night, exuding a strange horror. Some had their ribs rotting out of their bodies, while others were literally floating in the air without half of their bodies. These camel spirits looked at the crowd from afar by the dunes, and the crowd was in a moment of dismay, the two sides awkwardly staring at each other. Yi Dongdong looked at Wei Xiaotian. What about the promised annihilation on sight? The camel ghost has appeared. We shouldn't be far from our destination. In the night, the light of the camel spirits flashed out one by one. Their number actually grew more and more at this time. At this time the front, back, left, right, have begun to surround on the light of the camel spirits. There is a kind of vestigial feeling of being surrounded by a large firefly swarm. Yi Dongdong couldn't see the expression on Wei Xiaotian's face, but he felt that Wei Xiaotian's face was definitely very bad right now. Wei Group's young master encounter this kind of situation. You usually how to deal with It can't be the first time you've seen a ghost. This group of camel spirits? Yin Yang Eyes Fatty was a bit puzzled. Staring blankly, he understood that these camel spirits were visible to everyone, but he also didn't understand what these camel spirits were trying to do. What does this group of camel spirits mean? They want to block us? It seems to be the meaning, and we are surrounded. What do they want to do? Who can know? Yi Dongdong looked around at the camel spirits that had reached dozens or hundreds of numbers in his heart and was also a little hairy. Who has the ability to take care of so many at once? If there is, then hurry to come forward, and then hide the mountains and hidden water. Can be all cool. No one took care of him. Everyone was counting on seeing if the situation would still change. In fact, if you have the ability of night vision, from the high altitude glance down, will find Wei's party surrounded by only a shallow circle of camel spirit in the gathering, although surrounded by a very dense, but in fact the number is not a lot. But the camel spirit is still increasing out of thin air. One has an eye, more and more began to emit light. Is simply a dead camel assembly scene. If not, no one believed this kind of thing. Fear really want to think that walked into the middle of the other's venue to come. A slightly strange scream this time violently sounded. A group of people immediately focused the flashlight light to the direction of the scream. Found that it is just rushed to the camel spirit group of guides. In fact, even if you do not use all the people's flashlight, everyone can see him at this time. A thought is covered with blue-green flames, and now has been burning up. Even if you can extinguish the fire to rescue, only afraid to save down also cannot live. Said this sound strange is also reasonable. Chapter 89, Ventriloquizing Ghosts. This sound is mixed with some excitement and the taste of relief. There is also a little bit of comfortable moaning feeling, which are all heard in the ears. All one heart are inevitably more than a few points of speculation. Yi Dongdong's face is also strange. Those who led to the guide and more locals began to burn around them. The flames at the moment did not like the movie as a direct head down to feast, but instead slowly lowered his head as if it was curious to look at the people in their own feet burning madly. There were endless screams and the sound of human bones and flesh burning and crackling. So everyone's face was a bit ugly. What do we do? Young master, an old Wei clan man shouted at Wei Xiaotian, who was looking straight at the people in the flames with some hatred. You should say something. Wei Xiaotian snapped his head back and saw the few members of the team that were already left at this point, and immediately finally gave in to his ruthlessness. Charge! Keep charging towards the center of the sea of death for me. Camel, this kind of large livestock actually run up the speed is still quite fast. This is also Wei Xiaotian just now the idea of one of the reliance. A moment can let Yi Dongdong riding camel to lead the charge over. Anyway, fast, do not have to worry about everyone burned up, but things are sometimes so desperate. As soon as Wei Xiaotian and the others touched the reins and made a move on the camel at his hip struggled violently as if it had suddenly awakened from sleep. Big eyes round open staring at the respective direction of the camel spirit. The expression does not seem to be afraid, but also cannot see what is the meaning. No longer want to care about the back of the people, as if the western wild cattle general flinging also began to follow the guide's footsteps towards the camel spirit rushed. Wei Xiaotian and Yi Dongdong and other people woefully jumped off the camel. Looking at their own once rode the camel at the moment are in contact with the camel spirit after one after another shouting also began to burn violently, helplessly feeling the smell of roasted meat, looking around as if it were illuminated into the daytime in general bright. There is no way to do anything. You, go and communicate with them. Wei Xiaotian could only ruthlessly push the yin and yang fatty at this time and gave the order. How to communicate? Of course it's with that skill of yours that can talk to ghosts. No, Wei Xiao, what I mean is, are we going to continue deeper, or are we going to retreat back? Wei Xiaotian was obviously still for a moment when he was asked this. Pausing for a moment, he didn't go to glare fiercely at the yin and yang-eyed fatty. Instead he remained staring at the camel spirit. Hunchback spirit didn't seem to have much emotion. This was one of the things that he had been thinking about and had been worried about. Of course he didn't know that Yi Dongdong had already had his scalp numbed because of this matter. A little bit of no emotion. Just standing there in the light. How does this scare them? Continue to go deeper. Are already here. It was supposed to go to hell. Wei Xiaotian voice ethereal. Yi Dongdong guessed, this kid now eyes must also be very empty. Good. The fat man was bold, and answered with a very solemn voice, and directly ran forward with small steps, all the way to the front of the Tua Ling. Gua gu 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 ga gu gu. Yi Dongdong really had a hard time describing what that sound really sounded like. He had never heard such a bizarre language before. For one, it seemed like it was really a language, because it sounded very logical. It didn't sound like that fatty was randomly muttering something. 2. Intermittently, it seemed like the fat man was really talking after the spirit, and it didn't sound like a human being could make that sound. How can a human mouth make such a sound? 3rd, do ghosts also have a language exclusive to ghosts? Why have I never heard of it? Or rather, never heard of it? Could it be that the system directly translates it every time? That kind of weird feeling is very creepy. Yi Dongdong's spine chills. Back has begun to ooze cold sweat. The other people's condition, even more unlikely to be better. Is it ventriloquism? Yi Dongdong paid attention to observe the fat man's stomach. Sure enough, not small stomach at the moment is as if drilling a naughty kitten general rolling and saving non-stop. This fat man actually will also ventriloquize, said a small half a day. Wait until Yi Dongdong feel the fat man's words as if said several times, some repeated when the camel spirit actually really have movement. They opened an opening at the back of several people. A few camel spirits slowly moved their position, giving way to a small blank pitch black area behind a few people, where it was pitch black, but it was better than the camel spirits that floated all over the place with a single touch. What do they mean? Wei Xiaotian asked with a frown. It can't be helped, Wei Xiao. They don't communicate with me at all, but they should have understood my ghostly words, probably opening a path for us to leave. Fatty gritted his teeth and shook his head fiercely, saying, how about we pretend to exit and then run around towards the center? You think these camel spirits are stupid? Yi Dongdong felt that this fat man's IQ was almost burned by the camel spirits. Do people run faster or camels run faster? People are still floating. A moment people are angry and then directly surround you alone. Directly hug you. Fatty lowered his head at the words and didn't speak. Let's charge directly. If it really doesn't work, then think of another way. Second master, check how long the supplies are left. Wei Xiaotian started giving orders over there. A moment from me to play the head. Yi Dongdong closing. Useless things are as far as possible to throw. Do not touch these. What camel spirit a bit. If the body on fire, on lying in place in the sand and rolling in the sand to extinguish. No problem, right everyone? No problem. No problem. A few people answered Wei Xiaotian's arrangement wrongly, but Yi Dongdong was secretly harboring a ghost, quietly sizing up the camel spirit with a goose yellow blow all over its body. At the moment that camel spirit was slightly to the left of the direction in front of where they were going to charge this time, and it was unknown why. This camel spirit quietly floated over at some point. This camel spirit is a bit different. Doing something to it will surely scare the remaining camel spirits at least, right? Yi Dongdong thought to cooperate with the work of the second master, handed over his body back supplies. Second master's statistics after a circle found that all the remaining supplies are only enough for everyone to eat and drink a little more than 2 days of water, in fact, less. Yi Dongdong looked at the several bottles of half a bottle of dissatisfaction of mineral water, corner of the eye are twitching. And food, the so-called food. In addition to the camel running before following the people together with a few packets of dry food. The rest is a few old people, and Yi Dongdong and Wei Xiao pocket turned out the only remaining food. Beef jerky, chewing gum, this is considered good. Poor had Yi Dongdong last time. I do not know how too careless caused by washing clothes together with a piece of paper towel, was also thrown to the ground, counted as things. Who knows what this second grandpa once went through. The empty bottle he also left behind, meaning that really cannot when catching urine to drink. Joke. Yi Dongdong thinks the second master is obviously funny. Who's on the team? Wei Xiaotian. Not only was it impossible for him to drink urine or be half aggrieved, but even if someone else drank urine and ate tissue paper, I'm afraid he would have been strictly stopped. Second master did a good job. Every bit of resource we have to cherish from now on. My leather shoes are also edible. If we can rush out tonight, tomorrow we should still have a day of road to travel. I will also contribute. Wei Xiaotian was however kindly talking. There was not the slightest appearance of wanting to metamorphose with Yi Dongdong's view. Do not be so sad. This is only out a few days. To be parted by life and death? Yi Dongdong of course do not want to engage in what life and death now. He now only want to scare camel spirit. Who cannot stop him? As the saying goes, one drum and then fail 3 times. I'll take the lead. Yi Dongdong broke off and rolled up his sleeves before standing in front of everyone. I have a Dao protection. They are bound to not be able to burn me. Saying that, as if to reassure the others, Yi Dongdong ignited a thunder fire on his arm, crackling thunder traveling and illuminating the dark night. It's good that Brother Dong is playing the lead, then I won't be polite to you, Ha Dongdong. Wei Xiaotian spoke with a very appreciative look on his lips, but there wasn't even a bit of that in his actions. Then it's up to Yi Dongdong to take the lead, still rushing towards the original direction. I'll take the rear, and the second eldest will follow in the middle with a few elders carrying their luggage. No problem, no problem. There were a few more indifferent replies, and the several elders seemed to have long been used to big scenes, not even bothering to secrete hormones. Then charge. Yi Dongdong shouted and charged straight towards the position Wei Xiaotian had just pointed out. Hey, Brother Dong, the supplies haven't been taken yet. Wei Xiaotian was also startled. Why was this Yi Dongdong so reckless? This is a bit different from the cunning Yi Dongdong he knew. There's no way out. Just pick up the most valuable and can take the most. Let's also hurry up and follow. Don't fall behind no matter what. But who of these few old men would want to care about him? Early carrying the best food and drink rushed out. Don't look at the age, but the cursed bloodline in the body, as if they all have a desert, the most hardened old centipede pushing behind them, one by one running fast, not the slightest bit of momentum of the young people. Wei Xiaotian cursed, only cared to carry as many bags of drinking water as possible, also hurriedly followed. A few people ran in a mess, as if returning from the mall robbery, but also like even ate 3 buffets. In addition to Yi Dongdong hands burning thunderfire, running called a forward, unstoppable, sharp, Suddenly, just as he immediately rushed to the camel spirit side, Yi Dongdong ran as if he was tossed by something, stumbled, and rushed towards the left. Wrong, brother Dong. In the back, as if he had just finished shopping mall packing a small package of Wei Xiaotian, has long seen the situation here, but also saw a few old people followed Yi Dongdong boring also ran in that direction. But what can he do? Now beside has begun to have a lot of camel spirit dumbfounded look at the wildly running them. Hasn't reached the densest place yet, but if there is no Yi Dongdong to open the road, they will not be able to move an inch. So no matter what road Yi Dongdong drove on, they had to follow. Yi Dongdong running in front is also not good. The hand of the Green Thunder Big Hand Seal is actually not very restrained low temperature. Actually camel spirit burning camels and guides of the flame is not a general flame. When Yi Dongdong hand burning thunder fire to push, to clap only to find out that some of these flames are warm, some are cold, and some are even icy and piercing the bones. These few steps running up, obviously has even scared his own people, but the camel spirit side is not showing any emotion. He himself is not receiving any feedback at all. This makes Yi Dongdong very upset, really upset. The location of the goose yellow camel spirit was about to arrive. Yi Dongdong flew up and slapped away a camel spirit in front of him that was staring at him dumbfoundedly, and rushed straight towards the goose yellow camel spirit. Ding! The camel spirit is surprised. Add 12 hours of yang life. Ding! The camel spirit receives surprise, adding 14 hours of yang life. Ding! The camel spirit is in a state of shock. Add 11 hours of yang life. Ding! More than 10 camel spirits are in fear. Add 46 hours of yang life. Task completion 1/2 inch. Yi Dongdong shook his head. Changing the voyage, he really didn't have any thoughts for the time being. The main thing he wanted to do at the moment was the most important thing that was already at hand now. Yi Dongdong as if in a basin. Body is short. 2 hands ring buckle in the goose yellow small camel spirit Yi Dongdong. A burst of sound resounded throughout the desert night sky. Oh. Camel spirit one by one suddenly had a voice and even movement. All began to turn their heads to look at this side, and some have begun to float towards this side. The face of the fat man with the yin and yang eyes was white. A few old people also did not run, stood in a daze. Wei Xiaotian swallowed his saliva and sat down on the ground. Chapter 90. This is the boat of the dead. Yi Dongdong flat end of 2 hands. In that after a bellowing, 2 arms full of thunder fire are spreading, and with running and will not have the slightest weakening but more and more raging. What he is now holding in his hand like a basin is that goose-colored little camel spirit. The little camel spirit seems to still have no feeling, like, just with one side of the eyes staring at him. Eyeballs do not turn. Standing in Yi Dongdong's arms, as if it is a statue, motionless. This small camel spirit's touch is simply like holding a warm treasure with a pleasant temperature. A little warm, so that people are both comfortable and do not feel hot. If not, Yi Dongdong can know that this is a soul body. Even more feel that this is like real flesh. Camel spirit heap out of a live baby camel. Also may not make sense. Yi Dongdong end of the goose yellow camel spirit figure ran away. Wei Xiaotian and others are completely dumbfounded. Yes, camel spirit all by Yi Dongdong lead away. Just they now in the end with or without Yi Dongdong continue to go? Yi Dongdong's direction is not right, which we all know, because there have been countless times no matter whether it is the stars or once OK compass as well as the map, on the confirmed direction, but Yi Dongdong still run in the wrong direction, may have his own reasons. Now Yi Dongdong to these do not know what to do. This group of camel spirit led away. Wei Xiaotian really do not know as to thank him, or should we suspect him? What is Yi Dongdong doing? What should we do? Mr. Wei, the second master asked as he came up panting. Wei Xiaotian sighed and looked at the stars in the sky, because the Mercedes of the camel spirit group just now had long been covered by the yellow sand covering the stars overhead, and now trying to discern the direction was already a delusion. Wait for the smoke and dust to dissipate. It's only 10 minutes. We confirm the direction first. Rest. Yi Dongdong's direction is wrong. We don't need to run around with him. If that's what he's good for, that's also already okay. Your father said. This Yi Dongdong is a character who can play a role in deciding around the last moment. If we couldn't get out just now and chose to go back, wouldn't that have been the last moment just now? Wei Xiaotian asked back. What other last moment do you want? The second grandfather did not speak, and lowered his head again, slowly found a duffel bag and sat down, fiddling with the luggage just now. Next to a few old people now seems to return to the usual feeling of shopping in the morning market. Picking up on the ground just now has been hastily eliminated certain food, and a bleak scene appeared again. Wei Xiaotian slowly stood aside, looking at the tired few people, and looking at Yi Dongdong's faraway direction. His heart also could not help but sigh. Yi Dongdong, truly a man of God. What is the godman Yi Dongdong doing? He was flying, and the speed of an ordinary camel spirit was not slow at all, and it seemed like it could easily catch up with him who was holding the camel spirit and running away. So Yi Dongdong started the ugly control clothes shoes in the air gliding flight, and then Yi Dongdong suddenly found a control camel spirit flight. Seems to be easier, smoother a little bit. Now he flew up to feel like a real ghost. Light, like the wind to come and go freely. This is what is called the boat of the undead. Now Yi Dongdong, with two hands firmly holding the small calf-sized small camel spirit, was flying rapidly in the gray sky and his stamina was declining. The crowd of tormentors behind him had been chasing after him unhurriedly, except for the fact that they had just started to contribute a little bit of amazement, surprise, rage, sadness and other varied emotions when Yi Dongdong started to control the small camel spirit's flight. Before Yi Dongdong could look at the direction towards the low fall of the water droplets, Yi Dongdong sped all the way. The opening of the Chilua Hell was big news for many worlds. After all, good things are hard to come by. Good opportunities are even harder to come by. And everyone was counting on getting good things to find good opportunities to get stronger. The small camel spirit in Yi Dongdong's hand had become very small. It had reached the size of his head. Yi Dongdong had never even thought about what exactly a camel spirit should be. But now the way it was held in his hand was surprisingly like a small doll. You wouldn't be a flying machine, would you? Yi Dongdong asked somewhat oddly towards the camel spirit. Or perhaps towards himself. The large group of camel spirits behind him had long since gotten rid of it, and it was unknown what significance this little camel spirit had for that group of camel spirits in the end. But Yi Dongdong's speed was really fast, and it should be reasonable that he would no longer continue to chase after it. Yi Dongdong descended to the ground. Try to take the small camel spirit in the hand, not use the control ability, towards the front, above, in all directions to throw hard, but cannot take himself to fly, obviously. The small camel spirit is not a natural flyer. Able to control the speed of the flight is very fast, perhaps just by chance it. Such a small camel spirit held in the arms is like a toy, so Yi Dongdong also did not take it as any kind of burden. Only at present Yi Dongdong's situation is somewhat embarrassing. Yi Dongdong should have been flying for a small half-night. Now Yi Dongdong also do not know where he is in the place. Just the water droplets on his hands are still dripping towards the front. So Yi Dongdong, even if he does not fly, he is still walking slowly on the ground. Though was sandy, but without the moonlight, the surroundings were still dark. Yi Dongdong from time to time bent down to touch the gravel. Can feel that the gravel has become smaller and smaller. There is about to become powder. Ahead on the horizon there is a little light thrown out. This is some like the dawn moment of daylight, and some like a searchlight illuminated. Because the direction of the kettle is just ahead, Yi Dongdong simply continued to walk forward, and began to pay attention to the front. This damn place, not even a mouthful of clean water, and still want to find a car? I think you're crazy. Tang Yi knocked a little girl's head fiercely, looking hard, but actually still full of love. Just follow us well. This time it's just to come for a long time, as a tourist, but don't talk nonsense and run around again. Oh, the little girl is Tang Sugar. Today's Tang Sugar wore a pink and white, whole body is overflowing with the vitality of the fight against this desert. But now Tang Sugar does look a little withered. Two small hands powerless hanging down on the side of the body. Listless look, very exaggerated, flinging his head in a circle around Tang Yi. Alright, know it, you're more annoying than the sun. Tang Yi didn't get angry with Tang Sugar, just plopped her legs on one side and organized her clothes and belongings. There were 8 people in the organization. If Yi Dongdong was here, he would have been surprised, because there were not only Miss Bai and the Tang sisters, but also several familiar faces. Organizational discipline is strict, supplies are issued uniformly, and the itinerary has all been planned. This trip is not a trip, so now at this time of the night, everyone is actually the same mood as Tang Sugar. Only because of self-consciousness is already a big talent to hold back. Li Long fussed at gnawing on a chicken claw, which Tang Sugar looked mouth-watering, but embarrassed to show their own gluttony of the heart, has been pretending to be unaware of the appearance of unawareness of the right to talk about it. Chapter 91, Uninvited Guest. Yi Dongdong. Li Long had seen Tang Candy's strange appearance long ago. Li Long then ate very slowly, chewing carefully, his mouth making barfing noises, and intentionally ate with a red face. The entire organization squad was once again in sync with Tang Sugar's thoughts. Li Long, are there any more chicken claws? A tall and thin man lying in the sand swallowed hard and turned his head, finally unable to resist asking. Li Long shook his head. He had seen everyone's gaze, so he started chewing on the chicken bones. No more. This is what I took at home. This doesn't count. It doesn't count as public goods, does it? The man's saliva purred with a sigh as it didn't go down his throat completely. Of course it doesn't count, and I ate it all. Li Long gave him a blank look. It was break time and everyone was hungry, but who told him he hadn't brought any himself? Once he turned his head and saw Tang Candy's little eyes that were originally filled with hope and fell short. His heart couldn't help but soften. The other dragon leaned down from the pocket, pulled out, touched out a white pickled pepper phoenix claw to, handed out. Sugar, come over. Uncle this still left a pickled pepper flavor for you. Brotherly is the best. Tang Sugar a cheer. In the crowd are too late to react to the time. in order to swiftly tear open the wrapping paper a mouthful of the whole chicken claw, faced joyfully looking around the adults. Do not want to steal things with my sugar queen, you are my sister, but you just hit me, then I will give you a little finger, said Tang Sugar breaking off a small chicken claw toe to come and shove it towards Tang Yi's mouth. Tang Yi glared at her fiercely. Tang Candy pouted. Don't want it. I don't want to give it. A small and large so began in the temporary base of the chicken claws. The crowd in the hungry state smelled the flavor and listened to the sound, as if they began to walk the second desert in general. Said desert-style camel sunset? Said that the evening wind attacked the aroma of barbecue? What about the promised horse milk wine from the local guide? All gone. This is the organization and waste group out of the biggest difference between the mission of financial constraints. A group of 8 people is more than 10 hours by train to come here, and also in the local bus for more than 4 hours, reported a tour group, quietly slipped away, only to find the right direction, finally considered to come to this side. The conditions were a bit grueling, but in the words of Lilan, it was always pleasurable to give one's life for a just cause. The uninvited guest came quickly. A staggering figure ran over the dune in a hurry, and with a bite of his foot, as if it was a pangolin that had been kicked, it tumbled all the way over and rushed towards the crowd with rolling yellow sand. Quickly dodge, Li Long reminded in a loud voice, while budgeting for the person's tumbling route, rushed up in advance trying to intercept it. Yi Dongdong, a mouthful of unpleasant sand foam sprayed out. Painful kneeling on the ground, the sand in his hair seems not to be able to wash off without being ruthless with shampoo a few more times. He looked at the crowd powerlessly. Less than 2 meters in front of him, Li Long was also looking at him in surprise. Yi Dongdong lay down and began to gasp for air. Yi Dongdong? Tang Yi's surprised voice was the first to come out, followed by the whimpering sound of Tang Candy's mouth stuffed with chicken claws. Yi Dongdong? Li Long lowered his head and took out a searchlight flashlight from his pocket to shine it carefully towards Yi Dongdong's face. It's really you? Yi Dongdong took a deep breath and finally slowed down. He raised his head and sat up. That's right. It is precisely under me. Bah! Still so shameless. Tang Sugar was eating chicken claws next to him, skimming her mouth, having lost interest in this side of things. Why are you here? It was still Li Long who was the most calm when things went wrong, and the condescending Ma-on began to question Yi Dongdong. Here for what? Yi Dongdong laughed. Brother Long, look, didn't the organization send me an invitation? 2 days ago I encountered a bit of unexpected things. I did not have the time to go with the organization, which can only come with Wei, which fortunately I will be a bit pinch. Finally found the location of everyone. Li Long looked at Yi Dongdong. How to see also does not look like will pinch the calculation of the kind of magician but he still nodded. Wei really came too? Are they in your direction? I'm not sure where they are now, but they've now broken away from the normal guards for speed, and only a few old men in Wei Shao Tian are left walking. So at this time I hurriedly ran over to check on everyone. You want us to go over and sneak attack now? Tang Candy interjected at this time. How? Yi Dongdong fake laughed a few times. Looking at the expressions of Li Long and Tang Yi and the others were each oddly gloomy. Yi Dongdong realized that one they didn't know before that Wei would also come. In fact, Wei also invited me before, so I have the opportunity to run to this side for free. The bitter is eaten quite a lot. What they said, what good things, but one did not see it. You came out. Do they know? Li Long tilted his head and saw a goose-colored thing wrapped in Yi Dongdong's clothes, which appeared to be a toy. And what is that? Oh, a doll that came from the big shopping mall I passed by 2 days ago. There was no place to put it, so I could only keep holding it. Yi Dongdong was very embarrassed to take out the little camel spirit and flung it. The darkness is not very conspicuous, so flung around, more like a real doll. I came out not only because they knew about it, but I came to you guys because I was decisive. I've told them righteously. It was originally a must to follow the organization. Also advised Wei Shaotian early to abandon the darkness to see the reality, not to rely on the family. Strength is everything, but unfortunately, the strength is low. People also do not listen to me so can only run over themselves. Li Long turned back to look at Tang Yi. Tang Yi has nothing to show, holding his bladder and looking at the dark night in the distance. Then welcome back Yi Dongdong. In a moment Tang Yi will assign you supplies and numbers. Move at 4 in the morning. There is still an hour. You walk in the first echelon. Miss Bai is also here. Yi Dongdong nodded gratefully. Looking along with Lei Long's eyes, he saw 2 sports traveling tents, both with lights on, one with people and shadows, the other with only a slim figure sitting quietly in it. It should be Bai Lin. You'd better go over and talk to her, don't you think so? Yi Dongdang made an answer with her actions. Passing by Tang Sugar, Yi Dongdong demonstratively flicked Tang Sugar's little nose, and Tang Sugar waved her fist. Tent material is very good, not airtight, but sound insulation and light insulation effect is very good, and does not take up much space. Inside is all the organs. Yi Dongdong slowly opened the zipper, and did not go in, just stood outside, without looking at the corner of the tent. Ms. Bai, I'm coming. Shadow without hua, darkness without boundaries. Where there is light there will always be darkness. The deepest part of despair is often the most likely to give birth to the dawn. After 1,000 years, perhaps, the goddess of the stage play will happen some unexpected changes. Chapter 92, Yanli. This is a small city in the southwest region. Whether it is the economy, scenery or development prospects are nothing noteworthy, like its quietly flowing river, silently looking at the two ancient towers, perhaps willing to use the calm breath of history to take away every attempt to break the peaceful atmosphere of all the naughty children. Hundreds of years ago, the ancient capital that stretches for hundreds of years of loneliness, especially at night so that people feel more clearly, the feeling of awe. The sound of the wheels scraping across the tiles was not harsh, but in this empty neighborhood, it seemed so abrupt. I don't know if it was for courage or something else, but Yulian coughed lightly. Parking the bike, Yulian raised his head and looked around. This neighborhood is called Pinming Yuan, is a more upscale neighborhood. The roadside poplar is now accompanied by the early summer night wind gently trembling. The yellow street lamps really do not play much of a role in lighting through the not too close branches, and then found that the original street is a bright lights are not. The street households are also silent. Perhaps the rich people are more early to sleep, right? In even waved his hand to stretch a few pectoral muscles. Always feel stuffy. Feel very numb. In the car stepped down. The school bag thrown on the back actually led to a cold touch. Led to a tremor in the body of the company. That is the road. Riding on the sweat it. And now this street wind blowing simply make people angry. The spine is now cold. There are always too many bad feelings with the Yulian to fantasize about a variety of paranormal events. Yanli, the local key high school students. Since childhood. No home. No relatives, just sell the so-called father left the strange gemstone to live. In the eyes of teachers and students, this is not like a students. Learned too much experience in the community. This year's he was 14 years old. Even if the psychological age has been to the age of the young, but will still be the young mind is involved. By the current scene was shocking, but even though how far his mind flew, Yanli still walked forward, carefully looked around. Overhead a seemingly new and old billboard straight scattered bright. Yanli took out a pen and paper and began to record the contact number on it. 50. There was a small light blocking it, so he couldn't see it at all. Yanli thought, this phone number seems to be impossible to remember, so just leave. Anyway, I want to go, so hurry up and get out of here. But also to save the hair up like this, the night is not good to wash. 14-year-old man who wants to admit that he is afraid, right? Of course, this ghost place is not Yanli's way home. But during the day Yanli and Ajin's card money are spent. The school cafeteria has been unable to provide these two adults to eat and drink, and in order to tomorrow's livelihood Yanli decided to take a detour to this side of the road after the evening study hall to remember the ordering phone. Yanli flew across the car and on. This place has actually let her so afraid. Finally to go, as if it has been in this place for some time, actually make Yanli born a sense of relief. Just stirred the first foot is always strained. Yanli shrugged up the back to speed up the car. The interface there is just a dozen meters. Just a few seconds. Yanli cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief that the cool wind seems to have been non-existent across the street. That the sultry air of the summer night has been slightly paved, which is obviously welcome. The speed of the car had already been raised, but everything happened so suddenly that Yanli felt the front wheels were raised a little, and then the unstoppable inertia came to bear on his body, causing him to lurch forward. Yanli subconsciously closed his eyes and then as if he was hit by an elephant. His nostrils were filled with the smell of blood. Yanli felt that his body was out of control, as if he was inertia on something, but also as if it was flat. Accompanied by intense pain. Anima was the last words that Yanli just had time to say. One sentence. Fortunately, he hadn't crashed a few times. This feeling was still somewhat familiar. A trickle of hot water was flowing out of his nostrils. Although he was dizzy, the pain all over his body was clear. Yanli painfully coughed out a bit of copper-flavored things. Yanli shocked at the blood in his hands, painfully saw the front of this Jeep crippled. This car which came out. Just now Yanli clearly reporter Avenida situation Yanli touched the right pectoral muscle and thigh has been hit by a pothole and the whole body also suffered a slight contusion. Through the street light, the crimson puddle obviously make Yanli shocked so much, but the nosebleed is still constantly dripping. Yanli struggled to draw out two legs, holding the Jeeps as finally stood up. Yanli remembered that his pants pockets and a package of paper towels, so he bent down and touched his own pants pockets, but just pulled out an empty bag of paper towels. Yanli couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. This was clearly something he had bought only during his evening classes. Still unwilling to believe this reality, Yanli pulled out the empty bag again. Still nothing, but the pain in his body came again and the nosebleed started to show an increasing trend. Yanli tilted his head back dismally, slowly leaning back to sit under the car body to make a temporary measure. His buttocks were wet and slippery. That was the cold sweat that he had just broken out. Raising an arm, pressing down on his nose, resentful, Yanli looked around. thinking that going home right away is the right thing to do. Anyway, doing something in this place is uncomfortable. Yanli began to hold onto the handlebars in an attempt to stand up, but his hands, the movements that he had just made had now become a luxury. After half an effort, Yanli still sat back down heavily on the frame. Sitting on the frame was really painful. At this time Yanli realized that the cold sweat on his forehead had been flowing more and more, accompanied by a nosebleed. So it turned out that Yanli was already so weak. Yanli raised his hand. Just look at a glance. No, he is too much blood loss. Cannot help but shock like a cold shiver at increase in the possibility of nosebleed flow into this. Yanli physique strong. Has 3 years of sparring background. Obviously 10 times 8 times bleeding is not blood loss to this extent. Yanli while thinking also thought back to their own body that flat white appeared wet sweater. This will not be writing Yanli kilometers can achieve the effect. Everything happened a little weird. Yanli cannot help but begin to think. What else is worth noting it? At the end of the dimly lit neighborhood, a mountain bike flew into the night. The rider seems to be a high school student. He stopped in front of Xinqing fast food restaurant, looked around for a while, but then looked around. It seems to be fearful. Then he raised his head and looked at the billboard for a moment, just for a moment. He seemed to give up the record. Yanli felt the cold sweat in the back of the heart. Very angry. How there is a light there. Hey, this place seems to have been here before, but it always gives people a feeling of being spied on. It's better to go home. Yanli stepped into the car. His left foot took the lead, shrugged up and started to accelerate. The evening breeze of early summer is always very cool, but when it blew into his back, Yanli still shivered. Where did I get so sweaty? My pants are wet. Yanli was a bit confused. He also did not have a strenuous exercise. I don't know why the brain is already starting to rummage through the reasoning to open. Hand subconsciously made a move. Emergency brakes. Wheels hard rubbing out the hairs set up a piercing sound. Stretching out his feet to hold up the car. Yanli face expression of horror, gasping out a thick breath. In front of him is a black jeep covered with mounting marks and shock. Yanli only feel that under the feet of the earth, the sky is missing the moonlight. All the fishy have come too suddenly. Human beings are always afraid of the unknown and can't harbor more feelings. Yanli once again sat paralyzed on the ground. The real sense of dizziness finally began to flood into Yanli's mind. Facing the street lamp, only to feel that the whole world was shaking. All the nerves were on strike. A series of strange phenomena that Yanli couldn't comprehend were now finally going to reveal their true colors. A puddle of dark red blood is stained under the scarred bicycle. Not far away from the scattered throw a few pieces of paper towels covered with blood. A wisp of real evening wind across. Yanli felt the body's cold before he realized I should have crashed into this car more than a dozen times in a row. Chapter 93, You Just Deserve to Die. Is it a trance? Yanli could not help but ask himself, but obviously there will be no answer. The unknown is the unknown, it needs to be admired. Respect and distance. Yanli thought so. However, the brain is close to a blank. Just by the darkness filled all corners, so that he cannot think and cannot resist. Yanli struggled to raise his head, tried to get up. Maybe he could do something to save himself. Bleeding so much was no small matter. But Yanli immediately gave up. Support legs. Weak arms try to stretch. At this time, the long time in the brain of the vertigo suddenly disappeared. That kind of hit failed to feel powerless immediately gave Yanli a strong impact. And then there are paralyzed for a long time by the feeling of pain. Yanli painfully shouted out. The empty neighborhood, making it even more desolate. Consciousness gradually blurred. Yanli forced to pull himself together. With the clothes at least the body of the big wounds first cover. Can report a bit of the package? Do these? Yanli has been a serious overdraft of physical strength. Yanli's mood is now really explosive. The loss of strength lying on the road teeth. The mouth has been flooded with a bit of blood foam. Despair filled this teenager's heart. He did not know why. He did not know what to do or what can do. Yanli is not even clear about what is happening. He is going to die? The death of a good wrong MD completely do not understand why. The heart do not know whether to laugh or cry good. In the darkness lit up a little bright light. The light from dark to bright fluctuating. Some swaying. Yanli unbearable thought. Maybe the one over there and I suffered the same injury it. He is Yanli's hope. Yanli reluctantly raised his hand to the dry mouth obviously cannot shout anything. Just shake his arm. For Yanli is so extravagant. However, it worked. An arm dripping with blood from the middle of the pool of blood shaking really attracted the attention of the other side. Yanli could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at the light of the closer and closer, Yanli has once again smelled the fragrance of life. It was a middle-aged man with a handheld flashlight. Not sure what the reason was, whether he was tired from work or not. He walks breathless so the light is also more than swaying. Only wearing a pair of liberation shoes, showing that he is not rich. The light is reflected in his face. Yanli cannot see too clear. Subconsciously intercepted some information. Yanli hopefully looking at the uncle tired has made him unable to express too much, but did not reach the level of direct fainting. looking at the lamplighter getting closer and closer. Yanli put his hand down and closed his eyes. He desperately needed to rest. The sound of clothes bending came from beside him, and Yanli moved his mouth and struggled to utter 3 words, 120. Yanli did not pass out. He took a smarter approach, the use of pain in the body, so that they do not sleep. I do not know whether this TV series learned can be useful. Yanli quietly closed his eyes. The blood has been scabbed. He looked forward to return to so a little bit of strength can last a little while longer. He did not know much about his own physical condition, but now can firmly say that not one think that a haunted. The light flashed on Yanli's eyelids, very dazzling. Even through the eyelids can also feel the red translucent light. Yanli uncomprehendingly opened his eyes. Damn, save a person still have to look at the face of it? However, after he opened his eyes there was indeed a surprise waiting for him. The street light was dim. The man's flashlight had been turned off. He squatted beside Yanli, from his coat to pull out a shiny dagger. The street light shining on the snowy back of the knife as bright and dazzling as the moon. The fear of death once again shrouded Yanli. I thought that after the rescue of Yanli was this cold light stabbing pain in the heart has been relaxed that string. More shocked Yanli. The heart has been self-executed. A set of guesses of all this is this person wants to kill himself. Perhaps Yanli will die if he crashes a few more times. Or perhaps if no one comes to this neighborhood, Yanli will also die. But why did this man personally take the knife and do it himself? But Yanli can't think about that much. One-on-one Yanli can't accept that he's tied up. Even in this situation, Yanli still wants to resist. The desire to survive brings us all the material and spiritual enjoyment and even all. And the hope of survival also always tell us. Since the idea, there is always a reason to live. What's more, Yanli has never been a good at giving up. He always retains the last glimmer of hope. Always refused to give in to the cruel reality. This year he is 17 years old, but his parents are dead. He obviously knows more to survive out of dignity to live a strong reason. This knife cannot be his destiny. Yanli had made too many wishes lying on the ground waiting to die, waiting for this inexplicable unknown so end their lives. That is obviously impossible. Yanli struggled to lift his hand twice, and found that his strength had recovered. It seemed that the bandages were still useful. This man is back to the head. The hands of the sharp blade finally forced into the Yanli's neck. This is Yanli's last chance. The darkness. Yanli suddenly opened his eyes. Perhaps this time a seriously injured blood loss of people suddenly burst out of bright eyes with anyone is incredible. Yanli also thinks so. Sure enough, the indifferent man paused for a moment, but it was this freeze that was enough for Yanli. The knife was close at hand, reaching out, grabbing, pulling it down. The man suddenly lost his grip on the target, shaking due to the change in external force. There are times when people tend to be most tense when they are most relaxed, and when they are most tense, when they should be most rigorous, reminding themselves over and over again in their minds that they must be more cautious, they must be more conscientious. That is when they tend to mess up the matter at hand in another avenue that they didn't even think of. The man looked somewhat sluggishly at the child lying in a pool of blood, his gaze revealing a bit of surprise, lips wriggling, muttered, "Fear of death? Oof, shameless traitor. You should have been ready to die long ago." With that, he reached out his hand to retrieve the life-threatening weapon once again. Everything seemed so easy to him. In his opinion, Yanli was clearly a person who was about to die. Now, all he had to do was take the knife from the boy's hands, and perhaps he would even put up a slight resistance. But he trusted his illusions. The already severely injured Yanli should not have the strength to resist him anymore. The man's eyebrows, however, suddenly furrowed as his outstretched hand unexpectedly grasped the knife. The next moment he touched it. Yanli swung his hand behind him, still staring straight at the squatting man, and spat out a few words under his breath as well. Why? This question, Yanli did not expect him to answer, because he had asked too many questions, in which there were indeed too many things he did not understand, too many situations that his common sense or reason could not solve. Yanli was just waiting for an opportunity, waiting for a chance that was truly worth his risk, for he was well aware that his physical strength might only be enough to support the strength of one of his thrusts. If he could not even grasp this opportunity, then there was clearly no need for this thought of his to exist any longer. He couldn't rush, much less fail. Unlike the injured man who was lying on the ground waiting for an opportunity to strike, this man apparently showed a very high degree of seriousness as he said with a slight frown on his brows, "Why? You, the dead, don't need to ask why." Chapter 94, A Mountain Grows. Then sighed, which is not helpless, and even let Yanli heard a hint of unwillingness, "Because you are supposed to die, even though how different, we still want you to disappear, said lightly, took the dagger in Yanli's hand, gently looked it over. A hint of a smile appeared on his delicate face, and his eyes towards Yanli had a feeling of pity. "It's really a good dagger," he said. "Indeed, a good seedling." In the darkness, the corners of his mouth spread into a quick smile of relief. But, he stood up and looked at Yanli contemptuously as if he were an ant, squeezing out a few words through his teeth with an extremely disgusted expression on his face. "Think of all the things you will do in the future that will make the heavens and the people angry." Humph. Yan Li looked at him incredulously. This knife he obviously gripped very tightly. But why? Without realizing it, Shadow Father? Ha? Well, you can go to hell. Stay out of our world. The man shouted out these words at the top of his lungs, and directly knelt down. The dagger in his hand also stabbed down. The first thing Yan Li saw in his eyes was those half-open, half-closed eyes, and a bold guess suddenly arose in his heart that he was as badly injured as I am. However, this is all an afterthought. The sound of the dagger thrown on the ground sounded so pleasant. Yan Li opened his eyes again to see the man who had knelt down, powerlessly letting go of the dagger in his hand and looking at himself in shock. Yan Li looked towards the man's abdomen, where a black hand like holding 5 sharp-pointed knives was straining to stir. The fingers alone were actually cutting away all the man's vitality, mixed with the foul odor of the internal organs. The man's eyes widened. He looked at Yan Li in disbelief. His face twisted up due to the intense pain. Yan Li also froze. This man's face? The man's face was horribly twisted up. It looked like it was truly twisted up. If a few words could be written on his face, it would be remorse, shock and despair. His face was now almost unrecognizable from his features. It was actually alive and twisted in the shape of a swirl. The man's face, skin and flesh connected to the center of the twisted. Yan Li simply cannot believe the first scene in front of him. Since the center of the vortex has appeared in a short period of time and a small black hole around, there are even some strange symbols of the text, seemingly mysterious and intimidating. And no matter what flesh and 5 senses, all began to converge towards the black hole. The black hole is not big but seems to be able to absorb everything. Like this failed assassin was actually facing the danger of being twisted and sucked in at this time. Yan Li did not want to and could not do anything, because he really only had the power to open his eyes and look at all this. Nothing could escape that terrible black hole. The man's clothes began to slide towards the black hole. The man's hand that was struggling to grasp the dagger was broken and pulled towards the black hole. The sand, the light and even Yan Li himself was attracted to the black hole. His eyes went black and the wounds on his body were painless. All of his senses were rendered ineffective, and he fell deeply into this mysterious black hole. Dreams, such as flowers, bloomed brilliantly, bringing Yan Li to the promise of life. Blooming dream is in ink-colored unknown flowers. Yan Li has not seen them, but feels so familiar, as if smelling the fragrance that penetrates the soul, and give themselves to this beautiful sea of flowers. As if he had returned to his homeland, he slept contentedly like a baby. Someone murmured in his ear, as if it was a wise old man whose words oozed a reassuring flavor. They are the flowers of your hometown. Last time they bloomed because you left. This time, take me home with you. I've been waiting for you. Waiting for who? Yan Li looked to this sea of flowers. They are in the bright sunshine. The more beautiful, purple and black spread over the earth, has been extended to the end of the line of sight. Every undulation is a piece of flower's smile. Countless words in his ears sighing. How much emotion injected into the room of his heart. An incomparably familiar face appeared in front of Yan Li's eyes in the sea of flowers. Resolute, a few heroic. That was Yan Li. However, this Yan Li actually seems to be shrouded in his shadow. The dark shadow shrouded his smile, so that all this looks so unreal. The shadow of Yan Li stretched out his hand. Yan Li did not know why, but also stretched out his hand, 10 fingers toward the touch, but there was no more feeling. Darkness came, spreading from the fingertips of that raised left hand, followed by the night, a pitch black and incomparable night. Yan Li fell asleep with a satisfied smile. What kind of world was this? Different mountains, different water, and of course the people, the ghosts, everything seemed the same, everything, as if it had never happened. The newborn world came to a group of people who found ways to enter voluntarily, and the door was opened for them. And of course, it also came to an innocent person like Yan Li, who somehow, inexplicably, got caught up in it. This was hell. A gas that seemed to be something rotten and moist drilled into Yan Li's nasal cavity. Even in a coma, Yan Li's nose still moved slightly twice. Consciousness gradually returned to the body. Yan Li slowly opened his eyes. Maybe it was the pale wards. Maybe it was the heavy shackles of the guardhouse. The first time, Yan Li thought a lot of a seemingly manslaughter is also considered a crime. Open your eyes. Flowers, purple flowers, tender yellow flowers, green grass, straight grass, black grass. Ah, Nima, old man really died like this? Also drunk. Yan Li had been carefully memorizing his physical state, clearly able to hold on until the hospital. After coming to this region that looked like hell in his own mind, it was too much for people to accept, thinking that this good life of mine had just begun to end. Who wouldn't be sad? At that moment, a very discordant warm and cool touch passed across my cheek. It seems to be the friction of poor quality leather cloth. Yan Li even felt strange itchy, turned his head and, turning his head, Yan Li realized that his face was wet, and a white cute puppy floating in the air was staring at him with big innocent eyes, licking his face one bite after another, as if he had been licking for a long time, and his saliva had already flowed into the collar of Yan Li's coat, and this kind of sticky and slippery feeling was very uncomfortable. Yan Li jumped up with a flutter. Little puppy, how dare you? Only this jump. A series of senses on the body at this time all run up, although the whole body is light, but the feeling of weakness is still over and over again to make Yen Li hard shake too. Although the wetness of the neck collar is still quite uncomfortable, but the body's pain has been alleviated a lot at this time. Now that he thought about it, he was afraid that he had crashed his car no less than 10 times that night, which really made people tremble. What kind of deep hatred did that person have with himself? Yen Li rubbed his neck while observing the situation around him. First of all, he is still alive. This is the first and foremost. Chapter 95, Setting Up Camp. A person's high weeds become the main component of this world. In the distance is a black and purple river straight through the water and sky. Undeveloped meadows have been extended to spread over half of the field of view of the dark green forest side. Yen Li very far away to see that the environment here is really good. It seems that there is no trace of human activity. Yen Li's far-reaching view revealed that the environment here was really good, and there seemed to be no traces of human activities. With the nearby breathtaking scenery all in his sights, Yen Li took a deep breath and lay down in the dense deep grass, accompanied by the somewhat strange scent of decaying grass. Yen Li's brows gradually tightened. For a moment. Where had he been sucked into by this bizarre black hole? The black forest, the forest meadow, the long river in the sky. Really not a single silhouette to be seen. Yen Li sat up and froze, looking at the world. This must be hell. Not only can this dog fly, but his own body is still light. There really is a soul after death. A teacher lied to me again. But although this world looks very evil and mysterious, but Yen Li feels as if this world is really sincere acceptance of himself. Even lying on the grass, there is a faint sense of belonging. Where am I? Shouldn't I do something? If just lying here seems to be no fun. As he was rambling on, Yen Li finally saw a sight that was enough to get him interested in moving forward positively. On the plains in the distance, a high mountain was rising up. On it, purple trees, black rocks, and all sorts of elements of varying colors and forms were appearing one by one at a rapid pace. A strong summons came from there. A throbbing came from Yen Li's heart. He must go over and take a look. If he didn't take a look, he would definitely regret it quite a bit. The Eye of Death in the center of the Taklamakan Desert Eye. Are you sure this is the place? Miss White was never any kind of impatient person, but she was also a bit of a monkey today, and when she saw Li Long's gesture signaling to stop, she couldn't hold back her question any longer. That's right, this is the place. When the time is up, we'll be able to go in. Li Long gasped for air, sat on his butt on the ground, not daring to look up at the sun. Even if he was resting, he was still helping the people around him pass things around in an attempt to quickly set up the tent and other things. Yi Dongdong held down Li Long, also called off the others. If we're sure this is the place, we shouldn't camp here. Wei hasn't come yet. We're better off in the dark. A bit of impatience appeared in Li Long's eyes, but he didn't flare up, just turned his head to look at Bai Lin, who didn't have much to say. It looked like it was up to him to decide. Then go behind that dune over there. Everyone put in a little more effort and go around a bit. We'll set up camp behind there. Li Long frowned and finished those words. He himself gasped again and stood up very weakly. It was better to say he stood up rather than crawled up from the ground. He had never imagined that the temperature in the desert would be this high this time, nor had he thought that the once conquered Taklamakan had now become so tyrannical. Anyway, the footprints have already been left behind, so let's set up the illusion that we've entered the era hell ahead of time. Everyone stepping on their own footprints back up 200 meters exactly from there around the dunes to set up camp at the back. Yi Dongdong had already been vaguely about to become the decision-maker in the organization squad for the past few days, and the several exalts obeyed almost everything he ordered and suggested. At this time, even though they were hot, thirsty and tired, everyone still patiently followed Yi Dongdong's words. Even Li Long, whose temper had always been unruly, did so. About when will the entrance open? This I do not know. Now which still have what time concept? About can only know is tomorrow midnight. Electronic products cannot see. The magnetic field is too strong. All spent screen. When entering the desert center, we basically put the watch and other electronic products together in a place marked on the map, waiting to go back to the time to take. Anyway, cannot be used. We all hope to minimize the burden. So we have to go through another difficult day? Tang Candy was already close to the edge of collapse. She had just finished walking backwards as Yi Dongdang instructed, and now she had heard that she would have to wait for another day. Her little heart had already received too much damage. Saying that, tears were almost coming down. This is for you. Bai Lin was the closest to her, and in the past 2 days, she had long seen Tang Candy's strong interest in this adorable to frightening camel doll in her hand again, and sure enough, once she gave it away, Tang Candy instantly stopped crying when she got it in her hand. Yi Dongdang, full of helpless, glanced at Bai Lin. Well, sister, so I used life for the camel rare species to give away, or to a hand-to-hand on the impossibility of getting back to the little Ant Yen. In the sand dunes behind the camp, not only can avoid the scorching burning wind during the day, can also be alerted before the arrival of Wei. Yi Dongdong vaguely feel that Wei should also be in the vicinity, but because there is no Wei Zhongtian's guidance, and is now wandering around. During the night, everyone did not light up their lamps, but quietly and immediately began to rest, and it was only when the sun rose on the next day that all of them realized that there was something strange under their feet. The sand and soil here was dark reddish purple, as if it was stained with the color of countless blood condensation, and as if it came from a special world. Anyway, purple sand, all of them were seeing it for the first time. Regarding the task issued by the system, Yi Dongdong was helpless. There was no way for him to do it. The system should have determined that he was already in the era hell. The content of the mission was this: the Black Scale Ridge on the Mountain of Dragons will have a newborn underworld dragon appearing at 1:20 a.m. Making the underworld dragon produce any emotion counts as mission completion and rewards 40 hours of Yan life. Dragon's Mountain and Black Scale Ridge? This name sounds like era hell at first glance. Where else would the mountains come from in this desert? Where would the mountains come from? Everyone can't enter the era hell. Yi Dongdong naturally can't enter. Fortunately, last night's mission has been completed. The undead boat has long changed the route. As for how to go, Yi Dongdong doesn't know. He only cares about the Yang life. The good news is that Li Long pointed to the right place. Everyone is indeed near the entrance. Wait until the time is up. You can enter. The desert's current color should be from the rendering of the era hell. Yi Dongdong grabbed a handful of sand and stuffed it in his pocket while he had nothing else to do, waiting to take it back as a souvenir. I don't know what kind of arrest action on the side of the city. The wind is still tight. The relatives of the cemetery will certainly not let go of their own suspect. This matter is jumping into the Yellow River are bound to wash. So Yi Dongdong to the upcoming trip to the world of Qi Luo full of curiosity and yearning. The purpose of his trip was now no longer purely to find the kettle and stop by the hell to look for Sun Yi. He also wanted to observe the environment of the Qi Luo hell. He wanted to try and just settle in Qi Luo hell. After all, it was a new world with many opportunities. There were also many ways to become stronger. Something that both forces had told him no less than 2 times, and was now deeply engraved in his mind. Chapter 96, Teleportation. On this day, Yi Dongdong quietly looked at the purple grains of sand when he was bored. On this day, Yanli looked up at the sky when he was tired of walking, wondering if he was really the only one in this world and if there would be more people to accompany him. Yanli's body at this moment was pinned with 2 long swords, a long halberd, and a round shield on his back, holding a short sword in his left hand, a bejeweled longsword in his right hand, and all with a helmet on his head. He was armed almost up to his nostrils. It couldn't be helped. These things that looked so sharp and valuable were literally everywhere. Yanli was also distressed. He didn't know what the significance of the appearance of these things was. He just subconsciously felt that they were all good and he wanted to bring them with him. So a few rounds of sifting through them led to the many objects that he was carrying with him. The sky was overcast. Did it look like it was going to rain? Yanli found a large tree and looked worriedly at the sky. After so long, he felt no hunger. There was only an endless sense of emptiness and summoning across his heart, wanting him to continue climbing to the top of the mountain. What was at the top of the mountain? He didn't know, but at that moment a loud thunder struck and blew the uncle beside him up in smoke. He was shocked. What are you doing? You want to be punished for taking something. When the thunder hurriedly passed, after the torrential rain poured for a while, the mountains had been filled with strange mauve-colored water flowing in milieu. Yanli had long been soaked to the skin, and was now walking deeper and deeper into the mountains. On the mountain, the rain here is also very strange, which is new to this world. Yanli, he is always full of curiosity. This purple water sticking to the body in the last world's ordinary water is not much difference, in addition to the color of some changes, and then again, it should be the entrance to the feeling of the right. Yanli very boldly drank a couple of mouthfuls. Entranced smooth, as if drinking a kind of liquid metal, smooth taste into the throat, the whole body is followed by the revitalization of the corresponding. Here the rain seems to be very nutritious. Yanli drink only feel comfortable straight, have endless strength. Walking was very difficult. Every step Yanli took towards the mountain had to be considered thoroughly before he could put his foot down. At the scene of this small flash flood, Yanli felt like his life was on the line. On the other side of the era hell, another group had already landed in this brand new territory that had been dormant for decades of years. They were not human beings but 3 ghosts in various forms. Kettle walked ahead. Tangled clumps of barren grass crowded the path ahead, and Kettle had to kill a chicken in clearing the way with his hawk sword. Grey Wolf was now completely in a realm of oblivion. No matter what he said or did, the 2 ghosts in front of him wouldn't pay any attention to him. There was no sense of existence at all. At this time, he was also picking weeds with the long hair in his hand as much as he could. He had been here before, and the era hell was already a place for hell to come and go whenever they wanted to, but the era hell was huge, and there was no guarantee of where exactly he would land when he teleported, so the only advantage in was killed. Grey Wolf has no presence is also very normal. And he is still surrounded by two on the refusal of tea temple is not very goodwill of the ghosts. A one is the government guards of the army's legitimate small leader. A what is the head of the Yi family army. So compared to the down, on the background, he does not have government guards cattle. On the strength of the he is not as strong as the kettle. The Grey Wolf is now feeling that his joining is a mistake. Especially after the kettle all the way up. Grey Wolf now feels that it was a mistake for him to join. Especially after following kettle all the way. And feels that kettle doesn't even have half a mind to join the tea refusal palace. Taklamakan Desert. Watching the purple sand from afar, Yi Dongdong several people lay down behind the sand dunes. Time was slowly passing. The humidity in the air became heavier and heavier. Yi Dongdong and others are finally also looking forward to the signs of the opening of the Chilua Hell. The sky descended a beam of purple light, leading straight to the center of the purple sand scene last night. Just 2 hours, that purple ray is constantly thickening to the thickness of the finger. Yi Dongdong tried to throw the sand towards the purple ray of light. The sand did not pass through the ray of light to throw to the other side of the sand, but into the ray of light do not know where to go. It seems that when this ray of light to a certain thickness will be able to turn into a teleportation array to the Chilua Hell. Teleportation array is just a specific objective statement. Yi Dongdong is like, this is more like a spell. Change people from the Taklamakan Desert to Chilua Hell. The organization group not only looked forward to the appearance of the teleportation ray, but also waited for another set of uninvited guests. This was the first time that Yi Dongdong had seen the appearance of such huge bugs, living in the area where they were originally supposed to live. Those huge purple centipedes in the desert. The way those huge purple centipedes sped on the desert looked like they were gliding. Their unknown number of stout little legs were divided on both sides of their bodies, sliding regularly one after another, walking on the sand very smoothly. This purple centipede has a sharp horn-like organ on top of its head, and every joint on its body is full of spikes, and its scale armor radiates a demonic and vicious purple light when exposed to the hot desert sunlight. At a glance, I don't feel scared or disgusted, but only think that this kind of centipede is supposed to live in this kind of place. What's so strange about it? These big centipedes didn't realize that Yi Dongdong and the others were lying behind a sand dune staring at them without daring to breathe. Their speed looks like it is very fast, but it can be found that most of this group of centipedes are breathless, and some of their lower limbs are even in the air. So how can their speed be increased and come up? A few big centipedes came to the purple desert area, exchanged words for a while, the tentacles bounced around each other. A scene that made everyone's jaws drop happened. The smaller purple gold centipede in the lead actually swung its head and crawled towards the dune next to the other side of the dune where the group was located. They knew that one of the group had already entered the era hell, and now they want to ambush which group of people. Yi Dongdong knew that the purple and gold centipede should be Wei Xiaotian. He looks like the state is not particularly good, but until the battle is never be able to determine the state of a person in the end how. Yi Dongdong did not choose to act rashly. Weighs this line. People's behavior is really a little beyond everyone's imagination. Actually have a tacit understanding with them also ambushed. Does that mean there will be a wave of people did not come? But Wei has the organization side does not have the news? Including the arrival of the forces of this one unknown force. Perhaps there will be other what information is the organization does not know. Yi Dongdong looked at Li Long several people. They do not seem to have much surprise like, then it seems that Wei knows the news they may not know. But no matter whether it was Wei or the organization, there were currently things that were hidden from Yi Dongdong. This would have been a normal thing. After all, Yi Dongdong is also just an outsider. It's normal for some secrets not to be revealed to him. But now Yi Dongdong by the way Wei also followed to hide thought of another serious problem. If all turned into bugs Wei knew to ambush and wait for the next family to come and then make plans, then will there be a force that has already arrived first before the organization came and then ambushed long ago? Or, Wei already know another force has been ambushed. The two forces are now waiting for the organization to take the bait? By now already don't know in some hidden place watching the organization and Wei's in this side of the open-eyed blindness to watch out for each other? This vision cannot be described as not alarming. Yi Dongdong rushed to find a way from Long. Brother Long, what's wrong? Because of the wind and sand damage, our footprints will not be visible for a long time unless they are carefully cleared. It's fine, then you made the right decision. What if they came out with multiple hearts and went back to double check again? I didn't mean that. Yi Dongdong's eyes couldn't stop drifting towards Bilan's side for a moment. Bilan's face now was also a bit gloomy. I don't know if it was caused by her unchanging iceberg face every day or if she thought of the same thing just like Yi Dongdong. Yi Dongdong is now 800 willing to go to Bai Lin to talk about this matter. I mean, if Wei's first realization in the case of not discovering or having discovered the footprints was to think of ambushing them, then, you mean? Li Long frowned, finally thinking of this possibility as well. Are you saying that the tea-refusing palace might have already ambushed here? I'm not sure about that. It's just a guess. Yi Dongdong swept the nearby dunes. The distant ones didn't need to be considered. The big dunes close by. It seemed like there were only two choices other than the dunes where they stayed with Wei. Very well lined up. We just need to go to those two dunes right now and see for ourselves what's going on. Li Long gulped and looked at Yi Dongdong's eyes with considerable gravity. Indeed. According to what Yi Dongdong had said, going to test it out in person would tell us exactly what's going on. Are we going to take a look? Yi Dongdong asked. The point is, what's the use of looking? Tang Yi's voice sounded from the side at this time. Wei isn't as forward-thinking as we are. This is our advantage. If we run over and startle the snakes now, even if we don't get discovered by Wei, could it be that if we encounter the tea refusal hall, we can still guarantee that they won't make a big commotion, right? Then what to do? Should we just wait here? Do nothing? Yi Dongdong was a bit helpless. Then in that case, then wouldn't he have discovered this advantage for nothing? Then just tell them to wait, and enter together at that time. It's the most stable. Li Long didn't know which bottle of medicine he had taken wrongly at this time. His usual hostility actually a bit of it was gone, but fortunately his next sentence was a bit more in line with his character anyway. They can't wait for anything. Tonight we enter the passageway early. The explosives are always ready, right? Aha! Tang Yi nodded, patted the back of the bag. Such a backpack organization, several other people. On it could also be seen bulging a total of 4 added up. Such a large amount of black powder gathered together. A bridge can only be blown down. How? Over there? Blow up the centipede. Go and load it now. Detonate it after loading. I want to blow up the legs of those old things, he. Li Long smiled and winked. All that showed in his eyes was a wise light. Let's not go looking for them. Let's wait for them to come to us. Over there, Tang Yi has already arranged for these few adepts who are compatible with this kind of covert operation to go ahead and set up the explosives. A thin man had always been a little transparent in the team. Now at this time he actually used an unknown amount of flood power in his body. Together with the object control alien lad carrying everyone's 4 packets of explosives, he went to go around Wei's circle to bury the explosives with a face full of perseverance. Yi Dongdong noticed that when the two of them were running, the whole body slowly became illusory. Chapter 97. I've obtained divine power. Translucent body running in 1,000 deserts. Almost no need to hide. This kind of ability to sneak is too good to use. There was a thunderclap in the sky. Everyone looked up. It was raining? Purple rain fell and clattered. Divine sense is like a tail, touching a certain nerve so that you can feel him. Being able to swing from side to side so that you understand its wonderful use. Sensing such a strong divine sense in the Mud Pill Palace, Yanli couldn't help but smile. What would be the effect of that thing if he drank 10 or 8 bottles of it? Yanli non-stop began to look for the meridians, a total of 8 respectively in the body of the top of the left hand, the top of the right hand, the pectoral muscles on both sides, as well as the chest, such as a spiderweb coiled cloth of the remaining meridians. The existence of the divine sense almost does not require much operation, as watching a science fiction blockbuster, a meridian in an instant full of that kind of mauve-colored divine sense of energy, the meridians inch by inch bursting, the sound of the cracking, the crackling and popping sounds could be heard clearly even from outside. Yanli could not help but feel the joy of his divine sense. The light green divine sense energy even stroked over the wounds. Like a spring breeze, the already cracked meridians were now repaired. Under Yanli's efforts, one meridian was opened up and smoothed out as if it had been destroyed. The 8 long and narrow meridians slowly began to receive qi and blood from all parts of the body as well as the power of divine sense. These 8 meridians, Yanli's heart wanted to call them the veins of the wilderness, although he did not know what it meant. However, with the opening of these 8 meridians, Yanli could not help but feel enlightened, and the surging power of the divine sense was like having a strong backbone that was stable and powerful. After doing so, Yanli actually gave up on the elaborate state of continuing to sit upright. Deeply disheveled and collapsed. A divine sense power consumption was too great, and had already fainted to the point where he could not faint anymore. Still not quite enough. If a drum, then this rain learned altogether to learn together. Still nothing laborious would be perfect. Yanli felt the power of his divine consciousness within the Mud Pill Palace that was recovering rapidly under the miraculous effect of the conceiving spirit. Still somewhat dissatisfied. To know, for the first time awakening can get with the ancient great power equal amount of divine consciousness power foundation is quite thick. Its future prospects have been unlimited. Even get law court is not a thing that can only be looked up to. However, just awakened the divine consciousness will already have the genuine ancient great power of the divine consciousness power. Is not satisfied is not going to challenge the 3 worlds for thousands of years to evaluate the standard of the great power of the bottom line. A little rest, divine sense like spring grass as long as the wind. Just half an hour passed. Yanli will feel the brain again filled up with energy and the power of divine sense. So marvelous. Even if it has just come to the new world of cherry hell, Yanli still marveled at. It is true that good rain knows the time when the spring is occurring, nurturing the heart and soul. The efficacy of the simply unbelievable. Turning over the cheap goods in his hands, Yan Li began to read the only non-weapon item he had just pulled out of the tree hole when he was sheltering from the rain. The heart-guarding technique. The only line of words appeared in front of Yan Li's eyes without arrogance. On the night of the bright moon, with my clan's method of whistling at the moon, the more agitated you are, the more calm you will become. This is written with a good understanding. This technique can only be practiced at night, and it is necessary to tsunami the moon in order to achieve the role of condensing the spirit. Yan Li continued to read on, can convert the origin of the spiritual power for my tribes under the moon divine power, condensed to a great extent, can be known to the practitioner of the powerful field of the moon before the flower. The rest of the endless marvels of the use of the still to be investigated. This last sentence is dispensable of propaganda nonsense. That is to say, this greedy wolf divine race and the supporting mental law is condensed in transformed origin spiritual power. Play well can also produce what flowers before the moon under the field. Ho, sounds good, but after all, was pitched. Yan Li heart is still not too much to believe, just secretly decided to try at night on a try. Suddenly the wind and clouds churned, a strong vibration came, the whole earth even shook with it. Yan Li hastily stood up. This time the overhead trees were also roughly lifted. Two big men at this time roughly squeezed over, looked around, immediately saw the frozen Yan Li. Two people looked at each other and nodded. The beginning of a person opened. You are from the earth, Yan Li. Yan Li, slightly stunned, suddenly saw the people. Is not a good sign of yes, just see two big men without saying will come up, not waiting for Yan Li some resistance. A person set up one side. Hard as catching chickens, general. Will Yan Li pulled out of the tent. A black shadow swept to the poor people's living area. A dark gateway is like a gate of hell, at all times to him to issue a terrible warning, leave here. The black robe on Yan Li's body played a rather important role at this moment. Night walking in the night, truly melting into the darkness of the night. But this is not a long-term solution. Is running a few laps in the slums of Yancheng himself satisfied? Not. The chest can still feel the warm cool breath of that scroll. And the spiritual power in the mud pill palace is also a burst of agitation at go to school. Go to the magic academy. This is Yan Li 10 years as a student's first thought. After all, he is by the greedy wolf god are said to be gifted students. You gave me the blue sky. Of course I want to open up the universe. Not knowing how far he had traveled, Yan Li had gradually moved away from the main road, following a deep alleyway, hoping to find a sheltered alley to drill into. At least he could wait until daybreak before making plans. Feet pay attention to the ground. In the potholes full of water on the long street, Yan Li walked stumbling. A little bright light in the distance almost illuminated him blind. A row of laborers in the distance is walking neatly in line. The entire queue up and down seems to have been a day's hard work hurt feet. And then look at their own pair of Nike shoes, actually still cannot stand the day before the animal skin shoes too lame to take out to comfort the feet. Just so they were two big men dragged away. Now walking is not tired. Very thankful. In the darkness a strong wind came. A hand just grabbed on his arm, almost to crush his shoulder bone. A teasing voice rang out, "Little Henry, it took quite a long time to have a diarrhea." Said the man. The man even grabbed his own ear and walked towards the light. The man shouted, "Old Lou, I just grabbed back one. It's the nifty weakest one. Little Henry, do you still want it? Don't want me to do away with it?" Hearing this, Yan Li began to struggle desperately. "I go to Nima's, Little Henry. I don't need you to do it. I'll go." But a half-old voice came from the distance. "Come over here, carry it over here, one counts as one, no less." Yan Li distinctly felt the frustration of the man beside him, clearly willing to move his hands and break the neck of a lowly slave. Yan Li was rudely pushed into the ranks, putting the thought of escape aside for a moment, as he had just attempted to escape just moments ago, pushing a beautiful swinging fist into the man's face, biting away the man's hand with a mouthful of bites. And then, on his hand, there were more than a few purple marks from the man's rough grasp back, as well as a large, swollen bag on his head which the man had casually flicked up. Yan Li quietly stood in the queue, looking at the front of the group of people who were surprisingly all clear of young boys. Moreover, underneath the clear black robes were actually all naked. What is this? Quickly go. The patience of the big man inside is not something you can level by begging grandpa and grandma. All give me honestly, if something happens, I'll skin you. Next to a dark-faced big man shouted in a stern voice, also drawing the whip in his hand. A whip randomly lashed at the front row of several children who had just looked around. A burst of suppressed pain was then transmitted into Yan Li's ears. Yan Li looks at this scene in amazement. This can't be the evil slavery society, can it? A whip came, crunching in the wind, hitting Yan Li straight on. But now Yan Li Mud Pill Palace and the powerful spiritual power cannot play a big role. Just let himself simply harsh spiritual power clearly see that the black whip shadowed directly to their own body snap. Yan Li was immediately startled that he had been whipped. An angry look was instantly thrown at the perpetrator in front of him. You know me. The whipper clearly saw Yan Li's hateful gaze, but did not pay any attention to it. Every double day's night, I don't know how many lowly slaves have been cast into this place, and how many vicious glances have been cast, but there is nothing that can't be solved by a single lash down. Pa, sure enough, this little Henry was immediately hit and buried to face. I don't believe that slave is not afraid to hit. Yenli of course will not feel the pain. Such a powerful defense quasi-saint weapon. Of course will not feel that ordinary person's whip. But that Ling Ran Chi Shang's gaze is reminding Yenli, you are now just an ordinary person. Of course, was confused and forcefully twisted to here, turned into a slave. Passing through a greenish-black gate, a gloomy passageway, Yenli's group of people merged into a long dragon silently walking forward with their heads bowed down, the ancient flowery colors above their heads appearing extremely hideous under the dim torchlight. The huge illuminated field ahead was the destination of Yenli's group. The steel gates slowly lowered. Yenli and exactly 100 other children were forced into the corner of the cage by a profane-looking middle-aged man with a machete. The man slowly holding the knife and watching them step by step as he stepped out of the large cage. Yenli still stared at him with indignant eyes. Even if I can't kill you, even if I shoot God's eyes, I will shoot you to death. It seems that Yenli is already a confused top of a runaway little slave. Little Henry came here, deafening nua sound ringing, just left the side of the children more trembling. I do not know what kind of bright light irradiation. Yenli barely able to see the opposite side of the tall bleachers. On the sparse gathering of a lot of small groups, each group as if the stars were all over the moon. And the other group is all over the moon. A group of people all surrounded the person in the center as if the stars were arching over the moon. Yenli secretly thought, if this place is really a slave servant, these people must be some farm owners. The night fire is bright, the clear moon will be up, and the clouds that have not dispersed in recent days have finally been replaced with a scene of the most beautiful sunset. Thank you all noble lords for condescending to come to the Xinhua crowfighting arena. And even more so, thanks to the sponsorship and security of the incomparably close to 6th rank Supreme Master Lord Mog, we will have the honor of presenting the most wonderful crowfighting feast ever for noble lords. A magnificent duel between the titular elder of the Xinhua crowfighting arena, Lord Mog, and the 7th rank king of the divine crows from the dark western state. Yenli's heart pounded. 7th rank? How is that possible? Wasn't that already a peak-level existence on the continent? How could it be put into the arena like a bullfight for the amusement of the nobles?